This guy is just about to clear another floor of the Tower of Trials when the leader of the Black Wind Guild shows up with his strongest warriors and blocks the path. They're after one thing: the legendary skill book Kang Jinhyuk just obtained. Kang doesn't even argue, he simply smirks and hands the book over. The guild leader can't believe his luck. He excitedly opens it, only to discover it's filled with childish doodles. Kang just humiliated him in front of his entire guild by swapping the real book with a fake. The guild leader is absolutely furious. He orders his men to stay back because he wants to deal with this smartass personally. In an instant, he appears behind Kang and throws everything he has into a single punch. The aura surrounding his fist is so overwhelming that he's already celebrating the victory in his head. But Kang catches his punch just with one hand like it's nothing. Then he casually throws the guild leader aside like a bag of garbage. Now it's Kang's turn. He calmly gathers dark aura around his fist. The moment the guild leader sees it, his confidence completely disappears. One punch. That's all Kang throws. The shockwave is so absurdly powerful that it blasts a massive hole straight through the mountains surrounding them. And everyone there realizes the same terrifying thing. If Kang had actually wanted to kill them, not a single person would have survived. The guild leader can only stare at him in disbelief before dropping to his knees and bowing his head in fear and respect. So how does Kang Jinhyuk become this ridiculously strong? After playing the game Tower of Trials for 11 years straight, he finally reached and conquered the last floor of that stupid tower, floor 50. When his avatar gets there, he receives a pop-up message congratulating him for being the only player in the world to have cleared the whole game. For a few moments, Kang couldn't believe his balls. It was pretty fun, he says as he recalls the countless trials he's passed through while attempting to clear each floor to the final floor. Lastly, he receives a "thank you for playing our game" message. And when he scrolls down, he finds out about a weird reboot update that's supposed to happen in the next 12 hours. Naturally, Kang doesn't think much of it as he realizes that it must be one of those things that come after completing the game. Whatever it is, he's sure they have a well-thought-out plan to make money and whatnot. Whether they reboot it or not, he has no plans of ever playing that game again. After drinking about 3 bottles of alcohol, Kang lands on the bed and snores till Mama calls. A few hours later, he wakes up with a terrible headache and decides to go on with uploading the video of him clearing the Tower of Trials. When he turns his PC on, Kang sees something he'd never thought was possible. As it turns out, word had it that the Tower of Trials just appeared in real life, and hundreds of thousands of people were watching the livestream. To make sure this isn't some stupid hacker's prank on his PC, Kang entered the live chat of the news livestream and read through some of the messages, only to realize that he isn't dreaming at all. According to Melanie Watermelon, aka the auctioneer of the news livestream, the tower is huge AF. Initially, everybody thought the tower appearing IRL was harmless. However, the sky soon turns red and Kang remembers this exact scenario from the game. If he's correct, then this is the game's opening sequence. Questions raced through the minds of countless people, including Kang at the time. Before he knows it, he receives a system message in real life, just like the one his avatar used to receive in the game's virtual world. After reading the first message, Kang realizes that the first update of the Tower of Trials has been completed. A follow-up message soon comes, warning all players to clear all the tower's floors within 90 days. At that single moment, former players from all over Korea and even the world all received the follow-up message Kang got earlier. Before leaving the humans to save themselves, the masterminds warn humanity against failing to complete the game this time, letting them know that if they fail the challenge, then mankind will perish. Having read that last line, Kang gets his arse up as his jaw drops at the ridiculousness of mankind's new reality. Of all things that could end the world, nukes, bioweapons, famine, and the like, mankind would finally succumb to a freaking game. How magnanimous. About 30 minutes after receiving the terrible news, the world plunges into chaos. As for Kang, he doesn't waste any time at all. So, he puts on his navy blue jacket and bursts out of his room to get to the nearest event area so he can get the first valuable item of the game. While there's chaos around him, Kang's heart races with excitement over finally getting to play one of the shittiest and hardest games he's ever played in real life. When he gets on the streets of the central city of Seoul, Korea, Kang dashes past several panicking citizens towards the nearest subway. As soon as he gets there, Kang recognizes the space to be one of the external regions from the Korean server. Although there are 30 such regions throughout the entire country, this one seems to be the one closest to his place. Without wasting a second, Kang climbs down the subway and finds his way into the central underground shopping center. There, he finds several people, players, just like him, standing and staring at the fountain at one end of the room, as if waiting for something to happen. Kang eventually keeps calm and studies everybody. After getting a good read on the people in the room, Kang figures that most of them have at least played the beginning of the Tower of Trials before. As for why they're so tense, Kang realizes that this is the spot where a very limited supply of the first valuable item is supposed to spawn. If they're lucky, then they'll get about 5 items to go around. Just then, Kang is snatched out of his thoughts when someone recognizes him from the crowd and calls him out. When Kang turns back, he recognizes Lee Jong-soo, Paprika TV partner, streamer, and YouTuber with over 500,000 subscribers. Unofficially, the man's an asshole who acts as the representative of the company Kang supposedly belongs to. Disappointed to see his disgusting face, Kang asks the man what he is doing with the real players when he should be streaming or trying to destroy another streamer's life. The man replies that he won't pass on an amazing chance to prove his talents to the world. Moving on, he asked Kang a few questions about his experience playing the game, hoping he would share some information. Kang keeps silent and the Nimrod tries to cajole him into talking. As we'd have it, Lee Jong-soo is a bastard who tricks streamers into signing unfair contracts and making them fall into debt the more they stream. When they all tried to protest, this idiot snuffed them all out with his so-called hotshot lawyers. To date, countless streamers and Kang's day ones have all left the company in search of a better life, leaving Kang to his terrible fate at Jong-soo's hands. Anyways, Jong-soo tries to strike a deal with Kang on the condition he's going to give him better terms on his contract if he helps him. Tired of Lee Jong-soo's bullshit, Kang headbutts the bastard's nose and takes him by surprise. Once reality sets in for Lee, he holds his bleeding nose, coughs profusely, and kneels to balance himself. Meanwhile, Kang just ignores the fool and waits for the magic to happen as it's about time that the first monster appeared. In a few seconds, the water from the fountain starts bubbling. Soon, a gigantic mangrove tree springs out of the depths of the fountain, and everyone at the event area recognizes the tree to be exactly the same as the one in the game. As for Kang, he just smiles and gets a system notification, informing him that the mangrove of greed, aka the tree in front of him, is growing. Just then, the tree blooms and produces just 4 fruits for all the players to share. As it turns out, eating such fruit is sure to raise one of the players' stats, including strength, agility, stamina, and magic. Kang recognizes the fruit's importance in the game, but the only problem now is that there are only 4 fruits to go. Since there are obviously more than 4 players around, Kang stands guard and watches every player in the room to see who's first. After the awkward silence, the whole event area erupts in chaos as every other player, except Kang, rushes to the tree to grab a fruit for themselves. For the next few minutes, Kang and Lee watch the other players push, pull, slap, and punch the shit out of each other just to get their hands on a piece of fruit. In the meantime, Lee blames Kang for slacking off and not working together with him in the first place. If he'd avoided hitting his nose earlier, then they might have gotten a piece of fruit and shared it amongst themselves. Now the fool thinks they're too late and there's no way forward. Kang only chuckles and tells the Nimrod to stay put if he doesn't know anything yet. While everyone thought getting the fruit was the main goal, Kang knows that the real prize lies beyond the pesky fruit everybody was trying so hard to get. So for now, he just stands there smiling at the other idiots grasping at straws. After a few more minutes of chaos, someone finally gets one of the fruits. Upon eating it, the man gets a +3 boost in agility, confirming the rumors everyone heard about the tree earlier. Apparently, not everybody knew the fruit existed in the first place. So, seeing one man try the fruit out and get the rumored powers made everyone go even crazier to get the fruit. Kang, on the other hand, is one of the few players who's played the game well, so he knows that the true prize in this part of the challenge isn't the fruit. A few moments later, once all the fruit's been eaten, the mangrove tree comes alive and becomes a monster to terrorize those who ate its fruit. The greedy bastards stop to remember how dangerous the tree is. When they figure it out, they turn their backs on the monster mangrove and yeet themselves out of there, leaving just Kang and Lee Jong-soo all alone in the area. With everyone gone, Lee gets up and decides to join the losers, but Kang calls him back and talks him into working with him to get the huge reward left by the others, knowing fully well the exact kind of person the asshole is. This realization piques Lee's curiosity, so he asks Kang a few times to make sure this cool bastard isn't trying to set him up. Kang gives an expression that seals the deal for Lee, so he gives up on trying to leave Kang alone and starts thinking of a sneaky way to get what he wants. After cooking up his wicked plan, Lee asks Kang what he's suggesting they do about the mangrove monster problem. Kang tells him that they have to get close to the mangrove. However, to avoid being easy targets, they will have to attack the monster from opposite sides at the same time. Lee figures Kang is trying to distract the monster, so he asks him if that's the case. Kang tells him yes and urges him to get ready to ride the monster. As both of them take their stances, Kang warns Lee against hesitating so they don't end up dying. Lee assures Kang that he's up and ready to fight this monster. So, when the time is right, Kang gives the signal, and the duo dash towards the monster from opposite sides, just like they'd planned earlier. The monster tree creates spiky vines and attacks both Kang and Lee to protect its main tree. Kang dodges the vines and waits for Lee to do his part. Sadly, Lee's nowhere to be found as he's already betrayed Kang. Upon searching the room for a while, Kang finds the idiot smirking. Just then, Kang heaves a sigh of relief and thanks his guardian angel that Lee Jong-soo is still his normal self. You see, Kang had intentionally tricked Lee Jong-soo into thinking he trusted him, so he formulated his entire plan to make sure it succeeds with Lee betraying him. Now that the dumbass has betrayed him, Kang is happy that his plan is finally going to work. To enact his plan, Kang stands in between the monster and Lee, so when the monster extends its vines to attack Kang, he dodges it and redirects the vines to capture Lee, who is standing behind him. Before the fool could even realize it, Lee gets covered in the spiky vines and begs Kang for help as the tree monster squeezes him to death. Rather than feel any remorse for the dimwit, Kang bids him farewell, letting him know that the world will be better without assholes like him. Right after that, Kang moves on to face the next big problem standing right in front of him, the mangrove of greed. As the monster extends its vines to attack him, Kang recalls the exact movements he had to make to successfully dodge this specific attack. Over the next few seconds, he alternates these movements easily, dodging every single attack the vines had against him. Eventually, the monster tree gets confused and stabs itself with its vines, exposing the soft beating heart of the entire tree. Kang sees the beating heart of the mangrove and steps up his game to finish off this tree as quickly as possible. Just as the tree is about to launch another attack, Kang grabs a twig from the same tree lying on the ground and arms himself with it. Around that time, the mangrove uses its skill, blood-sucking vine, to amp up its vines with vampiric traits before sending it towards Kang. With the vines fast approaching, Kang thinks on his feet and deflects the vines with the twig he picked up earlier. After deflecting a few attacks, the tree gets super pissed off at Kang for dodging all its attacks. So it becomes much faster than before. Kang refuses to be afraid of some child's play, so he braces himself for round 2 and deflects every single one of the blood-sucking vines like a pro. Since he's been playing the game for the past 11 years, this should be a piece of cake for him. After the first wave, Kang senses something stronger coming for him. With minutes left for the next big attack, Kang preps himself and patiently waits for it. Just then, the tree hums and releases a bright cyan light with holographic butterflies flocking around it. Kang recognizes the butterflies from the game to emit sleeping powder as glitter. To avoid breathing the powder in, Kang ducks and covers his nose. While he's at it, Kang also holds his breath to stop those specks that manage to get through his jacket from getting into his nostrils. Soon after, he dashes toward the mangrove's heart, stabs it with the twig he got earlier, and squishes the mangrove's heart with his hand to kill the mangrove monster. Minutes after defeating the mangrove of greed, Kang receives a system's pop-up notification congratulating him for being the first player to defeat the mangrove of greed. By this time, Kang rests easy and is grateful for everything he's gone through. As Kang fills himself with positive remarks, another system pop-up message notifies him to input his name and details, so his video can be uploaded to the Hall of Fame. Kang, however, decides against this, and he wouldn't want to be distracted by unwanted attention once he gets word that he's a seasoned player. For now, he keeps his anonymity and lets the system blur out his face and distort his voice. Once he's done giving the system all his details, Kang dips his hand into the mangrove carcass and harvests the shiny green orb he called the tree's essence. For context, ingesting the tree essence is sure to give the said player no less than 12 bonus stats. This means that if a player considers getting 3 points per level, then he's leveling up 4 times. Kang stares at the little pearl ball and brings himself to understand the lengths he had to go to get the little green ball in his hands. Anyway, Kang swallows the ball and glows green as Kang feels a strange power welling inside of him. Once the glowing stops, Kang opens his system screen and navigates his way to the status menu. There, he finds the usual details he's supposed to find, but then scrolls downward to see that he has about 12 available stat points. Although he's still a level 1 player, Kang knows that he's still the strongest level 1 player there can be. About an hour later, Kang returns to his room and an article with the title, First Defeat of Mangrove of Greed, gets posted online. At the time, a video recording of Kang fighting and defeating the Mangrove of Greed was yet to be uploaded. Comments soon start pouring in on the article with some talking and others praising the anonymous fighter. However, when the full video was uploaded to the internet, the doubtful responses instantly disappeared and everyone started thanking the unknown savior. After the first 5 minutes of the video being posted online, Kang soon starts getting offers from the big shots in the gaming and manufacturing industry, all begging him to be their brand ambassador so they can pay him huge amounts of money. Kang was shocked by the hype around completing just the easiest level in the game, as he didn't think defeating the Mangrove of Greed was that big of a deal. Anyways, he brings himself to understand how pathetic most players have been over the years. Earlier, someone had promised to pay him 1 billion won if he'd come out and let them use his name and newfound fame. Sadly, Kang just couldn't risk letting the world know what he'd spent 11 years of his life trying to figure out. With that said, Kang gets concerned about his next destination. The moment the game updated, mana leaked out from the tower and spread throughout Seoul. Although the mana leak had little to no significant effect, there was one notable difference. The artifacts outside the tower became relics. Just for clarity, these so-called relics are not real. However, these legendary items have powers inside the tower. Currently, the ones outside the tower are replicas, aka copied versions, but even at that, Kang still needs to get his hands on one of them to see if they'll work well in the tower. For starters, he has to get to the National Museum of Korea to find the replicas he's searching for. Since it's rich in countless artifacts, he's almost sure to find something of use there. As Kang makes his way to the museum, he gets worried about competitors who might have figured it all out as well. Since there's only one museum in Korea, he needs to be extra careful this time, especially with the seasoned players. When he gets there, he opens the door to reveal a quiet but eerie scenery to him. While he was expecting some thieves to be there before him, the sight before him is something straight out of a horror movie. Upon getting further into the museum, Kang finds the charred body of what seems to be a former security guard. This can only mean one thing: someone's been there before him. Before doing anything, Kang pauses to understand the philosophy of people now that the world has changed. In just one day, most people, or players, have all gone from decent and crime-fearing to full-blown bastards and criminals. The expectations of the change are far wider than the reality Kang is now seeing. Anyways, judging by how stupid and inexperienced most of them are at this game, Kang figured most of them would be aiming for the relics kept in the medieval and modern era showroom. Moving on, Kang also figures out that particular relic everyone would want: the Great Map. Now, an average NPC would think the map is just an ordinary map of Korea and whatnot. However, real players want this map because it's an ancient magical map that also contains information about the Tower of Trials. Not only does it tell you where the labyrinths and ruins are, but it also reveals what kinds of items and monsters are out there. Even though the map only covers up to the 10th floor, it's still more than enough to win the hearts of those searching for an easy run to the 10th floor. Having established the fact that the map is what most players would be after, Kang recognizes where the real treasure is kept, and that's in the mud somewhere around the museum. In the showroom for medieval and modern era art, more than a dozen players are seen trashing each other and the rich history around them. For several minutes, the monsters in human flesh are seen punching and hacking the shit out of each other, with blood everywhere. Just then, a huge manly voice streamed across the room, ordering everybody to freeze. For a moment, the entire room falls silent as everybody stares at this big bully who's there to school them. Knowing he's gotten their attention, the big bastard threatens to kill anybody who moves a muscle from then henceforth. In about a minute or two brutes speak up to let the big guy know that nobody's scared of his empty threats. One of them even goes as far as threatening to kill the guy if he moves a single toe. The big guy sighs and decides to show this idiot what he's made of. In preparation for the fight, the man rips his shirt and exposes his unique ability, which makes his arms much harder and stronger. The dumbass who talked big earlier suddenly cowers in fear after seeing how dangerous this big guy is. With a voice seething with rage and eyes red like that of a dragon's, the big guy lets everybody in the room know that the map is his. So, if they have a problem with that, then they should pick it up with him. With that, he tells the others to step aside and let him pass through. Before he gets far, however, another wriggly old voice tells him to stop his search and just hand the map over to him. The guy turns back to see an old geezer. Surprised by the boldness of the man, the big guy waits and listens to what the man has to say. The man introduces himself as Min Jong-woo, which means to be friendly and kind, and expects a formal reply from the big guy. Sadly, the big guy has no time for respect now. He tells the old man to get lost and stop disturbing his precious search, or else he'll snap his neck like the neck of a chicken. The man insults the big bastard for having a foul mouth and decides to return the threat. He asks the big guy what he thinks would be faster, him snapping his neck or the old geezer turning him into a lump of coal. Before he gets his answer, the old geezer cooks up a flare right in his palms, and the big buffoon soon recognizes that power has magic. He knows he's messed with the wrong person, but it's already too late for him now that he's gotten the man pissed. In a split second, the man spreads the flare to the big guy, and everyone watches the small lump of fire engulf the big guy's entire body, turning it into a huge lump of coal like the man promised. After teaching the big guy some manners, the geezer walks out on everybody and leaves the rest to his assistant, who shows up at that time to glaze the man's magic abilities. The old man calls his assistant, Miss Lee Yuri, and asks if she's already secured the items they'll need for the rest of the journey. When she says yes, he leaves her to wrap things up there while he gets on his merry way. Lee Yuri assures him that nothing's gonna go wrong on her watch. So, once the man's gone, she steps out to face everybody and brings out a small statue of Anubis, the Egyptian god of death. She then places the statue on the floor and breathes life into it, and this makes the statue grow as large as hell. Soon, the small harmless statue turns into a big monster that threatens to eat the heads of anybody who moves an inch. On a final note, Lee Yuri smiles and tells the others to play nice and be good. The other small fries start wondering why there are so many experienced players in there, asking if they've all awakened their powers or not. The next minute, the cowards drop the towel and decide to let the better players have the map and everything else. They're not prepared to die for something that might not be real. While Yuri erupts in happiness, her celebration stops abruptly when she hears someone nonchalantly walking in the shards of glass and ceramic on the floor. Soon everybody turns to see the chill dude walking through like nobody's business. Just then, Kang speaks up and reminds everyone just how stupid they are to make a mess of the museum. He then moves on to ask them if they have any iota of respect for historical artifacts and whatnot. He finds a piece of papyrus on the floor and picks it up, thanking his stars that these bastards didn't rip it apart. Around that time, Yuri gets pissed and calls Kang out for being so nonchalant about the situation in the room. When Kang glances back at her, she asks him if he thinks she's joking. Without getting any replies, Yuri goes offensive and urges her deadly servant to get Kang. Anubis throws his spear at Kang, fully expecting him to get torn to pieces by the sharp blade. To their surprise, Kang does not attempt to dodge the incoming spear. Rather, he deflects the spear from its trajectory with his bare hands and smacks it out of sight. Yuri couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. Not just her, but every other player in the room was busy wondering what the hell the new guy just did. Some of them were even worried about the condition of his hand after deflecting such a powerful magical spear barehanded. However, when they find his hand smooth, they're flabbergasted. Anyway, Kang understands the reaction he's getting from the stunned players, as he knows most of them don't even know his stats yet. More importantly, he needs to take care of this bitch in front of him so she doesn't waste any more of his time. To do this, he taunts Yuri and asks her what she will do now that her little puppy's gone. Yuri flinches and searches through her backpack only to bring out 4 more Anubis statues, each of them carrying different weapons. Upon getting these statues, Yuri uses the same magic trick on them and brings them all back to life. While she's at it, a system notification pops up to inform everyone in the room that the relic, the incarnation of Anubis replica, has awakened. For the most part, Kang is surprised to see a player that can do what Yuri just did. After giving her little plaything some life, Yuri turns to Kang and asks him how he likes his situation now, hoping his response will wipe that smile off his face. On the contrary, Kang gives her a mid-answer, telling her that the relics aren't that bad, considering how she's able to activate all 5 of them at the same time. By now it's pretty clear that she's not your average player at all. He also pauses to think about that old man and the things he did to that big goofball earlier using his magic. Kang knows he needs to tread carefully to avoid getting disturbed by those two sometimes in the future. When he snaps back to reality, he meets a very pissed Yuri, angry at the comments he made about magic tricks earlier. Any pro player knows that it took guts and skill to breathe life into 5 statues at once, but Kang calling her trick, average at best, was just way off. She just keeps glaring at him, as if expecting something to fall on him and kill him, but then Kang even makes things worse. He tells her that her trick earlier is somewhere between impressive and mediocre to be exact, further pissing her off. Yuri calls him a prick and a load of crap for not respecting true magic art when he sees one. Kang responds, asking her if that's what she thought about him, and Yuri says yes. Moving on, he decides to show her a proper demonstration of what true power means. To do this, he lifts the papyrus sheet he picked up earlier when he walked into the room and tosses it in the air. If the difference between their skills is too great, then it's hard to notice. For now, Kang will just have to show her who's boss before heading out. With the papyrus sheet in the air, Kang activates the relic, the pine tree and the tiger replica, and infuses them with some of his magic. After that, he leaves a smirk on his face as the ruler of the mountains morphs into its physical form. With the air in the room cackling with raw power, Yuri and the other players know they're in deep shit if they ever move a muscle. At the tiger's first roar, Yuri nearly shits herself. Once the physical transformation is complete, the tiger nicknamed the ruler of the mountains from the Joseon period shows itself, with its identity unknown. In response to the tiger's roar earlier, Yuri's Anubis statues growl like scared dogs. Kang, while stroking the tiger, then relates the Anubis dogs to desert jackals and asks if they dare bare their teeth at the ruler of the mountain. To test this theory out, he orders his tiger to devour the jackals. The tiger snarls at the dogs, sorry Anubis statues, and takes the fight to them. Over the next few minutes, both Yuri and Kang watch their monsters brawl it out like a chihuahua would a Doberman. After a few jabs, slashes, and punches, the ruler of the mountains finally gets to sink his teeth into the statues, finishing them off one by one. Yuri gets to watch Kang's tiger destroy her life's work in just mere minutes. She keeps on questioning her reality, asking herself how it was even possible for this tiger to exist in the first place. That's power, baby. She's heard there are various uses for each relic, but she's never heard of anything like this in her entire life. The magical energy alone is enough to make her feel like her skin is being torn up. Yuri stands there, trembling under the effect of a power far greater than hers. In the end, the tiger looms over her petite self and prepares itself to eat her up if she does anything funny. At that point, Yuri finally figures it out. She can't ever win against Kang. She gets on her feet and is disappointed by how far she's come. Initially, she was very sure she had an unbeatable hand, but this strange, mysterious bastard who couldn't stop that smug look on his face made her know that she was nowhere near strong. After a long pause, Kang stares at her and asks her to give him what he's searching for. At first, Yuri plays the fool, asking him to state what he's asking for out of the blue. Kang bends and asks her to give him Tutankhamun's mask. Yuri frowns, telling him that it's useless in Korea anyway. Before handing it over to him, She asks him what he plans to use it for, but then Kang doesn't have time to explain shit to anybody. Upon threatening her with the huge tiger, Yuri searches her backpack and finally gives Kang the mask. Kang soon gets a notification that he's acquired a replica of Tutankhamun's mask. Upon checking it out a little further, Kang realizes that he's secured the second relic he needs. Yuri continues asking him if he's after the Great Map as well, and Kang says he's forgotten about it. Now that he's gotten his second thing, he instructs the tiger to stand guard at the museum to make sure nobody follows him. The tiger lets out another roar to let the people know that he's the new guard of the museum. Following that, Kang gets himself ready to get the greatest skill in the Tower of Trials. Shortly afterward, Kang makes his way to floor 3F, a floor where special relics are being kept, and finds the old geezer who uses magic there. The geezer, though shocked to see Kang, wonders how he bested Yuri. Before uttering a word, however, he keeps his cool and waits for Kang to speak. Just then, Kang and the old man stare at the barrier in front of them and analyze it. Shortly afterward, Kang explains the nature of the barrier to the old man and tells him it's pretty easily weakened with offensive magic. After doing his analysis, the old man realizes that this barrier is like nothing he's ever seen before, as both physical and magical attacks are useless against it. Kang feels the barrier again one more time and finally detects the spot where the flow of magic is distorted. The next few minutes, he figures out the word he's to speak to get past the barrier: Carpo. Following that, he memorizes the word and tells the geezer to constantly use his flame magic on the barrier so he can keep the space open while he goes to collect all the relics he needs. Initially, the geezer chuckles at how Kang thinks he'll just keep the barrier open while Kang gets all the good stuff and he gets nothing, like a good little slave. On hearing how pained the geezer sounds, Kang promises to let him have the ancient magic map as a reward for keeping the barrier open, since he's in there searching for something else. Having heard everything Kang had to say, the geezer lets Kang have his way right after making him promise to deliver the map to him. With the stage set, Kang places his trust in the geezer's powers to keep the barrier open while he's inside. Soon after, the man activates his fire magic powers and pours everything in him into weakening the barrier long enough for Kang to get inside. Thankfully, after a few seconds of trying, the barrier finally cracks open, and Kang notices. In a split second, he shouts the word, Carpo, and leaps into the barrier. Once he's inside, Kang gets on to work on finding the relics while the old man hurries him to be quick about it. Before touching anything, Kang observes the state of the relics in that room, and soon realizes that someone's been there before him, and the person stole the engraved iron sword of Qianlong. Kang figures the guy must have slipped in when everyone else was fighting like idiots downstairs, and taken his thing without taking any risks. Also, Kang finds out that the guy was the one who put up the barrier in the first place to keep other players from getting into the relic room and stealing other precious relics. What an asshole! Anyway, now that he's long gone, Kang won't have any issues getting what he's truly after. After rummaging through the relics in the room, Kang finally finds what he's looking for and presents the final piece of the puzzle, the Sangpyeong Tongbo. For some context, the Sangpyeong Tongbo is an ancient currency used in Korea during the Joseon period, so it makes sense for there to be some magical powers in it. Now that he's acquired everything he needs, Kang prepares himself to create the greatest skill ever recorded in the history of time and space. Next, he prepares the ingredients needed to make the skill, which are the Persian ritual mold and Tutankhamun's mask. By combining the relics, Kang gets a special pop-up message, recognizing how compatible these relics are during the fusion process. Before their fusion is complete, Kang decides to add a third ingredient into the mix. To do that, he snaps the small rope holding the Tongbo coins together and sprinkles each coin on the combining relics. The resulting reaction causes a bright yellow glow that lights up the whole room. After several minutes of waiting, Kang finally gets his end product, the Eye of Trust. Kang takes a moment to admire the gleam on his precious new Eye of Trust, as he marvels at how something so small can hold such a significant value. He soon gets a system notification about the new ability. As it turns out, this rare new relic gives Kang the ability to view other players' information and tell apart their lies from their truths. The only downside to the skill is that he can only use it 3 times per day. However, if used in the right circumstances, then Kang might have just gotten his cheat code to speedrunning this Tower of Trials thingy. Upon harvesting the eye as his prize, Kang gets another system notification granting him access to a hidden quest. After combining 3 replicas of the B-grade tier to create an item of S-grade or higher, Kang met the requirements to copy and save countless skills in the world he's in. Not only that, but he can also combine every skill he's copied to create even stronger skills. With that said, Kang is satisfied to finally get all he needs to climb the tower and reach the top before anybody else. Soon after, he acquires the unique ability, Fusion, and gets to create his version of Memory of the World. Upon getting another description of what Fusion is, which is the ability to copy other skills, Kang gets a warning about the conditions of this new skill. If peradventure, the condition for copying the skill is too high, then some things will have to be modified by Kang himself before he gets to copy the skill. Around that time, the geezer, who's batshit tired, calls out to Kang and urges him to be quick with his stuff as he can't keep holding the barrier up much longer. Kang pauses again to think of his next move. Just then, he gets the crazy idea to copy the poor old man's fire skill. To do that, however, Kang realizes that he must get the old man, Min Jong-woo, to reveal his true self as he's always hiding his emotions behind a mask. In a nutshell, Kang needs to piss Min off. Shortly afterward, Kang intentionally takes much longer than needed to make Min annoyed at him. A few minutes later, his plan works as Min angrily tells him to get the fuck out of the room so he can stop using his powers to keep the barrier open. In response, Kang tells him to stop using that skill for now so he can rest easy. Shocked by Kang's response, Min looks at him, puzzled. Kang adds more salt to the wound by telling Min that he didn't need to use his powers in the first place. Min asks him to elaborate on his statement, asking Kang why he suggested he used it initially. Before answering that, Kang lets Min know that the word carpo, he shouted earlier, is a Latin deactivation spell he used to easily break through the barrier. So, in reality, the man did nothing but waste his time trying to disable the barrier. As Min stands there with a pissed-off look on his face, Kang stops to wonder if the man thought attacking an impenetrable barrier would even leave a scratch. To be honest, all Min ever did from the start was waste his freaking mana, and the worst part of it all is that the man was none the wiser. At least Kang took every precaution he was supposed to take to prevent getting into a fight with a magic user. Now that the old man's nearly out of mana, Kang needs to seriously piss him off even further. Since he already knows the tower's layout like the back of his hand, the so-called map, which supposedly has all the information regarding the tower up to the 10th floor, is completely useless to him. From there, Kang starts getting crazy ideas to just destroy the map to make Min, the old man, waste his time and effort searching for it. Moving on, he sparks up a lighter and points it towards the said map. Min, who could see what Kang was about to do, calls Kang out for going back on his promise. Kang turns back, sneering into the man's eyes, and helps Min remember that he doesn't need the map in the first place. So, if the map is of no use to him, then it surely isn't of no use to anybody. At that moment, Kang sets the map ablaze to reduce the chances of his advantage being put at risk by skilled players trying to get a spot in the limelight. Min screams his guts out when he sees Kang burning the entire map to a crisp. In a fit of rage, he asks Kang why he's burning the map, but just as Kang's about to respond, Min loses his shit and promises to kill Kang right after calling him a piece of crap. At that point, a systems notification informs Kang that he's already met the conditions needed to copy Min's skill. Without wasting any time, Kang copies Min's skill, the element of fire, and saves it in his book, The Memory of the World. Soon after, he gets a notification describing his new ability to control flames and raise his affinity for them. Following that, he absorbs the skill and faces his first enemy since this whole shit show started. Min, however, cooks up a giant flare and promises to make Kang regret ever double-crossing him. Moments before the chaos, Kang shoots back by asking the old man if he even cared to find out why he burned the map. With no response from Min, Kang decides to use his newly copied skill for the first time. He activates the level 1 skill and shocks Min with how intense his version of his fire magic is. Min pauses his spell to analyze Kang's power. He's pretty sure Kang's using the same technique as him, but the difference in their power levels is like night and day. Having seen what Kang could do with his magical powers, Min realizes that Kang isn't your average person or player either. He's different, and someone like him won't even need the map at all. After his sudden epiphany, Min summons the courage to ask Kang the million-dollar question, "Who are you?" Kang ignores the question and warns the old man to listen to him very carefully if he wants to climb the tower with ease. Min grants him the audience he needs, and Kang explains everything he needs to know to continue climbing the tower with ease. Once he's done with the man, Kang steps outside with his new powers and experience. Moving on, he thinks about the 4 high rankers, including him, who visited the museum earlier, and finally understands why most would want to reduce risks. After a quick stretch, Kang explains that even the most professional players can't get ahead by playing it safe. He then takes another look at his information and stats and smiles at how far he's come. Once he's done celebrating his small win, Kang continues encouraging himself to keep gaining as many skills and unique abilities as he can to make it to the top. Right after getting Min's powers earlier, Kang got in touch with Yuri and got her powers as well. Now, he's made them both into his pawns that he can order around freely. However, he still has a long way to go. He has to only prioritize and collect the abilities he needs, and avoid overwhelming himself with opportunities. For now, though, all the attractive and important opportunities are going to be his. Kang's moment of glory is short-lived as his stomach growls for some attention. Kang realizes he's not even had anything since the tower appeared in real life, so he starts craving soup. An hour later, he finds a soup restaurant and sees himself in. Once inside, he finds a bunch of people murmuring and chattering with their eyes glued to the TV. Naturally, Kang gets interested in finding out what's causing all the hubbub. Upon investigating further, he finds out that the murmuring people just found out about the incident at the National Museum of Korea, which left about 23 people dead and over 50 others injured. Currently, the newsman says the number of deaths is expected to rise as there's a higher number of people who sustained severe injuries. As for the cause of such a massacre, the man says the police suspect the group was targeting the artifacts being kept at the museum. Not only that, but he also states that the same incident has been happening in museums all over the world. Hearing this, Kang understands that the other world players must be getting ready to ascend the tower. Just then, the newsman plays the footage from the scene of the massacre, and everyone gets to see a blurred Kang fight Yuri's Anubis statues with his big tiger. After watching the Anubis statues get ripped to shreds by the big tiger, everybody gets confused over who this motherfucker is. One of them recognizes him to be the same guy who beat the life out of the mangrove tree earlier, and the others agree that the dude's got sick moves. Kang, on the other hand, gets irritated by how popular he's become lately. If anything, he has to find a better way to mask his identity. After showing the footage, the newsman informs the masses that the government just created a special department called the Association of the Awakened, and is currently trying to figure out how the Tower of Trials came to life, as well as why several civil servants suddenly gained special powers. Kang frowns at the government's attempt to stop them, and figures that they've already accepted this new change, especially with this new department they've created with people who've awakened unique skills. With the news still being on, the news reporter brings the head of the Association of the Awakened on air to give a speech on the whole matter. The man introduces himself as Han Sang-jin and states that he's there to recruit only those who've awakened. Although their positions are highly dependent on rank, Han states that the government is willing to break the bank just to serve their needs and control them. As for the person who's been appearing in the videos online, Han Sang-jin swears on his life that the government will support him in any way if he joins them. After watching the news broadcast, Kang listens to the idiots in the soup joint murmur and reveal just how jealous they are of the guy who's been promised everything by the government. He must be one lucky guy. Once he's had his fill of ignorant comments, he starts thinking about the government's plans for him. Now that he's figured out who the government is truly after, he needs to be very careful moving forward. Firstly, he's not as gullible as the government thinks he is. Simply put, no matter what he's offered, Kang would be doing himself a huge favor by remaining solo and avoiding too much interaction with useless people. One highly skilled player is far more valuable than 100 average players. Kang knows that, Han knows that, and the entire government knows that. That's the reason why he has come forward with such a vague offer to win the special player over. Following this thought process, Kang starts thinking about the skill Han has that made him head of such an important association. That, or maybe he's head of the association simply because he's played the Tower of Trials for a long time. Whatever it may be that got him into that position, Kang wishes it was a nice skill so he could copy it when the time comes. After hatching his evil plan, Kang snaps back to reality and turns to check the time to make sure he's not running late. As it turns out, the Tower of Trials will be open by 7 p.m. that night, and anyone who's not within the zone by then should kiss the game goodbye. About a few minutes to 7, Kang and a few other people make it to the zone on time. Once the timer hits 7 o'clock, he and the others get yeeted into the tower through a portal. Kang's first few minutes in the tower are met with nostalgia, as things suddenly start looking familiar in a world he once explored in a game. While the other people chatter and murmur amongst themselves, Kang smiles as he brings himself to believe that everything around him is real AF. When he stops glazing the world inside the tower, he continues analyzing the skill level of the buffoons around him. So far, they all seem like total noobs compared to what he's been through. Up next, the system's control issues a total of 100 coins to commemorate the player's entrance into the tower. These coins are the currency to be used in the tower, and can be multiplied by uploading personal achievement videos. For every 10,000 views, a player receives 100 more coins. However, the fee received from every view is largely dependent on the player's ranking. After mentioning the nature of the viewers, the system's control informs everyone about the live broadcast feature, and lets them know that it can only be used during a battle with the boss before moving on to the next floor. Before ending the broadcast, it warns every player against manipulating views and engaging in misconduct. Anybody who's caught will face the music fair and square. With that, the broadcast ends, and Kang acknowledges every single thing the system talked about in its short speech. Just as he's about to start his ascension to the top of the tower, Kang figures out the bridge between those currently in the tower and those spectating outside, and calls it the broadcasting system. It's a no-brainer that the viewers will automatically increase the view count of the players who have a higher chance of reaching the top of the tower, but then again, that seems to be the most exciting part of the Tower of Trials. When all has been said and done, the players start making plans on which exciting parts of the tower they get to visit first. While most of them choose to go to the Goblin Cave to farm coins, Kang chooses to go somewhere else. He waits for everyone to run towards the fun side of the tower, and pauses to think about how foolish and idiotic they all have to be to think the game will start them off that easily. Earning coins is easier for him since he knows the ins and outs of this tower. Even at that, he's not planning on uploading any videos yet because leaking all this knowledge he has in him just for a few coins is an even bigger loss in the long run. Once the crowd has cleared out, Kang picks up the pace and heads toward the road nobody would dare to pass. The first time he found out about the road about 6 or so years ago, Kang was at an impasse after trying desperately and failing to reach the 30th floor. Back then, he had to come back to scour the lower floors so he could gather the hidden pieces he needed to get to the next floor. Over time, he tracked his footsteps and went in circles several times before finally finding his answer in a ruin. In that single moment of realization, Kang finally finds out that the character he's spent years developing is flawed. Immediately after figuring it all out, Kang goes through a major identity crisis before finally deleting the character forever. The next time he created his character, though, he came back stronger and better by all margins. That upgraded character is the one that got him to the top of the tower. After the flashback, Kang leaves Ground Zero to get to Labyrinthos, a labyrinth with a B-level difficulty. Despite its location on the ground floor, Labyrinthos is as hard as hell and almost impossible to pass through. At the entrance, Kang gets disgusted after remembering all the shit he went through the last time he was there. Even at that, he stops and reminds himself just how important surviving a labyrinth like this is to the overall development of his skills in the game. Once he gets past all the negative feelings, however, Kang returns to normal and unlocks the big door to the labyrinth using magic at his fingertips. Soon, the door is unlocked and Kang makes his way into the labyrinth. Inside, Kang takes a moment to feel the scenery, smell, and atmosphere of the entire place. Everything looks the same, just like he remembers it. A few seconds later, the luminous moths rave the atmosphere around the place with their glowing, beautiful selves. Kang admires every single thing about this place as they almost make him forget how shitty this place was the last time he was there. Sadly, his moment of weakness is short-lived when a bunch of people show up in the same labyrinth he's in. Kang turns when he notices their presence and demands they introduce themselves. The girl, who appears to be the amateur leading the group, says hello in a friendly manner and introduces herself alongside the group as a few lost dumbasses who wander into the labyrinth while searching for a place to farm. Kang sees through her bullshit and suspects something fishy with her story. Apparently, they'd stalked Kang about 10 minutes earlier, back when he opened the door to the labyrinth with just his fingers. Having seen what the young man could do with just his raw power, the newbies were shocked at what they'd stumbled upon. They followed him just because he looked like he was onto something at their spawn point and were shocked at what they saw him do. After stating how surprised they were, the amateur leader girl, who happened to be a sassy fool, suggested they go after him before the door to the labyrinth closed up. Initially, her stupid suggestion was met with justifiable arguments as the others didn't know what they would get into. Sadly, the girl convinced everybody to follow Kang into the labyrinth so they could steal whatever relics he found there after fighting him. Firstly, he's a level 1 player who opened an entire labyrinth without a key, meaning the labyrinth shouldn't be that difficult to clear, so they have nothing to be afraid of, right? Well, that's how the lady got all her friends in trouble by following Kang into Labyrinthos. When they asked her how she planned on getting Kang to give up the relics, the lady said they would trap Kang and make the labyrinth his new forever home. After all, he's just one guy against all of them, so nothing can go wrong. So that's what happened, folks. Now, about 6 or so brain-dead McDonald's graduates set themselves up against their worst nightmare, a level 999 boss who can literally read their minds. Anyway, after her surreal introduction, the lady suggests they all move as a group so they can be safe in numbers. Kang, on the other hand, remains cautious and uses his hidden ability, the Eye of Truth, to find out her information and figure out what she's after. Once the Eye of Truth is activated, Kang gets her name and age to be Park Hana, a 22-year-old who's been to the 2nd floor of the Tower of Trials before. At the same time, Hana introduces herself to fit the description Kang is getting from her info log. Moving on, Kang checks out her skill and realizes she's a commune user who can also speedwalk and heal herself sparingly. The commune skill, in particular, piques Kang's interest as he continues to investigate what it's all about. As it turns out, commune is a skill that allows its users to be friendly with almost anybody right from the first time they meet. After just a few minutes of talking with the person, the caster can also erase the person's sense of uncertainty. To copy her skill, however, Kang is conditioned to spend at least 240 hours with Hana. By the end of the stipulated period, no other person can be with her besides Kang. Kang thinks about the usefulness of such skill and decides it's worth the risk of having a sidekick for 10 days. As both sides make progress on their plans, the other people accompanying Hana Park introduce themselves as well. The first one, Jang, played the first floor before he gave up. The next one, Lee Hyemin, also played the first floor. The third, Jang Mina, has been to the 3rd floor already, but as for the 4th and 5th, Cheon and Do, they're total noobs. After the introductions, Kang smiles and tells them his real name. Knowing fully well that they're going to stab him in the back later, Kang decides not to remember their names since they're pieces of shit anyways. With the small talk out of the way, Park Hana lugs herself with Kang, secretly activating her commune skill right before asking Kang to tell them how high he's gotten in the Tower of Trials. Thankfully, Kang got notified by his system that Park had secretly activated commune just to make him tell her more about himself. For the next few seconds, Kang fights the compulsion to be overly friendly with this shitty bitch. Fortunately for him, he wins the battle and shoves her aside after telling her nothing. If he hadn't known about her ability beforehand, then he might have gotten too friendly with her and spilled everything. Hana is surprised by this strange young man's reaction to her compulsive spell. She sweats profusely, wondering who the guy is to resist her commune skill so smoothly. Well, since he's obviously smart, Hana sheepishly asks her mystery man to tell them what monsters and features are in the labyrinth. Even that shouldn't be too hard for Kang to explain, and she was right. Kang sees no downside to explaining what they should expect. So, he prepares their minds and tells them that the labyrinth changes shape at certain times. Hearing this, Hana and the others ask him to come again, but before he does that, there's a little rumble underneath their feet which gets them startled. Before they know it, the entire labyrinth starts shapeshifting. Hana asks Kang to tell them why a labyrinth on the first floor would be shapeshifting like it's dangerous. Moments before getting her answer, the labyrinth shapeshifts and nearly crushes her. Fortunately for her, she's able to grab onto a ledge and hop on a safer spot in time, before turning into red mush. Elsewhere, another asshole nearly gets crushed by a boulder from the ceiling. Luckily for him, his friend called him back to Earth and helped him save himself before it was too late. Once the rumbling and shapeshifting stops, Hana and the others catch their breath before realizing that Mina's absent. Maybe she was crushed by a boulder with nobody there to save her. Nobody could tell at the moment. Anyway, Jang gets pissed and asks Kang why whoever's behind this gimmick would place such a tough labyrinth on the first floor. Contrary to what they know about games and trials, everything is usually easier at the beginning to help noobs like themselves get used to the game. Kang scoffs at such a lackluster attempt to silence them and asks the noobs if they've ever experienced a shape-shifting maze at least once in their pathetic lives. Hana replies, telling him that this labyrinth is too dangerous for a level 1 player, before telling them that they have to leave that instant. Moving on, she turns to Hyemin and asks if she can use her skill to find the exit. Just then, Hyemin tells Park that she lost control over her skill when the labyrinth changed earlier. Hearing this, Hana asks to confirm if Hyemin knows what she's talking about. When she gets her confirmation, the girls start arguing. From what he just witnessed, Kang understands that the noobs were relying on Hyemin's weak navigation skills to get through the labyrinth. Talk about stupid and senseless little shits trying to act all cool and big. Anyway, now's not the time to worry about those idiots as Kang knows what's coming next and has to prepare for its arrival. At that point, Hana's lost sense of accountability shoots up and she glares at Kang right before blaming him for everything that's happened to them ever since they followed him into the labyrinth. According to her negative IQ thinking, the labyrinth shifting earlier was Kang's fault, just because he didn't tell them about it before it all happened. She strides up close to him and gaslights him for nearly killing them for following him into the labyrinth. To make matters worse, the soy boys and sissies she brought along with her stroked her ego by also blaming Kang for their demise as well. Kang sighs after hearing their dumb comments about him, and asks them why they followed him into the dungeon in the first place. If they all had working brains, they needed to remember that Kang never forced them into the labyrinth earlier. They just wandered in thinking Captain America was coming to save them from their idiotic selves. Hana is taken aback as that's the first time someone ever called her out on her bullshit, but then Kang doubles down by letting them know that he never forced them to follow him in the first place. Just then, Cheon, your average nincompoop, throws a tantrum like a 3-year-old, calls Kang a jerk, and conjures a baton from his empty head to fight Kang. After muttering a few more jargon from his rotten mouth, Bro gets ready to throw it down with Kang. However, before he gets his chance, a familiar axe swoops in from his side and slices the upper half of his body, killing him instantly. Hana couldn't believe what her eyes just saw. She screams at the top of her voice, asking Kang to explain what just happened. Around that time, the boss of the first level, aka the Minotaur, shows up, destroying every single boulder in his path with his stomp and roar. After establishing his presence and getting its axe back, the Minotaur stares down at the noobs who just stand there, frozen and scared shitless for their lives. Hana had already lost every feeling in her legs, but just as they were about to give up, Kang the Savior lunged at the Minotaur and dodged one of the Minotaur's swing attacks. Hana, who initially thought the man was on a suicide mission, soon changes her mind when she finds him matching skills with the Minotaur. Upon evading an attack from the Minotaur, Kang acquires the hidden stat, Gap. Gap is a stat that reduces the level gap against significantly stronger opponents and increases the gap against weaker opponents. In other words, Kang just acquired another cheat code to ascend the tower. During the fight, Kang thinks about the points he'll have to give up just to activate Gap and make his fights much fairer for him. Currently, he can reduce the difference in levels between him and the Minotaur by 1 level after sacrificing 3 points. Still in the air, Kang grabs one of the Minotaur's horns and swings around it to land safely on the ground beneath him. After countless failed attempts to kill its enemy, the Minotaur gets even more pissed and lets out a roar that chills my spine. As for Kang, he notes that this gap skill was the only way for him to grow stronger at level 1, back when he was playing the game. During the Minotaur's next attack, Kang grins as he recognizes that exact swing the big ol' monster was using from the game. Since he's already gone up against the guy's attacks several times, Kang easily dodges this one to increase his gap stats by 0.05. Over the next few attacks, Kang dodges them all like clockwork, increasing his gap stats by 0.05 each time he dodges an attack. As the Minotaur's attacks grow stronger by the minute, Kang gives us an idea of why he's dodging them so easily. Although the Minotaur's attack looks like something from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Kang was still able to dodge them all flawlessly, and that's because he's a hardcore gamer. So no matter how strong the Minotaur's attacks are, they're all useless if it can't land one. At the time of the fight, the foolish spectators, Park Hana, and whoever's left get to see how strong Kang actually is. They soon start regretting trying to mess with the guy, as he has already surpassed their wildest expectations, whilst using only 10% of his total power. The ringleader of their little Girl Scout parade, Park Hana, finally admits how stupid and delusional she was to think she could steal from the man himself, Kang Jin-hyuk. As they continue admiring their hero, Kang just keeps dodging every single one of the Minotaur's attacks. "Too slow," says Kang as he taunts the pissed-off Minotaur to keep hitting him harder. Hearing this, the Minotaur roars at the top of its lungs this time and takes one more swing at Kang with its big axe. Right before dodging this swing, Kang places a risky bet on his life in a bid to get stronger much quicker. To him, the higher the risk, the bigger the reward. Upon dodging this attack, Kang gets nicked in the neck by the tip of the Minotaur's axe. For narrowly dodging this specific attack, he gets his gap stat increased by 1 level this time instead of 0.05. Sacrificing a little skin for a stat point is risky for sure, but then again, worth it. At least now he can activate gap and reduce the levels almost twice as fast. Upon gaining the stat point, Kang gets back up to continue dodging the Minotaur's attacks. After doing the same thing a few more times, Kang begins to feel like his luck's gonna run out soon. Before that happens, he needs to wrap things up quickly. Just then, he takes a quick glance at the supporting characters and figures they're trying to sneak out of the labyrinth without his permission. At that moment, the scaredy cats, Hana and Hyamen, are seen desperately trying to find an exit out of the crazy labyrinth. Hyamen begs Hana to figure out an exit path, but then Hana tells her to keep her hands on the wall till they eventually find an exit. Before she blinks, Kang appears behind her and asks her where she thinks she's going. Hana freezes and struggles to find words to tell the almighty Kang. Before she could say a thing, the Minotaur started coming towards them, and Hana became even more riddled with fear for her life. Before the Minotaur gets too close, Kang gives them an option to come join him if they want to get stat points. If they manage to avoid his attacks, then they get hidden stats. Moving on, Kang lets them know that evading the big guy's attacks is much easier than it looks, so they should give it a try. After all, sharing is caring, right? The next minute, the Minotaur gets to Hana and raises his axe for an attack on her life. Before the axe hits the frozen dead idiot, Kang yanks Hana out of the way and scares the shit out of the others. He then taunts them even further by encouraging them to dodge the attacks next time, letting them know that standing in one place is sure to get them killed. By this time, Hana was already crying like the little bitch that she is. Kang ignores the fool and faces the little calf he's fighting. Before the Minotaur's next attack, the labyrinth starts shifting again, but this time, the Minotaur seems to be the one in trouble. In a split second, the boulders start changing shape, screeching between spaces and crushing whatever's in their way. Once all the thumping, screeching, and sliding stops, Kang loses the Minotaur without even fighting it. In a fit of rage, the Minotaur lets out a roar and raises its axe, thumping it on the ground beneath it. Kang and the others could feel the quake from their side as the rumble resonated throughout the labyrinth. In the aftermath of the battle, Hana and Jang remain the sole survivors of the attacks, alongside Kang. Hana sincerely hopes they've lost the Minotaur and wishes it won't come after them again. Sadly, Kang explains to them that it probably will since he's already touched the powder from the luminous moths earlier. Shocked, Hana asks him why he would do something that insane to himself. Kang looks at her, puzzled, and says it's because he needs to raise his stats. Once the labyrinth shifts, he will finally rest and recover his stamina. Once he and the Minotaur cross paths again, then they will play with each other again. With that, he picks a small dagger, points it at the other two, and asks them if they find his strategy effective. Hana could literally taste the chills in her spine as she asked Kang how long he planned on doing things like this. "Well," Kang replies, telling them they have to do this till they make it out of the labyrinth in 1 month. The last remaining two weigh their odds and decide to separate from Kang. At least if they don't follow Kang for the next 30 days, then the Minotaur won't come after them. Kang reasons with them and lets them know they're telling the truth. However, if they're looking to go through the labyrinth alone, then it must mean they know which way to go. If anything, walking around the large labyrinth can be dangerous, especially if one doesn't know which way to go. Walking around blindly could be more dangerous than ever. Hana then asks him if he knows where the exit is, and Kang, while caressing his new dagger weapon, tells her yes, since he knows the labyrinth much better than anyone. By this time, Hana realizes that there's no way they can make it through the dungeon alone. As such, she acts bossy and tries to make it seem like she's settling for Kang. Kang takes note of this and lets her know that there'll be a fee for hitching a ride with him. While pointing his dagger at them, he orders both Jang and Hana to cough all their coins and give them to him if they plan on moving with him henceforth. In the meantime, other players continue to have fun killing goblins and posting videos of their battles online for their supporters outside the tower. One player, in particular, named Himosu, who is also a master of theatrics, becomes the new online fave as his battles get watched by over 1 million people in just a few hours and earn him about 1,000 coins. Not just that, but the comments and glazing by the NPCs fueled the player's ego. As Himosu watches his video and his popularity grows by the second, he becomes proud of himself and his team for buffing him up to that level. The nerd in the group glazes Himosu, telling him that he's now the talk of the town as everybody wants to know him. Following that, the nerd tells Himosu that he's already made 1,000 coins from the views alone and that their numbers keep rising by the hour. After taking in all that success, Himosu gives his partners an appreciation speech and dedicates the win to them. Having heard the appreciation speech from the star, one of them talks about the clever way they buffed him up without even appearing in the video. As the celebrations continue, disaster strikes with Himosu finding a naysayer talking shit about his speedrun and Himosu reacting positively to the troll's comments. As if that wasn't enough, the nerd sees something different on his screen. He calls their star by his last name, Myunghwan, and urges him to check out the new video that's just been uploaded to the Hall of Fame. As it turns out, the 5-minute video is from Kang, who was still an anonymous player at that time, and it was titled, World's First +10 Successful Item Enchantment. In just a few minutes since the video was released, it already had over 1.3 million views, and it tanked Himosu's video, which used to be the most popular, to be the second most popular video since the tower trials began. Seeing this, Himosu loses his mind and struggles to understand how a single person could enchant an item 10 times. Comments soon start pouring in as the video gains more views by the minute. Himosu, on the other hand, can't believe someone like this even exists. He just stands there in shock when he finds the view count increasing like crazy in just a few seconds. About 10 minutes ago, before the video was uploaded, Kang sent his new servants, Jang and Hana, to go out and pick supplies they needed to survive the night in the dungeon. Once they're out of sight, he gets started on acquiring the items he needs to upgrade his new weapon, the ordinary dagger. After taking a good look at the coins he has left, Kang buys 3 enchanted tarot cards, old and battered bronze key fragments, a wooden wheel fragment, and 10 lottery enchantment scrolls. Though they may seem like trash, Kang knows exactly how to use them. After purchasing these items, he combines the bronze key fragments, the tarot cards, and the broken wooden wheel fragment, all together to create an imperfect replica of the goddess Fortuna's Wheel of Fortune, which allows the user to raise his luck stats to max capacity for just 10 minutes, with the only 2 downsides being that the scope is limited due to its imperfect state, and also that the user can only use its powers once. After getting the Wheel of Fortune, Kang takes out his dagger, grabs the wheel, and spins it for a few minutes, making sure he doesn't exceed the limits set by the wheel. As the wheel starts spinning, Kang finally gets to increase his luck to max capacity for 10 minutes. Around that time, he takes out the 10 lottery enchantment scrolls and increases his chances of getting a weapons upgrade in all the 10 scrolls by 100%. This means Kang can now use those scrolls to upgrade any ordinary weapon by 10 levels for the next 10 minutes. With that done, he uses all 10 scrolls to upgrade the dagger by 10 levels, turning it into a mythical weapon of some sort. Once the upgrade is complete, Kang acquires a new version of his old dagger with a +10 level upgrade. As a reward for being the first person to achieve this feat on the Korean server, Kang receives 5,000 coins and gets his achievement video uploaded to the Hall of Fame. Shortly afterward, he tests out his new weapon. On day 10 of being stuck in the labyrinth, Jang and Hana were already stoked at this point. As they sit calmly, Hana recounts all the terrible things they've had to do for Kang ever since he bested them about 10 days ago. If anything, Hana was getting fed up as this wasn't what she signed up for when she came to the tower at all. While awake with her buddy Jang, Hana stares at Kang, who is fast asleep, scared that she's going to die if she continues with him. When she expresses her feelings to her partner, Yang starts thinking of a way out. Just then, the guild members Hana's been secretly chatting with all this time start telling her to give up and chill with some of the others, warning her against double-crossing such a psycho. Curious, she asks them if they were able to dig up any information about him. Unfortunately for her, the answer's no, as all his personal information and achievements have been blocked from the internet. Hana gets disappointed by her supporters outside and wishes she had more competent people working for her. After listening to their chatter for a while, Hana asks them if they've informed her brother about the situation in the labyrinth. One of the anonymous users lets her know that the guild is currently investigating the labyrinth, although it's been hard for them since there's almost no information on this labyrinth. For now, they're going to need about 3 weeks before they can come up with tangible information they can use in clearing the labyrinth. Hana falls deeper into her depression when she finds out she still has to endure the suffering for 3 more weeks. After she meets with the anonymous members, Jang asks her for an update from the guild. Hana tells him everything she was told and realizes that they're in deeper shit than they imagined. Seconds later, she suggests killing the freak while he's sleeping and hiding inside the crypt they found earlier to wait for her brother to show up so they can make it out alive. The only issue is how they're going to kill him. Just then, Jang picks up a rock and starts creeping closer to Kang to bash his skull in and kill him. Hana watches him carry out the act for a few seconds. However, just as Jang is about to do the act, she stops him and urges him to think things through. From what they know, Kang's reaction speed is inhumane, so whether they ambush or fight him, they have no chance of winning. Bro probably will spring up the second he's attacked and off them faster than they can blink. Jang understands her plight but then asks her what her plan is, seeing as they can't just sit back and let him keep using them. At that point, Hana rummages through her backpack for something her brother, who's in the Black Crow Guild, gave her to use anytime she's in danger. When she finds what she's searching for, she brings it out and calls it the giant zucchini bee stinger. Just 1 drop of its venom is enough to kill 100 trolls, so there's no reason why it shouldn't kill this bastard. If they're going to kill Kang, then they need to make sure the man can't come back to haunt them. For now, they wait for the right opportunity to poison him somehow. After waiting a few more hours, the 2 twerps finally get their chance at poisoning Kang. They have stir-fried mushrooms for dinner and secretly poison Kang's food before feeding it to him. Before taking a bite of the food, however, Kang senses something very wrong with the food he's being served. Since he can't trust those 2 with his life, he figures out a way to switch the food without them knowing. To do this, he complains about the food being plain and bland. Hana finds offense in his comments and starts talking trash as usual. Just then, Kang asks her to pass him the water behind her, and also turns to Jang Cheolsik to ask him for some more mushrooms and moss. For a second there, the duo are confused over why he would ask them for such things. Eventually, they decide nothing could go wrong with their plan at that moment. So Jang gives Kang more of his food and Hana gives him the water. Shortly afterward, Kang urges them all to eat their food. Hana sits there and watches both boys munch on their food like hungry bats. As Hana and her partner watch Kang eat the food on his plate, they watch in anticipation, as if expecting something to happen to him. Even the anonymous idiots Hana was secretly chatting with were all waiting for Kang to just fall and die. Immediately Kang swallows his first bite of food, Jang starts feeling funky. Confused, Hana wonders what could be wrong, but before she gets her answer, Jang's plate falls off his hands and he starts convulsing. In the next few seconds, Jang Cheolsik lands on the floor vomiting black goo and smoke all over the place. By then, Kang smirks and calls Hana an idiot for thinking he'll actually eat anything they give him. Shocked, Hana asks him if he knew it was poisoned, and Kang tells her he's known it all along. However, he was only able to switch plates with Yang when she was distracted earlier. Moving on, he also lets her know that he knows she's been secretly broadcasting their lives to some anonymous viewers the entire time, and since live broadcasting is against the rules except during a boss fight, she will have to pay the price. Hana goes defensive and asks him for definitive proof, thinking Kang has none. Kang starts by reading out the rule against broadcasting to Hana. After reading that, he presses the report button, waits for the pop-up asking if he's sure to report, and insults her for exposing herself so easily. By this time, Hana was sweating like a turkey about to be slaughtered for Thanksgiving. Moments before pressing the yes button, Kang lets Hana know that he's disappointed in her flimsy methods, so far as he knows she could have done better than be a piece of shit all her life. With that said, he presses the yes button and waits for the aftermath. If Kang was lying and the report wasn't valid, then Kang would have received a penalty. However, since he's obviously right, Hana receives the penalty instead. Once the system confirms Kang's accusations, it revokes the anonymity of every single viewer Hana was secretly broadcasting to. At that moment, Hana was secretly broadcasting her life in the labyrinth to 10 people who just had their arses exposed by an AI program. Hana watches in fear as everyone who once vowed to help her ascend the tower with ease disappears from her screen. After a few seconds, the system bans those 10 viewers from watching any videos for a month, and if they're caught again, then they will get permabanned. With her 10 fans gone, Hana gets the audacity to ask Kang where they went, not knowing her punishment is coming for her. When it's time for her to get punished, the system brings the Minotaur back to attack and kill her. Almost immediately, the Minotaur shows up and charges at her to do its job. Moments before the Minotaur gets to her, Hana turns to Kang and shamelessly asks if he's going to help her fight the thing again. She even goes as far as asking Kang to tell him where to go while trying to cling to his back. In response, Kang calls Hana a shameless human because she just tried to poison him less than an hour ago. But now that she needs his help, she's desperately acting like she's not a total bitch. He asks her to give reasons why he should help her, and Hana says it's because he's been the one helping her all this time. As Kang's about to give her a piece of his mind, his condition for copying her skill, commune, is finally met. Since he's already spent about 10 days with her and now has her all to himself, Kang can flawlessly copy her skill and dispose of her however he wishes. As the Minotaur keeps charging at them, Kang copies commune from Hana and saves it to his memory of the world book before letting her know that she's become useless to him. Hana gets super pissed off at Kang for the disrespect and starts blabbing all about her brother being part of one of the most dangerous guilds in Korea, the Black Crow Guild. By that time, the Minotaur gets to them and slams his axe on the ground where they stand. Thankfully, Kang leaped into the air to dodge the attack, and Hana avoided getting nicked by the blade just in time. While in the air, Kang lets Hana watch him do awesome things from the ground there. Maybe if he shows her how to deal with monsters like this one, she'll come to fear him and not that stupid guild of weaklings her brother belongs to. With that said, Kang clenches his powerful dagger, inhales some life-giving oxygen, and spirals down toward the Minotaur's neck to land a devastating attack. Unfortunately, that single attack was too shallow to unalive the big monster. Even at that, the Minotaur still took enough damage to weaken it a little bit. Following his recent attack, Kang soon realizes that he can't kill the Minotaur just yet. As such, he dodges a few more of its attacks and roasts it a little with some of Min's fire spell. Once the Minotaur recovers from the fire attack, Kang moves to its heels and damages some of the tendons there. This causes the Minotaur to go on its knees, shortening the height difference between it and Kang for a moment. At this point, Kang takes a breather and advises the monster to stop moving too much so it won't build up too much muscle. With that said, he grips the enchanted dagger and waits for the Minotaur to play his trump card before fighting it. Just then, the Labyrinth Guardian, the Minotaur, activates its trump card, a level 10 Berserk. Almost immediately, the Minotaur's body morphs into a much stronger and faster version of itself, emitting some green Hulk goo as it reaches its final form. Kang, on the other hand, stands on business and waits for the Minotaur's transformation to be complete before attacking it. Meanwhile, Hana gets even more scared as she wonders how in hell Kang plans on beating that terrible thing. Once the transformation is complete, the Minotaur's attack, damage, attack speed, and agility are all increased by 30% for 5 minutes. As an additional feature, the Minotaur also developed momentary intelligence, which enables it to use language and talk, all for 5 minutes, of course. Without wasting any time, the Minotaur calls Kang and makes empty promises to scatter his body parts all over the dungeon. As for Kang, he just stands and waits for his mana efficiency to increase. Once he gets that much-needed feel, Kang raises his dagger and prepares for a fight. The Minotaur draws first blood by taking a swing at Kang and landing his axe on him. Kang, who's already seen the attack coming, parries the attack with just his enchanted dagger and has the axe smashing into the ground. Frustrated by his failure, the Minotaur launches a series of attacks and swings at Kang, only to have it all parried away like they were nothing. Hana stands in the safest spot on the battlefield as she watches Kang do the impossible with nothing but a glowing dagger. Seeing as the Minotaur is now a boss-level monster, Hana knows her brother's guild can't do shit to it at this point. When she gets a closer look at Kang's face during the fight, she's even more surprised to find him smiling like he was enjoying himself with this fight. What she didn't know was that life was never easy for Kang either. For him to get to that level, he's had to fail both in the game and in real life. As he keeps parrying every single one of the Berserk Minotaur's attacks, Kang's gap stat points get up to 57, and he keeps acquiring even more stat points with each parry. A few minutes after another series of wordless battles, Kang finally lunges at the Minotaur to unleash consecutive attacks on it. Soon after, the Minotaur recovers from those attacks and prepares itself for a counter. Before unleashing his counter, the Minotaur lets Kang know that he's seen through his cheap tricks, so he shouldn't expect them to work again. With that said, the monster raises its fist to punch Kang in the back. After another quick dodge, Kang lands on the ground. On the Minotaur's next attack, it feels a certain quiver in its joints and soon realizes that its 5 minutes are up. At this point, Kang stands right in front of the Minotaur and lets it know that it's game over for it. As a punishment for using the Berserk skill, whenever it expires, the user will fall asleep for 24 hours. As such, the Minotaur falls into deep sleep mode and exits the fight in the meantime. Shortly after it's gone, Kang checks his gap stat points and figures he can now bridge up to 19 levels with the 57 stat points he's acquired so far. Since he still has 20 days before leaving the labyrinth, Kang realizes that he should meet his goal of 100 gap skill points if he keeps at this pace. At that moment, Hana calls him and asks him if it's already over. Kang, who's completely forgotten about her, remembers she's still there and tells her the Minotaur's taking a break. Once the labyrinth shifts and a day passes, the Minotaur will come for them again. He also lets her know that they have 20 sweet days left, and he plans on spending every single hour on increasing his stat points. Over the next 20 days, Kang continues fighting the Minotaur now and then, making sure to dodge and parry any attack every time. By the end of the 20-day run, Kang finally gets his gap stat points to 100 points. He's finally collected enough gap points to advance to the next floor. On the Minotaur's final berserk attack, Kang lands a devastating uppercut on the monster's chin and sends it crashing down on its ass. With problem number 1 out of the way, all that's left for him now is how to deal with problem number 2, Hana. Firstly, he stares down at her and talks about recruiting her into his hardcore gamer company. Firstly, Hana's confused as she asks for a better explanation, but Kang taunts her into thinking she's no longer needed. Hana freaks out and begs him to keep her as his employee. Kang then calms his balls and urges her to tell him what she thinks she can do for the company, going forward. Hana says the first trash that comes from her mouth, and Kang tells her he's already copied that. On her next try, Hana promises never to betray him, but again, that's meaningless. Since Kang isn't impressed, he threatens to unalive her. Fearing death, Hana begs for more time, but Kang isn't having that at all. Just then, in a split second, she splurts out something about Bram's ring and promises to give it to Kang. Apparently her brother was going to trade the ring for some special ginseng from a Chinese guild, but now that her life's in danger, he can have it. Having heard everything Hana just told him about the special Bram's ring, Kang figures he'll be having one of the best items one can find on the first floor for free. As for its uses, the ring's said to increase agility, magic resistance, and even reduce the magic of monsters altogether. Before accepting her offer, Kang uses the Eye of Truth to check Hana's credibility. Luckily for her, she's telling the truth. As such, Kang congratulates Hana for being the first intern for the hardcore gamer company. Moving on, he lets Hana know that the company currently doesn't pay their interns any salary, and that she'll have to rush to his side each time he calls for her, whether she likes it or not. Before letting her go, Kang tells her she's going to sign a contract with him to seal their deal. Surprised, Hana asks if she's going to sign a piece of paper or something. Just then, Kang takes out the skills, Commune and Element of Fire from his Memory of the World book and combines them to create an even stronger skill, Brand of Obedience. With the blue flames crackling in his hand, Kang grabs Hana on the shoulder and pulls his other hand towards her to brand her as his slave forever. As he does the deed, he welcomes her to the black industry and leaves his sign on her face. The blue flames leave Hana screaming like a baby from the pain. Now that she's been branded, Hana must obey his commands without question and mustn't harm him in any way. If she decides to disobey him, then she will experience excruciating pain throughout her body. A few hours after signing the contract, Kang and Hana successfully find the exit and become the first players to clear the labyrinth on the first floor. Hana's first breath of fresh air is exactly as you'd expect it, gasping and panting like she just got out of the sauna after 5 hours. Following their success, the system informs them that their achievement will be recorded in the Hall of Fame the next day, and as a reward for clearing the labyrinth on the first floor, they each get awarded 5,000 coins. Hana stares at her account balance with a wide smile of relief on her face. Sadly, she's not worth shit to Kang right now, as he knows she might go behind his back to backstab him with all that money in her possession. To avoid that, Kang calls her and demands she hand over all the money to him. Unable to disobey his commands, Hana gives Kang every single cent she was given. With over 10,000 coins now in his bank account, Kang knows he now has more coins than any player in the tower. Thereafter, Kang turns to his new intern and orders her to go get Bram's ring and bring it to him within 3 days. Hana complains, saying 3 days is far too little for her to get the ring. Unfortunately for her, this makes Kang reduce the time limit to just 2 days. As Hana's about to complain again, he activates that bluish glow, and soon enough, Hana's face glows red with Kang's fingerprint on her face. She instantly obeys her master and gets right on to doing her thing. Later on, Kang and his intern get out of the tower after spending a month there. While walking the streets, Kang stops to hear the news on the big off screen on a building. In a week, the Korea's representative guild, Dangun, will attempt to take on the third floor boss. Dangun's the #1 guild in Korea right now, and since the guilds from other countries aren't doing so well, everyone's got their sights set on Dangun not to mess things up. Moving on, Kang watches the reporters talk about China's silence on the whole Tower of Trials matter, and finds it suspicious that they're not communicating with other countries. One of the reporters just tells the other one to forget to ask other countries for help and put his faith in Dangun's ability to clear the third floor's boss. As for Kang, he gets concerned over why Dangun's rushing to get to the third floor. After giving their actions a second thought, Kang realizes they must be looking to monopolize the tower's numerous resources and keep the good stuff for themselves. However, if they don't calm down, they will regret their decision later on. Since they have about 90 days to clear each floor, it's far advisable for any player to build a solid foundation on the first floor before moving up to the next floor. If they don't, then they'll eventually hit a wall and fall victim to the pressure of the game. Since he still has a little time before getting back to the tower, Kang decides to collect information on what's happened during the past month. To do that, however, he needs to consult with people he can trust to avoid getting fed with fake news and bullshit. Knowing this, Kang recalls 2 people he's played the game with in the past and picks up his phone to contact them. 2 hours after chatting and discussing with them, the trio finally agreed to meet at a public place. The first person, Human Baldy from earlier, shows up and introduces his real name as Lee Tamey. The second, whose in-game name was Bulguangdong Nuclear Fist, introduced herself as Yu Yeonhwa. Kang's taken aback by how chill these two are in real life. He used to think most gamers were assholes, but after seeing these two look so calm and composed, he's happy he played the game with them. Before releasing any of his personal information, Kang uses the Eye of Truth to check their details. As for Lee Taemin, he's a 23-year-old on level 11 and has a total of 2,500 coins. His unique ability, Mechanical King, is next to none, and some of his skills are pretty decent. Kang's not surprised about Lee's unique ability, as he was pretty good with it in the game too. On the other hand, Yeonhwa is pretty much on the explosive side, as a 25-year-old level 12 female with amazing stamina and agility, alongside over 4,000 coins. It's no surprise that her unique ability is Earthquake Taekwondo, which is specially designed for proximity tanking and damage dealing. As for her skills, they're above average and good for surviving as well. Seeing as their levels are so similar, Kang figures they must have been hunting together, meaning they make a good team. To copy their abilities, Kang finds out he has to reach the 20th floor with them in one piece. Just then, Lee calls Kang and urges him to introduce himself. Kang snaps out of his soliloquy and tells them his name in IGN, Poopy Fart, only realizing now how idiotic he was 11 years ago. Moving on, Kang calls himself a former streamer who used to stream on Paprika TV, and this takes Lee by surprise, who's also been a fan of Paprika TV for a while now. Kang lets him know he's quit streaming, but then Lee tells him to relax and feel comfy with them since they've played before. Kang nods in agreement and compares these peaceful people to the shitheads who've tried to use him before. Now that he's finally found gamers like himself, he can rest easy. Over the next few minutes, the duo tells him all he needs to know about what's happened so far. Guild movements worldwide, streamer trends, and a weird group who call themselves the Demonic Ones, and go around kidnapping people to operate coin factories. Shortly after that, Lee asks Kang if he's taken the test yet, and Kang says no since he was somewhere else the past month. Once they fill him in on the details, the trio gets in a taxi to get to the test venue. On their way there, Lee explains the reason why the Association of the Awakened put forward the test. Since the casualties from the towers have skyrocketed, only those who pass the test can go up the tower. If Kang passes, he'll be given a barcode and added to the database. Kang sees through Han's elaborate scheme to reduce the number of lives sacrificed, all while recruiting skilled players. Since he has no choice but to do the test, he'll take advantage of the pathetic system the Association has created. Ever since its establishment, the Association has always favored those players with higher rankings. Those who rank higher than F rank are given offers from the government and high-ranking guilds. As such, 3 types of people gather at the testing site: those who desperately hope for a chance to ascend the Tower of Trials, those who are there to judge whether or not someone is qualified to ascend the tower, and those who just want to show off how good they are to the world. Around that time, Park Hana and her brother, Park Hajin, the rising star of the guild Black Crow, make their way through the paparazzi-filled entrance of the association's test venue. Behind them is Kim Gitai from the Guild Warriors, and he's instantly recognized by everyone. As they stride into the building, Kim gets irritated over why there are so many people there. Hajin says it's because a lot of people are hoping to strike gold, but then Kim doesn't have time to wait for anyone. So, he urges his bodyguards to clear those people standing in line so they can get their stuff done. He then reminds Hajin that he's there stressing only because of himself and his sister. So if they mess things up, they'll have to face the consequences. Hajin and Park Hana, his sister, nod in fear and promise not to mess up. By then, their bodyguards were already pushing everyone around. When they get to Kang, they demand he give up his spot on the line and make way for Kim and the Parks to pass through. Kang, however, lets them know that he's not moving a single inch since he got that spot legally. At this point, Hajin gets super pissed at Kang and gets to the scene to take care of him. He jabs his finger at Kang's shoulder, giving him one last chance to move before it's too late. By this time, people were already noticing the scene Hajin was causing. As the murmurs increase, Kang activates the Eye of Truth and figures out Hajin's information. Hajin notices him glaring and asks him why he's staring like that. Just then, Kang gets the copy conditions for his ability and figures he has to get Hajin to hate him to death before he can copy one of his skills. Seeing this, Kang smiles at how easy this is going to be. In the meantime, Hana notices her brother jabbing at someone's shoulder. However, when she finds out who the person is, she exclaims in shock as she never expected him to be there with her. She calls her brother, asking him to explain why he's causing trouble, but before Hajin can answer, Kang breaks his pointer finger. While Hajin screams out in pain over his broken finger, Kang sips some water to stay hydrated. Seconds later, Hajin regains his consciousness and rains all sorts of insults on poor Kang, who's just minding his business. Shortly afterward, he raises his fist and activates one of his special powers to give Kang a piece of his mind. With the tension in the air growing each second, people around begin to move back when they find Hajin taking his infamous stance. Kang, on the other hand, keeps cool and prepares himself for Hajin's attack. When it comes, he not only counters it but also kicks the shit out of Hajin's leg. all in one movement. In the end, Hajin is the one lying in pain on the floor. Since Kang was too fast with the kick, people standing just a few feet away from the two were confused as they didn't see Kang kick Hajin's leg. While the hubbub increases, Hana keeps wondering what the hell Kang is doing in the association's test building. Moments before things go out of hand, Kim Gidai shows up and orders everyone to stop talking. Up next, Kang checks him out with the Eye of Truth, and soon finds out the hard way that Gitai's level is way too high for his eyes to see after getting warning notifications and red alerts. Kang figures Kim must be at least over level 20 for this to happen. Moving on, he speaks up and calls Kim Hajin's babysitter. Rather than getting pissed by his comment, Kim doubles down on the sarcasm and lets Kang know that while Hajin's a handful to manage, he does have his uses. Kang takes note of the phrase and asks Kim if he knows anything or two about the Goryeo ginseng that his guild supplies to China. Shocked, Kim asks Kang to explain how he knows about that. In response, Kang tells Kim that the how doesn't matter. What matters now is how they deal with the side effects of Goryeo ginseng. Before Kang continues spilling all the guild's secrets, Kim activates a level 3 blackout barrier to engulf himself and Kang so nothing they discuss henceforth is heard by those around them. As the barrier encloses Kang and Kim, Lee Taemin and Manhwa rush towards Kang to get him out, but unfortunately for them, they don't get there in time. Now inside the barrier, Kang states his conditions for the deal. If Kim can reveal information on 10 of their exclusive dungeons around the world, then he will give them all the information he has on the Goryeo ginseng. Before proceeding with the deal, Kim asks Kang how he can prove that his information on the ginseng is accurate. Just then, Kang begins the crash course on what Goryeo ginseng is all about. After describing the physical structure, Kang tells Kim that it's an edible item useful for recovering stamina and mana. The only side effect of this useful item is that it can cause mana poisoning if taken raw. By now, he's probably sure that the side effects are giving them hell currently. Thankfully, there's a cure, and Kang names 3 ingredients Kim needs to make the cure: Carasian juice, moonstone, and mandrake root. Moving on, he tells Kim that he knows his team is having trouble finding mandrake roots. Luckily for them, he knows where they can find some to use, but before he can do that, Kang needs to hear Kim's take on what he just said. Based on everything Kang said, Kim fact-checks the information, and soon realizes that it matches everything the guild's researchers found. Surprised by the new guy's knowledge, Kim accepts his condition and makes a deal with Kang. Moving forward, he warns Kang against doing any funny business behind his back so he doesn't end up facing dire consequences. Soon after, Kim thinks about Kang's condition, and realizes giving up 10 dungeons just for that little piece of information is too high a price to pay. As such, he draws the line and tries to state his conditions, while pointing his yellow glow. Just then, Kang fires back and lets Kim know that he's the one making offers and giving chances, not Kim. In the meantime, Manhwa and Lee Taemin continue kicking the shits out of anybody trying to disturb Kang and his moment with Kim. Upon kicking one of the guards, Manhwa stares at the rest and commands them all to step back if they still want to keep their balls intact. Minutes later, Kim's barrier is deactivated and Kang steps out unscathed. The concerned duo asks Kang if he's okay so they know what to do with Kim and his people next. Kang waves them off after assuring them that he's fine, even lying to them by saying Kim was more reasonable than he thought. As Kim walks out of the building, Hajin calls him back and asks if he's just going to let Kang go with the disrespect. He then asks for one more chance to deal with Kang and show him who's boss, but then Kim grabs his neck and lets Hajin know that he's no match for someone like Kang. Before putting him down, Kim threatens to shit on Hajin if he ever acts out on his own again. Once Hajin gets the warning loud and clear, Kim drops him and moves out. Thereafter, Hajin wonders what could have happened in the barrier to make Kim respect Kang like this. Now it doesn't matter as he's going to do everything in his power to kill Kang, no matter what. Around that time, Kang meets the conditions to copy Hajin's skill, so he picks the D-level skill, Shallow Breathing, which allows the user to control a target's breathing and heart rate and copies it. Shortly after copying it, Kang heads into the testing area, feeling like a boss, to take the test. At the entrance, he finds Park Hana's score ranking first so far and is impressed by how far she's come to get such a high score count. Once he's inside the evaluation room, the instructor tells him to hit the magic crystal in front of him using any technique he wants, as they're just measuring his potential and whatnot. Kang takes out his dagger and prepares it for a swing. The instructor, upon noticing this, asks Kang if he's okay using a dagger, and Kang tells him yes. With that said, the instructor gives him the go-ahead to get shit done, but then Kang ignores the smaller crystal and gets close to the bigger one. Seeing this, the instructor advises Kang to avoid hitting the intermediate crystal as that's too hard for most people to hit. Just then, Kang activates his stat, Gap, to the max, takes his stance, and swings his dagger at the crystal, cutting it into 2 perfect halves. The instructor, seeing this, asks Kang how he could slice an intermediate crystal clean in half, as this is the first time he's seen something of this nature. Moments later, Kang's results come out and the instructor gives him an S rank. The instructor gets ready to send a report to his superiors, but then again, Kang tells him to hold on and only send the report after a week. The instructor asks him to come again, but this time, Kang threatens to do something bad to his life if he doesn't hold off on the reports. Eventually, the instructor obeys Kang and holds the report for a week. Upon finishing his business in the evaluation office, Kang heads out of the room and finds Park Hana standing right there. After the small talk, Hana hands over the item she promised him, Bram's ring, and waits for him to make his comments. Kang collects the ring and makes sure to check its information to make sure it's the authentic one. Soon after, he congratulates Hana for completing her first job and activates the mark of obedience on her face. Hana then begs him to remove the mark now that she's kept her promise, but then again, Kang can't trust her yet, so he leaves it there and heads out of the building. Before leaving, he lies to Taemin and Yeonhwa, telling them his results came out as an F-rank warrior and telling them he will try again next week as that's a temporary rank. That eases Taemin and Yeonhwa's minds, so they stop talking about that. Moving on, they ask him about the second test, clearing a dungeon, and wondering what he will do about it. At that point, Kang leaves them with a vague answer and enters a taxi. On his way, he starts recounting the details about the first and second tests, claiming that while the first test is to classify one's ranking by measuring magic, only those who pass it can move on to the second test. Not that it's tough though, as clearing the dungeons in the tower is one of the easiest things to do. Since the level doesn't matter, most people will choose ones with goblins and orcs. As for him, he'll be going to the ruins only on the first floor, as it's been untouched for a while now. The Corridor of the Corrupt, as he calls it, is the next place Kang prepares to visit for his next second test. For now, he disguises himself as a guild porter and finds his way into the Tower of Trials for his next run. After a few days, Kang manages to sneak into the mountain's ruins on the first floor of the Tower of Trials, disguised as a porter for a guild since he can't be allowed to get into the ruins alone as an F-rank player. As he walks with the other loser bunch, someone takes an interest in him and asks him how he ended up there with the other porters. Surprised by the question, Kang says he's there because he needs money to support his lifestyle. This lie works as the old man smiles at Kang and lets him know he's not alone. Moving on, the man explains he's there to make enough cash to feed his family. Kang knows the man's nonchalant because saying shit like that to just anybody will get you killed in this world. After that, he warns Kang to be very careful as they can die from making just one wrong move, and since there are electronics or ambulances, there's no telling what can happen. Kang assures him not to worry about dying as he can assure him that everyone there will make it out of the ruins alive. The man's a bit shocked by Kang's confidence, but he still thanks him for the sweet words and compliments his ballsy nature. Soon after, an exclusive quest pops up for the strike team of the guild Kang's working for. To complete it, they have to clear the ruins and defeat the boss monster in the deepest reaches of the ruins. If they defeat the boss, then they get to choose one relic they'd like to keep. Otherwise, they're in deep shit. Moments later, Kang and the other porters finally arrive at the rendezvous point for the guild's strike team. While they all get some rest, Kang receives a special reward for being the first person to conquer the tower. This piques his interest as it opens it and finds plus 10 upgrades for his luck and adaptability stats. Also, he acquires a unique ability, Cold Heart, which allows him to maintain composure during intense situations at the cost of his human emotions. Even after getting such a cool, unique skill, Kang still unlocks yet another passive skill, Monopoly, which lets him receive the best reward available if he can claim the final reward without sharing it with others. Having received all these skills and rewards in just one go, Kang admires his rewards, and a bright light illuminates the space in front of him. In seconds, the strike team is teleported to that exact location they're in. Upon the completion of the teleportation spell, the strike team leader, Cheonhwa, complains about the dizziness he gets from the teleportation and does a head count. Once he's sure all 50 men arrived safely, they step off the platform. Almost immediately, everybody's gaze is fixated on them, even Kang's, as he's eager to get a read on the leader. He activates the Eye of Truth and figures the leader's name out to be Song Cheonhwa, a level 14 player with decent stats and the unique ability, Item Weight Lightning. As for the copy conditions, the system tells Kang to earn Cheonhwa's loyalty during the raid first, before he's allowed to copy his ability. Kang knows this is the hardest one yet, as he's not sure how to go about earning a proud bastard's loyalty in a freaking raid. Then again, he stops to think about why the leader of such a prominent guild strike team is that weak. Well, as of now, that doesn't matter as long as Song doesn't slow him down. Over the next few days, the porters continue walking the entire journey to get to the advance team in the ruins. When they finally get there, the magician lights an orb to reveal what lurks within the darkness. Upon lighting up the space, the others are finally able to see the harsh reality of the ruins as they find the bodies and remains of both monsters and fallen heroes. As they press on, the porters notice the monsters the advance team crushed earlier and thank their stars that they're still alive. As one of the losers starts raising his voice, another person tells him to shut the hell up so they don't wake any sleeping monsters. Over the next few scenes, they tread carefully till they finally reunite with the advance team. There, Kang is shocked to see everybody looking fresh and without injury. He soon gets carried away, wondering how they look so good until he's smacked in the back by an angry fella, who's about had it with lazy porters. Apparently, Kang had forgotten he was posing as a porter, so the man reminded him to pass some ice water to the foreigners, who helped defeat the monsters. Before doing that, Kang checks the foreigners out and notices the symbol on their armor to be from Guild Zion, a small group of elite warriors. He then notices one single warrior with a slight build standing out and decides to hand out ice water to that particular person so he can befriend them. When he gets the attention of the warrior, he commends their work in the ruins and urges them to drink the water. While he's at it, he activates Commune and finds out that the target has a slightly favorable impression of him so far. When they remove their helmet, Kang gets to see what a wonderful beauty the warrior is. He instantly recognizes the lady warrior to be the youngest daughter of the Lorenzia family, a European noble family. According to what he knows, she is an all-rounded player who wields divine powers and possesses great attack, defense, and healing skills. Also, she's the hero who saved Amsterdam from becoming a wasteland due to an outbreak. To crown it all up, she's almost the most famous player across Europe. If he remembers correctly, her name is Teresa de Laurencia. Now Kang knows why nobody was harmed during this first raid, as her abilities are most effective when facing the undead. Anyways, he activates the Eye of Truth to see her information and find out why she's not on the 3rd floor yet with the other hotshots. Again, he gets the red alerts since the difference in their level is too high. Just then, his luck and adaptability stats cancel out the level difference, enabling Kang to see her information window. He then activates a level 2 Eye of Truth and finds out that she's currently on a quest with these bozos to obtain a class. Not just that, but she's also got the Blessing of the Stars as a unique ability. Everything else is exactly as you'd expect for a level 29 warrior. To copy any one of her skills, Kang has to rescue her from a life-threatening situation and make sure she's truly indebted to him. Kang gulps as he soon realizes how hard life's about to get for him. When he notices the class quest, he finally understands why she's there with the small fries instead of being up there with the other hotshots. After drinking the entire cup, Teresa returns the empty cup and thanks Kang for the water. Kang speaks normally to her and appreciates her even more for being there and giving him a chance to copy the Blessing of the Stars, the best unique ability amongst other holy knights. The only problem in his plan now is how to stage a situation where she seems to be in danger so he can save her. Minutes later, Song Cheonhwa is called to check something out. When he gets there, he finds out that the people who were keeping an eye on the Guardian were all taken out and they're too late. Moments later, they realize that the Guardian of the Ruins is now watching the intruders, and they have 10 minutes to get the hell out of there or face the wrath of the Guardian. Since it's already too late to point fingers, his mind races as he tries to figure a way out of this mess he's in. He can't fight them with his current manpower as it'll be suicide, and he can't quit, or else people will think lowly of him. Eventually, he makes his decision and tells his subordinates to keep moving. Despite all the warning signs by his men afterward, Cheonhwa urges his bro to shut the hell up and follow him. If things go their way, then they'll win without backup. After all, they have the Saintess Teresa on their side. Following the leader's decision, the warriors warn themselves to be ready to face anything that comes their way. One of them tells the other not to be scared of whatever's coming for them, as there's no way Cheonhwa won't have a plan. The scaredy cat asks the arrogant bastard if he's sure about that, and another solo player says they can trust the strike team's leader to lead them towards the right path. Just then, a guardian shows up behind the idiot talking and squishes him into red mush. The others soon realize that they're screwed, so they gear up and prepare themselves for battle. Before the Guardians get to them, Cheonhwa takes charge and immediately starts creating a battle formation. Without fail, he orders all tanks to move to the front to defend the others, and at the same, urges all porters and non-combatant personnel to fall to the rear side so they can be safer there. With no time to waste, he makes sure everyone gets to their stations within 2 minutes so they can be ready for the Guardians once they show up. While the move goes on, Cheonhwa moves to the dealers and orders them to buff the tank's powers to the max, all while saving their mana for any surprises. In a few seconds, the tanks get amped up and ready for anything that comes their way. Also, Cheonhwa activates a level 3 Iron Shield skill, as well as a level 2 wedge formation for himself and the rest of his men, all in preparation for the Guardians. Moments before the chaos begins, Lee Yunmi, a magician amongst them, activates a level 2 warrior's song skill, which further increases the attack power of the warriors on the battlefield. Seconds after that, the whole room begins to shake as the Guardians all approach the intruders. Cheonhwa gives his men one last command for them to maintain formation. At that instant, armored Guardian giants arrive on the battlefield and begin the war against the intruders. The first person to get hit is Cheonhwa, but fortunately for him, his shield and formation were enough to completely defend against the Guardians' attack. The next minute, about 5 or 6 other Guardians attack the formation from all sides, and in just a few seconds, the solo players get stranded. Scared shitless, the solo players, who are not part of the formation, scream out for help from the captain so he can send in tanks and healers to protect and heal them. Cheonhwa gets the message but then decides to ignore them since they're not part of his team. As always, there's bound to be casualties, but then Cheonhwa would rather prefer that the casualties come from the solo players who don't know how to work in a team than his guild members. As such, he abandons the solo players and urges his guild members to continue facing the monsters ahead of them. Knowing fully well that they've been abandoned, the solo players accept their fate and surrender their lives to the guardians. Just as things are about to go sour for them, Teresa, the Saintess, shows up after activating the level 4 skill, Sign of the Cross, and destroys all 3 guardians, threatening to off the solo players. Shortly afterward, Teresa takes a peek at the rear side of the battlefront and soon notices that about 2 other guardians slipped past the main strike team. This means that the non-combatants are in danger, and if she doesn't do something about it quickly, then they will die as well. So, she dashed straight for the rear side, not knowing that she was already too late. Moments before Teresa's arrival, the rear supply team faces a fate far worse than the warriors fighting up front. Just seconds after the Guardians' invasion, almost every porter who came along was already dead, with more of them getting severely injured by the minute. A few meters away from the massacre site, the man who befriended Kang back when they just got into the tower sits his arse down, injured, and smiles at a Guardian that's about to chop his head off. Luckily for him, Kang gets to the scene as quickly as possible and knocks down the Guardian before it can finish off the man. The man stares at Kang in disbelief, as he never for once thought Kang was hiding his power all this while. Kang gets his 2 seconds of recognition as a background character and spends it all gloating about the promise he made to the man earlier. Soon after, the Guardian gets back up and readies itself for another swing at Kang. Kang sees the attack and dodges it just in time before activating the Element of Fire spell to use on it. When he gets his chance, Kang blasts the Guardian to smithereens, making sure to avoid killing it completely. Currently, he has to stay at level 1, so he needs to avoid finishing any low-level monsters to avoid collecting too much XP. While thinking about the fool who woke the Guardian up, Kang turns to the man to check up on him and make sure he's okay. Moving further, he realizes that the bastard who activated the Guardian doesn't have anything to gain at all, so why would they just do it? As he thinks his way to the answer, Teresa stomps into the scene and carries the wounded man away from Kang. After getting the man to safety, she opens her dirty holy mouth and starts accusing Kang of threatening a non-combatant with a dagger. As if that wasn't enough, she moves on to blame him for waking the Guardians and promises to restrain him with all her power. Shocked by her stupidity, Kang tries to explain himself, but Teresa attacks him out of question and urges him not to resist her attacks as she doesn't want to hurt him. Kang still tries talking to her amidst the fight, but then Teresa tells him to defend himself at the association when she's done with him. After several more attempts, Kang soon realizes there's no reason with an angry bitch, so he shoves her to the ground and points his dagger at her face. Now that he's got her attention, he lets her know he didn't awaken the Guardian, as if he was the culprit, then he'll have killed her moments ago. Around that time, the man Teresa took from Kang screams out her name and lets her know that Kang was the one who saved him earlier, not the other way around. Hearing this, Teresa gets very sober and starts apologizing like crazy to Kang for being stupid earlier. Kang lets her off the hook this time and continues doing his thing. After apologizing, Teresa asks Kang why he's hiding his identity from the others. Rather than giving her a tangible answer, Kang tells her his reason is similar to her own. Thereafter, he tells her that he knows she's been using the Guild Zion as a smokescreen to secretly get Peter's Covenant for her class quest. He's also on a mission to find something without others finding out about his mission. Teresa's stupefied, as she never would have thought Kang would even know that. Moving on, he lets her know that he can clear the ruins and would love to work with someone like her. Since the items they're looking for are probably in the same place, Kang asks Teresa to let him accompany her on her secret quest. Before giving her full response, Teresa gets to Cheonhwa and asks if he could let her move separately from the rest of them just for a short time. Well, initially, Cheonhwa refuses to let her leave the main strike team as he fears they'd be lost without her, but then Teresa reminds him that the map they have covers about 20 kilometers of the ruin, and since almost everyone knows how to clear the ruins, her being gone for a while won't change anything. Moreover, there are clauses in the contract that allow her to do as she wants for a good cause. Cheonhwa tries to argue the facts, but then Teresa gives him a stern look, as if warning him not to even go there. Eventually, Cheonhwa lets her go on the condition that she returns to them before they reach the point that hasn't been mapped out yet. Teresa thanks him for the opportunity and promises to be back before that. Before leaving, she asks Cheonhwa to let her pick a porter to move with. Cheonhwa gives her the go-ahead to do so, and Teresa searches amongst the porters for Kang. The powerless porters all move away so they don't get picked, but when Teresa starts taking her sweet time searching for Kang, Kang raises his hand and offers to go with her. Just then, a few other losers and failures in life try to advise Kang against following his heart, as they all thought he was following her because he was in love with her or something. Kang thinks of a lie to tell them so they can leave him the freak alone. Since they already got the wrong idea about things, he doubles down on the bullshit and puts a display for the geezers to look up to. After setting the mood, he somehow lets the geezers know that he wants to burn for the person he loves. When they ask for a plausible explanation, Kang screams out, telling them that this is the moment he must burn for the one he loves. Even if he's not strong enough and dies in the process, he still wishes to go. This charade moves the hearts of the geezers around him, so they all let him follow his heart, adoring him as the last romantic of that pathetic generation. Finally relieved to have fooled the geezers, Kang joins the puzzled Teresa as they trek to their next big destination. After walking for a few hours, the duo finally arrive at a tomb filled with undead monsters. Seconds after their arrival, Teresa notices the sarcophagus enclosed within a red barrier in the center of the tomb and calls Kang's attention to it, telling him that Peter's covenant is hidden inside it. Upon seeing it, Kang asks her if she knows how to disable the barrier around the sarcophagus. Luckily for them, Teresa says yes. Just as they're about to begin their plan, they each get a red alert from the system, telling them that the Master of the Corridor of the Corrupt is watching them. Seeing this, Kang figures they just received an indirect message from the boss monster and pauses to wonder why the monster will show any interest in players now more than ever. Around that time, Teresa asked him if he could also see the red alert message she had received earlier. When Kang says yes, Teresa tells him she thinks it's from the boss monster. However, what she can't decipher is why the thing is watching them. Does it mean it's acknowledged by them? At that point, Kang interrupts her and tells her that the monster has acknowledged only him and not both of them. Surprised, Teresa wonders why Kang's so confident in himself. Rather than hate the cocky guy, Teresa asks Kang if he truly knows all the ways to clear the ruins. Kang replies, telling her that he's cleared the ruins before in the game, but it's been a while since he last came there. Just then, there's an awkward silence and Teresa breaks the silence by asking Kang to tell her what he thinks she should do. After explaining his plan to her, Teresa leaps to action. To carry out the first phase of the plan, which is distracting the small fries, Teresa activates Battle Song to increase all her stats by 3 points for 10 minutes. Soon after, she goes over the plan Kang explained to her earlier and gets on to do her part. The next minute, every monster in that room turned their sights towards her. As they charge towards her, Teresa raises her sword and takes a unique stance to emit divine power, so the undead monsters can lose their minds. Without wasting any time, she activates a level 5 skill called Divinity Reinforcement and lets the yellow divine light around her shine much brighter than it should. The bright light causes the undead monsters around her to lose their shit and go even more berserk. With her plan working just fine, Teresa slices through a good chunk of them in one fell swoop and moves in to continue attacking the rest. While she continues killing the undead monsters, Kang sees his opportunity and yeets himself to the barrier around the sarcophagus, stepping on the skulls of the undead monsters while he's at it. Since most of them are focused on Teresa, Kang can avoid having to fight them and risk leveling up. Unfortunately for him, as he's about to get to the barrier to work his magic, black lightning appears out of nowhere and nearly strikes him to death. Kang dodges the lightning just in time and soon stops to notice who their new enemy is. As it turns out, the hidden dead of the ruins, Elite Lich, just appeared on the scene and so far, he's the baddest motherfucker nobody, even Kang, should wish to fight. Upon its arrival, Kang recognizes the nature of the monster facing him and welcomes it in his way. Before the duo gets to see eye to eye, a guardian Durahan shows up and attacks Kang all out of the blue. Kang dodges again and wonders why Durahan is even there to begin with. This isn't how the event played out in the game. Did the pattern change because he brought Teresa with him? Kang wonders as several thoughts race through his mind. If that's the case, then Kang figures he needs to be very careful when considering any changes to scenarios next time he goes on another secret mission. Just then, Elite Lich's black lightning strikes Durahan and shatters the crazy guardian to pieces. This makes Kang remember just how dangerous Lich's lightning can be. If they're not careful, even the most seasoned players could die if the lightning struck them. With that said, Kang keeps his wits about him and prepares himself for Lich's next attack. Before it comes, he stations himself in between Lich and the red barrier protecting the sarcophagus. So, when the lightning attack comes in again, this time, Kang dodges it and allows the same attack to hit and destroy the red barrier. With the level 5 magic barrier destroyed, Lich gets frozen in place, and Kang rushes towards the Guardians to take the rest of them down with his enchanted dagger. When he's done with them, he realizes that he might have killed a little more than necessary. Before doing anything, he checks up on Teresa and realizes that she's almost done with destroying the undead. Now, he has to face the large skeleton in front of him and finish it off. Just as he's about to proceed with his plan, someone shows up from behind and slices the skeleton's body cleanly into equal halves. Shocked, Kang keeps his cool as he tries to figure out who could have stolen his kill from him. Just then, someone's voice emanates from the shadows, stating that he's finally found his arch-nemesis, Kang. After crushing what's left of Lich's skull, our John Doe starts yapping and telling Kang that he knows he's the only person who can predict the behavior of monsters. Moving on, John Doe says he knew that he'd be there, As the man's face comes to the light, he lets Kang know that he's been searching for him for so long. Kang keeps a stern face and tries to remember the man's face. After trying and failing for so long, Kang finally asks the million-dollar question, "Who are you?" This reply takes the other man by surprise, and he asks Kang again to know if he's telling the truth and he truly doesn't recognize him. Before responding to the guy, Kang activates the level 2 Eye of Truth with the luck boost to discover that he's a level 29 male named Cheon Yushong, also a seasoned swordsman with the unique ability, Song of the Sword. Upon checking his other normal skills, Kang checks the copy condition and finds out that he has to challenge the bozo to a sword fight and defeat him fair and square. Furthermore, Cheon seems to have the engraved iron sword of Qianlong, which was missing from the museum. If he has that, then that means he's the shithead who used to challenge him repeatedly back when the Tower of Trials was a virtual reality game. Around that time, Cheon starts yapping at Kang as he feels bad that Kang doesn't remember him. Kang lets him know how pathetic his life as a gamer was for always coming back to challenge him despite losing every single time and urges him to just give it up already. As we know it, the bastard challenges Kang to another sword fight, promising that things will be different this time. Just then, Teresa runs towards Cheon to take him, but he just scoffs, activates his level 5 battlefield selection skill, and creates a wormhole that teleports himself and Kang to a quieter, much safer battlefield. Seconds before Kang gets sucked into Cheon's world, he dips his finger into a crack in the sarcophagus and picks up a small black orb emitting some purple aura, all while telling Teresa not to worry about him. Just then, both Nimrods get zapped to the next location, and Teresa's left all alone to chill out and relax. When they get to the new battlefield, Cheon arms himself with the legendary engraved sword and continues challenging Kang to another fight. While he's at it, he activates another level 5 skill, one-on-one, a skill that increases all of his stats by 10% and at the same time reduces the stats of his enemy, Kang, by 10% as well. Kang notes the effects of the one-on-one skill dawning on his body and soon figures they're skills the fool Cheon has used against him before. Notwithstanding, the situation is still unfavorable for him, so he needs to do something quickly before Cheon draws first blood. A few seconds later after the nerf attempt, Kang gets a systems notification recognizing the overwhelmingly disadvantageous situation he's in. In light of this, his system awakens a special condition of skill, fusion, which enables Kang to copy any of Cheon's skills before fulfilling the copy conditions. Without wasting any time, Kang copies Cheon's unique ability, Song of the Sword, and gets his understanding of swords increased by 200%. Not just that, but his body will also naturally find the most effective sword movements, and his senses will become extremely sharp. Upon saving this new skill to his memory of the world book, Kang smirks, knowing fully well that this guy in front of him is toast. By then, the guy charges at Kang blindly. Moments before getting to him, Cheon tells Kang to take him seriously as this attack might kill him. As Cheon approaches him, Kang takes out his dagger and counters all of Cheon's first 3 attacks or so. Surprised, Cheon gets surprised at Kang for fighting him with a dagger instead of his signature mid-range fighting style, like he used to do in the game. Kang replies, telling the bozo that he prefers using the dagger now as it's pretty fun and easy to use. Cheon interprets this as Kang trying to patronize him, so he gets even more pissed and decides to use one of the engraved swords, a special technique, a level 6 soul-chasing sword aura. Upon activating this dangerous skill, Cheon shoots more long-range attacks using the wind's energy and flow. Kang teases him by asking for mercy, but then Cheon notices the way he dodged the first strike and concludes he needs none. With that, Kang starts to think about the long-term effects of deflecting Cheon's sword aura with his dagger. If he keeps at it, then he's pretty sure the blade will chip. To prevent that, Kang takes out the small black orb he took from the coffin earlier, the demon spirit marble, and fuses it with the sword song skill embedded in his dagger to create a skill that counters Cheon's sword aura. The combination technique, once done, gives Kang the ability, Grave of Swords, which is an S-rank skill that lets his understanding of swords increase to 500% while also enhancing his body movements to swords and maximizing all his senses. Furthermore, the system informs Kang that the skill is one of the talents he needs to receive the title of Sword Demon, so Kang just needs to keep at it. Moments after acquiring the new ability, Kang activates it, and another skill, a level 1 skill called Night of the Black Moon. Just by using only a tenth of the skill's original power, Kang starts feeling its effect on his nerves and tendons, as his magic isn't enough to handle such immense power. After deciding to work on his magic, Kang emits an unbelievable magical aura that scares even Cheon. Before making his next move, Cheon wonders why things are working against him this time. So far, he's brought them to the battlefield he specifically chose just to suit his needs and use skills that even nerfed Kang himself. Why is he still unable to beat the bastard even after sacrificing that much? The thought of powerlessness alone pisses Cheon off so much that he starts recalling how many times he's died to Kang after challenging him to random sword fights in the game. Unable to accept another loss, Cheon loses his shit and releases several sword aura attacks all aimed at taking Kang down. Kang, on the other hand, destroys all the aura attacks with just a few swings from his dagger before Cheon could even notice it. Kang then appears behind him and lets him know that he's fought several people who are faster and stronger than his lazy ass. After that, he swings his dagger and launches another strike on Cheon, which he blocks effortlessly. With both of them within range, Kang works on disrupting Cheon's balance and yeeting his so-called legendary sword away from him. His plan works and Cheon eventually loses his sword and the match. After the whole charade, Kang wins and asks Cheon for the battle count. As you'd expect, the loser tells him that he's fought and lost against Kang 138 times. Soon after, Cheon asks Kang to kill him and end his suffering, but Kang decides to prey on Cheon's vulnerable state. He does this by sweet-talking Cheon into believing he's much stronger than he gives himself credit for, and asking for his loyalty so they can ascend and clear the dungeons and ruins together. As Cheon considers Kang's offer, Kang thinks about the benefits of having someone with such a large number of skills close by. Since he can only copy a skill from the same player once in 60 days, why search for other players when he can just keep Cheon close by? To get Cheon to accept his proposal, Kang activates Commune, which works just fine. In time, Cheon takes his hand and accepts defeat for now. After making a promise to make their next fight much better, he waltzes off into the horizon, leaving Kang with an evil smirk on his face. After the battle, Cheon deactivates the battlefield selection and returns Kang to his friend, Teresa. Before leaving both of them, Cheon asks Kang to tell him his real name, but since Kang was so cocky about giving out his real name, Cheon chooses to call him by his username, Poopy Fart. Kang tries to get him to pause so Teresa won't hear the crazy name, but it's already too late as Teresa already heard it all. In the meantime, Manhwa and his peeps return from clearing out all the monsters up ahead of them, only for the magician amongst them to detect another magical creature racing towards them as fast as possible. Manhwa, who's just as stoked as anybody else there, tells the magician to shut the hell up and avoid pretense. However, minutes later, the entire group heard stomps in the distance. Before the monster shows up, they all arm themselves and wait for whatever happens later. After a few seconds, an iron golem shows up with a man standing on top of it. The men immediately notice the strange figure riding the golem and bring Cheonhwa's attention to it. Upon further investigation, Cheonhwa recognizes the silhouette to be that of a vampire elder. Knowing that he's been discovered, the vampire descends the golem and introduces himself as Bellis, master of the ruin, and one of the blood relatives of the original vampire, all while bowing his head. In response, Cheonhwa and the other idiots following all point their swords toward the vampire's neck, demanding he explain his intentions. From his speech pattern, Bellis figures Cheonhwa must be the leader of this pack of humans. Upon realizing that, he decides to make Cheonhwa an offer. For starters, he gives Cheonhwa and his men two choices. While explaining the first choice, Bellis pricks his hand with the edge of Cheonhwa's sword and allows his blood to drip to the ground. For his first choice, he suggests Cheonhwa and his men follow him without resistance. However, the moment his blood touches the ground, Bellis activates a skill called Bloodfest, which is of an unknown level, and uses the magic skill to multiply and solidify his blood's viscosity to create human-sized sacks that encapsulate and crush a few men from Cheonhwa's strike team. As he watches the horror unfold, Cheonhwa knows this vampire's the real deal and he shouldn't be fucked with. After showing him what he can do if pissed off, Bellis gives Cheonhwa the second choice to resist him and piss him off so he can drag them all off after devouring a few more of his men. From the look Cheonhwa gives him afterward, it's pretty clear which choice he picked, but before we get to know his actual response, the scene goes blank. In the next scene, Teresa is seen using her level 5 divine decryption technique to refine the stat-inducing powers on a particular artifact Kang just collected from the sarcophagus, the frozen tear. Just as she's about to complete her ritual, Kang gets to see some information about the SSS-ranked item with a possible magic absorption of 100 points. From the information given, it seems that the frozen tear is an item that can be used to increase magic stats periodically. Sadly, before a user can absorb it, it must be properly refined. Otherwise, it could cause fatal harm to the user. Once Teresa's done refining part of the frozen tear, Kang absorbs the refined part and gets his magic stats increased by 12 points. Because he's already obtained the demon marble spirit and the frozen tear, all in one trip, Kang knows he has Teresa to thank for using her divine powers to refine the tear and save him some time. Having finished her part of the deal, Teresa asks Kang if she's done enough to refine the frozen teardrop. Kang thanks her for the help and tells her he's had enough for now. Just then, Teresa receives an invitation from the Master of the Corridor with a follow-up message noting that the Master had already taken members of the strike team hostage. So, if she wants to save them all, then she must come to the innermost room and meet the real Master of the Corridor of the Corrupt. Furthermore, if she accepts the quest, then all monsters and traps on the path to the final room will cease to move. In the meantime, she's free to contemplate her decision and recruit whoever she wants to follow her. Upon seeing the details of the next quest, Teresa's head spirals down into depression as she knows the entire main strike team's been kidnapped. Before even telling Kang shit, she starts rethinking her life decisions, wondering if she's made the wrong decision by abandoning them in the first place. When Kang gets concerned, she tells him everything and decides she has to try to save them. Even if all she can save is just one strike team member, there's no reason to hesitate. The only issue now is defeating an original vampire, as those MFs are strong as hell. As she ponders a viable way out for her, Teresa continues going even further into depression, thinking about what could have happened if she'd done things differently. After watching the poor Saintess Teresa rant for a few more minutes, Cheon, the loser of the bunch, realizes he's had enough. Although the strike team has nothing to do with him, Cheon still gives Teresa some advice before heading out. He urges her to consider asking Kang for help, as he's the only person on this earth who can defeat an original vampire. Notwithstanding, he lets her know that he's a selfish bastard with no speck of honor, so she should be careful with him. With that said, Cheon heads out of the tomb, leaving Teresa with new information to act on. Having heard everything Cheon had to say, Teresa thanks him for the advice and rushes towards Kang to request a party contract. Before agreeing to her terms, Kang warns her, telling her his contract fee won't be cheap, so she won't come crying to him when she's out of money and all. Teresa tells him not to worry about money or coins, as she has plenty. What really matters now is if he's in to help her defeat the original vampire or not. Moved by her tenaciousness, Kang agrees to help her defeat the original vampire and seals the deal with a fist bump. Moving on, Teresa accepts the quest and causes the monsters and traps along the way to fall asleep. With that, the duo journey through the tunnels and caves till they finally arrive at the entrance to the innermost room of the corridor. There, Teresa gets chills just from the immense amount of magic oozing out from the room alone, and starts wondering whether she's making a mistake or not. Kang notices her shaking and urges her to just calm down, since they already know that their opponent is strong. Confused, Teresa asks Kang how knowing that changes anything, and he says not every battle is won by the strongest. Upon hearing this, Teresa senses the guy must have a plan. So, she asks that he let her in on his so-called plan. Kang lets her know he has just one plan, but before he can explain it all to her, the big door in front of them starts creaking open. On a final note, Kang lets her know that whatever happens in there, she has to trust him to the end. Teresa nods in agreement and walks into the room with Kang once the door is fully opened. Inside, Kang and Teresa are made to stand at the center of the well-decorated room with all eyes staring at them. Moments before anyone speaks a thing, Bellis is seen standing near the real master of the Corridor of the Corrupt, smiling at the guinea pigs who just surrendered themselves to his master. Seconds later, the master of the Corridor of Corrupt herself, Alice von Ataraxia, speaks up and welcomes her two visitors in her way. In response, Kang asks her if the others are safe, and, to show Kang that they are, Alice snaps her finger and releases the dimension severance she's been using to mask the captives all along. Kang does a head count on all of them, and soon finds Park Ha-jin, Hana's idiot brother, amongst the bunch. Was he the one who woke the Guardians up? Kang wondered. After showing Kang what he wanted to see, Alice tells him why she invited him there. Apparently, she was drawn to the delicious scent of Kang's blood, and was eager to see him in person. That's why she invited him there. Initially, Kang had trouble digesting that, so he asked her again to know he wasn't hearing things. Eventually, Alice doubles down and calls his blood the sweetest scent she's ever smelled from a human. As she soliloquizes on how delicious Kang smells, Kang gets a mini freakout and wonders why she's suddenly talking about the scent of blood. Even when he was playing the game, this never happened. Alice notices the disturbed look on Kang's face and asks him why he looks so stressed. Kang fires back, telling her that any normal human would be disturbed if a vampire were after their blood. Alice tells him not to worry too much about stuff, as she likes to savor delicious things. This means she plans to keep Kang around for at least 60 years before killing him. Kang sees through her disguise and realizes that she intends to suck his blood and keep him alive as a living blood bag for the next 60 years, so she can dispose of him when she's done with him. As an active man, Kang rejects her offer, as he has no intention of living his entire life as a luxury juice box. Almost immediately, Alice attacks him to let him know his place. Kang gets nicked by the attack, but he keeps cool and watches the bitch rant about opinions and the fact that he doesn't have a choice in the matter. After she's done ranting, Teresa asks Kang if he's okay after hearing all that stupid woman had said to him. While preparing himself to reply to Alice, Kang lets her know that he's fine. Thereafter, he turns to the master of the corridor, kneels before her, and lets her know that he has an interesting offer for her, one that is much sweeter than his blood. Teresa tries to get Kang back on his feet, but then Alice becomes a little interested in Kang's offer. Before telling Kang to go on, she bashes him for trying to sweet-talk his way into their good graces, and lets him know that no offer is more precious to them vampires than delicious blood. So, no matter what Kang has to offer her, she won't change her mind. Knowing fully well that she's capping, Kang speaks up nonetheless, and asks her if delicious blood is more important than her freedom. Hearing this, Alice's eyes open even wider as she's never heard a human talk to her about her only insecurity before. Almost immediately, the other useless vamps around Alice start getting violent with Kang. Alice eventually calms them down and tells Kang to be ready to take responsibility for what he just said. Kang assures her that he won't chicken away from his words, and Alice urges him to continue explaining his proposal. Once he's granted the audience he needs, Kang introduces his full name and calls himself a representative of the demonic ones in that tower, all while putting on an oddly shaped mask with a dim purple glow to it. Having worn the mask, Kang promises to free Alice from the bondage she's been in for over 1,000 years. For some context, the demonic ones are those beings who've turned their backs on humanity, whether it be for money, revenge, or even personal beliefs. In the Tower of Trials, these disgruntled bunch interfere with players ascending the tower, sometimes even joining forces with monsters in labyrinths and ruins just to keep players away. After the crash course on the subject matter, Alice remembers the group name and asks Kang if he's truly one of them. Kang replies, telling her that he's already gotten in touch with the temple on the 27th floor. There, he met with the demonic ones and they told him to find the Master of the Corridor, aka Alice, in that exact room. Not only that, but they also told him how to fool the barrier encasing the ruins, so they can temporarily disable it for Alice to sneak out of her bondage. While Kang yaps on, Teresa starts to wonder what his endgame is. If there's one thing she knows, it's that Kang is actually pretending to be one of the demonic ones, but she still can't figure out why. Besides, this temple thing he just muttered out has got the other small fries murmuring amongst themselves. Is the temple some kind of big deal to them? Before she gets her answer, Alice acknowledges Kang's authenticity since he knows about the temple on the 27th floor. Moving on, Kang asks Alice if she believes him now, and she says no. Just because he's who he claims to be doesn't mean he can solve what has been impossible for ages. Moreover, she doesn't trust smooth talkers, as they lie too easily. With that said, Alice activates her unique ability, Blood Spears, which helps her create countless spears forged from her blood. With her spears ready to attack Kang, Alice pauses to regret not tasting such delicious blood. Once she's past that, she starts the attack by launching all her blood spears at Kang. Kang stands in place as Teresa steps in to save the day. Just as the spears are about to hit her, she activates Divine Reinforcement and creates a barrier that protects her and Kang from the spears attacking them. As she takes the hit from the spear attacks, she urges Kang to stay behind her so she can continue blocking her attacks without having to worry about him. As Alice's attacks become more intense, Teresa activates the Divine Shield to further protect herself and Kang from Alice's attacks. After seeing Teresa try so hard to defend against only an inch of her power, Alice chuckles as she finds it amusing. Once she's done with her fake laugh, she gets bitter after noting just how much divine power disgusts her. To crush Teresa and Kang in one fell swoop, Alice uses another crazy skill, Blood Explosion, to create something like a large Rasengan she holds in her hands before unleashing. Seeing just how big Alice's next attack is, Teresa gets worried and wonders how long she will last against an attack like that. Before getting too scared, she places her trust in Kang, who's right behind her, and hopes he'll keep the promise he made to her earlier. Just then, Teresa feels a sharp object pierce through her back and then looks down to find Kang's dagger gaping out of her chest. Was she dreaming, or did Kang just literally stab her in the back? Sadly, the latter is true as she finds Kang in his mask trying to hold her body up, all while leaving his dagger piercing through her. With tears in her eyes, Teresa calls Kang's name, as if hoping for an explanation for whatever the heck is happening, but Kang keeps quiet and urges her to play along. Soon after, Kang removes his dagger from Teresa's body and leaves her lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Moving on, Kang turns to Alice and asks if she'll finally believe him if he proves that he's not all talk. After seeing him betray his colleague just to prove a point, Alice stops the blood explosion technique and gets amused by Kang's display of confidence. Before giving in to his request, she asks Kang to show her more proof that he's truly on her side. Around that time, Teresa tries to call Kang and remind him of the promise to help her save the strike team. Rather than giving her a response, Kang raises his dagger and finishes her off. At this point, Alice bursts out laughing as she finds Kang's actions to be very impressive for a human. Eventually, she believes that Kang is on her side, so she gives him a chance to talk. Kang continues, letting her know that to trick the barrier confining her, he's prepared a 7-star spell in conjunction with Bram's ring. If he can seal her soul in Bram's ring, then he's certain that he can temporarily fool the ruin's barrier. Shocked, Alice tells him that this is the first time she's ever heard of such a method. As she searches for other words to say, Kang gets to provide the reason why he's not been leveling up so far. As it turns out, the major reason why he chose to stay at level 1 since he started the Tower of Trial was so that he could use the 7-star skill, Soul Transfer, in the scenario he's in currently. Contrary to popular belief, the 7-star skill can only be used by a level 1 player, and since Kang needed to take care of the vampires before ascending, he had to avoid leveling up. At that time, Kang meets the requirements for activating the spell. Moments later, he successfully activates the spell, creating a large magic circle on the floor around the room. For now, the spell's cooldown time is a year and only one soul may be transferred at a time. Also, before completing the spell, the subject has to give their consent. Knowing this, Kang hurries Alice to make a decision and consent to get her soul transferred into the ring. He also says the circle will disappear forever in a minute, but if she can accept the conditions before then the spell will take effect immediately. With that said, Kang turns to Alice to make the big decision. Moments before saying yes, Alice communicates telepathically with Bellis, her confidant, instructing him to unalive Kang and destroy the seal if he tries any funny business with the spell while she's gone. Once Bellis assures her that a backup plan has been arranged, Alice ends the connection and mumbles a few more things in her head before finally giving her consent to Kang. Naturally, she doesn't trust Kang, but even at that, she still wants to give getting out of that hellhole a chance. It's been over 1,000 years since she was exiled there. So, if she doesn't take that chance, then she'll have herself to blame. When all's been said and done, Alice steps into the magic circle and asks Kang one more time if she can trust him about this. By this time, Kang activates Commune and uses it to nudge Alice towards accepting his offer. He also makes sure to sweet-talk her even further until she finally consents to transferring her soul into Braham's ring. Almost immediately, the ring zings to life and absorbs Alice's soul before sealing it inside. Once the soul transfer has been completed, Alice gets acquainted with her new space and compliments how good it feels to be inside such a cozy space. Kang grips the ring, noting how relieved he is to hear Alice not complain about her new home. When she hears Kang talk about the ring being her new home, Alice gets concerned and asks Kang to explain what he means by that. Just then, Teresa, who's thought to have been dead, activates her unique ability, Blessing of Stars, and staggers back to her feet. Kang welcomes her back to the land of the living and reads more information about the perks of the unique ability, including its cooldown time, which is about 240 hours. After so much struggle, Teresa eventually gets back on her feet with a smile on her face. After watching Kang finesse her into playing his hand, Alice gets pissed and starts yapping like a caged parrot. To punish Kang for his debauchery, Alice orders Bellis and the rest of the vampires to kill the filthy liar. Moments before the chaos ensues, Teresa realizes she has tons of questions to ask Kang, but for now, she reads the room and decides to save them for later, as she suspects they're about to get busy. Kang, after listening to her, tells her to keep calm for now so they can be ready to take care of the useless vamps. When it comes down to it, Bellis goes on a rave and asks Kang if he thought he'd make it out of the innermost room alive after pulling such an expensive stunt and betraying their master. With no response, Bellis activates a level 13 blood wave and releases a blood prison so large that it almost traps both Kang and his girlfriend inside of it. Before the blood wave prison is completed, Kang activates a level 5 element of fire, aka Minza's spell, and burns the entire blood wave to nothingness. While he's at it, he hurries Teresa to go save the hostages while he holds the vampires off. Teresa immediately gets to it, leaving Kang alone to face the vamps about to attack him. When she gets to the domain dimension severance barrier situated in a corner of the room, Teresa uses her level 4 sign of the cross skill to release them all from their bounds. After getting his ass saved by a woman again, Manhwa smiles and thanks Teresa for coming to save them. When he asks about the vampires, Teresa points to Kang and lets Manhwa know that the man in the mask is taking them all alone. Meanwhile, Bellis is seen carefully analyzing the type of powers Kang might possess because he's never seen a mere human block his magic just like that. Kang, who could see the surprise on Bellis's face, tells him he blocked his blood wave because his magic and Kang's fire are total opposites, so they cancel out. Also, he tells Bellis not to get things wrong as the vamps already lost the moment their master was sealed in that ring. With her gone, they've lost the fight already. With that said, Kang arms himself with his dagger and activates the unique ability he copied from Cheon, the fool from earlier, Grave of Swords. At the same time, Bellis activates the level 9 Dark Battle unique ability to amp up his sword skills. Since his magic doesn't work with Kang, Bellis seeks to unalive him with his sword. With that said, he orders the other vamps to destroy the ring in Kang's hand and free their master. The next minute, every vampire in that room turns their sights on Kang to attack him. Just mere minutes later, Manhwa and Teresa watch Kang take down every single vampire in the room. After seeing what the masked man could do, Manhwa asks Teresa to tell him who the man in the mask is. Before replying to him, Teresa figures that Kang wearing a mask must mean he wishes to mask his identity from other people. So, with that in mind, she lies to Manhwa and tells him he's just some random dude she met on her way there. Thankfully, Manhwa believes the lie and moves on to check on his men. Moments later, Teresa gets some time alone with Kang to talk. She tells him that she never expected her first time dying to be in the hands of an ally. Kang fires back with a smile, telling her that the end justifies the means. Since they won in the end, her death wasn't in vain. Teresa acts maturely and, with tears on her face, acknowledges herself and Kang as an incredible two-people party. Moving on, she thanks Kang for helping her save everybody, including her, and finally gives her loyalty to the man in the mask. Having saved Teresa's life in the recent battle with the vamps, Kang satisfies the conditions needed to copy any one of her skills. Without wasting any time, he copies her unique ability, Blessing of Stars, and saves it in his memory of the world book. Following that, he checks out the details of the new skill and finds it to be the same as Teresa. Once that's settled, he notices Teresa crying and asks her why she's tearing up so much. Teresa tells him she doesn't know why, but then asks him if he knew she'd come back to life after killing her earlier. Kang leaves her with a vague answer which pisses her off in the end. After their conversation, Kang takes Teresa to the archive and asks if she would help him take some of the relics they need so they can get the freak out of that creepy place. Just then, the failure, Manhwa, dashes in and introduces himself as the strike team's leader. Moving on, he explains to Kang by telling him that all items collected in that raid are all for Guild Balhae, so he can't allow Kang to get a single relic for himself. Kang fires back, asking him if he's claiming ownership of the rewards even after saving his pathetic life minutes ago. Manhwa, knowing fully well that this bastard isn't to be pissed off, calms him down and promises to give him something else instead. Upon thinking about his next words, Manhwa blurts out, promising to pay Kang handsomely in cash or coin. Kang pauses, wondering how such a failure of a team leader can be so confident when he chooses to. Eventually, Kang caves into his request and allows Manhwa to get his hands on the relics. Manhwa asks to make sure he isn't tripping, and Kang encourages him to have it. However, he warns Manhwa not to regret what happens afterward. Manhwa is a little confused by this, but his greed didn't allow him to think things through. After rummaging around, he finds a fragment of Merlin's staff just sitting pretty inside the relic room and grabs it without a care in the world. Even though the strike team was taken hostage, if he can bring back some relics from the ruins, Manhwa believes he'll be able to redeem himself. As soon as he touches the fragment, Manhwa feels a sharp pain in his fingers and yanks it out immediately. When he checks his palm, he finds some sort of curse symbol etched into his palm. Confused, he asks Kang if he knows what that symbol is, but Kang doesn't speak, as he knows that the symbol is a curse symbol. Turns out the fragment is a great ingredient with an annoying curse on it that can only be broken if Alice is dead. Since she's still alive, then the curse is still there. By then, Manhwa freaks out and starts losing his shit. Kang quickly grabs Teresa and ushers her out of the room before Manhwa starts blaming either of them for his demise. At the entrance of the Tower of Trials in Seoul, Korea, a large crowd of paparazzi stands outside, waiting for the Guild Balhae to return after clearing the raid. Amidst the crowd, agents from the Association of the Awakened are seen waiting for a particular person who's piqued their interest. The assistant manager of the association, Jung Jae-hyun, asks her on-site superior if their source is legit and that the guy is really with the guild. The department manager of the association, Kim Tae-chun, lets her know that they're waiting there, whether they like it or not. As he picks out his cigarette, he urges his peeps to wait and see if their tip pans out. Jung reminds him that experts say it would take at least 3 weeks to clear the ruins, but then Tae-chun says the ruins will be cleared soon. Moving on, he thinks about their POI and gets optimistic about what's to come. As he sparks his lighter, the notification comes in, and everyone there realizes that the ruins have been cleared. Seconds later, the heroes waltz out of the portal to be greeted by the paparazzi. Everyone there congratulates the Guild Balhae for clearing the first-floor ruins, with several reporters asking them to explain how they cleared the ruin and who the MVP was in the fight. Just then, the leader of the strike team, Song Chuen-hwa, exits the portal with no hair on his head, eyebrows, or even lashes. While some people feel sorry for him, others wonder what could have happened in there to cause such a devastating effect. While people wonder, the Saintess of Amsterdam, Teresa, calls their attention and lets them know that Manhwa wasn't the one who cleared the dungeon. When they ask her to reveal the man who did, Kang steps out of the portal wearing his mask and allows Teresa to give him credit for clearing the dungeon alone. At that moment, Jung asks for permission to call the association, and Tae-chun gives her the go-ahead. Somewhere in the crowd, Park Ha-jun, with a bandage headband, scoffs at Kang almost as if he was pissed at him for saving them all. His colleagues soon urge him to stop ranting and just let them get home safely. The next morning, Kang wakes up to find blogs, forums, and nicknames all created online in his honor, with most of them demanding the identity of the man behind the mask. While having his cup noodle breakfast, Kang takes note of the weird nicknames people have given him so far, and pauses to wonder why people are going crazy over a single player who could do the impossible. If anything, he knew the reaction would be intense, but this is just taking things too far. Notwithstanding, wearing a mask to cover his identity was a stroke of genius, and even though Teresa knows his identity, he's still confident in her ability to keep secrets, so there's nothing to worry about. After his heartfelt breakfast, Kang stops worrying about some asshole revealing his identity, and instead decides to have a nice little chat with the grumpy original vampire that's been in his pocket since he came back. With that, he dips his hands into his left pocket and takes out Bram's ring, which was tied to a chain at the time. After taking a breath of fresh air again, Alice speaks out and condemns her new master for daring to keep her in his dark, smelly pocket for an entire day. For the next few seconds, Kang listens to the foolish girl yap and rant about him being a mere human and whatnot. To put her in her place, Kang comes up with a diabolical plan to spin the ring she's sealed inside around so fast that she loses balance. When she finally shuts her ass up, Alice finds King keeping an evil smirk on her face. She tries asking Kang to know what's up, but it is already too late as Kang spins her around till her head nearly pops out. Once he's gotten to his satisfaction, Kang pulls the ring up close and asks Alice if she's finally come to her senses. Still, she continues speaking shit about vampires never letting go of their grudges and all that. Kang figures she needs to spend more time spinning, but then Alice sees the familiar smirk again and orders him to stop whatever he's planning. Kang figures she still needs to be punished, so he takes his stance and gets ready to roll. Alice tries to stop him again, but this time, the spinning is much worse than the first time. After spinning her for 3 more hours, Kang finally drops her to rest. Moments later, while Alice is still struggling to regain her balance, Kang infuses the ring with some magic and releases a miniature version of Alice's soul out to the real world, making sure to keep the seal intact. Within her first few minutes back in the real world, Alice vows to get revenge against Kang for making a fool out of her and her subjects. Sadly, when she's finally conscious of her size, she realizes she's merely a shadow of her former self. Confused, Alice asks Kang to explain what he's done to her. Kang tells her that he left the seal intact and only allowed a part of her to materialize. When Alice gets confused again, Kang elaborates further and lets her know that this version of her can only exert about 1% of her original power. Even though he still takes the necessary precautions when dealing with her, she's still way more powerful than a regular vampire. Upon hearing how nerfed she is now, Alice starts sobbing like an MF. Soon after, Kang tells her to stop crying and remember the words he said in the ruins. At that point, Alice tells him to shut the hell up as this isn't the kind of freedom she wants. Kang reasons with her and then promises to give her back the kind of freedom she needs. Hearing this, Alice stops sobbing and asks Kang to explain himself. By then, Kang calls her full name and promises to get rid of the ones who betrayed her and reclaim her spot as the head of the Ataraxia family if she helps him ascend the tower. Before Alice gives her response, the scene goes black. In the next scene, the devs for the Tower of Trials upload a new video of Kang, aka the masked player's trump over the original vampires, to the Hall of Fame for all to see. Minutes after the video was uploaded, the comments started pouring in with the keyboard warriors and Discord mods analyzing the masked player's moves as if they could do half of what he did to the vamps. As more people watch the video, some soon recognize him to be the guy from the Mangrove video. After checking through multiple comments on the same video, Kang finally arrives at the guild building of Park Ha-jin's guild, Black Crow. The mere sight of the building makes him realize just how much guilds monopolize resources and other things to keep themselves afloat. Not to worry though, as that isn't his concern at the moment. What's more important to him now is paying the bastards back for trying to kill him in the ruins earlier. With that, he puts on his mask and blasts a hole in their building to get inside. There, he finds a plethora of guards just waiting to take him out. Kang takes the fight to them by activating the element of the fire spell and roasting them all with the spell. Meanwhile, the guildmaster of Black Crow, Shin Gyonsu, is seen in his office on the top floor punishing the son of a gun, Park Ha-jin, for failing to take the bastard who humiliated them out quietly in the ruins. All he did back then was ruin everything by waking up the guardians of the ruins and giving Kang his moment of glory. Now that he's messed up again, their guild's reputation is about to bite the dust. Shin takes another look at Ha-jin's disgusting face and kicks the shit out of it. Just then, the guards at the door hear a knock behind the door, but before they can open it, Kang blasts it open with fire and magic. Following that, he moves in and asks Shin if he's the guildmaster. Surprised by Kang's confidence, Shin commands his men to grab Kang, who's still masked at the time, and deal with him. To get back in Shin's good graces, Ha-jin leaps to action and charges at the masked man to restrain him. Just as he's about to get to him, Kang removes the mask and helps Ha-jin remember who he's fighting. A second later, while Ha-jin's distracted, Kang kicks the shit out of his head and sends him crashing into a bookshelf nearby. Having seen Kang's face also, Shin remembers him as the bastard who humiliated the guild in front of the association and starts making empty threats to the unfazed Kang. Upon hearing enough bullshit, Kang settles down on Shin's chair and urges him not to worry about the videos. Shin gets super pissed off and decides to teach Kang a lesson. To do this, he picks up his katana and activates a level 5 fleeting sword technique. Before fighting him, Shin boasts about his fleeting sword skill being faster than the speed of sound, but then gets worried when Kang doesn't look fazed by its presence. In time, he charges at Kang to stab him. However, before the sword gets to scratch Kang, he picks up a go piece from the sack beneath him and throws it at the blade to break the sword in half. Shin takes a minute to digest what just happened. Did this fool just break his prized katana in half with a go piece? Well, it turns out that was the case as Kang starts bragging about searching for what to throw. With the annoying sword out of the way, Kang gets serious and decides to try asking Shin a few more questions. Before he gets his chance, Shin interrupts and asks him if he came to the building for revenge, just because he ordered for him to be killed. Considering how much of a mess Kang's made just to get to his office, Shin, the selfish bastard, had the nerve to call our bright young MC petty for simply trying to show him that he's not a person to be toyed with. Just as he's about to finish his useless speech, Kang flicks another go piece at supersonic speed straight toward the useless Nimrod's forehead. Shin's forehead bleeds from the effect of the dangerous aerial weapon, and in no time, the man finds himself sitting on all fours with his ass handed to him. By then, Kang begins his response. Firstly, he lets Shin know that he's been spouting nothing but inconspicuous bullshit ever since he opened his dirty mouth to talk. Petty? Kang asks as he holds another go piece to fire at Shin. Knowing fully well what's coming next, Shin makes a terrible attempt to de-escalate the situation. For starters, he urges Kang to calm down and that he's done enough. Kang sees an opportunity, so he asks Shin if he has anything to offer him in exchange for his life. At that point, Shin just tells him to think about things calmly. Following that, he boasts about his 50 high-ranked players clearing the towers currently, and lets Kang know that if he manages to kill him, those guys will come after him for revenge. Surprised, Kang just watches the idiot continue to enact a power he no longer has. Shin, the shameless dumbass, continues to talk about the philosophy of war and tries to preach forgiveness to Kang. Simply put, the bastard wants Kang to forgive and forget as if he won't try coming after him again. After hearing all that bullshit, Kang fires back, noting how strange it is for someone as low-lifed as Shin to talk big about forgiveness when he knows he's powerless. Now there's some truth to what Shin just said, but Kang chooses not to forgive and forget. Instead, he proposes he evens out the playing field by enacting his revenge. Then, Shin's men can do the forgiveness once they figure out who killed their pathetic master. As Kang prepares himself for the final attack, Shin calls Kang's logic nonsense as it doesn't make sense to him. Kang then lets him know that he's just using his logic to converse, so if Shin sees a fault in that way of thinking, then he's a stupid fool to begin with. With that said, Kang infuses multiple go pieces with magic, and fires them all at Shin, who's currently sitting behind the edge of the top floor. The attack pushes Shin away from the safe zone, and has him breaking through the glass panes before falling to his death. Shortly after taking care of the useless guildmaster, Kang moves on to deal with the brainless oaf, Park Ha-jin. He lets him go just because his sister Park Hana has been useful to him in the past. However, Kang threatens to make life a living hell for him if he ever comes after him again. This time, Park Ha-jin takes the threat seriously and rethinks his life. After that, Kang calls one of the guards who was playing dead after he knocked down the door earlier and gives him a chance to show Kang that he's useful so he can live. Without fail, the man introduces himself as Kim Hui-ung, a 26-year-old in charge of overseeing the general affairs of the guild Black Crow. Moving on, Hui tells Kang he's majored in computer science and accounting at a prestigious university, so if there's anything Kang needs, he's his man. Having heard everything the man just said, Kang smiles as he knows the guy's a smart one. He explains the situation to Hui and lets him know that the guild shouldn't break up at this point, just because the leader is dead. As such, Kang names Kim Hui to be the new leader of the guild, effective immediately. Kim Hui, upon hearing this news, freaks the hell out as he never expected such an important post to be handed to him on a silver platter, just like that. Kang urges him to calm down, but then Kim explains that nobody will follow him if he becomes the guildmaster. Kang sees the truth in his words and thinks about what will happen if a non-combatant, especially a secretary, is made leader of the guild. Almost nobody will follow such a person, and there'll be lots of opposition to the guy. Knowing this, Kang still tells the guy not to worry about the people opposing him. Kim Hui asks if he'll take care of them himself, but then Kang says no. For now, he's going to lend him someone else to take his place as the guild leader. A few minutes later, every A-ranked player from the guild Black Crow is ordered via text to stop whatever they're doing and show up at the penthouse office immediately. Seconds later, everybody pauses their raid and returns to the office pronto, with many of them complaining about the sudden summons. When they get to the entrance of their building, they find a crowd gathered there. Confused, one of the players investigates what's pulling the crowd. Seconds later, he finds his former boss, Mr. Shin, lying dead on top of a car. Almost immediately, the player and several others dash into the building, only to find the remains of what happens to be a brutal battle between their guild and someone incredibly strong. Before making assumptions, they head toward their master's office in the penthouse, and are shocked to find Kim Hui-ung, the secretary, sitting on their boss's chair. The player from earlier attacks Kim Hui and forces him out of the chair when he dodges it. After that, he holds Kim Hui by the neck and tells him to explain exactly what happened, making sure not to leave a single thing out. While under duress, Kim Hui tells the guy that there's been a change in management. Just then, the guy notices a little girl with silvery white hair standing behind Kim Hui without a care in the world. Upon noticing the hubbub going on, the girl, who later turns out to be the miniature Alice, scolds Kim Hui for making her do things herself. Shocked, the player talks without manners and asks Kim Hui if this little kid is really responsible for killing their boss. When Alice hears the guy call her a kid, she loses a few more screws in her head and asks him one more time if he just called her a kid. Before the guy answers, Alice bombs the shit out of him and knocks him out cold. The explosion is noticed by Kang and a few other passers-by. Kang just sighs, disappointed in how Alice is about to handle things. Just then, he gets a text from the Association of the Awakened to come to report the score of his second text by a certain time. It's been 2 months now since the Tower of Trials first appeared, and the order of the world is changing rapidly. Thankfully, people are quickly adapting to those changes as special reports of the masked players are being shared on the news. All Kang ever did to receive this much attention was to clear a ruin that a useless raid team leader failed to clear. Currently, there are only 2 people who know that he's the masked player and that he entered the ruins as a porter. The first person, Mr. Kim, the leader of the porters, has promised to keep his secret. The second person who knows his secret identity, Teresa, is also trustworthy. Kang finally starts choosing his path as the masked player, as he steps into the Association of the Awakened in a few days to take everything for himself. Since the conditions to carry this out have been met, there's almost nothing for him to worry about. A few hours after taking the test again, Kang steps into the lobby with his official ranking as an F-rank player. Moments before heading home, he checks his certificate on his phone and complains about how plain and unoriginal it is. While he's at it, Manhwa and Taemin, his OG buddies, call his name, and Kang stops checking his phone to attend to them. After the small talk, Kang asks them to tell him how things are with them. In response, both Manhwa and Taemin let him know that they've been good. Not only that, but they also let him know that they've leveled up a lot, so they're much stronger now. Moving on, Manhwa notifies Kang to come down the stairs to check up on the people they're chatting with, as they all claim to know him. When he gets down, Kang formally introduces the others to Taemin and Manhwa. For starters, he introduces Alice to be a player from Northern Europe, making sure to keep the vampire part out so they don't freak out. Following that, he turns to Kim Hoi-ung and tells everyone that he's put him in charge of managing Black Crow, the guild he took over recently. For now, he will look for useful dungeons and provide any other conveniences they need when climbing the tower. Kim Hoi gets very enthusiastic about working with his new president, so he gives a mini speech of his own. In his mind, he's very thankful for getting someone like Kang to make him head of the guild in his stead. Upon hearing everything Kang just said, Taemin asks Kang if this means he's now the guild master of Black Crow. Kang tells him Kim's just the guild master on paper, but he's the one that's actually in charge. Hearing this, Manhwa and Taemin are happy for Kang's new success. After chatting with them a little bit, Kang finally leaves Manhwa and Taemin to continue talking to Kim Hoi. In the meantime, he locates Alice and soon finds her acting all sassy and whatnot. When he calls her, she ignores him, and this irritates Kang. Tired of all her bullshit, Kang scolds her for blowing up a building just because someone called her a kid, and Alice fires back, telling him they were the ones who got her angry in the first place. Thereafter, Kang asks her how she's lived this long, but can't handle a little provocation. Alice calms down and tells Kang that nobody's ever tried to provoke her before, so there's no way she can handle something she hasn't faced before. At this point, Kang just stands there, seething with rage over how annoying the little twerp is. To avoid losing his shit, Kang turns to leave and tells Alice to follow him so they can go hunting. Alice replies, telling him to go on his own, and Kang lets her know he needs her support since it's a drive hunt. Puzzled, Alice asks him what a drive hunt is, but then Kang keeps quiet. Seconds later, she asks Kang if there's even a decent place left to hunt in the tower, but Kang ignores her again. Since the third-floor boss remains undefeated and the fourth floor hasn't opened yet, most of the well-known dungeons are controlled by the guilds. By now, everyone thinks there aren't any more good hunting grounds from the first to the third floor, except for him, of course. With this in mind, Kang heads to Moon Lake, located on the first floor of the Tower of Trials, to hunt. When he gets there, Kang enjoys the beautiful scenery of the location and realizes how nostalgic the place feels since he hasn't been there in ages. Before wasting too much time admiring, Kang focuses on why he's there as humanity's fate hangs in the balance. Just then, Alice, who's now back in the ring, asks him how he plans on hunting in a beautiful place like this. While walking towards the lake, Kang urges her to wait and watch the magic happen. Alice continues ranting about water filling up the ring, but Kang ignores her and continues going deeper into the lake. Surrounding the lake are 12 different statues of importance, and Kang could see this. However, he singles out a particular statue just because it serves another purpose apart from beautifying the lake. While he gets closer, Alice asks him if the statue has a secret button or something, but then Kang tells her it's not that easy. Currently, hundreds of players have discovered the slot they're at. At one point, the spot was mentioned in the message boards from time to time, but in the end, nobody could find a key to fit the slot. Contrary to what the other players thought, Kang says the key that fits this slot isn't a simple piece of metal. Instead, it's moonlight. If one can control the amount and angle of moonlight that goes in with the palm of their hand, and shine it in the correct sequence engraved into the crystals, then they will unlock the statue's secret purpose. Around that time, Kang shines the moonlight in the correct pattern using his palm and turns the mechanism to finally open a door that leads to an underground room system. Once the door's wide open, Kang enters the first-floor basement of the Tower of Trials. Inside, he releases Alice from the seal and lets her take in the atmosphere of the beautiful and massive basement. To her, this is a once-in-a-lifetime feeling, so she takes her time admiring the beautiful scenery and remembering what freedom feels like. Knowing fully well she's having an epiphany, Kang asks if she's glad she made the contract with him. At this point, Alice can't complain, so she just gets in her feelings and decides to trust Kang just a little bit. Moving on, Kang activates the Blessing of Stars to exert divine power and defrosts the frozen tear a second time to get a plus 18 increase in his magic stats. Once that's done, Kang returns the frozen tear so it can cool down for the next 24 hours. Now that he's absorbed the frozen tears a second time, he finds it much easier to maintain Alice's form. With a little more time to kill, Kang stops to wonder what the residents of the tower think of the players, especially now that the game has become a reality. To find out, he gives Alice a certain look of curiosity, which she notices, and gets concerned about. Kang then wonders if she, a vampire who's lived for thousands of years, believes she's just a piece of data inside the game. To find out, he decides to ask Alice the question. Once he asks her the question, something really weird happens as Kang himself glitches out of existence till he's done with the question. Alice gets scared from the glitch and pulls back, but then Kang notices the reaction and takes notes. As it turns out, the devs behind this freak show reality are blocking out all information about the tower. Knowing that he can't have conversations about the tower with its residents is a huge find Kang plans to use later. Just then, something piques Alice's spidey senses, and in due time, she alerts Kang to get ready for what's coming next. Almost immediately, Kang creates a fireball on his hands and waits for the scuttle he heard earlier. Currently, Kang refers to the basement of the tower as the spawning ground, just because an endless amount of monsters come pouring out from the abyss. With that said, he activates his element of fire spell and burns the monster beetle in front of him to a crisp. After taking down the first beetle, a giant level 20 give scarab beetle pops out of the abyss, bringing along its friends to fight the intruder that dares to disturb their peace. As she stands between so many bugs, Alice gets grossed out and nearly even vomits. Kang sees her reaction to the bugs and quickly orders her to get out of his way so he can deal with them. Once she's out of his line of sight, Kang activates Teresa's unique ability, Blessing of the Stars, and releases a bright flash of yellow light that blasts the bugs to smithereens. With the monster's physical defense already down to by about 30%, Kang decides to let Alice fight them for once so he can measure her miniature self's power output in the real world. With that, he turns and tells her to show him what she's got. Since she's too disgusted to even look at the bugs, Alice starts ranting about being a noble and whatnot. To get her to stop whining, Kang threatens to do the ring centrifuge technique again. Alice would rather die than let that happen again, so she eventually gets her shit together and gets to action. To fight the bugs, she activates Bloodbind and creates blood sacks, which she uses to trap each bug. With the pesky bugs trapped in the blood sacks, Kang arms himself with his dagger and applies Gap to reduce the level difference gap by 33 levels. After that, he slices through every one of Alice's blood sacks and kills all the bugs in that room. In the aftermath of the attack, Kang levels up like crazy and is finally happy to release all that pent-up energy he's been holding back all this time. To continue farming XP from the bugs, Kang activates the unique ability, Grave of Swords, and slices through every single bug coming for him to level up as quickly as possible. Several miles away, guild masters from all over South Korea gather in the meeting room of the Guild Olympus to discuss the current situation with their raids. Once everyone is seated, Guild Titan's representative, Patrick, starts the meeting by laying out the current problem they all have with clearing the third floor. After launching 8 raids consecutively against the third floor's boss, they still failed. Out of the 100 players from 15 strike teams, only 9 came back alive. Notwithstanding, Patrick says the third floor's boss is relatively ordinary in terms of prowess and special abilities. However, the issue they have is finding a way to defeat the hundreds of thousands of statues the boss commands. Hearing this, Guild China's representative, Tenwei, bangs his hand on the table in frustration and asks Patrick to tell them how they're supposed to defeat that swarm of monsters, despite having tried using an anti-army relic and failing. Just then, Guild Olympus's representative, Maria, cuts in and blames the guildmasters for letting their players clear the second and third floors a bit too quickly. As a consequence, there wasn't enough time for them to grow and gather experience. If they had enough players over level 15, then maybe things might have been different. To further buttress her point, Guild Dengun's third strike team leader, Baek Jinho, interjects the conversation and moves on to blame Guild China, Tenwei's guild, for taking control of dungeons to monopolize magic crystals and preventing other guild players from growing. Upon hearing this, Tenwei fires back as he refuses to let that comment slide. To him, all Guild China did was ascend the tower for mankind, so watching Jinho insult them without evidence is what he isn't going to stand for. Jinho adds more salt to the wound by arguing with Tenwei, and the situation nearly goes out of hand. Thankfully, before it does, Patrick urges them to stop pointing fingers, and instead, focus on figuring a way out of this mess. With the decorum restored, Maria asks Patrick if he has something in mind. Patrick begins his grand plan by telling them a little story. Apparently, last night, Patrick's guild was contacted by the demonic ones, who then offered them a way out of their situation on a condition. Seconds after hearing demonic ones and help coming out of Patrick's mouth in the same sentence, Maria, Tenwei, and Jinho all ask Patrick if he's even considering joining forces with the scumbags on the international wanted list. Before getting an answer, the trio all let him know that an alliance with those outcasts can never work. Teresa, who's been beside Maria all along, starts thinking about why the guilds would seriously reconsider working with such a group of vile humans. Ever since the tower became a reality, guilds have had more power than even the government. As such, it only makes sense for them not to want to work with the demons. Moments into their discussion about the demonic ones, the spy for the demonic ones, hiding inside the chimney, finally reveals himself after hearing all the things the guilds had to say about his dogs. After making a dramatic entrance with the fire, the man from the demonic ones lets them know that it's all good to have pride, but then again, are they sure they can take care of this on their own? After a brief silence, Jinho finally speaks up, demanding that the man knows his place so he doesn't end up saying things he shouldn't. Before the man responds, Jinho sinks his fingers into the long table, hauls it up, and then flings it in his direction right after threatening to kill the poor old man. Tenwei quickly gets in between the man and the table coming at him and slices it in half, saving the man in the process. Moving on, he accepts the fact that he's finally agreed on something with Jinho and waits for the next big thing to happen. Just then, the old man calls everybody in the room hot-blooded and urges them to at least hear their condition first before judging them all. With that, he tells them to cooperate with them as they're sure they have the power to defeat the third-floor boss. At that point, Jinho angrily fires back at the cunning old man, calling bullshit on his words and asking him to explain how the demonic ones plan on taking down that huge army of statues. The old man replies, telling Jinho and the others they can make their army. To prove his words to them, the man clamps his hands together and uses the unique ability, Dark Gravekeeper, to summon undead soldiers from the soil right outside the mansion where the meeting is being held. Patrick notices the skeletons bulging out of the ground and remains silent so the man can finish. After showing them what he can do with the soil in that space, the man moves on to let them know that there's a long history of war on that soil, so that's why there are so many useful corpses in the land. Since there are many talented necromancers among the demonic ones, creating an army of the undead shouldn't be an issue for them. After listening to everything the old man had to say, Patrick wonders how the necromancers can control that many skeletons. Just then, he looks at the old man's hands and recognizes the staff he's holding as special. The old man, flabbergasted Patrick could recognize power when he sees it, tells everyone that the staff, also called the Staff of Greed, is a special item that can only be made by gathering 99 different ingredients. Seeing this, Tenwei, Guild China's representative, starts considering the old man's offer. With the combination of the famous staff and the necromancers, he tells the others that they might just be able to defeat the third-floor boss. Upon hearing Tenwei blurt that out, Maria replies to him, asking if he's forgotten who the demonic ones are. Around that time, Jinho interrupts her, telling her she's probably right to be wary of making a deal with the demonic ones. However, if they can ensure this deal doesn't get to the public, their plan may be worth trying. At this point, Teresa figures Jinho must have been pushed to the extreme. Soon after, she starts questioning the scene in front of her, as she's unable to believe that about 60% of guildmasters are choosing to work with the demonic ones. It's pretty obvious they're not in their right minds, and she knows this. However, what can she do to bring them back to their senses? She knows that if Kang Jinhyuk were there, this would have never happened. As she ponders on her next move, she gets a video call request from Kang and contemplates accepting it or not. Eventually, Teresa accepts the video call request and gets on the call with Kang. After the small talk, Kang asks Teresa if she's leveled up a bit. However, before she gets to answer his question, Kang notices the presence of a demonic one and asks Teresa to explain what kind of crappy situation she's in. The old man also notices Kang's presence on the video call and demands he avoid hiding his face behind a screen so he can introduce himself. In response, Kang puts on his mask to keep his identity hidden and enlarges the video call screen. Now visible to everyone in the entire room, Kang waits for the comments to come in. Maria's the first person to recognize him as unknown, the super rookie who cleared the first floor ruins all by himself. Currently, every major guild in the world is out to recruit this super rookie. Now that he's appeared before them out of nowhere, all those who have been trying to get in contact with Unknown must be overwhelmed with joy by his sudden appearance. Having recognized the masked player too, the old man smirks and says a thing or two about Unknown's show in the first floor ruins. Thereafter, he asks Unknown if he knows that the boss raid for the final boss of the 3rd floor will be much harder than the raid on the ruins. Unknown, who's already seen the trick behind the old man's question, moves on to ask him if he thinks the demonic ones can pull it off. Without hesitation, the man says yes, and directs Unknown's attention outside the windows so he can see the huge number of skeletons outside. After that, he tells Unknown that the guild representatives were just about to agree to work with the demonic ones, so there's almost nothing he can do at this point. Just then, Unknown exposes the bastard and calls the staff he's been bragging about to the representatives a knockoff. The old man takes offense at Unknown's comment and asks him to explain himself. By then, Unknown calls out the last 2 ingredients, those cheap bastards left out while creating the staff, the first one being the heart of an adult, and the second, burial clothes soaked in holy oil. With that said, he asks the old man to argue with his revelation, and the old man keeps his useless mouth shut. When Patrick asks him to prove his claims, Unknown tells the bunch that the OG Staff of Greed usually has a red jewel below the skull. Also, there's no way any sane person can make the real staff while they're still on the 3rd floor. Furthermore, he urges them to look outside and see the quality of the skeleton soldiers. They'd see that those soldiers are designed poorly and aren't very sturdy for long-term combat. If used in a raid, the players won't last half a day in the boss room with those crumbling soldiers. Soon after fully exposing the old man and his peeps, Unknown, who's also Kang in the mask, says the demonic ones wish to buy enough time for them to steal all of the players' coins and items before abandoning them and going into hiding. Since their grand plan has been exposed, the old man makes empty threats at Unknown before disappearing into a purple mist. Less than a second after his disappearance, the skeletons also vanish from the front yard. Now that the guild representatives are back to where they started, Patrick asks everyone in the room what they feel they should do. Just then, Unknown speaks up and urges them to leave things to him so he can give them a good reason not to cooperate with those fools. Concerned, Patrick asks if Unknown is suggesting he can do things on his own, and Unknown says yes. At that point, every single guild representative in the room starts thinking of how beneficial it would be for them to recruit Unknown into their guild. After the long pause, they all start pitching their offers and ideas to Unknown, hoping to win him to their side so they can control him. While some propose more money than he could ever need in life, others propose support, and then there's Jinho, who proposes something else. Before he can say what it is, Unknown interrupts them and tells them he doesn't need any material things from them. However, if they can block off the area so other players can't get in, then he'll be grateful and won't ask for any other compensation. Hearing this, Maria gets concerned and asks him why he would go that far for the guild. Tenwei supports her statement and starts calling Unknown suspicious before asking for his reason. As he's put on the spot, Kang searches for a lie that will fool them. When he finds one he can use, he says he's only trying to help out his precious friend. At that moment, Teresa's face turns red as she blushes in surprise. The whole room falls silent and Kang starts cringing hard behind the mask, as he'd never expected himself to say something of that nature. Teresa asks him again to make sure Kang is sure he said what he said. Just then, Jinho gets super excited and admires Unknown's camaraderie. Unknown continues yapping with Jinho just to sell his lie to the others. Once he gets everyone to be in a good mood, Kang checks the screen record button to make sure it's on. Turns out any regular player would have gladly accepted the signing bonus like it was nothing. However, he's not as short-sighted as a regular player, as him giving up on receiving compensation just for his comrade is something he can use to get overwhelming benefits next time he needs their help. Upon ending the video call, Kang cuts out the parts with the demonic ones from the video before uploading it to the Hall of Fame. Following that, he checks his stats and information to find out he's already at level 12 after spending less than a day in the spawning grounds. If anything, things are working out much better than he expected. While he's at it, Alice returns from her fight with the bugs and chastises Kang for making her fight all those bugs on her own. Kang figures if she has enough energy to complain, then she's not dying anytime soon. Pissed, Alice guilt-trips Kang into making him feel like he's using her as his slave, not his partner, and Kang lets her know she's hurting his feelings. Moving on, he opens the tower's online store and tells Alice he's about to buy her a mana supplement, but then she lets him know that those things don't work against vampires. Kang asks her to explain herself, and Alice says she won't be able to support him if she doesn't have enough mana. With that said, Alice takes out her fangs, dripping, and lets Kang know that she'll be taking all the mana she's used. Confused, Kang staggers and asks her to calm the freak down. Sadly, Alice was already too far gone to even listen to anyone. So she sinks her fangs in Kang's neck and sucks out a few pints of blood to feed herself. After lunch, Alice feels very refreshed and cleans herself up. Kang, who's feeling a little dizzy, asks Alice to tell him how much she sucked. Alice ignores the question and lets him know that she's all refreshed and ready to rumble, so what now? Well, Kang continues shopping and buys a bunch of seemingly useless things for his inventory. Alice asks why he's bought so many useless things, and Kang tells her that they all have their uses. Moving on, he calls Alice's name and lets her know that they're about to start getting busy. Since they have to finish up the basement floor by the end of the day, they have to get serious. With that, he tells Alice to hold on tight and leaps further into the hole in the abyss. After falling for a few minutes, Alice gets concerned and asks her partner if he's ever fallen through that hole before. Kang mumbles a few more cocky words right before telling Alice to activate her reverse gravity spell. When she does, Kang uses the spell to land safely at the bottom of the hole. Now out of danger, Alice calls Kang reckless and lucky for being so carefree. Minutes later, she senses something coming for them, and Kang lights up a torch with his element of fire right after telling her that he knows they're not alone. Just then, countless bugs and monstrous anomalies show their faces to intimidate Kang. Kang, who's not threatened by them, calls bullshit and urges the real master of the abyss to show himself. Around that time, the master speaks up and asks Kang if he knows about him. To show the monster that he knows exactly who he is, Kang calls him the hound who prowls the desert, Anubis. Upon hearing how Kang just described him, Anubis gets super pissed and tells Kang that he was initially going to have some fun with him, but now that he's decided to be stupid and disrespectful, he's going to just do away with him. Kang fires back by letting the big dumbass know that he isn't there to chat either. Rather, he provokes the dog, Anubis, and tells him to hurry and come at him. At this point, Anubis laughs at how absurd Kang sounds, challenging a god as if he's stronger than he looks. Alice, on the other hand, could see how dangerous Anubis is. To save her partner from sudden death, she gets in between them and tells Kang to find his way back up while she holds him off for as long as she can. Kang smirks when he finds out just how much Alice cares about him. Following that, he pushes her behind him and tells her to just watch him do the impossible. Alice warns him not to get cocky, but then Kang tells her to just relax and watch him show her the kind of person she made a contract with. Amused by Kang's confidence, Anubis raises his staff and activates his unique ability, Anubis Judgment. Kang recognizes this skill as the special skill Anubis always activates each time someone faces him. This absolute judgment skill activates once the victim answers 3 of his questions. For the first question, Anubis asks Kang to tell him if Alice told Kang about him. Kang, who's already sensed the scales of obedience behind him, checks for the copy conditions of this skill and realizes that he has to make Anubis lose his patience and destroy the vessel that contains his consciousness. If he can meet those conditions, Kang will be able to ask the strongest question in the world. So for now, he just needs to answer those questions, regardless of whether or not he tells the truth. To answer the first question, Kang confirms Anubis's suspicion and tells him yes. Moving on to the second question, Anubis asks Kang if he's come for the hive, and Kang says yes as he plans on selling the item on the black market for a quick buck. With the second question answered, Anubis continues to the final one and asks Kang if he thinks he can make it out alive after trespassing on his domain. Kang replies, saying that if he can't evade Anubis, then he might as well donate his stuff and fall dead. Once all 3 questions are answered, the conditions are met, and Anubis activates his special skill. Moments later, purple spikes start growing out from the ground, and Kang gets all his stats reduced by 50%. Not only that, but he also gets his unique abilities and skills sealed for 1 minute, leaving him powerless and unable to fight Anubis's monsters for a little while. To continue carrying out his judgment, Anubis brings forth his champion, the giant armored mantis, and gives it the responsibility of handing down his judgment at Kang. Moments before the fight, Anubis asks Kang to tell him what he thinks of his champion. As Kang tells Anubis that the monster is huge, he summons a mini gramophone from his inventory. Now this item can be used to play a selected song once and cannot be destroyed while the music is playing. After watching Kang pick and play a song on the gramophone, Anubis gets confused and asks him why he's playing the music of the humans. Could Kang have lost his mind at the sight of his champion? Kang tells him he hasn't lost his mind yet and that he's only getting lost in the music. As the attacks from the champion begin, Kang tells us how many experiments he's done in the game just to discover the perfect song. Currently, this beat is in perfect sync with the giant mantis's attack pattern, so if he can follow the beat and conduct all of the mantis's attacks, then Kang can successfully evade the armored mantis's attacks. As the fight begins, Anubis starts to notice Kang evading all of his champion's attacks in time with the beat. If there's anything about this guy, it's that this isn't a coincidence. Anubis then begins to wonder if using the gramophone was all part of his plan. Soon after, the 1-minute ban placed on his unique skills and abilities elapses, and Kang can use his abilities again. Without fail, he activates the Grave of Swords and slashes the mantis's limbs with his dagger. Anubis just chuckles and asks Kang if he thinks he can kill his champion just like that. He continues by telling Kang that his champions can heal their wounds in the blink of an eye, so if he continues like that, he'll run out of stamina and be cooked. Kang takes notes and tells Anubis that he's right as he can't kill the mantis at his current level. However, he can make sure the mantis wishes he were dead, and to show Anubis just how that's possible, he continues slashing every single limb on the mantis's body in succession. Alice, who sees what Kang is doing to the poor mantis, wonders what Kang's endgame is. She knew he was strong, but she had no idea he was this powerful. After seeing what Kang can truly do, Alice gets a feeling that Kang is the man who can help get her revenge against her family members. After getting his arm slashed so many times, the mantis gives up and just lays there on the ground. Confused, Anubis screams at the mantis and urges it to continue fighting Kang. Sadly, the mantis is just too tired of Kang. As it quivers in fear, Kang inches closer to it to unleash his finishing move that can break any warrior's belief that they'd never lose. When he gets close enough, Kang teabags the mantis and insults it. Yes folks, you heard it right. Our evil MC teabagged the innocent giant mantis. Eventually, after enough insults, the mantis gets up in frustration and kills itself just like that. Anubis, after watching his champion fall by such a method, opens his mouth wide in shock. On the other hand, Kang levels up and gets a special item, the spellbook of the Pelteros Dukedom, courtesy of his Monopoly skill. Once interpreted, the book's user can learn ice magic. Kang puts a smile on his face when he finally obtains a book that can only be obtained on the middle floors. When he thinks about why he got the book so early, Kang figures it must be his Monopoly skill at play here. Without wasting time, Kang opens the book and acquires a level 1 spell that enables him to create ice sculptures. Soon after, he activates the skill and gets ready to use it in his fight against Anubis. Before round 2, Anubis acknowledges Kang's skill, but then asks if he seriously plans on fighting him with that frozen toy. Surprised, Kang calls out his BS and lets Anubis know that he's aware his real self is hiding on the 42nd floor right now. Shocked by Kang's knowledge, Anubis asks Kang why he challenged him knowing that his real self wasn't on that floor. At that point, Kang disrespects him by telling him that he's doing that just for fun. Anubis goes crazy after hearing such disrespectful words from Kang. Now, he can't let Kang go scot-free after hurting his pride and one of his champions just like that. With that said, Anubis's eyes glow purple and he starts ranting like a newborn, calling Kang a blasphemous idiot. With nothing else to lose, Anubis unleashes Hive, an ancient beehive that infinitely summons enormous bees, and orders them all to kill that blasphemous human. Almost immediately, the bees all charge towards Kang to kill him. However, Kang fires the icicles he's created earlier and destroys a few of the bees. When he realizes that didn't work, he moves on to use fire against them. By this time, every single monster under Anubis's command was coming at him from all directions. Kang retains his composure and fuses the element of fire and ice sculpture to create the skill, Daylight. With this new skill, Kang blasts every monster coming at him in every direction possible and holds this off for several minutes. The level 1 Daylight skill is a special mass destruction skill that compresses and releases mana with white magic, and Anubis is forced to watch Kang massacre his army of monster bees. Soon after watching more bees get destroyed by the second, Anubis decides to change his strategy and create monsters that even Kang can't destroy. To do this, he activates another special skill of his called Target Selection. Moments after creating the skill, a strengthened creature is created in the so-called Hive and brought forth to face its new enemy, Kang. Mere seconds after its creation, the creature, which looks like a giant wasp, charges at Kang, armed with its stinger. Before the creature gets to him, Kang creates more ice sculptures and fires them all at the giant wasp monster. The ice sculptures pierce through the wasp's body and create holes large enough to kill it completely. However, Anubis only chuckles at the sight of this as he knows Kang is just wasting his time. Seconds after his initial attack on the wasp, Kang gets to watch it not only come back to life, but also multiply. Following that, Anubis sees the chance to gloat about his new creation. He tells Kang that the monsters created with target selection don't just die, they simply multiply. So no matter how strong Kang's skills are, they are useless as he's now fighting a battle of attrition. Fully aware of his new reality, Kang decides to try a different approach to killing the wasps. Instead of hopelessly fighting and waiting for a miracle to happen, he picks up an enlargement pill, which is also known for multiplying the target's size tenfold, from the stuff he bought earlier from the store, targets the main wasp's mouth, and flicks it inside it. After getting the pill in the wasp's mouth, Kang needs to wait for 1 more minute before the pill's effects are activated in the wasp's belly. For now, he keeps his wits about him and hops from wasp to wasp, evading as many attacks as he can when he can, all while making sure not to kill any wasp while he's at it. During his charade, Kang goes as far as holding the antenna of one of the wasps and riding it around like his personal chariot. Seeing this, Anubis understandably gets super pissed as he orders his wasps to stop fooling around and kill Kang that instant. What he didn't know was that Kang was not provoking him just for fun. As it turns out, everyone would expect a player fighting creatures that don't die and just continue multiplying in numbers to just lose hope and give everything up. Kang, on the other hand, doesn't see things like that. As an outstanding player in this hellish game, he had seen his opportunity to create something good out of this seemingly hopeless situation. As he leaps from wasp to wasp, Kang takes out another item he bought from the store earlier, a mysterious cube, and uses it to trap all the wasps in the room. Furthermore, he combines 4 more things he bought from the store and uses the effects to enhance his mysterious cube so it can last a longer period. Once that's done, the wasps start banging and slamming every inch of the mysterious cube, hoping to get themselves freed from the restraints. Upon getting a sense of the patterns through the wasps' repeated attempts and calmly analyzing the situation, Kang finally created an infinite item glitch that forced the wasps into making something he wanted. Right after trapping the wasps in the mysterious cube, Kang activates a level 5 element of fire spell, gets the flame inside the cube, near the wasps, and makes it go kaboom. This action activates the effects of the enlargement pills, and, after a few moments of chaos, screeches, and blazing inside the mysterious cube, several dozens of enlargement pills start dropping like flies from the wasp's ass. If Kang plans to go up against any boss that has a large army, then he needs as many enlargement pills as he can get. So, monsters like this, which multiply indefinitely, are the most effective copy machines ever, not just for copying experience points, but also for copying items. At that point, Kang levels up like crazy and shocks Anubis to the bone. Upon seeing what Kang just did to his wasps, Anubis questions his reality and starts wondering if he's seeing things or not. Shortly afterward, he starts asking rhetorical questions about Kang preparing the items in advance, just to combine them. If anything, Anubis is sure Kang already knew the hive's characteristics and provoked him from the start, just to lead him into unleashing the wasps and trapping them. Having realized this, he slams his throne and reaches for the hive. When he gets a hold of it, he crushes the hive and destroys Kang's chance of infinitely multiplying the enlargement pills. Kang gets disappointed by the party pooper but still takes what he gets in the long run. Now seething with rage, Anubis scoffs at Kang's humiliation attempt and stomps his feet on the ground, screaming out the word blasphemy, so every monster in the depths of that room can hear him out. Once he's done letting off some steam, he points at Kang and tells him to make sure he survives and moves up the tower so they can meet again on the 42nd floor. In response, Kang tells him to stop shouting at him as he's going to climb the tower anyway. Anubis continues shouting anyway and tells Kang that once they meet again, then he will personally judge him for his blasphemy. Following that, he smiles and destroys his vessel, which makes him disappear. Right then and there, Kang meets the conditions needed to copy Anubis's judgment skill and saves it to the memory of the world book right after copying it. He then checks out the details after copying it and realizes that he can now reduce his target's stats by 50% and disable the use of skills and unique abilities for 1 minute, right after asking them 3 questions they answer. For now, the ability can only be used on the same target just once. If used improperly, then Kang will incur the wrath of the gods of ancient Egypt. Just then, Kang receives a notification stating that the gods of ancient Egypt are interested in him. When he looks further into it, he soon realizes that they're pissed at him for shitting on Anubis like that. Turns out the gods in the tower are that petty, but who cares? As for Alice, who's been watching the whole thing from the start, speaks up when it's all over and asks Kang to explain what the hell just happened. Kang tells her Anubis just rage quitted on him, but then urges her to stop acting surprised since he already won the fight. Kang opens up his information log again and figures he's now at level 19 with average stats. Impressed by his progress so far, Kang says this is the first time he leveled up this much at this stage, so it's something he needs to be happy about. Since he doesn't know what's going to happen from then, Kang uses his available stat points to raise all his stats evenly. Seconds later, he receives a video call request from an unknown player and tells Alice to stay out of the camera frame to keep her identity hidden. Alice gets a little frustrated by this, but she obeys her master and lets him have his fun. When Kang picks up the call, he finds Cheon Yusong, the loser who's been losing to him since the game time, on the other end. This time, Cheon gives him a stern look and asks Kang to explain where he is at the time as well as if it's someplace he knows. Kang just tells him to mind his business and explain what he's calling him for. At that point, Cheon explains his proposal for Kang. In 24 hours, the Association of the Awakened is hosting a tournament that requires all players ranked AA or above to attend. Kang wonders why the association is holding a gathering now of all times, especially after failing to defeat the third-floor boss so many times. When it comes down to the reason for his call, Cheon stares at Kang and tells him to come to the tournament and fight with him one more time. Kang asks him why he would waste his time fighting him again, and Cheon says he won't be able to refuse the invitation from him this time. When asked why, Cheon says it's because he has an invitation card to the black market. 24 hours later, Kang finally attends the tournament hosted by the association. According to Cheon's description, the black market, unlike the normal coin market the other players use, is a secret auction where only invited members can purchase items with cash. While thinking about the ideal black market auction, Kang, who's seen sitting comfortably in the audience space, starts figuring out the type of items he needs to beat the third-floor boss. Now that the Tower of Trials has become a reality, it's only normal for auctions like this to appear too. If it's as secret as Cheon claims it to be, then he might be able to find some decent items. Around that time, Kang gets a notification concerning the screen-recorded video conference call he uploaded earlier. After editing out the unnecessary parts, most of which included the part about the demonic ones, Kang previously uploaded the video to Unknown's newly opened channel. Rankers of major guilds, including Teresa, could be seen in the video with the masked unknown. Since he's edited the parts with the demons, nobody can criticize the guilds. For now, nothing good can come from going against the major guilds yet. After his soliloquy session, Kang checked the comments to see what people thought about the video. Thankfully, the video passed the right message across, as everyone either thought he was a good person with a nice personality or remained hopeful and confident in his skills to beat the third floor's boss. Either or, Kang got the response he was expecting. The veiled player everyone was curious about confidently declared all that in front of the major guilds, so it was only natural for the video to cause a stir. Now moving on to the view count conditions, Kang does a quick calculation to figure out the revenue he's earning with the current view count. At 50 million views, Kang calculates his total revenue to be about 500,000 coins. Upon deducting the 90% fee, Kang is left with just 50,000 coins at the end of the day. Although the fee is pretty stupid, Kang is still confident as it's more than enough to get good items from the black market auction. After a quick yawn, Kang snaps out of it and starts wondering when the competition will be over. As it turns out, the small fries were still clanging swords like kids on stage. Worried that their consecutive failures at clearing the third floor boss would lose them public confidence, the association and the major guilds decided to live stream the tournament, which consists of 24 AA or above-ranked players, to show the citizens how strong and reliable their players are. Kang sees through the bullshit but then realizes that not everybody watches YouTube. As such, there aren't many chances to see a player's true abilities. All in all, it's not a bad plan to lighten the pressure. Earlier on, Cheon had promised Kang to give him the black market invitation card if he agreed to a battle. During their video call 24 hours ago, Kang tried to let him know that he's not an AA rank or above, so he can't participate in the tournament anyways. Thinking Cheon will just hand over the black market invitation card, Kang gets the shock of his life when Cheon says the winner of the tournament is given two choices, the first one being choosing a replica from the National Museum of Korea, and the other one being the right to battle with any player who didn't participate in the competition. Kang gets a bad feeling about things right after Cheon mentions all that, and listens to the overjoyed Nimrod promise to take him down this time in front of everyone. Knowing fully well that the fool is only going to embarrass himself, Kang takes him up on his offer. Now that he's at the tournament, Kang needs Cheon to win this shit as quickly as possible so they can get their banter over with in time. Around that time, Kang gets to watch two fools clang swords and mouth rubbish at each other just to add some fun to the tournament. Soon after, a familiar Anubis structure shows up on stage, swings its hand at them, and knocks both of them out like they were nothing, erupting flames from its hands. Moments after taking down the small fry, Min Jong-woo and Lee Yuri show their cocky faces and smirk at the audience. Just then, about 4 suits from the front seat make their comments about the duo. From their play, most of them acknowledge their skills and confidence, hoping the public remains at ease after seeing them fight. As the audience cheers the fighters on, one of the suits asks his guildmaster if he's already seen any player they can recruit to their guild. By then, the guildmaster of the guild, Black Cloud, Hong Deokpyo, speaks up and tells his men that there's only one fighter who's caught his eye, and that fighter is none other than Cheon Yuseong. As Cheon steps into the arena to fight the other players, Hong analyzes his fighting stance, restraint, control, and visibility. So far, they're all exceptional. On top of that, Cheon executes his opponents cleanly and with an acute technique. Before that time, Hong had asked Cheon to join their guild, but Cheon blatantly refused his offer to carry out his plan. Being the first person to ever reject an offer to join his guild, Hong remains hopeful that Cheon will change his mind after the tournament. Just then, someone behind Hong complains about how frustrating things have been for him so far. When Hong looks behind, he finds the four-eyed doofus telling him that if Hong had let him compete in the tournament, then he would have taken care of all those insects and made the cocky Cheon kneel before them for declining their offer disrespectfully. Upon removing his glasses, the Starboy, identified later as Guild Black Cloud's AAA rank player, Jung Do-yeon, asks Hong if he agrees with him. Hong scoffs and tells him to focus on the interview he spent so much money to get him and stop grumbling about the game. Do-yeon smirks and tells his boss not to worry about him too much as the camera loves him and won't fail him anytime soon. As of now, Do-yeon has the talent to become an S rank shortly, but the only problem with him is that he likes to show off way too much. Anyways, if word comes out that Hong recruited such a promising player, then Black Cloud's status will naturally increase. For now, he just needs to tolerate Do-yeon's cockiness. With the tournament nearing the final stages, every fighter in the arena unleashes the greatest moves in their arsenal for a chance to get to the top and become the new face of Korea. Just when they all thought things were sealed for them, a mysterious person swoops in and knocks every single one of them down, including Min Jong-woo and Lee Yuri. Once he's done taking care of them, the mysterious player reveals himself to be Cheon Yuseong and is named the winner of the tournament. At that moment, every Korean citizen gets to see what a hottie the fool is. Soon after clutching the win, Cheon appears on national TV with a reporter who congratulates him and then asks to know which choice he's yet to make. Is he going for the replica relics or will he go for the battle request? Without fail, Cheon says he's going for the battle request and shocks everybody watching him. While some thought the guy was just yearning for a fight, others thought he was going to fight a big shot like a guildmaster. After choosing the second option, Cheon Yuseong is given the choice to choose his next opponent. As the whole of Korea waits for him to pick a worthy opponent, Cheon stares at Kang's direction and points at him to come down to the stage. Since Do-yeon is sitting right in front of Kang, he flares up as he thinks Cheon is calling for him. Just before he gets up, Hong sits him back down and urges him to trace Cheon's eye movements well. When they do, they realize that Cheon wasn't even pointing at Do-yeon. Instead, he was pointing at someone sitting behind him. Just then, Cheon hurries Kang to get up and stops acting like he doesn't see him. Do-yeon starts wondering who Cheon is pointing to, as he doesn't think there could be another match for Cheon besides him and Hong. By then, Kang gets up and exchanges a few snide remarks with Cheon before getting to the stage. Once Cheon lowers his sword, the four suits from earlier rush to check out who the person Cheon is challenging is on the database. When they look him up, they find the player's name to be Kang Jin-hyuk, an F-rank player. Surprised by his choice, Hong wonders what Cheon stands to gain by battling someone who's not at his level. Does he enjoy harassing weaklings in front of an audience? Whatever Cheon is scheming, Hong is interested in figuring out his endgame. Upon getting to the stage, Kang begs Cheon to stop challenging him once he loses this time, as it's about time for him to learn when to give up. Cheon asks Kang why he thinks that he's going to win. How can Kang say such things after seeing Cheon beat the shit out of the others? Kang chuckles, letting Cheon know that he's certainly grown stronger than before. Cheon takes offense at Kang's words and tells him he's trained without stopping just to take him down. If Kang wants the invitation, then he'll have to work for it. With that said, Cheon activates a level 6 soul-chasing sword energy that makes Kang's fire powers tingle. To start his next fight, Kang activates his level 5 element of fire magic and gets ready to rumble. A few minutes after the fight begins, Kang easily overpowers Cheon Yuseong and blasts a hole through the arena's roof with his newly acquired ice magic, all while trying to bring him down. With the entire arena in shambles, Cheon uses the very last ounce of strength he has left to ask Kang just how many skills the guy has in his arsenal. Before Kang even gets to give him a response, Bro collapses and loses the fight. Shortly afterward, Kang rummages through the idiot's coat to fish out the black market invitation card Cheon promised to give him if he won. Since he's technically won the fight, then Kang is just taking what's already his, not stealing it. Once he gets his hands on the card, Kang grins and promises to put the card to good use. By that time, everybody, including the four suits from earlier and the Guildmaster of Black Cloud, had already seen what Kang, the supposed F-ranked player, could do. While some of them try to figure out how he was able to create those ice missiles and the light beam, others are simply wondering if he's even human at all. Kang, on the other hand, takes a detour after the fight to check up on Lee Yuri and Min Jongwoo, his first recruits. When he gets their attention, Kang takes them through the small talk and reminds them about the first time they met. Min provides a detailed description of how their first meeting went, stating especially how intense it was, but then Kang urges them to put it behind them and think of this as a new beginning. Since they would rather not be Kang's enemies, both of them accept his proposal. As a show of goodwill, Kang asks Yuri to give him her phone number, with the option to refuse the request if she wants to. Hearing this, Yuri decides not to share her number, but then Kang asks if she'll rather deal with his pettiness after refusing to help him with her number. Lee Yuri knows better than to be on Kang's bad side, so she willingly hands over her number and urges him to leave her alone. Moments later, Do-yeon leaps out of his freaking seat in the audience stand and lands in the arena to confront Kang, who just beat the shit out of Cheon Yuseong. As the tension in the air grows by the second, Do-yeon tells Kang how shocking it felt to see him, a supposed F-rank player, beat the shit out of Cheon, a man with potential. Kang ignores the man's comments and quickly activates his level 3 Eye of Truth to see Do-yeon's information. From what he could find, Do-yeon is a 33-year-old level 21 male with average stats for his level and the unique ability, Titan's Strength, alongside a bunch of others. To copy Titan's Grip, Do-yeon's unique ability, Kang has to discover Do-yeon's ulterior motive for coming outside and meeting him right there in front of everybody. This information makes Kang wonder how the system always recognizes his opponent's intentions. Maybe there's more to this so-called system than just being a simple program. Before Kang gets too deep in his feelings, Do-yeon calls him back to Earth and tells him not to give him such a scary look, as he's not there to fight him. When Kang asks him to say what he wants, Do-yeon starts his sob story, telling Kang that since they're probably going to see each other often and work in the same field, he just wants to shake hands with his future colleague, whom he will be working with side by side. As Do-yeon reaches his hand towards Kang, Kang activates his Eye of Truth a second time to see through all that BS the idiot just said. As expected, Do-yeon's words are false. Behind that face he's putting off, Kang sees the bastard's insecurity and rage, and he knows that the reporters are flocking towards them as if they were waiting for this moment. With his hand poised for a handshake and his unique ability being Titan's Strength, paired together with the look of anticipation from Black Cloud's Guildmaster, Kang figures that if this doofus in front of him can make a show of overpowering the newbie who just defeated the winner of the tournament in front of the reporters, then he'll steal the spotlight. Right after figuring out Jong Do-yeon's ulterior motives, Kang meets the conditions to copy his unique skill and copies it without fail. Once he's done, he checks the description of the skill and figures he can use to increase his grip strength dramatically. Not only that, but he can also use items that are up to 10 times his total body weight. Back when the tower was just a game, there were very limited skills for Kang to copy, but now, the opportunities are endless for Kang. Right after copying the skill, Kang asks Do-yeon a series of questions. For the first question, he asks him if he's representing his guild with that handshake. Do-yeon answers him and says yes, also noting that if he joins their guild, then he'll be given special treatment. For the second one, Kang asks him if he'll get a contract bonus once he joins their guild. Again, Do-yeon urges him to just drop them a number and they'll match it ASAP. At this point, Kang extends his hand to shake Do-yeon. Just as he's about to shake him, he asks Do-yeon if he thinks he can defeat him in a battle of brute strength. Do-yeon sneers, clamping his hands on Kang's after activating his level 5 Titan's grip, and answers Kang's final question by telling him that he can and will. With all three questions answered successfully, Kang activates Anubis's Judgment, the skill he copied from the ancient god down in the abyss, and reduces all of Do-yeon's stats by 50%. For the first few seconds, Do-yeon's body freezes up and he's unable to move. Just then, Kang activates Titan's grip and forces Do-yeon to his knees. After talking down on the hotshot for a few seconds, calling him a big baby, Kang crushes his hand and causes the once strong dumbass to scream out in pain. When he can't take it anymore, Do-yeon begs Kang to stop so he can be free, but then Kang calls the guy a disgrace and punches him so hard in the belly that Do-yeon instantly gets knocked out. With Do-yeon now on the ground, Kang insults him and urges him never to act like they're close ever again. Almost immediately, the reporters start flashing their cameras on the stage to take pictures of whatever's happening there. Sadly for Kang, his glory days are short-lived as the guild master of Black Cloud itself, Hong, zaps himself to the arena in his red lightning shroud. Upon his arrival, Kang activates the Eye of Truth to check out Hong's information, but then Hong screams out at him, condemning him for throwing Do-yeon around like a rag doll. Kang just ignores the old fool and moves on to check his information. Apparently, Hong Deokpyo is a 41-year-old level 34 male with good stats and a unique ability, Blood Demon Spirit. Looking further, Kang finds out he's a class berserker and takes note of everything. Moving over to the copy conditions for his unique ability, Blood Demon Spirit, Kang realizes he needs to destroy Hong's pride and make sure there's nothing left. To do this, Kang provokes him by telling him to back off like he were some low-level kid. Unable to stand the disrespect, Hong asks Kang if he is scared of him, but then Kang says he's just not interested in crushing any guild masters yet. At that point, something snaps in Hong and he leaps high up into the air to activate his unique ability, Blood Demon Spirit. With his anger meter raised to the maximum level possible, Hong lunges at Kang to tear him limb from limb. By then, Kang also raises his hand to activate the level 2 daylight spell. As the light intensity increases with every second, it starts to affect the vision of others around them. Soon after unleashing the daylight spell, Kang summons his dagger and uses it to block Hong's incoming attack just right after activating the stat gap, and using about 99 of the 100 points to reduce their level difference by 33 levels. Confused, Hong wonders how in hell Kang was able to block his Blood Demon Spirit attack. Back when he led the strike team in the raid against the second-floor boss, the giant god warrior, Hong was the one who brought it down with his unique abilities. Could Kang be on the same level as him? Hong wonders. The next minute, he stops doubting himself and instead rushes to continue the fight. Moments before round 2 begins, someone intervenes and stops them from fighting using his level 4 mediation spell. Turns out the entire country is watching them, so those two should be trying to show how trustworthy they are. With that said, the mediator steps into the light and reveals himself to be Han Sang-jin, the head of the Association of the Awakened. Kang takes note of Han Sang-jin's presence and keeps his mouth shut in anticipation of how Han will handle this situation with the bullies. Soon after his arrival, Hong reports Kang to Han, blaming him for Do-yeon's sudden collapse and demanding punishment. Han tells Hong to stop crying as injuries are expected in a tournament. Hearing this, Hong tries to get bossy, but then Han ignores him and walks towards Kang. Once he gets past the introductory phase, Han goes straight to the point and lets Kang know that he was only aware of his existence 20 minutes ago, when the organizer called him down to the arena. Now that he's there, Han tells Kang that he checked Kang's rank on the database and fiddled through the test, only to figure out Kang has been wronged. With that said, Han Sang-jin calls Kang's name one more time and bows his head to congratulate him on becoming the 16th S-rank player in Korea. Moving on, Han apologizes on behalf of the association for mistakenly giving Kang the wrong rank and hopes they can all move forward from whatever happened. Soon, reporters start flocking around Kang just minutes after he's named the 16th S-ranked player, with poor Hong and his dog, still knocked out, and left behind as everybody stops noticing him. After a while, Hong pauses to wonder why they're being overshadowed by Kang. To get his shine back, Hong calls a reporter and tells him to get the others as his guild will reveal a special plan to take down the third-floor boss. Unfortunately for him, the reporter yanks himself off his coat and gets to Kang's position. In the end, Hong gets so overshadowed that nobody even knew he was in the arena in the first place. They were all flashing their cameras at Kang, the new zero-to-hero player who appeared from the rubble. Tired of begging for attention, Hong drops the reporter's coat and leaves the arena. At that point, Kang meets the conditions to copy his unique skill, Blood Demon Spirit. After copying and saving the skill, Kang gets his white ass back home and goes to bed. The next morning, he wakes up on an airplane to see various forums and news outlets talking about him. Korea's 16th S-ranker, online. As for the video that was uploaded to the Hall of Fame the previous day, Kang logged in to check the comments. There, he finds some pretty hilarious comments all aimed at praising how easy it was for an F-ranker to get the S-rank position. Satisfied by his findings, Kang can rest easy now, so he enjoys his flight. Now, how did he get on a plane? Well, it turns out Kang's next stop was to get to Las Vegas so he could get into the black market auction. As an apology gift from the Association for defaulting on his rank, Han Sang-jin covered his flight expenses and ensured Kang flew first class. So far, Kang isn't complaining. Soon after getting himself comfortable, Kang starts to understand why everyone wants to get a high ranking. The treatment is good, the food is good, heck, even the chair is immaculate. As the plane hits the skies, Kang is greeted by a nice flight attendant and is served a nice gourmet dish. Once the attendant's gone, Kang digs into his dish and enjoys the tastiness to the max. A few minutes into eating his food, Alice suddenly calls him from inside the ring on the necklace around his neck and tells him that the blood of the guy talking to the flight attendant gives off a strange, unpleasant, and vile smell. At first, Kang just thought Alice was yapping, but she tells him she isn't joking this time. If anything, that guy is probably not human at all. At this point, Kang takes Alice seriously and decides to see things for himself. After activating his Eye of Truth, Kang discovers something way off about this guy. His name is Alex Judro, a 24-year-old level 27 player with the class Necromancer and unique ability, Forgotten Ancient Tomb. After checking the conditions to copy his skills, Kang figures out that he needs to befriend Alex and join the Association of the Demonic Ones. By this time, Kang starts wondering how the guy can keep calm knowing he's evil. Before he knows it, the guy walks towards him and stops when he recognizes his face. He then asks Kang if he's truly Kang Jinhyuk, the recently promoted S-rank player. That instant, Kang figures the guy must have taken the same flight as him just so they can talk privately. To avoid keeping him waiting, Kang confirms that he's the most recent S-rank player. By then, Alex formally introduces himself as a businessman and proposes they drink to kill time. Kang accepts the proposal and has Alex take out a top-shelf cognac drink for them to enjoy while they chat their sorrows away. After listening to so many of Alex's sob stories, Kang stays on alert as he realizes that Alex might change the subject soon. When it's finally time to reveal the real reason why he's in Korea, Alex tells Kang that he isn't really there because of his cosmetic business. Rather, he's there to expand his other business related to the Awakened. Confused, Kang asks him to elaborate and Alex says he's run into a bit of a problem. When asked to share, Alex asks Kang about the masked player, Unknown, and Kang talks about the video he saw recently where Unknown declared he'd beat the third-floor boss all by himself. Moving on, he asks Alex if his problem has something to do with the masked guy, and Alex says yes. Truth be told, the fool says his associates were also planning to take on the third-floor boss. Sadly, Unknown stopped them pretty firmly and lied to the public that he did that to protect a friend, when in truth, he had something to do there alone and preferred not to be disturbed. To remain as vague as possible, Kang asks if Alex knows this unknown guy personally. Alex responds and says yes. However, before saying any other thing, Kang insults Unknown and calls him a greedy player. When all's been said and done, Alex starts nudging Kang to come to the third floor so they can clear it together. Kang fires back and asks Alex why they would need him even after Unknown said he was going to defeat the boss alone. By then, Alex cajoles Kang into thinking he can do anything he likes since he's an S-ranker, and also promises him a hidden item in the boss's room if he can come with them. Around that time, Kang starts thinking about the sneaky way these bastards wish to enter the third floor, despite the guild's strict monitoring. To reply to his question, Kang tells Alex he's asking for too much, and he would rather not oppose the major guild's decision. Hearing this, Alex urges him not to worry as he'll be well compensated for the job. To ease Kang's tension, Alex brings out a legendary medicine that can cure any and every disease, even a broken heart, calls it the elixir, and presents it to Kang. Kang, who's pretty shocked to see such a rare item, wonders what the demonic ones had to do to get their hands on it. After getting his hands on the vial, Kang lets Alex know that although he's tempted, he's still not sure. Alex continues glazing the elixir, noting that he'll give Kang that as an advance payment if he signs the contract he brings out shortly after. Kang uses his Eye of Truth and realizes Alex has already activated the contract of the dead. Moving on, Kang ignores Alex's words and uses his eye to check the real truth behind the contract paper. From what he could find, the contract, though poised to look normal, is a cursed contract that kills the signee if they violate the terms. Now that he knows the truth behind the contract, Kang refuses to sign the deadly contract, stating that his cautious nature won't allow him to get on the bad side of the major guilds. Disappointed, Alex mutters a few words and decides to get his elixir back. Unfortunately for him, Kang refuses to give it back. When he asks Kang for an explanation, Kang lets Alex know that he's going to steal the elixir, and Alex becomes hostile toward him. As the plane enters the turbulence zone, Alex, who thought Kang's magic was affecting the plane, calms down when the pilot speaks to them from the intercom and urges every passenger to keep their seatbelts fastened so they don't get injured. Hearing this, Kang smirks and tells Alex to let things slide for now as he'll be returning to his seat. Before Kang gets out of sight, Alex angrily asks him if he knew the group he was a part of from the start. Kang smiles and tells him he only had a feeling, but then gives Alex some credit for being a pretty good actor. Hearing this, Alex threatens to send Unknown after Kang after warning him not to provoke them. Kang nearly breaks character as the buffoon still didn't know he's been talking to Unknown all along. In time, Kang turns and lets Alex know that he's a blatant liar. Following that, he asks Alex if he thinks he's that dumb to believe that Unknown is on the same side as them, especially after humiliating the bastards at the Olympus meeting. At this point, Alex is shocked to the bone as he never for once realized Kang knew so much about the Olympus meeting. For a second there, he convinces himself that Kang might be an acquaintance of Unknown, but then he quickly comes off it and says he's just bluffing as the major guilds might have shared information with him since he's now an S-ranker. Right before leaving Alex, Kang tells him that he might even share some information about Unknown to Alex if he behaves himself. By then, Alex keeps his mouth shut and lets Kang go. A few minutes later, the plane lands in Las Vegas, and Kang bids Alex farewell. Moments after landing, Kang summons a part of Alice out of the ring as a reward for helping him figure out Alex's true intentions and lets her sightsee the beautiful buildings around the state. About an hour later, Alice speaks up for the first time and asks Kang if this is what a human city looks like. When Kang tells her yes, she compliments the beauty and walks with him. Soon after, Kang reminds her to stay quiet as promised or else he'll send her back to the ring. Currently, the tallest he could make her with his magic was 150 centimeters, so there's that. To prepare himself for the casino he'll be visiting next, Kang invokes the memory of the world and fuses the skills, Eye of Truth and Blood Demon Spirit to create the skill, Eye of Gluttony. The Eye of Gluttony is a higher version of the Eye of Truth that allows the user to see all of a target's stats and cast vision sharing and mind reading, all at the same time. The only downside to using this skill is that the nature of the spirit skill makes frequent use by the user, increasing the risk of the user's personality becoming contaminated. Also, vision sharing and mind reading can only be used on players with a lower level than the user. Initially, Kang was going to fuse the Eye of Truth with a safer spirit type ability, but since he needed the Eye of Gluttony right away, he had no choice. Right after fusing both skills, Alice calls Kang and points to a certain beautiful casino building before asking him if that's where they'll be going. Unfortunately, Kang says no as they're not there to have fun. You see, players aren't allowed to use their skills or magic at regular casinos like that, although Kang could take their money by force. But then again, it's not right for him to rob ordinary, hardworking people just to make enough cash for an auction. Turns out our MC's moral compass is still in the right place. Anyways, Alice gets bored and asks Kang to tell her where they'll be getting to. Kang tells her, with a wide grin, that they'll be going somewhere incomparable to an ordinary place like that. Someplace incomparable? Alice asks with a sparkly smile on her. To answer her question, Kang takes both of them to the private casino, Tortuga. At the entrance, Alice gets disgusted and says she likes the other building better. However, Kang reminds her one more time that they didn't come there to have fun. As he's about to continue talking, the duo overhears a private conversation between one of the casino staff and a loser, who's being kicked out of the casino. Turns out the loser saw his opponent using skills to cheat and win the game previously, so he was trying to let the staff know that the game wasn't fair. Just then, the staff kicks the loser's mouth and asks him why he wasn't complaining when he was using plenty of his skills. As Kang and Alice get to the door, Kang overhears the staff telling the loser that whoever gets cheated on is the idiot in their casino, and there's no help for such a person. Kang concurs with the staff's words and eventually gets into the casino. Inside, Alice instantly gets excited by the chimes and dings from every single machine in the casino. She asks Kang what's so different about this place, and Kang tells her it's a casino where one can use their magic freely. With that said, Kang picks her up and places her on a stool near the bartender. After that, he opens a tab and tells the bartender to give her any drink she wants to try. Alice starts yapping and complaining about him wanting her to stay before asking him what he plans on doing by himself. Upon taking a drink, Kang says he's going to earn himself some dollars. Before approaching the table, Kang uses the Eye of Truth to check out what skills the house uses to deceive the gamblers. He finds one of them to be using Advanced Blockade, a skill that blocks all of the gamblers' skills from affecting the house for 10 minutes, all while retaining the skill of the users themselves. Soon after learning enough from just watching, Kang gets to Pedro, a Tortuga table dealer's spot, and plays with him for a little while. After losing about $500,000 to Kang, Pedro finally gets a decent hand. To avoid losing any more money, Pedro raises all of his money and places it on the bet. Upon seeing this, people gather around the table to see the outcome of the final match between Kang and the table dealer, Pedro. To make the honeypot sweeter, Kang also pulls in all his funds and bets it on this final match. This bold act raises eyebrows as many people from the casino floor flock around Kang to see what kind of magic he's about to pull. If Kang wins this bet, then the house will have to pay him $5 million. Before playing the bet, Kang asks Pedro if he wants to chicken out, as this is quite a large sum. Pedro lets him know the house is always confident, so he should just shut up and play. With the first question asked, Kang moves on to the second, and asks Pedro to tell him which guild runs this place. Pedro answers him and says the guild scavenger is in charge of managing and investing in the casino. After answering the second question, Pedro stops to think about why Kang's been asking a bunch of questions after keeping quiet the entire time. Just then, Kang asks if he's allowed to ask questions in the casino. Surprised by how Kang read his mind, Pedro tells him to ask anything he wishes to ask, as he must answer them. After giving his answer, Pedro gets worried that Kang might have some mind-reading skills. Notwithstanding, he still moves forward with his play, and tells Kang he'll be revealing his cards now. To him, it doesn't matter what Kang does as long as he can switch the cards as soon as he flips them. With that said, Pedro activates a level 3 sleight of hand skill and uses it on the cards as he's about to flip them. When he finally flips the cards, Pedro's shocked to see it's still a jack mixed pair. What the freak happened? Pedro wonders. As it turns out, Kang activated Anubis's judgment on the fool's ass right before he flipped up the cards to stop him from using his skill's full potential. Bro just keeps the fool Pedro wondering how in hell he lost the bet. At that point, nothing made any sense to him at all. Meanwhile, Kang reveals his hand and Pedro soon figures he's having a king mixed pair. This means Kang won the game narrowly and Pedro just lost $5 million. Before asking for his money, Kang dedicates the win to his mind-reading feature and realizes just how useful it is. Eventually, he reaches for all the chips so he can cash them in by the receptionist. Before getting a chance though, a group of men rush to the table and demand he stop whatever he's doing. When they get there, one of the bouncers tells Kang that he's going to have to come with them to the back rooms. Kang asks if that's how they treat their guests, and another replies, saying they don't consider someone who tries to make off with this much of their money a guest. Kang smirks and asks them if that's so. Just then, the loser orders his men to take Kang to the room. Before they could carry that out, Kang beats the shit out of the biggest bouncer there and tells the redhead about something he heard on his way into the casino. If he remembers correctly, whoever gets cheated in that casino is an idiot. With that said, the chaos ensues, and Kang finds himself dodging bullets, hauling expensive stuff at the guards coming at him, and using Do-Yeon's brute strength ability to smash some of the pesky guards into the floor, with several other players flocking around him and cheering him on. While the show goes on, Alice is seen taking her time to enjoy her drink, ignoring whatever the fuck's going on behind her. After taking a sip from her first drink, she asks the bartender to tell her its name. The bartender says the drink is called Kiss of Fire, and explains that it's a cocktail that expresses the passion between two new lovers. At that point, Kang was already burning guards and everything in the casino. Even at that, Alice just stares at her drink with boredom written on her face to continue drinking. After getting their arses beaten for a while, the redhead asks one of his underlings to tell him when the guild executives would show up. The underling tells him they're still at least 30 minutes out, but then the redhead suspects something fishy going on. Although there are no rules at the casino, nobody goes on a rampage like this all on their own. Before he knows it, that same underling shows up with new information on Kang. When the redhead checks it out and sees Kang's true identity as the most recent S-ranker in Korea, he knows he's fucked up. The redhead thinks about the odds of an S-ranker visiting his casino out of the blue and tries to count how many S-rankers are currently in the US. Eventually, he realizes that if Kang meant to destroy that place, then the casino would easily cease to exist. To avoid that, the redhead orders every guard fighting Kang at that moment to stop whatever it is they're doing and let him handle things. Once the fighting stops, he removes his coat and goes on his knees to apologize on behalf of the casino for mistaking his identity and acting stupid earlier. Moving on, he begs Kang for his forgiveness, but then Kang frowns and asks the redhead why he's suddenly apologizing. Perhaps they saw his rank and realized they'd messed with the person, eh? The redhead stutters while searching for a response, but Kang shuts him up and asks him if the casino hasn't always been a place where those who get screwed over are the idiots. Before the redhead could even say anything, Kang demands he be paid the money he won fairly plus compensation for the emotional distress he's experienced from being attacked by his men. After doing the man, Kang surmounts everything to be about $10 million. Sweating hard, the redhead repeats the amount as if trying to tell Kang it's too much, but Kang gives him the option to either pay him now or close up the casino. Eventually, Kang gets paid his $10 million in full before leaving for the auction. About an hour after getting paid, Kang stands and waits for his ride by the side of the road. Moments before his ride arrives, Kang checks his account balance and keeps his money safe for the auction. Minutes later, a black sedan shows up and stops right beside him. Then, the driver rolls down the blacked-out windscreen and asks Kang if he's guest number 117. When Kang shows him the invitation card, the driver urges him to get in so he can take him to the auction house. Kang does the needful and soon gets on his way to the auction house, taking note of the blacked-out windows. When he arrives at the top-secret auction house location, Kang gets excited and alights the car when it gets to the gate. Before he gets too far, Alice speaks up and reminds Kang not to forget his promise to her. Kang fires back and tells her to calm down so he can find a secluded spot first. Alice continues hurrying him till he gets super pissed and just releases her from the ring. Alice takes in some air and appreciates how well this big house suits a noble being such as herself. When she's done, she asks Kang if they're ready for the auction thing, and Kang ushers her to get inside the big house, warning her not to do anything that'll draw too much attention to them. Confused, Alice asks him why, and Kang says it's because there are lots of watching eyes. As they walk into the large lobby, Kang overhears two clients talking about the 175th auction, noting how excited they are to finally attend one with lots of items from the Tower of Trials. He also hears them talking about certain rumors that have been flying around the community recently, one about an ichthyosaur heart being one of the items to be appearing at the auction. One of them asks if the other was capping, but then the other says it's all thanks to the tower thing appearing. Ever since its creation, treasures that disappeared in ancient times are now reappearing because of the mana waves and whatnot. Anyway, they're both still very excited even if they don't win a bid, as long as they get to watch how it goes. The minute they're done talking, Alice catches a whiff of a disgusting smell, just like that of Alex's, and covers her nose. Kang notices her reaction and asks her what's wrong. Just then, the owner of the disgusting smell shows up holding a staff and introduces himself to Julius Kedrick. Beside him is a beaten-up Alex who stays silent throughout. Moving on, Julius lets Kang know that he's Alex's mentor, and Kang acts like he didn't know Alex at all. Judging by the bruises on Alex's body, Kang figures the doofus had gotten a good beating because he lost the elixir without anything to show for it. When he activates the Eye of Gluttony, Kang sees Julius Kedrick as a 58-year-old level 30 male with impressive stats and class, necromancer coupled with the unique ability, Guardian of the Pyramids, and other noteworthy skills. Right after checking his information, Kang takes note of the rareness of his unique ability and remains impressed by Julius's information. His unique ability, Guardian of the Pyramids, allows a necromancer to summon many corpses with limited mana, so it's an ability sought after by other necromancers. To copy any of Julius's skills, Kang figures he has to learn dark magic from him and receive an A+, as Kedrick is furious due to Alex's consecutive failures. Having seen the ridiculous condition, Kang gets pissed and calls the system crazy for giving such absurd copy conditions. Eventually, Kang decides to taunt the man, and he does so by reminding Julius about his student's failure in the plane. Julius keeps things mature and tells Kang he's glad to hear that from him. Moving on to the reason why he's there, Julius tells Kang that he's there to ask about the information he claims to have about Unknown, also noting that it's a very important issue for the demonic ones. Kang compliments the man for being straightforward, but then lets him know that there's no time for them to talk about something like that there, insinuating that they talk about it next time. As Kang's about to leave, the old man stops him with his staff and tells Kang that there won't be a next time as he needs to take care of this as quickly as possible. Unfortunately for him, Kang flicks away his staff and lets him know that it's not his problem. With that said, Kang joins Alice as they move into the auction room. Alex gets pissed and tries to stop Kang, but then Julius holds and tells him to calm down as there's still a way for them to bring him back. As they enter the auction room, Alice asks Kang if he wants her to get rid of those smelly, annoying guys. Kang just tells her to leave them be as nothing good will ever come out of making a scene. Once they're past that, Kang urges her to just bid on what they want and get out of there. Just then, the auctioneer gets to the podium and welcomes everyone to the 175th Black Market auction. Kang and Alice quickly get to their seats as the event begins. For the first item to be auctioned, the auctioneer brings out a fragment of a meteor that landed in Arizona. The fragment's been known to emit powerful magical energy ever since the tower appeared, so buying it should be a huge help. Soon after, the auctioneer starts the bid at $100,000. Kang just sits there and waits for the others to increase the bid to about $200K. Knowing fully well that no one knows how to work with fallen iron, Kang decides to buy the item for cheap. Once it comes down to it, he bids for $300,000 and the auctioneer asks for any other counteroffers. Just when Kang thought he'd finally gotten his hands on some fallen iron for a bargain price, Julius raises his placard and places the bid price at $1 million. The auctioneer immediately calls for a counter, banging his table, but Kang takes one look at Julius and figures out his endgame. Since nobody could come up with a counteroffer in time, the auctioneer sells the Arizona meteorite to Julius and moves on to the next item up for auction, the sealed psychiatric ward catalog. For the next one, he starts the bidding at $100,000 as well. Kang ignores Julius's first attack and waits for the other pesky bidders to call their prices. Once the room falls silent, Kang raises his placard and calls his price to be $300,000. Again, Julius raises his placard and calls his price to be $1 million. This daring move brings stares to the faces of the other clients, as they just can't understand why Julius would suddenly triple the price of the item. Unfortunately for Kang and everyone else, the auctioneer isn't going down on the bid. He asks for a counteroffer a few more times and eventually sells the catalog to Julius for $1 million. At that point, Kang finally realizes that the old geezer plans to buy everything he bids on. Upon knowing his endgame, Kang comes up with a plan and decides to see how things turn out. For the third item of the auction, the auctioneer brings out a relic of the Mayan civilization found in South America. Before he even explains all the details, Kang raises his placard for $500,000. Alice gets concerned and asks Kang if he's sure he wants to buy something he doesn't even know about. Kang tells her to keep quiet and just watch him act out his plan. Once Alice sits her ass back down, Julius raises the bid to $1 million again. The hosts ask for a counteroffer and Kang raises the bid to $1.5 million. Seconds later, Julius raises it to $3 million yet again, and the auctioneer asks for another counteroffer. This time, Kang keeps his placard down and allows Julius to get the relic for $3 million. Right after getting another item Kang coveted, Julius takes one look at his rival and, after calling him a bastard, gets ready for the next item. As soon as the next item is called, both Kang and Julius place their bids. By the end of that auction, Julius gets the item again for $2 million. Over the next two auctions, Julius steals all of Kang's items by placing a bid much higher than Kang's initial bid. At one point, even Alex had to interrupt his master and advise him to pass on the next item. Upon hearing what Alex just said, Julius snaps and smacks the idiot on the head before asking him what he thinks he can do if Kang gets his hands on what he wants. Even though he's accumulating huge losses for his association, Julius still believes they have plenty of capital to purchase whatever item Kang's after. Once he gets everything Kang wants, then he'll use them all as a bargain to obtain information about Unknown. In other words, the old fool is still after a wild goose chase. Anyways, the auctioneer showcases the next collector's item up for auction and calls it the first chessboard. Around that time, every other ordinary client scoffed at the lameness of the piece, as nobody could figure out what they were to do with a chessboard with no pieces. Most buyers save up their money for more important things, but then Kang raises his placard to start the bid at $50,000. To counter his offer, Julius bids $100,000. Kang refuses to let this one go, so he keeps raising the bid price till it gets to $1 million, thinking Julius will finally fold. Just when he thought he was winning, the geezer raised the price to $8 million. At this point, other buyers start wondering if there's something about that item that they don't know, because these two bidders don't make any sense at all. Out of nowhere, Kang raises the bid price for the chessboard to $10 million, and Julius counters by raising the whole thing to $30 million, right after realizing that $10 million is the highest Kang can bid. When all's been said, Julius turns back and tells Kang that he's finally figured out the item he wants. So, if he wants this item so badly, then he's going to need to come crawling to him to get it. After a loud cackle, the auctioneer asks the crowd for counteroffers. By this time, Kang was devastated as Julius just exceeded his expectations. If he doesn't come up with a plan quickly, then Julius will make away with the item he wants the most. Just as Julius is about to get the chessboard for $30 million, someone unexpectedly gets up and raises the bid price to $100 million. When Kang turns to see who the person is, he finds out it's none other than Alice von Ataraxia. Julius's soul nearly leaves his body when he hears the little girl near Kang outbid him. Like seriously, who the heck buys a chessboard for $100 million? He becomes obsessed with the kid near Kang and soon realizes that he can't stop now or else he'll have spent $70 million on useless garbage. So, he raises the bid price to $110 million, only to be outbid by Alice again, who bids for the board at $200 million. Julius pauses the auction and tells Alice to stop all that nonsense, as there's no way she has $200 million just like that. At that point, the auctioneer asks Alice to show them proof that she has those funds ready. Annoyed by the disrespect, Alice opens up a portal to her vault in the tower and reveals all the shiny treasures and items she has in her collection. One of the auction's curators checks out just one headpiece from Alice's vault and estimates the value to be worth around $500 million. Shocked, Julius soon realizes that the kid near Kang isn't just some ordinary kid. Instead, she's only the most dangerous person in the world after Kang Jinhyuk, since she allows him to treat her like his subordinate. After giving the matter a little more thought, Julius realizes that Kang might be a far more troubling opponent than Unknown himself. With that said, Julia stops bidding altogether and orders Alex to enact Plan B as the tables have turned on them. Alex smiles at his master for giving him the choice before getting himself ready for a fight. Meanwhile, Kang and Alice walk down to the podium to claim their prize. After buttering them with congratulatory words, the auctioneer finally gives the first chessboard to the lady with the winning bid. As Alice ushers the auctioneer to give Kang the prize, Kang thanks her for the help and asks to ensure she didn't use too much money. Alice tells him she's been looking for a way to clear her full vault, so she doesn't mind. More importantly, Alice says she'd rather die than let those bastards look down on her partner. The duo get a moment, and Kang smiles at the first nice thing she's ever said to him. Just then, a part of the theater goes kaboom, and the entire room is sent into pandemonium. With the building roof caving in, all the buyers in the theater start rushing towards the exit to save themselves, creating a stampede. Before any one of them could make it to the exit, though, Alex catches up to them and slits the throat of a few of them so he can make them into his precious sacrifices. To do this, he activates Magical Furnace and tortures a few people in the head, making them feel bloated and crazy. Eventually, Kang decides he's seen enough, so he comes down his high horse and faces the useless buffoon who toys with human lives. Moments before their showdown, Kang calls Alex a sick bastard and lets him know that he's incurred his wrath because he's gone too far with things. Alex ignores Kang's snide remarks and instead uses his disgusting necromancer magic to transform the life force of his victims into monsters that he calls his babies. Once the transformation is complete, Kang finds himself facing a horde of zombie monsters with immense strength and prowess. Before fighting them, Kang insults the sick fool, Alex, calling him a disgusting necromancer and all. On the contrary, Alex smiles and tells Kang not to call him disgusting, as the creatures he's created are adorable. Thereafter, he commends Kang for withstanding the magic oozing all over the place, and reminds him of the humiliation Kang made him go through on the plane. Now that he's received permission to kill him, Alex has no reason to hold back on his revenge anymore. With that, Alex sends his horrible creatures to attack Kang, and they all charge towards the S-ranker. Kang responds accordingly and destroys as many creatures as he can when he can. After round 1, Alex compliments Kang for being very agile and asks after Alice, the rich little brat. Kang lies and tells Alex that Alice bolted out of there since she doesn't like gross things, but in reality, Kang couldn't maintain her corporeal form because of the magical furnace, so he had to send her back to the ring while he sustained damage from the furnace. With more monsters coming at him, Kang figures out how disadvantageous the situation is for him the longer it drags out. For now, he needs to finish things as fast as possible, and to do this, Kang activates the Grave of Swords, leaps high into the air, and finishes off every single monster attacking him. After watching Kang exterminate his monsters, Alex yaps around for a bit before utilizing every material he has in the room. Simply put, he gets a bang for his buck as he empowers himself and his monsters, or babies, with energy from the ancient treasures and materials previously used for the auction. Upon seeing what Alex just did, Kang realizes that the doofus intends to continue sucking out the life force of the people so he can keep this up and make him run out of mana, the standard fighting style of necromancers, as Alex calls it. Following the realization, Kang continues evading every monster attack until he figures out a good plan to take them all down. As the fight continues, Kang calls Alex a fool for revealing his trump card way too easily. Now that he knows the secret behind his technique, Kang threatens to torch all the monsters before he can revive them again. Seconds later, he activates daylight and flashes the bright light at the monsters and their master. Alex scoffs and tells Kang that he already knew that he'd use that skill since he's already watched the tournament video and figured out all of Kang's moves. Before the light from the skill consolidates, Alex orders all his monsters to attack Kang and kill him. Seconds later, Alex notices something wrong with his monsters and realizes that they aren't moving. He gets confused for a second and waits for the light from the skill to get dim. When it does, he finds the feet of all his monsters frozen from Kang's ice magic sculptures. After freezing the feet of all the monsters in the room, Kang prepares himself for an even stronger version of the daylight spell. From the look on Kang's face, Alex figures it all out. Turns out the first daylight spell was all a distraction so Alex wouldn't see Kang freeze his monsters' feet. Now that Kang's sure they won't be moving around anytime soon, he blasts them the heck out of reality and takes the building down with them. After that large-scale attack, Alex gets back on his feet and tries to figure out how powerful Kang is. Once he's done questioning his reality, Alex searches around and sees a red smear on the ground where his babies previously stood. Just then, Kang shows up behind him and says hi. Just as Alex is about to react, Kang shatters his right hand and leaves him to scurry around for a bit. Now that he's lost the fight, Alex knows that he needs to get out of there and meet up with his master. Unfortunately for him, before he gets too far, Kang throws his dagger at his behind and sinks it into Alex's lungs. Alex takes the hit and falls straight to the ground while Kang smirks at a good weapon throw. With his enemy down on the floor, Kang inches closer and asks him if he's seriously trying to run away after all the shit he's caused so far. Before he receives any answer from the idiot, Kang recovers his dagger and explains to Alex just how he's going to die. For the next 30 minutes, Alex's lungs will slowly fill with blood, and when they're full of the red stuff, he will suffocate to death. According to whatchamacallit, the most painful way to die aside from burning to death is suffocating, so Alex should prepare himself for the most painful 30 minutes of his life. As he's about to leave him, Kang gives Alex an option to relieve him of his suffering if he can tell him more about the association of the demonic ones. Alex is about to talk when Kang takes out the elixir and dangles it around him. The sight of a solution that can cure all diseases gives the dying Nimrod a ray of hope, so he immediately does his best to say something about his association. Sadly, since his throat is already blocked, Alex can't speak. He then tries to write on the floor with his blood, but then Kang steps on his hand and seals his fate. Alex eventually realizes Kang never intended to hear him out. As such, he resigns to his fate and waits for death's call. Thereafter, Kang takes out Alex's business card from his pocket and flings it at the man, urging him to have it back. While he walks out of Alex's sight, Kang calls him a piece of trash and hopes he dies as slowly and painfully as possible. After taking care of Alex, Kang moves on to check out Michelangelo's safe and the ichthyosaur's heart, both of which were just lying around like nobody's business. Kang knows he can combine the items to make a huge inventory, so he does so, thinking nobody is in the room with him. Upon fusing both items, Kang successfully acquires a large pocket dimension inventory capable of holding weight up to 5 tons. Just then, someone notices Kang from behind and turns, shivering, to see the auctioneer and his son thanking him for saving them earlier. Kang remembers the kid and is surprised to see that he's the auctioneer's son. Since he needs the items he just took, Kang clears his throat and tries to talk himself out of trouble. However, the auctioneer isn't a shitty person, so he allows Kang to have the items as he has no intention of reporting the man who saved the life of his only son. Kang's a little surprised at the man's reaction, calling it a first, but he chooses to feel good about himself as he heads out of the auction with his new items. Several thousand miles away, 2 other idiots from the Demonic Ones group are seen on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, desperately trying to navigate their way through the Cathedral of Hatred's complex security systems. After evading about 100 arrows and boulders from the traps designed by the nutcases who built the cathedral, one of them, the female, complains about the complex security and asks her partner if they have to go through the pain each time they come to that spot. Her partner, who happens to be a dude, calls her Melina and urges her to stop complaining as he's still upset about the 3rd idiot, Alex. Hearing the name Alex, Melina turns in rage and asks her partner why she has to consider his feelings like they were her problem. Her partner replies with the same energy and urges her to care about his feelings if she doesn't want to die. Moments before they start fighting, an older dude wearing a black death mask appears before them and silences them. Since those two have been working for over 10 years now, one would expect there to be some cordial relationship between them. Unfortunately, assholes will be assholes, so there's that. After asking them a few more questions about why they're always fighting, the Black Death Man tells them the reason why they're there. As it turns out, their new POI, Kang Jin-hyuk, has been a pain in their butts for a while now, and they want him eliminated. Melina starts by telling their master that he must have played the game before for him to be this good. Even at that, she bets he's no different from the other normal players scattered around. The man tells her not to relent as they suspect Kang might have reached a higher floor than they ever have. Melina scoffs and says there's no way Kang has gone higher than the 20th floor, so she doubts that. Besides, why would he care enough to play the Tower of Trials when it was still a game? As the other guy interrupts her, he states that the only reason why they even chose to play and study such a dying game was to avoid Interpol's surveillance. Melina agrees with Dude 4 Eyes and says there's no special reason someone might have even touched the game, so no matter how bored or depressed a person can be, playing a sadistic game is never an option, as only a perverted psycho would have kept playing the Tower of Trials without a good reason. After hearing both their inputs on the matter, the Black Death Man starts thinking about why these two aren't taking this threat seriously. Eventually, he realizes that only people who are the real deal can recognize each other. Notwithstanding, they shouldn't underestimate Kang Jin-hyuk and eliminate him as quickly as possible. With that said, the Black Death Man tells the other two while disappearing to follow Julius Kedrick and make sure things don't go off course. Melina gets up and while leaving, assures him not to worry too much as things are going to be fine. The following day, Yanhwa and Taemin are seen doing some normal training in the indoor gym of their apartment building. This time, Yanhwa's the one doing the attacking while Taemin defends with some pads. Throughout the training, Yanhwa beats the shit out of Taemin and nearly breaks some of his ribs, but in the end, everybody's fine. After cleaning themselves up, Taemin ushers Yanhwa to come to check something out on his tablet. Once she gets closer, Taemin shows her Unknown's livestream and tells her he thinks Unknown's up to something. Yanhwa calls him an attention seeker, but Taemin lets her know that there's something special about him, but he just couldn't figure it out yet. When they cast the feed to their TV, Yanhwa recognizes the place to be the Face Tree Temple within the 3rd floor's boss's room. Taemin also remembers the place and says if one can answer the Face Tree's 3 questions correctly, then they can win an item with a special attribute. Unfortunately, the questions the Face Tree asks are ridiculously hard and crazy to even fathom. As Yanhwa and Taemin glue their eyes to the live stream, Kang, who's under the alias Unknown, also gets comments from several thousand of his viewers accusing him of cosplaying as Unknown and sneaking into the third floor to gain points. Kang ignores their comments and awakens the face tree so he can get on with the questioning. Soon after the face tree wakes up, he welcomes Kang, the first human he's seen in a while, to his questioning phase, and Kang urges him to throw his questions at him. Moving on, the tree tells Kang that if he can answer all 3 of his questions correctly, then he'll receive any of the 3 maple leaves he chooses. On the other hand, if he gets even 1 question wrong, then he'll be punished to death by the 2 Big D wooden golems standing behind him. Once they're past that, the tree asks Kang the first question: the optimal depth and temperature suitable for the marine species, Kelgorn, to live in. At this point, even Taemin and Yanhwa were scared for Unknown, as they never would have thought about looking up such a question. To their surprise, Kang provides an accurate answer to the question and urges the tree to get to the next question. The tree tells Kang that he doesn't even know if the answers are correct, but then Kang assures him that he knows it's correct, so he can move on to the next one. The tree scoffs and asks the next question, only for Kang to provide an accurate answer before he even finishes the question. Surprised, the tree tells Kang he's correct, and moves on to the last question. For the last one, he asks Kang to tell him the time of the year when the giant eagles of the sky plateau mate. Again, Kang tells the correct answer, which is the first snowfall inside the tower, and impresses the tree even further. Being the first human to ever answer all of the face tree's questions correctly, the tree chuckles and commends Kang for his extensive knowledge. In response, Kang also lightens the mood by throwing in a few compliments about the tower and whatnot. After that, the comments come in and Kang gets overwhelmed by the shocks and exclamations in most of them. Eventually, the time came for Kang to get his reward, so the tree asked him to choose 1 out of the 3 colored maple leaves: green, red, or yellow. For some context, red leaves have the fire attribute, yellow leaves strengthen the defense, and green leaves increase speed. Yanhwa chooses to pick the green leaves so she can have enough speed to defeat the large-scale battles of the third-floor boss. As for Kang, he tells the tree to forget about those lame leaves and give him something else he's hiding. When the tree asks Kang what that is, Kang, aka Unknown at the time, leans in and demands the black leaves he's hiding. Instantly, the face tree gets scared and asks Kang how he knows about the black leaves. At the same time, Yanhwa and Taemin stare at each other, wondering what black leaves Unknown is talking about. Eventually, the face tree begs Kang to choose other colors, and even offers to throw in some extra if he can be considerate. At that point, Kang starts taunting him and calling him a creature of false honor who's going back on his promise. Soon, he tells the face tree to stop rambling and hand over the black leaves he asked for, or he'll report him to the overseer for besmirching the honor of the tree spirits. By then, the face tree gives up and releases the reward to Kang. The very next minute, Kang receives over 1,000 black leaves and checks out their details. Currently, they're useful for inflicting the decay effect on weapons and armor to transform the enemy's stamina as damage and whatnot. Now that he's acquired the last piece of the puzzle, Kang takes care of the remaining tree monsters before he gets going. In the meantime, 2 random guards, protecting a certain portal on the third-floor outskirts alongside a few others, are seen talking to each other to alleviate the boredom they're facing. One of the guards asks the other if he's heard of Unknown's triumphant entry into the third-floor boss room on his own. Surprised, the other guard makes his comments and listens to the first one talk about sitting things out till he's done so they can get back home. Soon after, the listener asks the first guy why they're guarding this spot in the first place, as he doesn't think anybody would be crazy enough to come there. By then, the first one stops him from whining and tells him to just continue guarding the place as he believes that there's a good reason why they're there in the first place. To seek validation for his words, the first guard turns to the others to ask for their opinions, only to see that they're all alone in the room. Confused, the man asks the other guard if he knows where everyone went, not noticing the purple mist forming under their feet. When they let their guards down, the purple mist transforms into magical ropes that trap both guards and absorb their life force. Soon the culprit, who turns out to be Julius Kedrick, reveals himself and hurries his men to absorb and save the guards' life forces so they can gather enough power to fight whatever's coming. Once they're done, Julius ushers his men to get through the portal so they can catch up to their target. At the same time, Kang, who's still disguised as Unknown, finishes taking care of the wooden golems from the face tree and moves on to his next task. While he's at it, comments start pouring in from thousands of his viewers, with most of them admiring his fighting spirit and some just shitting on his skills and trolling as usual. Once he's had it with the snide comments, Kang finally speaks up and lets his viewers know that he doesn't care whether they have faith in him. Instead, he wishes they'd just stop yammering on so he can focus. This shocks a lot of the viewers, as they never thought a streamer would even dare talk to his viewers like that. When Kang gets more questions to name who he's talking to, he turns to the camera and lets them know that he's talking to them. Furthermore, he tells them to keep watching if they want to watch and leave if they don't want to watch. This sassy reaction from Kang gets a lot of mixed feelings from his followers, as they'd expect streamers like Kang to suck up to his viewers so his views and likes can go up. Now that they realize he doesn't give a shit about what they think, a lot of them kind of like him better. In the end, most of his viewers stay behind to watch what becomes of Kang's sassy personality. Kang just ignores them and continues walking towards the gate in front of him until an explosion happens a few clicks away. Seconds after the explosion, Kang stays alert and starts wondering if there's another person there with him on the same floor. To keep his skills and powers secret from the public, Kang bids his viewers farewell and proceeds to turn off the stream. Several comments pour in begging him to keep the camera rolling so the viewers can all get a glimpse of a real fight. But Kang ignores them, ends the broadcast, and gets to someplace safe where he can observe the fight. Moments later, the demonic ones and their army of undead, led by Julius Kedrick, storm the battlefield to fight the third-floor boss's army of statues. Kang gets to watch several dozen necromancers unleash their most powerful spells to control the minds of their undead soldiers and make them fight the thousands of statues coming at them. Over the next hour, the fight drags on with several dozen soldiers clashing swords and stabbing each other. As for Kang, he just sits in his safe spot analyzing the battle neutrally. As the fight rages on, the tides of battle turn switch between both sides intermittently as they're both evenly matched. When the battle starts going in the favor of the demonic ones, one of Julius's henchmen speaks up and encourages his colleagues to push the statues back further. If they can ride with the momentum of the battle, then they will wipe the statues out in due time. Just then, one of them gets hit with an ice-themed attack. Confused, the others cast up a shield to protect themselves from the new enemy attacking from afar, but then the intensity of the ice sculptures gets even greater, and they start investigating where the attack came from. Soon, Kang reveals himself to be the attacker, and they all recognize him immediately. When they find out he's all on his own, the necromancers make a move to take him down quickly. They redirect all their focus on Kang and attack him with all they've got. Sadly, Kang isn't a joke like them, so he brings down every single enemy on the battlefield, necromancer, undead, and even statues alike. When he's done taking down the small fries, Kang activates the Blessing of the Stars and uses its divine powers to free the undead monsters from the necromancer's control. The necromancers soon realize that they're cooked since they can't control their monsters anymore. To avoid getting crushed by their monsters, they ignore Kang and focus on controlling the minds of their monsters again. Unfortunately for them, it's already too late as the biggest monster in the third base turns on its masters and finishes them off like a hot knife through butter. Moments later, Kedrick Julius sees what's happening to his third base and figures out the perpetrator's identity to be unknown. Earlier, Julius created 4 bases to keep his army in check, but now that Kang's already destroyed the third base, all he needs to do to destabilize the army is destroy their first base and sever their connection to Julius himself. To do this, Kang, aka Unknown, takes the fight to Julius, letting him know that he's the one destroying his army all by himself. With the combat-type statue, the Moai statue, chasing after him, Kang runs as fast as he can toward first base so the statue can do the hard work for him. The necromancers of the first base could already see Kang coming at them, but before they could do anything to stop him, Kang shows up behind them and holds them in place so the statue can deal with them accordingly. Once the statue shows up, it leaps high into the sky and stomps its feet on the first base, crushing them all in one fell swoop. The henchman behind Julius reports the state of things about the first and third base to their master, so Julius can tell them what to do. Julius, after taking note of his failure, loses his shit and asks Kang, out of agony, why he keeps ruining their plans. Before he gets a response, Julius activates his top spell, Guardians of the Pyramid, and uses a vast amount of his mana reserve to keep the spell up. Despite getting warned by his henchmen about the mana-draining effect of the spell, Julius continues with the spell and promises to do everything in his power to kill Unknown and get this over with. With that said, Julius orders his guardian mummies to rise from the underworld and fight their new enemy, Kang. After summoning his guardians, the henchman beside him asks his master out of concern if he's feeling okay. Julius tells him he thinks he overdid things a little bit as he's lost all feeling in his limbs. Moving on, he tells the dumbass henchman to come closer and the guy does so. Once he's close enough, Julius touches him and starts absorbing the poor guy's life force till there's nothing left of the guy at all. As the guy tries to get out of Julius's grasp, Julius just urges him to stay still so his suffering can end quickly. Having seen what Julius, a so-called master, absorbs the life force of his ally, Kang realizes that Julius is way worse than a piece of shit. Right after replenishing himself with his henchman's mana, Julius gets back on his feet, apologizes for keeping Kang waiting, and tells him to prepare for round 2. Soon, Julius displays the strength of his steel mummies to intimidate Kang. Following their horrifying shrieks, Julius cackles and asks Kang to tell him what he thinks of his powerful army. With no answer, Julius tells Kang that his mummy soldiers can control their strong as steel bandages freely without any hassle, and currently, they're the strongest undead armed with not only solid defense, but also an incredible offense as well. If he didn't meet Kang then, Julius planned on using them on the third-floor boss. Now he's perfectly okay using up his trump card just to kill Unknown. After his yap session, Julius cackles in madness and hopes Kang dies. With that said, round 2 begins with Melina and her partner spectating the fight. Turns out they've been there from the very beginning and thought the masked guy was a little bolder than they had imagined, seeing as Julius has never been this stressed in a fight before. Anyways, Four Eyes starts his one-sided analysis of the whole fight, praising Kang for taking down the bases earlier before calling him stupid for not ditching the battlefield afterward. According to Four Eyes, Kang miscalculated Julius's strength after seeing the frail skeletons and death knights and thought this was a fight he could win. If anything, Four Eyes thinks Julius's unique ability is a lot trickier than what Kang is seeing. As such, Four Eyes insinuates that they have no reason to get involved in the fight and help Julius since the outcome of the match is pretty obvious. Melina gets irritated by her partner's cocky behavior, but soon ignores him when something else catches her attention. Turns out Kang is already exceeding both their expectations, seeing as he leaps into the air and prepares himself for a large-scale attack. Seconds before carrying out his operation, Kang recalls a moment in his past from back when the Tower of Trials was still a game. On that fateful day, Kang met a master of the sword arts and became his apprentice for a little while. One time, the master praises Kang's dagger, but then lets him know that he puts too much energy into his swings, and this makes his power dispersed. To show him the right way, the master picks up a rope and tells apprentice Kang that true masters of the sword can produce twice the amount of power with the same energy Kang infuses into his dagger. While demonstrating the technique, the master tells Kang to ensure his attacks are gentle at their core, but snap out powerfully at the right moment. After the demonstration, the master advises Kang to try applying the technique to his soul-chasing sword. Since he's in a scenario similar to the one back then, Kang revives a part of the soul-chasing sword dance skill and uses the same rope technique on his dagger to finish Julius's guardian mummies. With every slice, Kang's understanding of the skill increases rapidly, and in time, Kang, aka Unknown, creates a magical whirlwind so strong that it pulls in everything around it, including Julius himself. After pulling in enough specimens into his whirlwind, Kang activates the soul-chasing annihilation skill and destroys every living thing within a 1-kilometer radius. To avoid getting vaporized, Julius quickly activates the double shield and protects himself with every last bit of mana he has left. While receiving damage, Julius wonders how someone like Unknown became so powerful when it's been just less than a year since the game has become a reality. Unfortunately for him, it's already too late to be seeking answers now, as his defense fails him shortly, and he's sent plummeting down on all fours. Once the attack is over and Julius is out of mana, he's seen shivering and crawling like a pathetic old dog, trying to escape as he's just realized that he's entered a losing battle. Before giving up on himself, Julius screams at the top of his voice and orders his people around to stop Unknown and protect him. Sadly, before anybody could move a muscle, Unknown appears behind Julius's ass, resisting all his Diddy instinct, and talks down on him for acting like his disciple Alex, who was a coward right before he died. Moving on, Unknown says people like Julius start all cocky, but then soon start trying to run away once they notice they're in a losing fight. Before finishing Julius off, Unknown asks to know if Alex learned this cowardly tactic from him. Upon hearing this, a trembling Julius pieces 2 and 2 together before finally figuring out the truth. Unknown is, and always has been, Kang Jinhyuk. By this time, Kang doesn't even try to hide that truth from Julius, since he knows those are Julius's last moments alive. As he prepares his sizzling fire spell to bathe the old man, Kang, or Unknown, tells Julius to say hi to Alex for him when he gets to hell. When all's been said and done, Kang bathes Julius in fire and watches his soul burn out of his crumbly, pathetic body. Shortly after destroying Julius, the other necromancers lose total control of the monsters they had summoned earlier. As the pesky fools watch their monsters turn on them, most of them wonder what has become of their master, Kedrick Julius. Little did they know that bro was already sizzling hot and ready to join his dudes in hell. Too bad for them, as they soon get crushed and turned into red paste by their monsters. A few moments later, Kang, or Unknown, leaves the battlefield and continues his journey to the final boss's room. On his way there, he complains about the pain he feels in his joints after trying to pull the annihilation technique at that level. To keep himself and his mana in check for the next battle, Kang purchases 4 mid-grade mana supplements and uses them all to replenish his MP. While he's at it, Kang reminds himself to tough the next few fights out so it'll all be worth it in the end. Before he gets far, Kang finds a shield lying on the ground and recalls how he used to play with shields a lot back in the day. As he moves forward, he picks up the shield, feeling nostalgic, and arms himself with it. Just mere seconds later, Kang stares up at his new visitors, the 4 great king guardians of the temple, and welcomes them all to the fight of their lives. Without uttering a single word, the 4 guardian kings immediately start attacking Unknown as if he owes them money or something. In response, Kang deflects most of their attacks with his shield and enjoys every single moment of quiet the guardians are giving him during the fight. Once it's time for him to counter, Kang wastes no time showing those 4 big daddy statues what he's made of. He slices them up with his enchanted dagger and hurries them to cough up the key he needs to enter the inner sanctum, where the real boss is hiding. With that said, Kang gives them a minute to consider his offer. When he gets no reply, he continues smashing and dicing them up into sizable rock chunks. At one point in the battle, Kang, while deflecting an attack, notices the change in the attack pattern of the 4 guardians and wonders what could be going on. Just then, one of the guardians takes out a shimmering green key-like item called the Pagoda of Enlightenment and jabs it into its chest. Seconds later, the key to the inner sanctum starts reacting, and this keeps Unknown, aka Masked Kang, on his toes as he's unsure of what to expect. Soon after, he gets a notification that the being beyond the gate is responding to a summons, and this being manifests as a bright yellow cob on the guardian that summoned it. Kang is impressed by the guts the guardian has, calling it spirited and bold, as he watches the yellow cob from earlier reach its final form as a Buddha-like eternal being. Kang calls this final form the big brother of the guardian that summoned it, and as for the name of the being, it's a mouthful, folks. Put simply, this golden Buddha statue calls itself the Bodhisattva of 1,000 arms and eyes, or better still, Avalokiteshvara. For the sake of our sanity, we'll call this monster Avalo for short. Being his first summons in a long time, Avalo takes a moment to feel the fresh air breezing through his 1,000 arms. Thereafter, he tells Unknown that he never expected any intruders to be an actual threat to the key of the stone pagoda. Kang, on the other hand, urges his new visitor not to be too impressed over a small feat, as he's still going to take out the 3rd floor's boss too. Hearing this bold statement coming from a human, Avalo scoffs and calls Kang a very daring human with guts and balls of steel. Kang knows the statue thinks he's joking, so he avoids too much talk and tells the big monster to begin the fight quickly as he's exhausted. Surprised, Avalo tells Unknown to take a chill pill and instead answer a few questions from him so they can get to know each other first. Kang, who's already armed and prepared for a fight, tells Avalo that he's not really into chatting with statues at all, so he can forget about asking questions. At this point, Avalo gets enraged and calls Unknown, or Kang, a very young and foolish person who hasn't realized yet that every moment is a gift. Eventually, he decides to teach Unknown a lesson and promises Unknown that he will miss this moment when he finally dies out. Kang ignores all the useless remarks and keeps his wits about him. At the same time, Avalo clenches his weapons in preparation for the fight. After the long pause, Avalo summons green orbs and attacks Kang with them. Kang remains uptight and deflects the orbs coming at him with the shield, quivering with every passing second. Just as Kang expected, Avalo is incredibly powerful because just by deflecting his blow, Kang's body felt like the bones in his body were going to shatter. Now that he's in the thick of it, Kang, or Unknown, knows he has to keep at it so he can get the reward in the end. If he plays his cards right, then he'll be lucky to have just one shot at defeating Avalo. After the first attack, Avalo praises Kang for reacting to his orbs at the speed of sound. Knowing fully well that his opponent Kang is a strong person, Avalo smiles with excitement as things become even more interesting. For round 2, Avalo lunges at Kang to take him down. In retaliation, Kang quickly activates the ice sculpture to block Avalo's attacks and manages to pull this off just in time before he becomes red mush. After watching his second attack fail because of Kang's cheap tricks, Avalo pauses the fight and accuses Kang of using dirty tricks of the West. Following his accusation, Avalo yanks Kang's shield from his hand and calls him foolish a second time as the petty tricks he's used shouldn't work a second time. Just then, Avalo notices something piercing through one of his hands and checks it out to find Kang's dagger infused with some red magical aura. He gets enraged, calling Kang a bastard, as he suddenly realizes the shield was all a ruse to get him distracted enough so Kang could pierce his arm with the dagger. Unable to understand why Kang would resort to such cheap tactics, Avalo asks Kang to explain what he's done as poison doesn't work on a being like him. Kang takes his time and explains something called blood demon spirit. Once wounded, the victim would continue enduring damage over a period. Upon hearing this, Avalo rips the affected hand out of his body and lets Kang know that it doesn't matter as he won't fall for his little stunts anymore. After throwing the arm in front of Kang, Avalo asks to know what Kang plans to do now. Kang tells him that he knows taking one arm isn't enough to kill him, and he also knows that he can't use the same strategy twice. However, Kang says he's now gotten exactly what he wanted. With that said, Kang rips out a jewel from the severed arm and stares at it. Avalo remains confused as he tries to figure out if Kang's been aiming for the hand with the jewel from the start. Kang continues to tell Avalo that he only has himself to blame for thinking his arm is insignificant. While he's at it, Kang fuses the spellbook of the Pelteros princedom with Avalokiteshvara's jewel to create the Golden Dawn's Lemegeton. Now this new book, written by King Solomon, is a relic that contains the essence of 72 demons and enables the user to demonstrate their magical powers to their maximum limit. The max cap is limited since Kang's demonic potential hasn't fully manifested. Soon after that, he activates the Eye of Gluttony and checks out Avalo's information. Well, turns out Yahello's level, age, and gender are all inconclusive as well as his other stats. One thing Kang could make out from his information panel is that his unique ability is Mandala. As for his other skills, Kang's level is way too low to see them. To copy Mandala, Kang realizes he needs to insult him by using ice magic to create a giant, beautiful sculpture, since Yahello abhors Western magic. To properly meet those conditions, however, the system informs Kang that he needs to wear proper attire and dance to suitable music. After seeing the second condition, Kang does a double take on the conditions and discovers he read them right the first time. At that point, Kang realizes that the system is just getting crazier by the minute. Since he needs this power urgently, Kang opts into the needful. Yahello looks at the dude, confused, and asks him to explain what he thinks he's doing all of a sudden. Kang tells him he can't give up now, as this is the only place below the 25th floor where he can get Mandala. Yahello ends up getting even more confused as he challenges the bastard and demands he explain what he's playing at. Kang brings the gramophone from earlier and puts on a wig before pleading with Yahello not to ask him any questions, mostly because he hates what he's about to do. Instead of keeping quiet and observing, Yahello rages and calls out Kang for daring to play games before him. Before letting Kang finish his dance ritual, Yahello activates his unique ability, Mandala, arms most of his hands with various weapons, and promises to give Kang a taste of pain equal to 1,000,000 life cycles. When all's been said and done, Yahello charges at Kang and attacks him consecutively. To protect himself from Yahello's attacks, Kang activates and erects a glacial sculpture that effectively blocks most of Yahello's attacks. Amidst the fight, Kang tells Yahello a thing or two about his more powerful version of ice sculpture and asks if he finds it impressive or not. Yahello gets even more disrespected as he increases the tempo of his attacks just to get to Kang. In the meantime, Mileena and her partner Four Eyes are seen nearby spectating Kang's second fight with Yahello. So far, they can't believe the lengths Kang went through to brawl things out with Avalokiteshvara. Putting on music and using very impressive ice magic against such a powerful creature makes no sense to the average mind. On top of that, the random wig? Mileena calls the wig a disposable wig from the coin market and wonders if it's some sort of hidden relic. As she broods on the whole matter, Four Eyes, who's been silent the entire time, gets up and starts his half-assed analysis again. This time he acknowledges Kang's strength and realizes he never thought Unknown would kill Kedrick and then take on Avalokiteshvara. As an overwhelmingly powerful being whom most players would try to fight only after clearing the 10th floor, Yahello does deserve to be called the second boss of the 3rd floor. However, the man facing him right now already surpassed human limits a long time ago, so he's good to go. Just then, Mileena asks Four Eyes if he thinks they would win if they go after Unknown. Four Eyes says it'll be very tough for them to win. Upon hearing his response, Mileena turns her back and urges her partner, who she calls Li Chao, to give up on challenging Unknown since they can't do this on their own. Even if they were to fight them, they'd need help from the other executives at the association. Li Chao, or Four Eyes, refuses to give up just yet as it would compromise their positions at the association. Pissed, Mileena turns and asks him if he's willing to die just to save his position. Four Eyes ignores her question and instead brings out a dark coin before telling Mileena that it's time to use its powers. Seeing the darkness being emitted from the coin, Mileena smiles and remains convinced. Back on the battlefield, Kang gets distracted when he notices some dark energy oozing from behind him. He takes his eyes off Yahello and recognizes the two doofuses from the demonic ones, sent to kill him after Kedrick fails. Around that time, Yahello uses the slip in Kang's concentration to land an attack on him. Right after that, he asks Kang why he's so distracted, and Kang apologizes for losing focus, all while activating the element of fire. After lying to Yahello that he was fixing his hair, Kang, or Unknown, opens his ice book and activates a glacial sculpture, which he uses to block and deflect the rest of Yahello's attacks. Over the next few minutes, the battle gets intense on both sides as they match each other in strength and prowess. When Yahello reaches an impasse in the battle, he activates Heaven's Trap, which is a giant bright green dome that covers the entire battlefield to trap both Kang and Yahello inside it. Having realized the cheap tricks Yahello wishes to use, Kang remains unfazed and stands his ground against the giant. Although now he can barely block Yahello's attacks and he knows that. Knowing this, Yahello asks Kang why his confidence has dropped since the beginning. Before he gets his answer, Yahello shoots several plasma beams at random places within his dome, making sure that once the dome deflects them, they all come back to attack Kang. As the attack reaches its maturity, Yahello calls it Between Heaven and Earth. Again, Kang activates Glacial Sculpture, but this time, he encapsulates himself inside the sculpture to keep himself safe from all his attacks. Shortly after releasing the Heaven and Earth technique, Yahello exits the dome, carries it, and waits to see what happens to Kang inside it. As Kang deflects the attacks, Yahello lets him know that resistance is futile, as it'll only prolong his misery. As if that wasn't enough, Avalokiteshvara still activates his Infinity Spear just to make sure Kang has no chance of winning. Kang screams out the monster's full name as he sustains heavy damage from Avalo's Infinity Spear attack. After smashing Kang's glacial sculpture a second time, Avalo chuckles and asks Kang if he's forgotten that his tricks won't work on him twice. Kang responds, telling Avalo that his tricks worked pretty well. With that said, he leaps into the air and activates a special glacial prison, meant for trapping big monsters like Avalo inside a big chunk of ice. Once Avalo, who's none the wiser, gets trapped inside the Western magic he hates so much, Kang taunts him by letting him know just how sad it is that he hates ice magic. As someone who's reached enlightenment through intense training, Avalo shouldn't be so prejudiced against such beautiful magic spells. Soon after imprisoning Avalo, Kang erects a giant hilarious FU hand sign made completely out of ice to taunt the bastard in prison into attacking him. He then tells Avalo that there's nothing like shock therapy to resolve his obsession with hating ice magic. Avalo somehow recognizes the hand sign and starts threatening to throw Kang into hell to suffer for all eternity. Not just that, Bro continues throwing as many curses and threats as his puny brain could possibly think of. Having met the conditions to copy his unique skill, Kang wastes no time copying Mandala and saving it to his memory book. For some context, Mandala is a unique ability that can be used by players who have learned the teachings of Buddha. With this skill, special powers can be added to a weapon, and meditation can be used to predict the direction of their opponent's attacks to an extent. Once the skill is saved, Kang urges Avalo not to waste his energy on anything as he's already cooked. Now that he's copied the skill, Kang yeets the wig from his head and starts activating Mandala. Avalo notices the hand signs and sigils behind Kang and is flabbergasted over how Kang can use a unique ability that he spent an eternity creating, just like that. In response, Kang promises to use the technique well as he tells Avalo to get lost. To finish him off, Kang levitates the giant FU hand sign he made from ice earlier and throws it at Avalo, who's still trapped in the glacial prison. Unable to do a single thing, Avalo watches Kang pierce through his skin and blast him to smithereens using his technique. Following his triumphant victory over Avalo, Kang levels up twice and searches through Avalo's remains for the stone pagoda key. Soon he finds the shimmering green key and keeps it. For context, the key is an item that can be used to summon the boss of the current stage, regardless of the player's progress. Unfortunately, it can only be used on the 3rd floor. Shortly after finding the key, Kang, still in his mask, complains about how hard it was for him to take down Avalokiteshvara even before the game became reality. As he walks away from the battlefield, victorious, Kang figures he's overexerted himself during his battles with Kedrick and Avalokiteshvara, so for now, he needs a good meal and some rest. Before getting to that, he checks his stats and invests all his available stat points into his magic, so he does so right away and increases his magic stats from 71 to 77. At that moment, Kang remembers one annoying little thing he still has to take care of before he gets his rest. Before fixing himself a meal, he gets right to it. For some time now, the environment of the Tower of Trials has been quite different from that of the real world. At night, the temperature drops so rapidly that monsters become much stronger and more violent in their attacks. Due to this weird phenomenon, most players yeet themselves out of the tower right before it gets dark. The ones that don't make it out stop hunting and find a place to stay the night. Kang is one of the latter as he couldn't make it out in time. To avoid starving to death, he sets up a large campfire and cooks himself a big dinner from the giant shrimps he caught a few moments back. Once his food is done, Kang takes one of the fattest and most juicy shrimp rumps he could find in the pot and digs in. As he enjoys his food, Kang hears a branch snap in the bush facing him. Just then, 2 silhouettes appear in front of him, with one of them complimenting the smell of the amazing food. When the duo gets into the light, they reveal themselves to be Melina and Li Chao, or Four Eyes. To keep things from getting awkward, Melina speaks, with a smile on her face, and asks if Kang would let them spend the night by his campfire till sunrise. For a moment, Kang remains silent to chew his food. Then, he accepts their request and ushers them to sit down so they can avoid the cold. Almost immediately, Melina and Li Chao have their seats before introducing their real names to masked Kang. Kang makes a few comments about their day and Melina keeps up the chit-chat. Moving on, masked Kang offers to share some of his delicious food with them, but Li Chao refuses to collect anything from him, stating that they can't accept anything from a stranger who wears a mask. Understandably, Kang asks if the mask is bothering them, and Li Chao says it's normal for it to bother them. Besides, his wearing a mask must mean he's trying to hide something. Kang gives Four Eyes' last sentence a thought before finally asking if they'll like him to take it off. When they say yes, Kang proposes they all play a little game first. The duo asks him what kind of games he'd like to play, and Kang they should take turns asking and answering questions. If the duo answers all of Kang's questions, then he will take his mask off right away. Li Chao, who thinks Kang has no way of telling if they're telling the truth, decides to go through with the game since they have nothing to lose. He then nods to Melina, signaling her to get ready for whatever questions Kang might have for them. Once all three are in for the game, Melina pulls out the coin oozing dark magic earlier, and does a coin flip to decide who goes first. Melina chooses head for her side and Kang chooses tails. After doing the coin toss, Melina's side wins so they get to go first. Kang already knows she infused a little magic inside the coin to win, but he forgoes that and lets them play the game. As it turns out, that coin, also called the coin of Caligula, can be activated by pouring magic into it for 5 minutes after determining the subject. Once that's done, the caster can briefly use mind control on the subject. For the first question, Melina asks him to tell them if he's there with anybody else, and Kang tells her he came alone. Now for his first question, Kang asks them to tell him why they were just watching him battle back when they happened to be going after the boss. Melina lied, telling him that they were being careful and watching for the right time to enter the temple since it was a pretty tumultuous place to be in. Coming over to Melina's second question, Melina asks Kang to tell them why he's ascending the Tower of Trials. Is it for money, fame, or is there some sick, twisted reason for him doing so? Kang answers their question by asking if they're in a position to give him what he wants. Melina chuckles, assuring him that they'll try their best, as long as they're on the same page. With that said, Kang moves on to ask the third question. If they can answer it, then he'll remove his mask as promised. Tired of all that chit-chat, Melina hurries him to ask the last question. For the last one, Kang asks the idiotic duo to tell him if the association of the demonic ones truly thinks both of them can take him on alone. At this point, Melina smirks and tells her partner she knows Kang already figured them out from the beginning. Moving on, she also lets Kang know that they've seen what he did to Avalokiteshvara and are still amazed by how he was able to do it alone. Despite that, they are sure he's overexerted himself and is severely weakened, making him an easy target for them. For the next few seconds, Melina yaps on about how easy it'll be to defeat Kang using just the coin of Caligula. Once she's done yapping, she points the coin at Kang and waits for some plasma beam to just show up and destroy Kang. Sadly, nothing happens and Melina's confused. After trying a few more times, she gets restive and her partner, Li Chao, urges her to hurry up. At one point, Melina asks if the coin is broken, but Kang answers and tells her, while holding a bowl of giant shrimp and some other food items, that the coin of Caligula is just fine, but then he's only prevented her from infusing magic into it. Melina and Li Chao stare at masked Kang, confused, not knowing that the 3-question game they played with Kang earlier already helped him activate Anubis's judgment, which reduced their stats by 50% and locked their unique abilities and skills for a minute. Having realized that they've been made, Li Chao barks at his partner and hurries her to switch to Plan B and use her skill. Sadly, Melina couldn't even use her skills at all. As he watches both of them struggle to understand what the hell is going on, Kang places the bowl of food on a flat rocky surface and tells them that they're a hot mess. Just then, he gets a notification informing him that the spirits of the shrine are pleased with his offering. Soon, masked Kang is given the option to select the target that will execute Anubis's judgment. He pauses for a while before choosing the totem, Great General of the World, and its other side, Great General of the Underworld, to carry out the judgment for him. When it's all revealed, Melina gets scared to her knees as she's never seen or heard of anything like this before. While both guardians loom over Kang's enemies, Li Chao figures it all out. Turns out the food he put in a bowl earlier was used as a sacrifice to the shrine just to wake the totems up. Right after doing the needful, Kang relaxes his body and warns both Li Chao and Melina not to move since they won't be able to escape anyway. Just then, the Underworld General activates his skill, Access Denied, and surrounds the enemy with a ring of talismans. Li Chao ignores Kang's warning and leaps out of the entrapment to kill Kang, hoping those things will disappear. Before he even gets to move a muscle, the General of the World activates exemplary punishment and squashes Li Chao as punishment for moving. Li Chao feels the weight of 1,000 men's ass all sitting at the same time on his back. After its first strike, the great General of the World continues slamming and smashing Li Chao further into the ground, till he almost loses all feeling in his lower torso. After seeing the horrible shit that just happened to her partner, she gnashes her teeth and starts regretting not running away earlier. Seconds later, Kang tells the Totem of the World to stop pounding Li Chao into the ground so he can talk to his partner, Melina. Now that he's established who's in charge, Kang calls Melina in for a chat, after which he activates the Eye of Gluttony to check her stats. This time, his luck stats fail him, and Kang is unable to check her stats due to the difference in their levels. Eventually, Kang settles for studying Melina's body language to decide whether or not she's telling the truth. So, he lets her know that he's going to ask her some questions, and that he needs her honest responses to those questions. When Melina tells him to fire away, Kang tells her he knows about her association since he hears about them often. However, he still doesn't understand their motives. If nobody reaches the tower top, all of humanity will perish, including them. So why would they interfere with other players attempting to ascend the tower? Melina's just about to answer the question when a very weak Li Chao screams out from where he is to stop her from telling Kang anything. With only about half his body left, Li Chao tells Melina to shut her mouth as she can't tell him their true motives. As the doofus continues screaming at his partner, Kang allows the totem of the world to squash whatever's left of him to death. Melina screams in horror as she watches her partner get turned into a puddle of red liquid. After finishing Li Chao off, Kang praises him for remaining loyal to the end, but then turns to Melina and warns her that there's a time and place for that. Once he's got her attention, Kang lets her know that he's made it a habit of his to kill anyone who tries to kill him. However, if she has any information that can prove useful to him, then he will let her go. Melina turns with her eyes wide open and asks him again to make sure he isn't lying. Kang, while dangling his dagger in front of her, assures her that he's a lover of some inside information, as it's extremely valuable to him and can be important if used right. At this point, Melina's heart thumps in fear of death. Since she isn't ready for that fate yet, she starts spilling the milk. For starters, she tells him she doesn't know the real name of the person who ordered them to kill him. However, they refer to him as Lancelot, aka Black Death Mask Dude. Aside from him, there are about 11 more executives she knows nothing about, as she's nothing but a mere assassin. After hearing her speak, Kang activates the Eye of Gluttony and finds out she's telling the truth. Following that, Kang tells her to keep going, and Melina says that the executives told them that if they collected all 12 cursed relics in the tower, then they would survive even if humanity perished. Not only that, but they also promised them a great reward once the mission is completed. After saying all that, Melina says she knows nothing else. Kang uses his eye again and realizes she's telling the truth. After his interrogation, Kang analyzes the information Melina gave him. Lancelot and the 12 cursed relics. What could they be after? Just then, it all makes sense to Kang as he finally figures out their endgame. Turns out these 12 useless assholes leading the association are trying to summon a demon king. Why would they need one though? And also, what do they mean by surviving even after humanity has perished? As more unanswerable questions pop up in Kang's mind, he stops thinking and decides to figure out their answers later. As for Melina, he thanked her for sharing the information as it helped him. Melina then asks if she can go, and Kang says no. This response sends chills down her spine and she starts yapping. When he gets tired, Kang gets up and tells her not to worry, as he isn't going to kill her. Before he lets her go, however, he needs to seal their contract first. Melina gets confused and asks Kang to elaborate. Just then, Kang activates the brand of obedience and tells Melina that the contract states that she has to listen to him from now on, without question. Melina gets scared about his condition, but then she gives things a little thought and decides that this is 100 times much better than dying like a fish, as long as she can continue living. With that said, Melina gets branded by Kang and listens to her flesh sizzle from the heat. After branding her, Kang posts a notice on his channel, informing his viewers that he won't be streaming the third floor boss raid. Instead, he'll just upload an edited video later for those who want to watch. Soon after, the comments pour in, with most of them calling him lame for being so bossy. Kang ignores them and makes a few comments before commencing phase 2 of his third floor boss raid. When he gets to the temple, Kang takes out the stone pagoda key and inserts it into an invisible keyhole. Soon the key reacts and opens a large gate to summon the master of the third floor. After a few more dramatic scenes, the master of the third floor and his battalion of over 100,000 statue soldiers answer Kang's summons. In his first few minutes there, the third floor boss yawns and demands to know the person disturbing his rest. Kang activates the Eye of Gluttony, canceling out the level difference with his luck stats and checking out the boss's information. From the information given, the boss's name is Muhan, with an age and gender unknown. One interesting thing Kang notes is that the boss's level is over 100, and aside from his impressive stats, his unique ability, Heartless Army, is one to die for. Kang checks out the copy conditions for the unique ability, and soon finds out he can't copy it due to the level difference. Soon after, Muhan tells Kang that many humans have attempted to defeat his army, but he's the only one who's ever summoned him with the stone key. Moving on, Muhan asks Kang for the army he plans to use to confront his 100,000 statues. Moments later, Kang summons the first chessboard and slams it on the ground to activate it. Once fully maximized, Kang summons 2,851 magical chess pieces. Having seen what Kang can do with his cute little pawns, knights, bishops, and rooks, Muhan praises his idea for being a novel one, as those pieces can pass off as a good army. However, he asks Kang what he plans on doing with those tiny little things, and Kang lets him know that he's not done yet. Before long, Kang takes out the same number of enlargement pills from his inventory and uses them all on the chess pieces. This, in turn, transforms each chess piece into fully functional soldiers and warriors to be used in actual battle. Muhan, while sipping his tea, admits that Kang is special and different from the other humans who have come there so far. Once all his chess pieces have been enlarged, Kang gets his legion of 2,851 enlarged chess pieces. Outside the tower, 3 of Kang's servants, Min Jongwoo, Lee Yuri, and even Park Hana, are seen carving some black material into chess pieces. Judging by the condition of their bodies, they've been at it for a long time. At one point, Min gets tired and asks his partner, Yuri, how many more they have to make as his joints are killing him. Yuri, who's also tired, tells the old man that she'd like to know that too, because just telling them to continue making the pieces infinitely makes no sense at all. As the duo whines, Hana tells them to stop and just continue making the pieces like their master ordered. Following that, she activates magic infusion and fills the pieces with magic before reminding the other two that Kang said to make a minimum of 2,000. Should they decide to quit and get on Kang's bad side, then they might as well kiss their lives goodbye. After all, things are not so bad for them since they get to keep living as long as they stay on Kang Jinhyok's good side. As for Kang, or Unknown, he taunts Muhan by calling him a pretentious loser who's full of shit, right before rejecting his acknowledgement. Enraged by his statement, Muhan asks Kang to repeat what he just said, and Kang lets him know that he's just full of shit, thinking he's one big deal after beating a few weaklings. That's probably the reason why he's still stuck as the boss of the 3rd floor, since he doesn't have the skills to go any higher. So, the boss monsters of the tower are also gatekeepers of their floors, and are given abilities to push their influence over the floor they guard. Just like the other players, boss monsters can also expand their influence by ascending the tower if they're powerful enough. Upon hearing Kang's lazy attempt to rile him up, Muhan laughs, calling Kang cheeky, and asking if he thinks he's not moved to the 4th floor simply because he lacks power. When Kang says he's stuck on the 3rd floor, Muhan tells him he's seen through his plan to rile him up, so it's not going to work, as he can say whatever he wants. On the other hand, he promises to show Kang that he can't defeat the difference between military strength and superior tactics. After all that yapping, Muhan calls his 1st battalion of 1,000 soldiers forward and commands them to advance toward the enemy. Kang sees the army count to be 1,000 and figures Muhan must want to test how well he'll respond to his attacks. To show Muhan what he's made of, Kang activates the ability of the 1st chessboard and increases the attack and defense stats of all the chess pieces by 30%. Once that's done, Kang commands his pawns on each end to advance 3 spaces forward. As for the rest of the pieces in row 1, he tells them to prepare their defense and the pawns activate steel endurance. With his formation now set, Kang tells his soldiers to keep it up as Muhan's 1,000 soldiers charge at them. Seconds later, the soldiers clash and chaos ensues as Muhan's soldiers desperately try to push Kang's pawns back. Kang tells his soldiers to hold out until the end. Once Muhan's battalion is fully deep in their trap, Kang tells his rooks to fire their arrows at the enemy, and they all activate arrow barrage right before firing every arrow they've got at the enemy. Following the arrow attacks, Kang makes his bishops activate flame strikes, which they use to burn up all the soldiers in the 1,000-man-strong battalion. After the first wave, Muhan is impressed at Kang for taking out his 1st battalion at record speed. Just then, he calls battalions 2 and 3 forward and commands them all to advance toward Kang and his pesky soldiers. Almost immediately, his 2nd and 3rd battalions charge toward Kang's army. Before they get to him, however, Kang orders about 100 of his knights to take a detour through the side and activate the wedge formation. Once the formation is activated, Kang and the rest of his army get their damage upon impact stats increased by 200%. With that, Kang leads the formation and charges toward the approaching enemy, intending to break through their ranks all in one go. When they finally clash with the opposing side, Kang and his knights smash a few of Muhan's soldiers to pieces. By this time, Muhan starts understanding how skilled Kang is at commanding his forces. Not only does he switch seamlessly between offense and defense, but he also times his commands perfectly. What Muhan just couldn't understand was why Kang would leave a tempting gap in the middle of his formation, like a poison apple dangling before him. To be sure of his suspicions, Muhan activates weakness detection to figure out Kang's weaknesses. From the results, he realizes that if the crown is destroyed, then all chess pieces will cease to move. However, only the king or queen can wear the crown, and also, if the piece not wearing the crown engages in battle, then their stats will increase by 100%. Muhan realizes that if he can destroy the crown, then he can take Kang down. Just then, he spots something beyond the gap and suddenly realizes why Kang left it open all along. As it turns out, Kang made Alice the vampire wear the crown as his queen and placed her beyond the gap, leaving her exposed to dare Muhan to try and attack her. Muhan happily takes his chances and commands his scouts to go forward. Kang notices the scouts advancing towards Alice and figures there are about 3,000 soldiers, including the ones a few meters away. Despite that, Kang already anticipated that move from Muhan, so he chooses to ignore them and advance towards the enemy's weakened defenses. For now, he knows that Muhan intentionally created a trap by making an opening in his main army to draw him in so that he can attack the crown at the same time. With that said, Kang lets his base soldiers take care of the foot soldiers coming at them. To do this, the bishop lights the soldiers ablaze and gets on with handling the giants. As for the giants, they make sure to give Kang's foot army a tough time as the battle ensues for several minutes. In the meantime, Alice just stands there with the crown on her head, enjoying the chaos as Muhan's scouts surround her. Knowing fully well that victory is within his grasp, Muhan smiles and tells Kang that it's already over as his men have surrounded Alice. Thinking he's already won, Muhan gloats and tries to make Kang feel better for making it that far. Kang, however, says he already knows about the trap, so he shouldn't feel too full of himself. Confused, Muhan wonders why Kang would willingly get into his trap. With victory within his grasp, the fool underestimates Alice and moves on to attack her nonetheless since Kang's already in his trap. Following that, he summons the giant statues of Uchusma and David to take care of Kang, while he sits comfortably and watches the whole thing play out. Just then, both statues, David and Uchusma, complain about the weakling they see in front of them, Kang, without having an idea what he's capable of. Muhan, however, stares at the young human, confused, as he wonders how Kang can smile in such a situation he's in. You see, moments before Kang got deep into Muhan's territory, he had a conversation with Alice, who was worried sick about Kang as she knows Muhan isn't the protector of the third floor for no reason. Kang got in her feelings and teased her about Muhan being stronger than her. This, of course, gets Alice pissed off, so she corrects him never to compare her, a noblewoman, to a knucklehead ever again. Before leaving her, Kang asks to make sure she could handle Muhan's scouts. When she assures him that she can handle them, Kang heads out. Now that she's surrounded, Alice keeps her calm and lets the doofuses get close enough. Once they do, she activates over 1,000 blood spears and unleashes them all on the pests, while cursing at them. The effect of her skill causes severe damage to most of Muhan's army. To finish them off, she activates Blood Explosion and blasts them all to smithereens. With those pests out of the way, Alice returns and takes another breath of fresh air. After seeing the scrawny little girl take out all his scouts, Muhan freaks out and asks Kang how a little kid has that kind of power. Just then, Kang tells him his biggest mistake was underestimating his queen and letting him get this close to his base. Soon after, he activates Blood Demon Spirit and fuses it with one of the black leaves he got from the face tree earlier to create an item he can use to take Muhan's army down. Also, the item, which is imbued with a skill called Mental Breakdown, continuously applies decay damage so the targets can't discern between allies and enemies. With this, Kang hurts the spinning pointy thingy towards Muhan's remaining army and hurls it at them. Once it bursts out, Muhan's army gets infected by the decay virus and starts attacking each other. At the same time, Uchusma gets infected by the virus, turns against David, the pretty boy statue, and smashes his face out of jealousy. As Muhan watches his entire army and strategy crumble down to nothingness, all because of one puny human, he starts panicking. Soon, Kang calls him to order and, while galloping towards him, tells him not to back down now so he doesn't look like a coward. Moments later, he activates Glacial Sculpture and blocks the path behind Uchusma. Following that, Kang arms himself with an ice weapon and tells Muhan not to try escaping. Scared for his life, Muhan screams out to his remaining men and orders them to stop Kang. Uchusma manages to get there in time and he extends a blow to take Kang out. Before he lands it, Kang leaps into the air, allowing Uchusma to kill his men and activates Mandala midair. Upon gearing up, Kang taunts Muhan for always dumping his responsibilities on his subordinates and promises to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. With that said, Kang fuses Glacial Sculpture and Mandala together to create a Glacial Mandala arrow, which he aims and shoots at both Uchusma and Muhan. Uchusma tries his very best to take both arrow attacks, but only one gets to him. With no cards left to play, Muhan accepts his fate and gets hit by the Mandala arrow. His screams could be heard from the explosion, which roars into the sky. Once the screaming stops, Kang gets notified that the third-floor boss, Muhan, has fallen. At the same time, Alice sees the bright yellow mandala light and smiles at her partner for a job well done. With the third floor's boss defeated, the fourth floor is opened and the timer is reset. Around that time, the other players were notified that the third floor boss had been destroyed. This news brings smiles to the faces of every guild player and master in the whole of Korea, as this means that they all get to keep staying relevant. As for Kang, he stays neutral and refuses to let this W get into his head. Moreover, this is still the third floor, so he still has a long way to go. Shortly after winning the battle, Kang levels up like crazy and invests his new available stat points into his magic stat. Once that's done, he walks towards Muhan's carcass to get his reward. There, Kang's shocked by the type of reward he's given. As it turns out, monster rewards are classified by color rankings, with red being the lowest and purple being the highest. Since Kang only defeated the third floor boss, which is still below the 10th floor, he's supposed to receive a red crate with mediocre items. This time, however, Kang gets an orange crate thanks to the effect of Monopoly, which lets him get the best rewards when he hunts alone. Upon opening the crate, Kang receives so many valuable items that even he's surprised by how lucky he is. Just then, he gets another rare item, the Solar Eclipse Stone, right after absorbing the rest into his inventory. At this point, Kang might as well waltz through the fourth floor like it's nothing. He puts on a wicked smile and cackles as hard as he can, with Alice getting weirded out by his face. Eventually, she too cracks up a smile as the duo prepares to exit the tower in the meantime. Elsewhere, Guild Titans representative Patrick hosts another summit with the other representatives, Beck, Tenway, and Maria, with Teresa observing it. After a brief silence, Patrick reminds everyone of Kang's success and asks for their comments. While Beck and Maria are pretty optimistic about things moving forward, the same can't be said for Tenwei, who appears to be mad at Kang for buying humanity some more time and sucking up all their views. Having heard what the guild representative of China's guild just said, Teresa flares up and confronts him for being mad at the person who not only stopped them from collaborating with the demonic ones, but also bought humanity 90 precious days without asking for anything in return. If anything, they're the assholes for saying shit about the only person who lent them a hand when they were in crisis. To prove her point, Teresa asks for Maria and Beek to back her up. Unfortunately for her, Bayek and Maria refuse to make any comments, and this makes her realize something about them. Shocked by their reaction to her speech, she asks to confirm if they truly feel the same way Tenwei does. With no answers provided, an utterly disappointed Teresa resigns from the summit of assholes so she can be with the real people. After hearing Teresa talk about resigning, Maria and the other idiots try to get her to change her mind, with Maria telling Teresa that she's worked hard to get her there, and Patrick telling Teresa that the summit is an invitation-only elite group of people where she can't return if she quits. Having heard everything they had to say about her quitting, Teresa moves forward with her plan and tells them she'd rather trust unknown with her life than be with them. Hours later, Kang exits the tower and takes a stroll beside the beach, tired and weary from all the fighting. As he thinks of where to go, a call from Yu Yanhua comes in and he picks it up. On the other end, Yanhua tearfully tells Kang that her grandpa hasn't woken up yet since the incident happened. Kang asks to know where she is, and Yanhua describes her location to him. For some context, Yu Yanhua is the granddaughter of the legendary martial artist Yu Cheon-young, who's a leading figure in Korea's martial arts field. Now Yanhua is a tough, lovely, and bright young lady with fists of steel, but when Kang gets to her location, he finds her crying, which is odd to him. Without wasting time, Kang holds her shoulder and tells her to explain what happened, and Yanhua reminds him about the outbreak in Incheon after the Tower of Trials appeared. When Kang remembers a few things about the outbreak from the news, Yanhua tells him her grandpa was there when it happened. After awakening and successfully defeating the monsters, Yanhua says her grandpa was badly hurt and has been having trouble recovering. Recently, his condition has gotten worse, and Kang gets to see the man who was once named Korea's strongest man. After getting a good read on the man's details, Kang figures he could copy his skills by saving his life. Although he's surprised by Cheon-young's low level, Kang still keeps his mouth shut. Just then, a few people stroll in and ask Yanhua to explain what she's doing there with someone who's only known for fighting. As the leader reveals his face to be an A-rank healer, Heo Jinsu, he faces Kang and lets him know that his skills aren't needed there. Kang looms over the idiot and lets him know that he's only there to see if there's anything he can do for his long-term friend, Yanhua. At that point, Heo apologizes and says a few things before walking to Cheon-young to check on him. Firstly, Yanhua apologizes to Heo for calling Kang as she is frustrated, but then moves on to ask him why her grandpa isn't recovering, despite them being the experts in the field. Heo Jinsu reassures Yanhua that they are doing their best, as they haven't had enough time to research the illnesses caused by the Tower of Trials. After a long pause, Yanhua apologizes for being on edge and blames it on her frustration. Just then, Kang, who's been sensing something fishy with these healers, activates the Eye of Gluttony and reads their minds. While Yanhua ushers him out of the room to give the doctor space, Kang remains there and continues seething in rage after seeing what these useless bastards were thinking of. For starters, Kang finds out that Heo Jinsu has been pretending to treat Cheon-young ever since, and has been secretly usurping all the money he's receiving from Yanhua. As if that wasn't enough, Heo continues speaking nonsense about Cheon-young's illness before asking for more money from Yanhua to try experimental monostone treatments. At this point, Kang could only watch as Yanhua promised to go through heaven and earth just to get the money they needed. Unable to take it anymore, Kang calls out the scumbag and asks him to explain why he's ripping Yanhua off. On hearing him, the other two start gaslighting Kang to make him the bad person, with Heo Jinsu playing along and telling Kang that he can't insult them because they're friends. In his mind, however, Heo Jinsu starts thinking about the money he separated into 7 accounts under different names and a cryptocurrency wallet, noting that even if Kang caught them, he'd never be able to find those accounts. Kang calls him out again and asks him how much money he's stolen. At this point, Yanhua starts suspecting the fraudsters and watches Kang work his magic. Just then, Heo Jinsu stutters and says whatever comes to his head while thinking about the contract the guild Black Cloud has made with the Tower Dwellers. When Kang finds out about the last part, he's shocked to the bone. For one, he can't believe Hong Deokpyo contacted a Tower Dweller just like that, as Tower Dwellers view outsiders as threats. What could be his endgame? As Kang wonders, Cheon-young starts coughing violently. Scared of being caught, Heo makes a run for the door to escape Yanhua's wrath. Unfortunately for him, Yanhua kicks the door shut and accuses him of being guilty since he's trying to run. Moving on, She threatens to unalive him if her grandpa doesn't make it, and Kang urges her to calm down and ignore the Nimrod as her grandpa's treatment is their first priority. Even after being caught, Heo Jinsu still tries to turn the table around by blaming Yeonhwa for attacking him in the first place when he was about to get him medicine. At this point, Kang decides to punish the fool for being absolute scum. To do that, he permits Yeonhwa to kick the asshole just once, and Yeonhwa delivers a kick so bad that it nearly shifts Jinsu's mouth. Having diagnosed the illness to be magic excess syndrome, Kang moves on to treat it using the elixir he stole from the demonic ones. After recovering from the kick, Heo recognizes the bottle Kang is holding and asks him if it's an elixir. Impressed by the fool's knowledge, Kang answers him and makes a few comments. Initially, he was saving the elixir for an emergency, but since he's Yeonhwa's friend and needs to copy the legend's skill, then he has to use it. With that, he pops open the bottle, pours the elixir on the old man, and waits for it to work its magic. A few minutes later, the purple veins bulging out of Cheon-young's skin disappears, and Yeonhwa's grandpa recovers. Yeonhwa could already tell her grandpa's back to normal as his body moved around a little and he tried to speak. Just then, Kang meets the conditions to copy any skill he wants from the legend, and he chooses to copy Pure Meditation, which is an S-rank martial arts skill that enables its user to absorb mana from the air surrounding them, all while increasing their magic recovery rate by 30%. Having seen Kang succeed where he failed, Heo Jinsu and his buddies still try to escape thinking Kang and Yeonhwa were fully distracted. Before they get to escape, however, Kang kicks Heo's butt a second time and urges the kids to get lost while the adults talk. In a few minutes, Kang creates time to deal with the useless fraudster. After locking himself and the bastard in the store, Kang tells Heo to rest easy as he's not going to kill him. However, if he wants to go scot-free, then he must return Yeonhwa's money. Upon hearing this, Heo starts to suspect something wrong as Kang isn't known to be that merciful. Kang, who could read his mind, asks him if he's willing to live. Jinsu nods in agreement and gets on with returning all of Yeonhwa's money. About an hour later, Yeonhwa gets a credit alert of over 36 billion won, and Heo Jinsu gets to leave the hospital alive. As the idiot races the streets to get back to the mastermind, Alice asks Kang if he's just going to let the dude go just like that. Knowing Kang, he says no, and then instructs Alice to follow the Nimrod to see who he runs off to. By then, Alice figures out Kang's plan and asks him why he let him go on purpose. Kang tells her that if they try to wring out information from the dude, they won't get much, so it's much better to follow the guy to his base. With that said, Alice gets excited and flies off Kang's back to pursue her target. As he watches her go, Kang smirks as he wonders why Alice is so excited. Eventually, he returns to Mr. Cheon-young and asks Yeonhwa to excuse him so he can check the progress of the elixir. Once Yeonhwa is gone, Kang tells the old man to stop pretending to be asleep as there's nobody in the room with them. At that point, Cheon-young wakes up fully and asks Kang how he found out he's pretending, despite having controlled his breathing initially. After hearing the legend apologize for trying to trick him, Kang butters the man up with sweet words and makes him laugh at how accurate he is in saying exactly what he's thinking. Upon seeing the old man put up a good laugh, Kang moves on to talk about his granddaughter and the length she went to just to get him to treat him. After helping the man understand that he's Yeonhwa's good friend, Kang gets more serious and tells Cheon-young that he has a question to ask him. When Cheon-young tells him to fire away, Kang asks the geezer to tell him exactly what happened on the day of the outbreak. Cheon-young, while touching the scar on his chest, tells his story. As it turns out, he was on his way to a conference when the portal opened. Back then, Cheon-young was more surprised to see such a thing appear on Earth as monsters oozed out of the portal in droves. As the chaos ensues, one of the police officers nearly gets crushed by a giant spider monster. Fortunately for him, Cheon-young came through and saved him by kicking the monster away from him. Shortly after saving the police officer, Yeonhwa's grandpa urges the officer to get everyone out of there so he can stop the creatures. Just then, Cheon-young hears the voice of a human complimenting him for being a gifted person. Soon after, the man reveals his face to Cheon-young and asks for a fight. Well, Cheon-young gives him the fight he's after, but can't seem to lay a finger on the man. After taking down countless monsters in the end, Cheon-young finds himself back where he started with the Tower Dweller. While wondering what to do to take him down, the Tower Dweller leaps past him into the air and slashes Cheon-young, without even breaking a sweat. As he ends his story, Cheon-young tells Kang that's the last thing he remembers, as he's never seen anyone be so quick with a sword before. Kang pauses to think about Cheon-young's description of the man. If Cheon-young's description is accurate, then he must have fought with the Murim forces on the 21st floor. Now those Murim guys are known to be persistent guys who would do anything to get what they wanted. Even back in the game, they were a pain to deal with. So, why would they come out of the tower into reality? What could they be plotting? Before spacing off, Kang explains the nature of the Tower Dwellers to Cheon-young and lets him know that he fought one during the outbreak. When Cheon-young gets confused, Kang tells him things might get harder now that they're in real life. Moving on, Cheon-young changes the subject and asks about Kang's relationship with Yeonhwa. Kang makes it clear to him that they're just friends, but then again, Gramps starts talking about setting a wedding date. After a few more murmurs from Kang, he changes the subject again to talk about Kang's character. As an old man with lots of experience judging people's character, Cheon-young tells Kang about the 10,000-hour rule to becoming an expert in a field. Having spent over 50 hours playing Tower of Trials in the past, it's only natural that Kang is the way he is. On the other hand, those idiots at the Association of the Awakened are severely overestimated, acting like they're experts after only a few months since the tower appeared in real life. Cheon-young tells Kang that he has the feeling of someone worn down and battered, as he can see the bitterness of someone who's experienced unimaginable hardships to become a seasoned human being. Kang remains humble and chooses not to let Cheon-young's compliments get to his head. At the same time, Cheon-young sees his humility and lets him know that his natural confidence is obvious. Moving on to the most important topic, Yeonhwa's grandpa asks Kang to name anything he wants so he can repay him for saving his life. Kang thinks about his next words very carefully, as they could make or break him. After making sure Cheon-young can't go back on his words, Kang tells the legendary martial artist what he wants. Soon after, Kang exits the room with a smile on his face and finds Yeonhwa outside. Yeonhwa asks about her grandpa and Kang tells her he's doing just fine. When she gets overly grateful, Kang tells her it's no big deal as her grandpa has thanked him enough already. Inside, Cheon-young can be seen tearing up as he has to give up something he's personally attached to just to repay the man who saved his life. As for what it is, it's not shown for now. After leaving the hospital, Kang checks into a luxury penthouse hotel and takes his sweet time sightseeing the beautiful view of the city before calling for room service. Upon spending just a few seconds on the hotel phone, Kang is served a very lavish and sumptuous dinner. Without wasting a single second, Kang digs in and savors every square inch of the food, noting how insanely delicious the food is. Alice, who's been watching him eat, asks if the food is really that delicious, and Kang tells her about his mukbanger career a while back. While they discuss, the new TV show, Beyond the Tower of Trials, airs on TV and the host presents an expert from the field, Jang Eun-seok from Guild Dangun, to give comments on how to rank up quickly in the tower. After the usual his and hellos, Eun-seok urges the players to start their tower ascension journey by building their strength first. To build strength, they can either raise their skill level and general level by working hard, or use the coins from the Tower of Trials to secure better items that'll help them level up. To Eun-seok, the second option is the greatest path to becoming a ranker. As Kang finishes his hearty dinner, Alice continues watching Jang Cap on live TV. Shortly after eating, Kang retires to take a shower before going to bed. Jang continues talking on the TV as he says nobody has even entered the 4th floor yet. When asked why, Jang says it's because only the one who clears the 3rd floor is given the benefit of entering the 4th floor first. With that said, Jang explains the 4th floor to be a unique dungeon where 100 massive waves occur, and the key to clearing it is protecting your base in the field. If all players fail to protect their bases, then the 4th floor will be sealed for 20 days. If that happens, then humanity is cooked, as disaster will happen in 90 days. Even Unknown won't be able to just announce that he's entering the floor. The reporter then asks him if he thinks humanity will be destroyed if 90 days pass, and Jang tells her and everyone else watching that there's a huge possibility that the tower will destroy humanity if left untouched. At that time, Kang takes a shower, making sure to listen to the show carefully. After the show, the host escorts Jang Eun-seok outside to his Lambo and asks if he's truly going to be free for the next month. Eun-seok lets her know that he's free, as it'll take at least a month to prepare to enter the 4th floor. While entering the Lambo, Jang suggests they both go somewhere nice for about a month. Just then, he receives an announcement from Unknown, stating that he will attempt to clear the 4th floor in 8 hours and urges all players to prepare themselves. Almost immediately, Jang zooms his supercar at high speed and calls all the rankers to notify them of the emergency. Since Jang Eun-seok and the other rankers haven't had time to prepare for the 4th floor, they know they're screwed. Jang gets super pissed off at Unknown for just acting weird and starting the raid out of the blue, but at this point, he has no choice. The next morning, Kang gets up 1 hour early and gets ready to head out to the 4th floor. To complete the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials, players must fight against 100 waves of zombies by either erecting thousands of combinations of defense towers in the proper positions or choosing a stronghold they can defend effectively. For players like Kang, however, who's already gotten into the 4th floor on his own, things should be much easier for them. With only 20 minutes left before other players join him on the 4th floor, Kang hurries to pick a stronghold before the other idiots come to spoil things for him. For his choice of stronghold, Kang picks Sangam World Cup Stadium and uses priority base selection rights to mark it off as his base. Following that, he scatters squishy grains all over the field and plants 5 solar seeds before using natural water to increase the plant growth speed by 20%. Once he's done preparing, Kang gets back outside to the 4th floor's starting line and finds players from most of the famous guilds all present to attempt the 4th floor. While observing the players, Kang hears his name from the crowd, so he looks down to see Lee Taemin and Yeonhwa, his 2 best buddies, waving at him. Not only that, but Teresa soon shows up behind them and says hi as well. Shocked by her presence, Taemin and Yeonhwa try to understand what she's doing there, but then Kang tells them he invited her before they came in, so they rest easy. After all the niceties, Kang apologizes for calling them on short notice, but before he gets to the main topic, Yeonhwa says she's good, and Teresa says, while blushing, that she prefers being with him anyway. Just then, 2 random players not too far away recognize Kang Jinhyuk's group and make their comments about every single player on his team. When they see Kang leading the team, however, they immediately gain some respect for the small but mighty team with legit members. Around that time, Kang asks his peeps if they all came prepared, and although they did, Yeonhwa and Taemin still complain about how small their team is compared to the enemy's size. Kang chuckles and lets them know that he's intentionally picked the stadium as their base, just to make things more challenging. When they hear this, Yeonhwa and Taemin immediately get depressed, as they don't understand why Kang would choose a base that needs about 100 people or so to defend. More so, they aren't in a game anymore, as this is real life and they die for real if they die in the tower. Kang ignores their complaints and continues smiling at his genius. Eventually, he urges them to stop their whining and lets them know that the stadium is the best place for drive hunting. Once all the chaos stops, Teresa tells Kang that they need a minimum of 5 people to defend a base. Since they are only 4, she wants to know how Kang plans to make up for the deficit. Hearing this, Kang tells her not to worry, as the 5th person will be there with them soon. A few seconds later, the 5th person, Cheon Yu-seong, appears in front of them all and threatens to kill Kang as he prepares himself for a fight. Earlier that day, while Cheon was busy training non-stop, he received a message from Kang telling him to come to the 4th floor starting point within an hour. At that time, Cheon didn't want to obey Kang and give him the liberty of thinking he owned him. However, Kang pulls him further into his trap by promising to fight him without using his left arm or right leg. Knowing fully well that Kang was provoking him, Cheon refuses to fall for the temptation and plays into his hands. Sadly, Kang's handicaps get even more tempting, till he makes him snap by asking if he's scared. Pissed off by his challenge, Cheon got his ass right to the 4th floor armed and ready to take him down. Kang, on the other hand, thinks about the elemental sword as being an item that allows one to fuse elemental magic into their sword to make up for a swordsman's weakness in long-range combat. Since Cheon has gotten his hands on the sword already, Kang can use it as his bargaining chip to get him to join the party. By then, Cheon continues confronting Kang to get into a fight with him to prove that he's not scared of him. Kang, however, asks him if he plans on fighting him with the incomplete version of the elemental sword. Confused, Cheon calms down and asks him to explain further. Like he said, the elemental sword isn't bad, but Cheon can only feel its full power if he completes it. Luckily for him, the item he needs to complete the elemental sword, the fire element, just happens to be included in the 4th floor's random box. Cheon tells him to come off his high horse, as the random box is nothing but a random box. There's no way of knowing what will come out of it. At that point, Kang promises to give Cheon a round with his completed sword if he can help them with base defense. Cheon gives Kang's offer a second thought and finally sheaths his sword to accept the offer. Once Cheon agrees to join their party, Kang meets the minimum number of people for base defense and forms a 5-person party. With that, Teresa asks Kang if he thinks it's okay to have someone like Cheon on their team, as he could easily stab them in the back. Kang assures her, saying that Cheon isn't a betrayer till he gets what he wants. Though he may not look like it, the doofus has an innocent side to him. After hiring the last person on the team, Yeonhwa rummages through her backpack and fishes out something her grandpa left for Kang. Upon acquiring the Twin Dragon's sword, Kang smiles at how beautiful and impressive they look in person, especially now that they've been infused with magic. After giving Kang the twin swords, Yeonhwa asks him to explain how he got her grandpa to give the items he cherishes so much to him. Kang lies and tells Yeonhwa that Cheonyoung probably liked him on a personal level. As he opens the wrapping cloth to see the weapon, Kang sees the sticker titled Dowry written on it, and chuckles at the jokes. When all is set, all 4 of Kang's teammates stare at the giant base again, and ask to confirm if Kang wants them to protect this giant stadium. Kang tells them he has a plan so they don't have to worry. Just then, another person recognizes Kang as the owner of the stadium base and calls his attention to it. Kang, on the other hand, takes note of the seal on the guy's sword and recognizes it instantly. As for the hobo-looking player, he presents himself, as if getting ready for a challenge. The newcomer is actually a member of the Murim from the 21st floor, who is asking about our boy. Kang confirms his identity while the newcomer introduces himself as Namgung Hyun. However, Kang completely ignores him and even insults Namgung along with his entire family, calling them weak and idiots. Watching this exchange, Teresa wonders if the two already know each other. The Namgung family is one of the noble families from the modern world on the Tower of Trial's 21st floor. Despite being highly trained elites, they are primarily known for their arrogance. When Hyun tries to speak, Kang interrupts him with a dramatic act, already tired of hearing typical villain dialogues. He accuses the newcomers of having nothing to protect except the status derived from their family name. Now filled with rage and tired of hearing his family insulted, Hyun curses our hero and draws his sword. He is currently level 68 with impressive stats. However, to copy his skills, Kang must first find the other residents who came with Hyun and are currently hiding among the triad. At first, our hero worries about these hidden residents and considers backing off. However, he quickly readies himself for battle to copy his opponent's skill. Therefore, Hyun commands all his minions to attack, prompting Kang's team to prepare for the fight as well. Taemin activates Machine King, manifesting a mechanical summon, while the two other ladies also prepare to fight. Cheon, on the other hand, becomes convinced that our hero makes decisions without properly assessing the situation. Yet, when asked to buy him just 3 minutes, Cheon rushes forward with his sword, cutting through the enemies. He confidently declares that he can wipe them all out alone. Fighting alongside her comrades, Teresa activates Battle Song, which boosts all their stats for up to 10 minutes. They stand confidently together as countless missiles rain down, causing one blast after another. Completely unfazed, Manhwa fights bravely using her taekwondo skills, while Teresa slashes through enemies with her swords. Seeing the tide turn, the opposing team begins to retreat. Cheon manages to take down a couple of opponents in an instant. However, when Hyun himself joins the fray, Cheon is almost badly wounded as the opponent's sword was about to cut deep into his shoulder. Hyun is now ready to show everyone the true martial prowess of a noble family. Activating a skill called King's Sword Form, he rushes forward enveloped in an intense aura. Facing an enemy stronger than anything he has encountered, Cheon feels the immense pressure as he blocks the attack. On the verge of defeat and death, he is saved just in time when Teresa rushes in and deflects the blow with her shield. It is then that Kang finally joins the fight. Having successfully bought his 3 minutes, he activates the element of fire. With a single movement, a burst of fire erupts and circles the enemy, leaving him struggling amidst the flames. Just then, Hyun notices our hero leaping high into the sky. Believing this is his chance, the opponent thinks he can pierce through him, but to his surprise, his feet are frozen in crystals, leaving him completely immobile. Insulting him for being reckless, Kang rushes ahead and unleashes daylight. A burst of brilliant light shoots from his hands, aiming straight at Hyun. Just before it connects, a sudden burst of aura completely scatters the light. A new figure approaches. Convinced that Hyun cannot defeat Kang alone, Hyung Nim arrives alongside his 2 subordinates. Hyung Nim and his comrades are already impressed by our hero's internal energy, especially considering he is an outsider to the tower. Meanwhile, since all the residents have gathered, the necessary conditions are fulfilled. Therefore, Kang finally manages to copy the skill Infinite Step skill. By combining this new ability with Grave of Sword, our hero acquires an S-rank skill named Sword Demon King Step. Consequently, his speed increases exponentially. Furthermore, he can use this skill as an attack by focusing his mana into his feet. While he is completely satisfied with his new spell manual, the newcomers begin looking down on Hyun, having never seen him look so helpless before. Hyun grows furious at their reaction, but Hyung Nim assures him that they have never doubted his skills. They are simply reminding him of the Lord's orders, to seek conciliation rather than to kill. The other female comrade agrees, noting that fighting is unnecessary, a fact that even Hyun acknowledges. However, when he reveals that Kang already knew they belonged to the tower, the rest of the residents are left in awe. Still furious with our hero, Hyun is determined to kill at least him out of everyone in the guild. Eventually, Hyung Nim stops him, as they are already planning to retreat. They are also informed that the first zombie wave is only 3 minutes away. With that, Kang tells them to leave and find another location, declaring that the stadium belongs to his team. However, the opponents already consider the stadium unworthy. They have prepared their own base, which they believe is bigger, better, and much more secure. As they depart, Hyung Nim confirms that they will meet again once the first wave ends. Every one of his subordinates is ordered to head back and reinforce their base. Hyun leaves as well, making it clear that he will not hold back during their next encounter. With the conflict settled, Kang's companions find themselves exhausted from expending so much energy. The team decides to move on, but only Kang is aware of a critical flaw in the base their opponents have chosen. Although the supermarket seems like a great location due to its tall walls and abundant food supplies, it possesses one major weakness known only to Kang. Soon after the first zombie wave arrives, the team watches the horde approach through Taemin's drones, wondering if they can really handle them all by themselves. Manhwa asks whether our hero chose the stadium solely because of the thrill, but Kang assures her. He then shows them the massive plant defense and begins explaining his plan. Kang has planted different defensive plants at all 4 large entrances. In the middle of the base stands their flag. As long as these plants remain safe, the entire base will be protected. Because they occupy such a massive field, they can also aim for the kill rewards much more easily. The team is deeply impressed by the defensive setup. However, there is a catch. While these plants can kill countless zombies, they require a 1-minute recharge period after each attack. Cheon understands that they will have to hold the zombies back during that 1-minute window, and he prepares to defend the west side. Kang warns him to be careful, which makes him furious, as he believes he cannot possibly be defeated by mere zombies. When our hero reminds him of the Murims from earlier, Cheon dismisses it as a completely different matter and takes his leave. With the defense set, Taemin is asked to observe the situation from above and intervene only if necessary. He can use drones to widen his field of view. The other two ladies move to defend the north and south entrances. With everyone in position, the team readies themselves. Kang also prepares to test out his twin swords. Finally, the horde arrives. Countless zombies try to force their way through the entrances, but the solar plant activates sunlight. Bursts of fire shoot out from it, striking the zombies. One after another, the monsters are pushed back and incinerated by the overwhelming firepower. Witnessing it all, even Manhwa can feel the intense heat. After killing so many zombies, now the solar plant has entered its 1-minute cooldown. It is time for the team to do their part. From a distance, Teresa glances at Kang with care. He has always been there for her during their hardest times, and they have fought side by side through everything. Whatever she does today, she does it for him. Even today, she is ready to trust our hero with all her heart, just as she always has. The first wave finally ends, and the second one will start in 3 hours. Everyone appears exhausted because of the difficulty. Among them is the Dangon Guild's Song Janhwa, who asks his comrades not to push themselves too hard and think only about the rewards, since they will simply run away if things become too dangerous. With that settled, they begin watching the broadcast highlighting each phase for the popularity votes. Song notices the trade base in the supermarket, where they are using holy towers for support. Just then, one of his teammates shifts his attention to our hero's team, who have taken over Singham Stadium. Song is surprised to hear that a team of only 5 has taken over such a huge area. He sees the highlight of the solar plant and is amazed by its power. Along with that, they watch our team fighting with all their strength, finding them extraordinary. They are taking on massive numbers of zombies without getting pushed back. All the members of our team are actually famous rookies and are easily recognizable. Song notices Teresa among them. He deeply admires her and asks all his teammates to vote for her video. He goes completely crazy over her, while his teammates try to calm him down. At the same time, back at the stadium, our team appears completely exhausted, while only Kang remains at ease. They have now obtained a large amount of solar energy from killing zombies. This is exactly what helps strengthen the solar plant. From now on, things will gradually become easier for them. With that, Kang gives his teammates seeds to plant 1 bullet plant at the east and south entrances, a freezing plant in the center, and a border plant at the west entrance. However, he keeps the only remaining seed of the berserk plant for later. He tells them not to plant the seeds directly in the ground, since that would make them take much longer to grow. Therefore, he begins preparing a special fertilizer that can make the plants grow almost instantly. After gathering numerous materials, he successfully creates the fertilizer. He starts feeding it to the plants, giving them something so sweet that they have never tasted before. He even begins talking to the plants as if they were his own babies, while his teammates become concerned by his behavior. Soon after, our hero gives the fertilizer to his teammates, explaining that the plants can grow in no time with it. As he prepares to leave, Teresa stops him and asks where he is going. He simply tells her that he is going to clean up a mess before walking away, leaving her completely confused. Soon after, on the way, he finds a guild gathering supplies in the field and preparing for a long battle. He calls it a waste of time as he continues walking ahead, believing that only the weak prepare for long battles. As he looks around the area, memories return. It has been 8 years since he has been there. Every detail remains exactly the same, from the spider webs to the scenery. He removes the cloth covering an old mirror, which actually functions as a teleportation portal. Stepping through it, he arrives at a completely different location. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hyun is still furious as he thinks about Kang, planning to kill him already. His female comrade agrees with him. Even Hyung Nim cannot understand how our hero discovered their true identities. For years, they had secretly made contracts with countless outsiders, yet none of them had ever learned who they really were. With that, he decides to team up with Hyun and kill Kang. Just then, a loud explosion echoes through the area. It comes from the storage room, where our hero is standing beside the berserk plant. The plant has already devoured all the food stored by the opponent's team. Hyung Nim immediately rushes over, demanding that our hero stop the destruction. However, Kang refuses. Instead, he asks whether Hyung Nim is worried about the queen. Realizing that our hero even knows about the queen, the residents stare at him in disbelief. Meanwhile, all the outsiders they had made contracts with are left completely confused. The queen is actually the ruler of the 4th floor, the mother of the dead. She only appears when a defense involving 200 or more people is destroyed before the 3rd wave. Kang had been paying close attention to the number of people for quite some time, but once the opposing team established their base there, his plan became much easier to execute. Even so, the residents cannot understand why he is deliberately trying to summon the queen despite knowing how overwhelmingly powerful she is. In response, Kang simply leaps high into the sky, escaping through the broken roof. He leaves everyone else behind to face certain death. Hyun tries to chase after him but ends up getting eaten by the berserk plant. Moments later, the system announces the complete destruction of the supermarket base. Meanwhile, back at the stadium, our hero's team feels the violent tremors. Taemin watches everything through his viewing window, reporting that the supermarket has been completely destroyed. Manhwa begins to suspect that Kang is responsible for everything. And just like that, the unique event has finally been triggered. The master of the fourth floor has awakened, a terrifying figure with crimson hair and glowing red eyes named Pandariel. She emerges from the ground, carried upward by countless undead hands. Calling all humans weak, the queen prepares to make her very first move. Taemin and Manhwa are both surprised and confused as a notification pops up in front of them, informing them of the queen's first move to punish the weak players. Meanwhile, Cheon wonders what our hero is actually planning to do. On top of a building, Kang brings out the item he earned by killing the third-floor boss, the Eclipse Stone. It flashes as he activates it, and as the eclipse begins, the sky turns pitch black. With the eclipse active, all dark attribute abilities increase by 100%, and the zombies' crimson eyes begin to glow as they start acting strangely. At the same time, all light attribute abilities decrease by 50%. Teresa suddenly begins to feel weak, as her power has been cut in half. The queen also notices these changes. Aiming directly at their location, she declares an all-out attack on the Sangam Stadium base. However, this is exactly what Kang wanted, and he finally begins uploading the video. Song's group starts to panic, having never expected a boss to appear. They are well aware that if they fail to clear the floor, it will be locked for 20 days. One of the team members suggests going to help, but Song only cares about saving his own life. Meanwhile, the new videos from the floor are finally uploaded by our hero. People begin commenting on how reckless the players were for awakening the boss. On the other hand, many are admiring and praising Kang for drawing the boss's attention toward his own base so everyone else can survive. Back on the fourth floor, Kang's teammates see the overwhelming number of views on our hero's video. However, they are frustrated at the same time, wondering why he made their own base the enemy's primary target. Teresa asks him directly whether he was behind the destruction of the supermarket base, but our hero avoids giving a straight answer. Cheon, on the other hand, does not care about that at all. He only wants to know whether Kang has a plan to defeat the queen. Fortunately, our hero does have a strategy for victory. He points directly at Cheon, revealing that he is the key part of the plan. Soon after, the countless undead, along with the queen, finally reach the stadium. Furious, the queen orders her undead army to attack. Our team quickly retreats, immediately noticing how much stronger these zombies are compared to the previous ones. The solar plant begins doing its job while our team decides to go all out. The zombies continue to destroy everything as the queen repeatedly calls all humans weak. Eventually, the horde manages to break through the solar plant's defenses. As the queen finally enters the stadium, she finds a massive crystal standing before her. Inside it, our team appears to be frozen solid. From the frozen cliff, a small purple gem rolls down. Kang had borrowed coins from Cheon, who was furious about having to part with such a huge amount. Using that money, Kang purchased this purple gem, declaring that they would all become bait. Back at the frozen battlefield, the queen picks up the gem with her fingers. At that very moment, the glacier formation activates. The gem bursts with power, and an enormous glacier spreads throughout the entire stadium, freezing every single undead, including the queen herself. However, the queen activates one of her skills and easily breaks free. She threatens Teresa, who remains trapped inside the glacier, ordering her to leave the domain. Just then, she notices something. Our hero is using the Demon King step, rushing straight toward her empty base. The moment she catches sight of him, she immediately begins chasing after him, growing increasingly alarmed. Pandariel, the mother of the undead, is extremely powerful, and her specialty lies in deadly poison attacks. Despite all of this, what makes her weak is her lack of intelligence. Since the objective of the fourth floor is base defense, the rule applies to both the players and the zombies alike. Kang believed that since the queen and all her minions were attacking Sangam Stadium, her own base would be completely empty. However, he suddenly realizes that the queen has figured out his real plan and is now chasing him down. Fortunately, Kang still has enough time as she is still far away. He finally reaches the base but finds many undead waiting for him. He draws his twin swords and activates Blessing of the Stars. With his eyes glowing brightly, he cuts through the enemies one after another. After a fierce battle, he finally locates the flag. Just as he rushes toward it, the guardian protecting the queen's flag appears, a massive undead butcher who immediately attacks our hero. However, Kang manages to dodge the strike. He remains completely confident, ready to face the opponent wielding a giant scissor-like weapon. The butcher attacks again, but Kang blocks it again with his twin swords. Along with it, he calmly activates the element of fire. He leaps high into the sky and aims directly for the butcher's head. The giant's face bursts into flames, causing it to roar in pain. Although the giant's regeneration ability is incredibly powerful, our hero still has enough time to finish the fight. He rushes forward, slicing through the giant's body as it begins to melt away. The monster is completely confident that it will survive, but Kang then activates Mandala Death. A massive explosion erupts, instantly killing the giant. With that, Kang levels up and even obtains the giant's weapon. Now he wonders whether he should simply destroy the flag and end everything right there. Suddenly, the system screen appears, informing him that the Black Hound, Anubis, wants to make a proposal, acting as the representative of Egyptian mythology. Our hero never expected him to appear after being badly scolded back on the first floor of the underground. The newcomer shows up, immediately becomes furious, but the moment Kang threatens to pull out the flag, the Black Hound suddenly starts acting much more politely. He explains that the Egyptian gods want to witness a proper conclusion to this battle. The proposal makes Kang wonder if it looks strange to the rulers of the higher floors to see entire floors being cleared without an actual boss battle, or perhaps they simply hate imprudent humans. At first, Kang had no intention of accepting the proposal. However, after reading the contract, he changes his mind and agrees to the terms. At that very moment, the queen finally arrives. She is confused to see that her flag has not been harmed at all. Kang then reveals the deposit he has already received through the contract. He informs the queen about the proposal and tells her that he has already been paid in advance. Pendariel draws her sword, fully prepared to fight. Meanwhile, despite activating Blessing of the Stars, Kang's light attribute abilities are already weakened by 50% due to the Eclipse Stone's effect. He is well aware that he is nowhere near strong enough to defeat his opponent under normal circumstances. Before he can think any further, the queen rushes forward to attack. A massive explosion erupts, but as the smoke clears, Kang emerges completely unharmed, having successfully blocked the blow. Furious, the queen repeatedly shouts for our hero to disappear. As her screaming anger intensifies, her long hair transforms into countless vessels, all aiming straight at him. However, he effortlessly dodges them using the Sword Demon King Step, which increases his movement speed by 70%. With ease, he activates the Glacier Formation once again, freezing the queen solid in ice. For his next move, Kang leaps high into the sky and delivers a powerful slash to the queen's neck. She roars in pain, but the attack only leaves a minor cut. Breaking free from the ice, she quickly regains her composure. Our hero knows that such a minor attack is nowhere near enough to kill her, but he is already prepared for what comes next. The queen charges forward with her sword, but this time, Kang activates the Glacier Formation directly over her eyes. She cries out in pain while our hero smoothly dodges her strike. He then draws the weapon he obtained from the giant and strikes directly at her eyes. Though she screams in agony, she quickly regains her senses and unleashes another powerful blow. Kang successfully blocks it, forcing Pendariel backward. The queen then unleashes a new skill, spinning her sword through the air as countless vessels emerge from the sky, nearly engulfing our hero. Back then, before agreeing to this battle, the Black Hound had actually offered Kang an item called Jackal's Tooth, which increases movement speed by 10% and attack power by 30%. However, our hero had set one condition before accepting the deal. He requested a B-rank item called the White Branch. Primarily used for medical purposes, it is a common item easily obtained from the 10th floor onward. For Anubis, granting such a request was no problem at all, which is why he agreed to provide it. Back in the present, Kang takes out both the White Branch and Jackal's Tooth, fusing them with the weapon he obtained from the giant. The fusion is completed successfully in no time. The resulting mythic equipment possesses immeasurable power, capable of cutting through anything. Along with it comes a restriction. Since the item does not belong to the 4th floor, it can only be used once due to the downward scaling effect. To Kang, however, that single chance is more than enough. His new weapon overflows with power as he charges straight toward the queen. She instantly senses the danger, realizing she will not be able to dodge the attack. Determined, Kang presses forward. Even though the queen tries to defend herself, his attack shatters her sword and slices straight through her neck. From above, Anubis watches the entire spectacle in silence. In her final moments, Pendariel sees a vision of her younger self crying alone in a room just before a door slowly appears before her. Meanwhile, in reality, our hero bids her a gentle farewell, calling her truly strong, unlike Muhan, who did nothing but hide. With that, the queen's body begins to evaporate as the system announces her defeat. Multiple level-up notifications pop up one after another before Kang. Meanwhile, back at the stadium, the giant glacier finally melts away, freeing our hero's teammates. They are all coughing, but Teresa feels proud of our hero for managing to clear the floor. In the real world, news anchors discuss how everyone expected the 4th floor to take 20 days to clear, yet Kang's team managed to complete it in just a single day. Elsewhere, in a banquet hall, Taemin and Yeonhwa are waiting for their other teammates. Kang finally arrives, bringing along an unexpected guest, Alice. Kang brought her along since she is also a member of their veteran company. They greet each other, and with that settled, Kang is informed that Teresa will be a little late, so the group decides to start eating first. Just then, our hero notices someone he wasn't expecting, Cheon. Cheon claims that he only came because of the promised reward. the secret method. Kang starts to tease him, but before he can say anything else, the bell rings once again. This time, Yuri and Min, along with Park Hana and Kim Hui, arrives who congratulations Kang for the victory. After everyone has gathered, our hero tells them to eat as much as they want, explaining that Alice will be paying the entire bill as compensation for clearing the 4th floor. Alice reluctantly takes out her money while everyone else cheers with excitement, enjoying the feast with beer and delicious food. Our hero finishes an entire mug of beer while Alice happily enjoys the meat she managed to get so cheaply. Despite having already eaten a lot, the delicious flavor keeps her reaching for even more. When our hero tries to take a piece from her plate, she immediately becomes furious. Seeing this, Kang simply backs off and lets her enjoy it all. Watching her eat so happily, he wonders if anyone would ever believe that she is actually one of the strongest people in the tower. On the other hand, Taemin starts a conversation with Cheon, asking him about his life before everything changed. Cheon reveals that he used to be a medical student. Interrupting their conversation, Teresa finally arrives. Seeing her, Yuri gets extremely excited and immediately starts taking pictures with her. Watching everyone laugh together, our hero cannot help but smile. He remembers how, during his previous attempts at clearing the tower, he was always alone. Now he is surrounded by companions and friends. A little later, after sitting by himself, Kang checks his status window and discovers that he has gained 3 levels. He is growing much faster than before. He believes that since the game has now become reality, this shift may be the reason behind his accelerated growth rate. Pushing those thoughts aside, he brings out the reward he received from clearing the 4th floor, a high-grade self-strengthening scroll. Along with his recent level-ups, his glacier formation skill has reached level 8. Since it has been one of his most frequently used skills in recent battles, he decides to use the scroll on it. Nearby, a worker complains about how cold it has suddenly become, only for the owner to scold him, believing he is just making excuses to leave work early. Ignoring the noise, our hero takes out his next reward, an A-rank random gacha box, which allows the user to obtain a random A-rank item through a roulette spin. He spins the roulette. The system then prompts him to press the red button in front of him. As the timer begins counting down, he deliberately refuses to press it. The roulette is designed to create anxiety through a countdown and alarming sounds, making the player believe that something terrible will happen if they fail to stop it. When the timer reaches 0, the system simply asks him to spin the roulette again. This is the exact point where almost every player panics and presses the button. However, Kang had spent years searching for hidden bugs within the system and discovered a secret mechanic intentionally concealed by the developers. He repeatedly lets the timer expire and spins the roulette over and over again. Finally, on his 37th attempt, the roulette's speed decreases by 99%. Using this hidden trick, he made Cheon obtains the exact A-rank item he wanted. However, Cheon has no idea that using this exploit comes with a penalty. The obtained reward will be useless after 1 week. Knowing this drawback, Kang chooses 3 colored tablets that he can fully utilize within the next week to clear the upcoming floor. Finally, he takes out the most important reward needed for the 5th floor, the Great Magic Library entry ticket. Using it, our hero opens a gateway to the Great Magic Library. Deep inside the library sits an old man wearing a suit and a hat, who immediately senses Kang's presence. Although the old man had already been informed that the 4th floor had been cleared, he never expected a visitor to arrive this soon. The old man is Rick Hennessy, the manager of the library, and he warmly welcomes Kang. The man introduces himself as Rick Hennessy, the intermediate administrator who manages the Great Magic Library. Our hero formally introduces himself as Rick admits that he never expected anyone to arrive at the library this soon. Not only did Kang manage to enter the library, but he also found Rick's location without any difficulty. Kang simply attributes it to luck before walking toward the bookshelves and picking up a book. Rick has no problem with that. However, he believes there are no books suitable for Kang at his current level, as a basic understanding of the rune language is required to read most of them. To Rick's surprise, our hero already possesses knowledge of that language. He begins to find the situation suspicious. Despite being a player who has only just reached the 5th floor, our hero possesses an unbelievable amount of knowledge. Because of that, Rick concludes that Kang is far from an average player. Judging by how easily he entered the library, the old man begins questioning his background, believing his abilities go far beyond anything ordinary. To satisfy Rick's curiosity, our hero activates the judgment of Anubis. As the majestic figure appears behind him, Kang calmly explains that the Egyptian gods have been helping him all this time. He explains that this is why he was able to enter the library so easily, and why he possesses such vast knowledge of the tower. Rick is left completely stunned. He can clearly sense divine energy. He never expected the gods to take an interest in players this early. Finally realizing that the gods value Kang enough to personally grant him their blessings, Rick respectfully removes his hat and bows, apologizing for not treating him with the respect he deserved. To make up for his earlier behavior, Rick offers him a gift. He tells Kang that he may choose whichever book he wants, as he now considers him an honored guest. Taking full advantage of the offer, our hero immediately takes the book number 12F127. Rick asks him to reconsider, explaining that the book is nothing more than a strange story. More importantly, it is written in an ancient rune language that cannot be understood unless the reader belongs to an ancient species. Before Rick can even finish his explanation, our hero casually starts reading the book aloud. Calling it nothing more than a story written by some Chunabu lizard, he calmly takes it with him. Rick lets out a helpless laugh and apologizes once again, admitting that he completely underestimated him. After all, someone who has received the blessings of the gods is clearly far from an ordinary player. With that, Rick opens the portal once again. Our hero steps through it, while the old man watches him leave, looking forward to their next meeting. Meanwhile, during an interview, a player who recently reached the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials explains that the place resembled a collapsed civilization. Amid the ruins, the only things that remained were fanatical, thirsty of blood. The entire floor looked like nothing less than a psychiatric ward. When asked why they didn't fight the fanatics, since they didn't seem very dangerous, the survivors reveal a shocking fact. There is a completely different obstacle. The survivor explains that he tried using his skills, but none of them worked. No matter what he did, he was completely unable to use his abilities. The only thing that allowed him to return safely was a return stone he happened to have in his pocket. Back in reality, Teresa approaches Kang and asks him to take her to the 5th floor with him. However, our hero refuses. Teresa continues to insist, unwilling to let him go there alone. Kang grows deeply frustrated by her persistence and makes it clear that no matter what she says, he will not take her along. Finally giving up, she simply asks Kang not to push himself too hard. Soon after, Kang gets into his car and receives a notification about a sponsor gift from the Caladium Kingdom. The Caladium Kingdom is actually hostile toward the Muram forces. They have sponsored our hero with paint orders, a skill that erases the user's aura, blessings, and very presence. However, it has a 24-hour cooldown and lasts for only 3 seconds. Despite the tower's restrictions, they giving him a gift makes it clear that they have finally started paying attention to worthy players, just as Muram. As the car speeds down the highway, Kang quietly prepares to make good use of his new skill. Soon after, our hero is teleported to a random location on the 5th floor. All of his skills are sealed, and the only thing he receives is an F-rank item. There is only one rule: escape alive. Fortunately, the book he borrowed from the library, titled Make Drain's Ancient Grimoire, allows him to use the Eye of Gluttony. That was the very reason he chose that book in the first place. Before long, the other participants who are supposed to begin at the same starting point also start appearing. Kang is about to move forward when, all of a sudden, the pursuit scroll activates. Despite everything, Teresa is teleported to the 5th floor as well, appearing right in front of our hero. Kang grows furious at Teresa for following him all the way here. Because of her arrival, he now has to change his plans. She tries to justify her actions when suddenly, everyone receives a random item in their pocket. Teresa gets a flashlight, while Kang receives a pen. To Teresa, the pen appears completely useless, but our hero finds it valuable because of its sharp tip. Soon after, one of the players sparks a lighter they received, finally giving everyone enough light to see. Teresa is about to switch on her flashlight as well, but Kang immediately stops her. Moments later, the group carrying the lighter catches the attention of the fanatics, who immediately rush forward to attack. One of the players desperately shouts for everyone to turn off the lights as the fanatics charge toward them. Kang and Teresa manage to escape just in time as the group of fanatics rushes after the other group. Once they are safe, Teresa insists that they should help the people in danger, but Kang orders her to follow his instructions since she came to the 5th floor without his permission in the first place. He believes that Teresa is not ready for a frontal assault yet. Teresa takes those words as an insult. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out the return stone, insisting that she is fully prepared. Our hero cannot help but feel disappointed by her recklessness. Meanwhile, the group being chased by the fanatics locks themselves inside a room while the bloodthirsty cultists desperately try to break in. The trapped players cry out for help, asking the other players to help them keep the door closed. However, the situation only prompts the other survivors to crush their return stones in hopes of returning safely. To their absolute shock, the stones do not activate at all. Everyone immediately starts panicking, as they had all bought those stones as an emergency escape route. Just then, a giant fanatic smashes through the wall, sending the players flying. Horror spreads across their faces as the giant towers before them. Elsewhere on the floor, Teresa realizes the return stone she bought is actually fake, and she begins to feel helpless. At that very moment, she senses movement behind her. A fanatic attempts to kidnap her as a sacrifice for their god, but Teresa reacts just in time, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him into the ground. However, one after another, countless fanatics surround the area. They have been discovered. The cultists prepare to capture them as sacrifices for their god, who desires the blood of frightened victims. Before they can make their move, Kang pulls out his pen. In a flash, he uses its sharp tip to stab the fanatics one after another, causing them to scream in agony. The remaining cultists immediately grow terrified of Kang. Just then, the giant fanatic arrives. His name is Proxy, and he is the leader of all the other fanatics. The terrified cultists apologize, claiming they were not afraid, but Proxy mercilessly crushes their heads anyway. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Kang warns Teresa not to get caught by the giant. Proxy immediately charges forward, swinging his massive hammers as he attacks. Our hero and Teresa begin running through the corridors, turning the high-stakes chase into a deadly game of tag. Elsewhere, inside another room, the cult leader inquires about the sacrifices. He is delighted that the tower has finally opened and that people have begun entering. Calling it the promised time, he declares that the Great One will finally descend once again. He laughs maniacally until a subordinate interrupts him to show him footage of Kang and Teresa fleeing the giant. The cult leader is surprised to see that Proxy is having such a difficult time capturing the targets. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure standing in the darkness watches everything unfold. The moment he sees Kang, he recognizes him instantly. Holding a strange mask in his hand, the mysterious man concludes that Kang is the greatest obstacle to all of their plans. Running for their lives, Teresa barely manages to dodge the giant's attacks. She witnesses the incredible speed of Proxy, which is on a completely different level from that of the ordinary cultists. However, fighting Proxy is impossible for them right now, which is why they decide to focus on escaping first. Our hero borrows Teresa's flashlight and throws it into the distance. As its bright light shines, the giant's attention is drawn toward it, and he immediately rushes over to smash it with his massive hammer. Using that brief opportunity, Kang and Teresa successfully escape. It is then that our hero comes up with a plan. He decides to lure the giant away by himself. Sooner or later, they will have to defeat Proxy to clear the 5th floor anyway. As for Teresa, he asks her to evacuate the other players, since they must be completely helpless now that the return stones have turned out to be fake. Our hero wants to clear the 5th floor as quickly as possible, even though the situation has become much more complicated. Teresa starts regretting following him to the floor as she agrees to follow his plan. After their brief conversation, our hero steps out in front of Proxy, who has already been searching for them. Kang lures away the giant while Teresa hides nearby. Back then, Kang handed her an item, telling her to use it at the right time. She picks up a stick from a distance, before rushing off to rescue the people they encountered earlier. However, she stays determined that she'll eventually figure out when is the right time to use the item. Meanwhile, our hero activates the Eye of Gluttony, which reveals that the giant's level is unknown. At the same time, a notification suddenly appears, announcing the act of death that casualty has been detected. Along with it, the Rooting Heart has taken an interest in Kang. A secondary sponsorship proposal is then generated, with the Rooting Heart inviting Kang to become its sword. The Rooting Heart is one of the absolute beings of the tower, just like Alice, who resides on one of the upper floors. He is also known as the Demon King. If our hero accepts the proposal, he will gain overwhelming dark powers. However, in exchange, he must spend the rest of his life serving the Demon King. Kang knows that anyone from the Demonic Human Association would gladly accept such an offer, but he is different. Without hesitation, he rejects the proposal. Enraged by the refusal, the Demon King curses him, declaring that he will be hunted by demons until the day he dies. The curse immediately affects our hero's heart, causing him to cough up blood. Despite the pain, Kang stands back up without hesitation. As the fanatics surround him, he calmly orders them to come at him all at once. Meanwhile, elsewhere, all the captured players are being taken away as sacrifices for the cult's god. Just then, Teresa arrives. She strikes one of the fanatics with a powerful blow. Teresa asks one of the girls to help her, but the woman is completely traumatized and unable to think clearly. Just then, another fanatic attacks Teresa. She blocks the attack and throws the enemy aside. At the same time, she encourages the terrified woman not to give up and to stand up for herself. She gives her hope, assuring her that Kang will clear the floor and everyone will make it out safely. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Proxy grabs Kang, hoists him onto his shoulder, and begins carrying him away. Deep inside a corridor, all the other players are imprisoned in cages. They deeply regret ever coming to the 5th floor, crying in complete helplessness. Just then, one of the cultists orders them to be quiet. He then asks the cult master to continue their conversation. The mysterious man stands before Kang, who has also been brought there. Although he has known Kang, this is the first time they have met in person. Our hero has regained consciousness. He can sense the immense mana radiating from the mysterious man and begins to suspect that he is a member of the Demonic Human Association, especially since he appears to be working alongside the 5th floor boss. Kang activates the Eye of Gluttony to gather information about him, but because of a powerful mental barrier, the skill fails. Having no other choice, Kang takes out a capsule he had been saving to use for the cult master. After using it, his intelligence stat increases by 4 for the next 10 minutes. Activating the Eye of Gluttony once again, our hero finally succeeds in obtaining the information. The mysterious man's name is Hosenfeld. He is 41 years old and is currently level 38. However, the title Knight of the Round Table immediately tells Kang that this man must be one of the high-ranking members of the Demonic Human Association, the very kind of influential figure Milena had mentioned before. Rather than worrying about the man himself, Kang becomes interested in copying his mental barrier skill. However, The conditions for copying it are absurd. He must first make the target reveal his knight name. At the same time, act like he has Chunabu syndrome until he discovers what that name is. The ridiculous conditions leave Kang completely frustrated. Before he can react, Hosenfeld interrupts him. Kang immediately begins delivering an overly dramatic speech. Both enemies stare at him awkwardly, and the cult master starts wondering whether this is really the formidable person Hosenfeld had been searching for. Eventually, the cult leader decides to leave, leaving the two to continue the talks. Seeing our boy reacting all confident, Hosenfeld reminds him that he has been captured to become a sacrifice. However, Kang continues his dramatic act, declaring that no one can control the madness of his destruction. Hosenfeld watches him in complete confusion, briefly wondering if Kang is hiding some kind of secret trump card. In the end, however, he concludes that although Kang is undoubtedly powerful, there is nothing he can do now that all of his skills have been sealed. Just then, a loud chant echoes through the area. It is the beginning of the life sacrifice ritual, and every captive present is about to become a part of it. Eventually, Hosenfeld offers Kang the key to his cage in exchange for information about the unknown. Seeing an opportunity, our boy instead demands to know Hosenfeld's true identity. Since he already plans to kill Kang anyway, the man calmly introduces himself as Hosenfeld, also known as Lancelot. The moment those words are spoken, Kang fulfills the conditions and successfully copies the mental barrier skill. The skill protects the user's status window and provides resistance against various psychological attacks. Satisfied, our hero quietly mutters the name Lancelot. Hosenfeld throws the key toward the cage before walking away, wishing Kang a miserable death. The moment he leaves, one of the prisoners quickly grabs the key. However, everyone soon realizes there is no keyhole in the cage in the first place. Kang had already expected them to pull such a trick. Even so, the only person on his mind right now is Teresa. Meanwhile, in another cage, Teresa has also been imprisoned. She asks about the others when she notices that the woman she had encouraged earlier is now brutally beating someone. She tries to stop her, only to learn that the purple-haired girl being attacked is actually an inhabitant of the tower. The little girl remains silent, clearly upset, while the other prisoners become furious with her, blaming her for everything that has happened. They all rush forward, intending to kill the innocent. Before they can reach her, Teresa steps in and stops them. She reminds everyone that this tower inhabitant is also a prisoner of the cultists and is suffering just like the rest of them. After successfully saving the girl, Teresa comforts her and asks for her name. The girl introduces herself as Andera as she sits beside Teresa. Way back, the devotees came to her village and offered help in exchange for a single sacrifice. That was when the villagers gave this little girl as a sacrifice since she is an orphan. They all gave her fake comfort, saying that it couldn't be helped and that her duty would be meaningful. That is how she ended up with them. Listening to this painful story, Teresa hugs the little girl, who, deep inside, is no different from an ordinary human. Just then, a cultist arrives, ordering a single sacrifice from every cell. The captured people shriek in fear once again, as none of them wants to die. Once again, their gazes fall upon Andera. They all prepare to sacrifice her a second time, but Teresa shields the little girl, begging them not to be so heartless. As the prisoners struggle among themselves, the evil cultist thoroughly enjoys the scene. Meanwhile, in another shell, Kang volunteers himself as the sacrifice, leaving everyone else staring at him awkwardly. Soon after, Kang and the other selected prisoners are taken away for the sacrifice. On the way, he pulls out a pill and throws it into the sewers. He has completed all the necessary preparations, well aware that Teresa would also be caught by now, and would surely volunteer herself as well. Everything is going smoothly, and the hidden quest has been generated exactly as planned. The hidden quest informs him that if our hero kills a single fanatic, his adaptive stat will rise by 0.1, and by killing the cult leader, it will rise by 30. Although Kang had always been given stats rewards in the past, still receiving an adaptive stat boost was completely unexpected. Just then, interrupting his thoughts, he hears the devotees shouting and cheering for their lord. He sees countless cultists before him as the next batch of sacrifices is called out. At the sacrifice ground, several giants take charge of our hero and the other victims. Amid the tears and despair, one of the cultists acting as an announcer shifts everyone's attention toward Teresa. She is hanging by her hands from chains, having sacrificed herself to save Andera. The cultists call her a noble sacrifice and declare that she will adorn the final life ritual. Seeing this, Kang steps aside. He had initially planned to destroy the floor's infrastructure after raising his stats, but he now changes his strategy. He brings out his borrowed book and uses it. A system screen appears, informing him that the 5th floor curse sealing his strength and everything else has now been lifted. With his restrictions gone for 10 minutes, our hero activates the element of fire and aims at the item he had thrown into the waters earlier to detonate it. Suddenly, a massive explosion takes place, creating countless fire tornadoes. The cultists are caught completely by surprise, finding it impossible that anyone can use skills on this floor. Kang then summons a sword and throws it straight at the chains holding Teresa. He catches her securely in his arms and checks her pulse. No longer caring about slowly raising his stats, he fiercely declares that he will kill every single one of them. He crushes the black tablet item in his grasp as the black gate barrier unfolds. Thick smoke fills the ground, causing the fanatics to struggle to open their eyes. Taking full advantage of the chaos, our hero activates the wave of swords and prepares to slaughter them all. The fanatics find themselves in complete despair. They gather together and begin to pray, calling out to their demon king for guidance and support. Just then, they sense an overwhelming aura. At first, they believe the demon king has answered their prayers and appeared to help them, but the presence is actually our hero. His eyes glow purple as he cuts through the enemies one by one, his adaptive stat increasing with every single kill. From a distance, Teresa, still unconscious, gets flashbacks of the events that took place inside the cell. All the prisoners had been ready to offer the little girl as a sacrifice. Teresa was the only one protecting her, and had even fought against the other prisoners to do so. Acknowledging that she was the strongest person in the cell, she had declared that she would be the one to decide who would go. The prisoners misunderstood her, calling her someone who was merely pretending to be kind, and claiming she was no different from the rest of them. However, Teresa had simply turned toward Andera, gently patted her head, and promised that she would return. Back in the present, the very cultist who had been enjoying the drama now lies dead on the ground alongside all the other fanatics. Teresa regains consciousness to find Kang sitting in front of her. She gently scolds him for pushing himself once again, though she confesses she always believed he would come to save her. With that, our hero cuts the remaining chains around her wrists. Initially, he had planned to escape immediately after defeating the cult leaders. However, Teresa insists that she had something important to do first. She takes him to the cells where people were locked and free them all. The rescued people finally begin to feel relieved, while Teresa rushes over to check on Andera. She hugs the little girl tightly, glad to see her alive and good. The drama leaves our hero completely confused. His confusion clears when Teresa explains how the little girl had been forced to become an inhabitant of the tower. Even so, Kang only grows more frustrated realizing that he was rushed just for this. His skill release time limit is running out, leaving him with only 2 minutes left. Looking closely at the young inhabitant, he devises a new plan. He asks the little girl why she never became a devotee like the other inhabitants. She replies that she simply could not bring herself to believe in a god, especially since she had only ever suffered from being an orphan. She blames God for everything that has gone wrong in her life and the world. Hearing this, Kang finds himself no different from her. He was also abandoned and had to grow up entirely on his own. He admits that living without parents is incredibly difficult, but he had no choice except to keep moving forward. However, he emphasizes that giving up or simply disappearing changes nothing. With those words, he convinces the little girl to fight alongside him against the cult leader so that she can finally live the life she truly wants. He then activates the brand of tribulation and asks her to become his comrade. He transfers his energy into the little girl and vows to look after her from now on. Together, they prepare to face the cult leader. At that very moment, the time limit expires, causing all of their skills to be sealed once again. Elsewhere on the floor, the cult leader stands before a massive jar, chanting mysterious spells. Kang walks through the corridors with his two companions, informing them about the cult leader, who is completely different from the other fanatics. Unlike our team, the leader cannot use skills, but he possesses physical strength on par with the Breakers. When Teresa suggests defeating him by unleashing his skills like before, our hero briefly explains that he can no longer do so because the time limit has expired. However, he can still fight using hand-to-hand combat. The real problem is the artifact the cult leader possesses, a jar called the Soul-Eating Urn, which contains a spell that kills a designated target with absolute certainty. The two girls grow concerned about the situation, but Kang already has a strategy. He can block the artifact's attack at least once. Since the jar takes a long time to recharge, that window will be their only chance to defeat the cult leader before he can unleash the spell again. With that settled, they finally arrive at a massive gate. Kang asks his two teammates if they are ready before finally pushing it open. He reminds them to remember everything he has told them so far, confident that they will find the right opportunity. As the gate opens, they find the cult leader sitting inside, immediately recognizing them as the very people who ruined the ritual. By this time, Hosenfeld had already left after obtaining what he needed. Although Kang wanted to kill him on the spot, now he has no choice. Meanwhile, the cult leader grows furious. He has no idea how our hero was able to use skills earlier, but he is now determined to offer him as the next sacrifice. The divine artifact is still in his hand, and Teresa instantly recognizes it. Kang and Teresa both rush forward. Our hero attacks the cult leader's upper body to draw his attention. While the cult leader focuses on blocking the blow, Teresa strikes his leg, forcing him down to his knees. For their next move, Teresa quickly gags him. The little girl watches everything from a distance as the cult leader suddenly manages to hurl Teresa away. With her out of the way, he charges straight toward our hero. However, Kang smoothly dodges the attack and delivers a powerful punch to the cult leader's face. Having fought opponents far stronger than this enemy before, there is no way our hero will be defeated so easily. Teresa is impressed once again, while the cult leader bursts into laughter. He declares that Kang will be his first sacrifice and activates the artifact. As he begins chanting, an intense dark aura emerges from the urn and rushes straight toward our hero. Teresa immediately recognizes the spell, while Kang shouts to her that the technique has a long cooldown. By looking at the eyes engraved on the urn, she is able to determine exactly how long that cooldown will last. Our hero entrusts everything to Teresa just as the spell strikes him down. She rushes toward him as the system confirms his death, which simultaneously forces the Demon King's curse to disappear. The cult leader stands all proud, certain that he'll sacrifice them all while Teresa desperately tries to wake our hero. The cult leader approaches her with a smug smile before kicking her hard, sending her flying. Andera cries out in concern for Teresa, accidentally drawing the cult leader's attention. As the enemy moves toward the little girl, Teresa wraps her legs around his neck, crushes it with all her strength, and hurls him into the wall. She stands firmly in front of the little girl to protect her, tears streaming down her face. On the other hand, the cult leader slowly gets back onto his feet, ready to continue the fight as he laughs out loud. Kang lies dead on the ground while Teresa struggles to fight against the cult leader. She realizes it is impossible for her to defeat him without her skills. The enemy rushes forward to deliver another powerful punch, but Teresa dodges just in time. She grabs a piece of stone and hurls it at the light bulbs, shattering them. Taking advantage of the sudden darkness, she quickly hides. She decides that she must steal the urn away from the cult leader, knowing she has no chance of winning if he manages to cast the death spell again. Interrupting her thoughts, the enemy finds her once more and charges toward her. She barely escapes, shocked at how quickly he managed to locate her. Teresa is incredibly fast, but her vibrant blonde hair has become the very reason she keeps getting spotted, even in the shadows. The cult leader loudly declares that he will first knock out Teresa and then sacrifice Andera right before her eyes. This time, when the cult leader finds her, she fails to dodge his attack. The heavy blow sends her flying, but she quickly regains her footing and hides once again. Her arm is badly injured, while the enemy remains entirely confident that he will eventually corner her and make her his next sacrifice. Meanwhile, Teresa grows increasingly worried because the window of time Kang had given her is running out. If she fails, Andera will be killed as well. Just then, she notices a sharp piece of stone lying beside her and picks it up. On the other hand, the cult leader continues searching through the corridors. Once again, he catches a glimpse of blonde hair. This time, however, he calls out to Teresa, offering her a deal. If she comes out willingly with the child, he will spare her life, make her a devotee of the gods, and even appoint her as the gods' saintess. With that, he rushes toward the blonde hair, only to discover that Teresa has cut off her own hair and tied it there as a decoy. Meanwhile, she attacks from behind, ready to strike. Compared to Kang's ultimate sacrifice, her hair means absolutely nothing to her. However, the cult leader notices her at the last split second and prepares to counterattack. Just then, the little girl throws a pot at his head. Taking full advantage of the distraction, Teresa successfully snatches the urn from his hands. Even so, the cult leader remains calm, believing Teresa cannot do anything with the urn even if she has stolen it. At that exact moment, Teresa remembers a spell Kang had taught her in the rune language, the very spell he had told her to use when the right moment arrived. Certain that the time has finally come, she begins chanting. The urn starts to shatter while the cult leader watches in utter disbelief. His own divine artifact is being turned against him. Divine energy bursts out of the urn once again, this time targeting its owner. The cult leader cries out as the aura tears through his body, making him scream in agony. Finally, the system announces his death. Teresa immediately rushes over to Andera to make sure she is safe. Together, they run back to Kang and desperately try to wake him up. Teresa begins crying uncontrollably, apologizing for following him to this floor in the first place. Just then, the system announces that the Demon King's squad's authority has disappeared due to the absence of the boss monster. Suddenly, our hero's body begins to glow. The blessing of the star activates, bringing him back to life. Our hero revives once again, because of the skill since his death wasn't instant. Although the cooldown time of this skill is 240 hours. Teresa and the little girl are overjoyed to see him alive, while he simply wonders why Teresa is crying so heavily. She playfully punches him in the chest, but the lingering impact of the battle causes blood to spill from his mouth. Teresa immediately apologizes. With that, he finally starts asking what happened to her hair. The boss of the 5th floor has been successfully defeated. However, the notification about clearing the floor has not appeared yet. This is because the actual condition for clearing the 5th floor was never defeating the boss. It was simply escaping. Once our team leaves through the exit door, the floor will clear on its own. However, Kang reveals a unique secret about this floor. The position of the floor master can actually be inherited. Because defeating the boss was never a requirement to clear the floor, the individual who holds the divine artifact, the urn, will eventually become the new master of this domain. Kang picks up the urn and walks toward Andera. Deep down, he knows she is the only person he can truly trust with this position. Teresa and the little girl are both shocked by the gesture. However, Kang is simply fulfilling his promise to let her live in a world free from the cult leader's tyranny. With that in mind, Andera accepts the urn. From now on, she can live exactly how she wants, in a place where no one can ever make her unhappy again. Finally, the seat of the floor master is officially inherited by her as a radiant golden light surrounds her body. According to the rules of the ruler's authority, she rapidly ages up, transforming into a mature young woman. She smiles brightly, finally experiencing true freedom. Bowing deeply before our hero, she vows that everyone on the 5th floor, along with Andera, the new master of this desolate land, will forever obey Kang's commands. In this way, our hero becomes the first player in history to make a boss monster swear absolute allegiance to him. Kang gently pats her head as she steps forward and hugs Teresa tightly, asking her to visit the floor from time to time. As they finally cross the threshold and leave, the system notification announcing the opening of the 6th floor appears. Back in the real world, humanity watches the video broadcast of the exact moment Andera pledges her loyalty to Kang. Some demand that every president around the world reward him, while others eagerly begin discussing his relationship with Teresa. Meanwhile, the very fraud who had scammed everyone with the fake return pills ends up getting beaten severely by an angry mob. Elsewhere, other players successfully make it out alive after clearing the 5th floor. Choi Woojin is among those fortunate survivors, silently thanking Kang for saving his life. On the other hand, Cheon grows increasingly frustrated as Kang continues to widen the gap, leaving him with absolutely no opportunity to catch up. Just then, he is interrupted by a sharp knock on his door. The next moment, a blond man bursts through it. Demanding an introduction, the intruder identifies himself as Gawain. The reason for his sudden appearance is simple. When our hero had been questioned earlier about the unknown, he had casually thrown out Cheon's name. As a result, Gawain came searching for him, fully believing that Cheon was the mysterious individual. It quickly dawns on Cheon that Kang must be the one behind everything. A few moments later, a massive explosion rocks his room. Meanwhile, at a bustling shopping mall, Kang stands beside Alice, who insists on buying everything from luxury purses to expensive jewelry. The real reason Kang is indulging her in such a luxurious shopping spree is because she has agreed to educate Andera from time to time on how to live as a proper floor master. Alice teaches her everything, from high-class etiquette and schedules to leadership and ruling a floor effectively. Kang is certain that she'll become an indispensable ally for his clan someday. Eventually, our hero checks his status window, and his growth is nothing short of astonishing. After clearing the 5th floor, his adaptivity stat has reached 78, placing him well above even the veteran rankers who are backing powerful guilds. At this point, he officially possesses the highest adaptivity stat among all active players. Along with that, he has also obtained an unexpected reward from the 5th floor, the bonding mirror. It allows its user to connect to any location spanning from the 1st through the 10th floor. It remains active for 30 minutes and carries a cooldown of 90 days. However, its operational duration will continue to increase as the user grows stronger. Looking ahead to his next objective, Kang calls Kim Hui. Kim Hui informs him that everything is going phenomenally well. Kang is currently the main topic of discussion on every major television channel, and countless elite applicants have filed paperwork to work with them. Their business is growing exponentially. After discussing the company's financial progress, they move on to the main topic. Kang tells Kim Hui that he will soon send over a list of names and asks him to arrange a high-profile meeting with the fighting father. Soon afterward, Kang sits down at a quiet cafe with the fighting father, Kim Kitai. The last time the two of them met was across the test, making it quite some time since their previous encounter. Kang finds it deeply amusing how a shift in power changes everything. The once arrogant Kim is now acting extremely polite and subservient in front of him. Brushing it aside, our hero first apologizes for delaying their original deal regarding the Mandragora route, explaining that he simply became far too busy climbing the upper floors of the tower. Kim forces a polite smile to hide his frustration. However, Kang then requests a sudden change to the terms of their contract. He knows that Kim owns around 10 A-rank dragons on the 3rd floor, and he formally demands ownership of one of them. Originally, their agreement involved transferring 10 low-level dragons on the 1st floor. Now Kang is demanding a single highly valuable A-rank dragon from the 3rd floor instead. Kim struggles to suppress his rising anger behind a pleasant facade, especially since Kang has unilaterally worsened the terms of the trade despite not yet delivering the antidote recipe he had originally promised. However, Kim doesn't seem satisfied. He demands to know the reason behind the sudden increase in the conditions. Kang simply points out the rising inflation, the surge in raw material costs, and higher labor expenses. However, that answer only makes Kim even angrier. He slams his hand on the table and prepares to leave, believing he has only wasted his time. However, Kang stops him by bringing up the Great Temple Labyrinth on the 3rd floor, a place that Kim's guild has repeatedly failed to conquer. When Kim demands to know where he obtained that information, Kang simply reminds him that he is also a guild master, so gathering such information isn't difficult for him. He knows that Kim's guild has been continuously challenging the labyrinth they monopolized. However, because of one failure after another, Kim has been losing the respect of his guild members. Those repeated failures could even put his position as the team leader in jeopardy. With that, Kang offers to clear the labyrinth for Kim. Soon afterward, at a palace in Vienna, Austria, music fills the grand hall as Alice applauds the performers, thoroughly enjoying the concert. At that moment, Kang receives another hidden quest reward after fulfilling the condition of attending 7 concerts and appreciating masterpieces that influenced an era. As a result, he successfully copies the skill Perfect Pitch, F, along with Instrument Understanding, F. Soon afterward, Alice sits at the dining table, enjoying an expensive meal while ordering the finest wine available. Kang had come there to complete several hidden conditions. He plans to finish all of these conditions today before returning to Korea. Sitting beside him, Alice wonders why they have been indulging in such luxury all this time. Kang admits that there is a reason, but simply asks her not to worry about it and just enjoy the experience. Meanwhile, the Tower of Trial's 6th floor lies beyond the elven forest, where elves who are apathetic toward outsiders silently guard their beautiful homeland. The condition for clearing the next floor is to spend 90 days there. Most players simply enter the 6th floor once to register their attendance before leaving to level up elsewhere. However, Kang believes every floor holds unique opportunities, so he plans to enter only after making complete preparations. Just then, he receives a video call from Kim. Soon afterward, Kang is teleported to the 3rd floor advancement temple. It is the most famous advancement facility, where players receive their first-class advancement through the priestesses stationed there. A few moments later, Kim arrives with several members who will participate in today's raid. Among them, a blonde man quickly introduces himself as Lee Yongwon, the captain of the 2nd raid team. He deeply admires Kang. Along with him are 2 female teammates who are also huge fans of our hero. One of them is the sub-damage dealer, Ha Yun-soo, while the other is the red team's main healer, who eagerly asks Kang for a photograph. Meanwhile, Kim watches everything from behind, noting that even his elite team members are devoted fans of Kang. With that, Kim officially appoints Kang as today's raid leader and declares that he may keep any rewards obtained from the Great Temple. Originally, Kang had planned to use Kim only if he caused trouble. However, since that doesn't seem to be the case, he simply agrees on one condition, that the raid must succeed. After asking everyone to gather again in 30 minutes, Kang heads toward the first advancement priestess. The priestess presents him with countless advancement paths. Since Kang has already experienced all the popular classes before, he simply asks her to arrange them in order of unpopularity. After looking through the list, our hero chooses the Barrier Master class. He quietly remembers someone who was always proud of his barrier abilities and silently vows to surpass him even in that field. After successfully accepting the Barrier Master advancement quest, Kang notices a group. It is the Samurai Guild, who have come to request permission to participate in the Great Temple Raid. However, Kim immediately rejects their request. Eventually, one of the guild members reminds Kim of his repeated failures in conquering the Grey Temple. He points out that many people have already become disappointed in him and suggests that they should cooperate for the sake of humanity. The Samurai Guild is well known for its incredible growth speed, exceptional teamwork, and outstanding information gathering abilities. People nearby begin recognizing the group, believing that together they might finally conquer the Grey Temple. Just then, our hero arrives. The samurai members immediately recognize Kang and wonder whether the Fighting Father has formed an alliance with him. Instead, Kang openly mocks them, calling them too weak and incapable of clearing the temple. His words instantly infuriate the group. One of the members asks whether Kang truly believes they are that weak, only to receive another blunt insult from him. However, the guild leader refuses to accept his criticism. He begins talking about a veteran with him, who successfully climbed all the way to the 30th floor of the Tower of Trials. The moment Kang hears that, his expression changes sharply. That fact also begins to strike the onlookers. The reality that the Samurai Guild has a veteran who has climbed all the way to the 30th floor. The guild leader proudly boasts about their exclusive knowledge of territories that no one else is aware of. He is entirely certain that, with this information, they can become the heroes who will save humanity from its downfall, all while becoming immensely wealthy in the process. Having no other choice, Kang activates the Eye of Gluttony on the leader. The skill confirms that the man genuinely believes everything he is saying, proving that he isn't intentionally lying. Kang activates the skill once again, this time searching the crowd for the person who originally provided all that information. After examining several individuals, he finally pinpoints the source. The man's name is Yamamoto, a level 27 player. He possesses a skill called Hemi-Foresight, which allows its user to see information about the upper floors depending on the skill's mastery level. Although his skill is actually half developed, Yamamoto had deliberately hidden that fact to secure better treatment from his peers. So far, he had simply been fortunate enough to provide accurate information to his teammates by sheer luck. However, a sudden wave of unease washes over Yamamoto as Kang stares directly at him. Kang is already orchestrating a plan, Pretending to believe their claims, he praises them, saying that knowledge about the upper floors cannot be found anywhere else. The team leader proudly declares that information is the ultimate weapon and asks our hero to let them join the raid. Kim immediately grows furious, but before he can refuse, Kang steps forward and agrees to enter the labyrinth together. The samurai team is overjoyed. As their guild leader walks past Kim, he quietly mocks him under his breath. After the samurai guild departs, the fighting father questions Kang about his abrupt decision to allow them to participate. If Kang had not intervened, Kim would have done everything in his power to bar them from entering. However, Kang simply replies that keeping them out wouldn't have been fair, adding that they deserve an opportunity to gain experience. Seeing the dark, calculating expression on Kang's face, Kim quietly wonders what he is actually planning. With the matter settled, the entire group finally enters the Great Temple. Soon after entering, they discover the petrified remains of the players who had previously challenged the labyrinth. Their bodies have completely turned to stone, leaving no way to restore them. Meanwhile, the samurai leader confidently brings out an expensive item called the Shield of Three Fists. Our hero can only stare awkwardly, wondering how much money they must have wasted on it when they don't even know how to utilize it properly. Just then, a sudden notification flashes before Kang. It announces the arrival of the second reward, granted exclusively to the first person to conquer the tower. Although slightly confused, Kang accepts it, wondering whether obtaining the first-class advancement manual and entering this specific labyrinth had triggered the achievement. With that, Kang acquires the moon imprint. The system notification explains that his path will only be revealed after completing his first-class advancement. Also, it reveals the existence of a nameless, long-lost language within the tower. By tracking down these lost inscriptions, our hero will be able to learn the legendary nameless barriers. The coordinates of these nameless writings will be unlocked once his advancement is complete. Kang suddenly recalls seeing those exact mysterious inscriptions carved into stone while climbing the tower in the past. Only now does he realize that this was a special privilege reserved for the first conqueror. Excited by the discovery, he realizes that the tower still holds many profound secrets that even he has yet to uncover. A few moments later, Yamamoto senses an anomaly and quietly whispers to his guild leader. The leader immediately orders everyone to prepare for battle as a gigantic cobra emerges from the shadows before them. To break through the monster's defenses, the main damage dealers instantly launch their offensive, causing the giant cobra to writhe in agony. Finally, the overconfident team leader rushes forward with the Shield of Three Fists. Leaping high into the air, he slays the cobra in a single strike. Meanwhile, Lee and the other members of Kim's team watch the display in silence, feeling disheartened that they aren't even being given a chance to contribute. Kang, however, isn't impressed at all. Instead, he notes how easily his own teammates become discouraged, silently thinking to himself that they wouldn't even be able to defeat one Alice. Meanwhile, back on the 5th floor of the tower, Andera continues her rigorous training under Alice's supervision. Alice patiently instructs her on how to properly command her subordinates, encouraging the new floor master to try issuing her orders once again. Soon after, the team arrives at a fork with 2 separate tunnels. Standing there, everyone wonders which way to go. The samurai guild leader looks straight at Yamamoto for the answer. One tunnel is brightly lit and looks totally safe. The other tunnel is completely dark and looks very dangerous. The problem is that Yamamoto's foresight skill has never shown him a choice like this before. Since he has no real information, he hesitates and starts to say, left. Before he can even finish, our hero cuts him off and starts praising him loudly. Kang claims that most ordinary people would choose the dark tunnel because of reverse psychology. However, he says a true expert like Yamamoto is too smart to fall for that trick. Kang loudly declares his complete trust in his choice. Hearing this, the team is ordered to go down the left tunnel. As they walk, Kang silently laughs at Yamamoto's bad choice. To him, it does not really matter anyway because both tunnels are full of deadly traps. Just then, they see a single laser beam coming right at them. The guild leader gets suspicious, but Yamamoto confidently tells him it is just a simple, weak trap. The next second, countless laser beams shoot out all at once, making a deadly web across the tunnel. The guild members quickly use mana infusion to protect themselves. However, the lasers easily cut through their shields, badly hurting several people. As everyone uses even more mana to stay alive, the guild leader makes sure to shield Yamamoto. Meanwhile, the so-called veteran silently curses Kang for making them take this path, thinking that Kang will suffer with them. But our hero has already used his new barrier master skill. Putting his hands together, he starts to chant and creates a powerful physical barrier around his own teammates. At the exact same time, this action finishes the first task of his class quest. The lasers smash into the barrier but cannot break it. Everyone watches in total shock because they have never seen such amazing defense before. Kang can already feel the weak points of the basic barrier master class, but he does not mind because his first quest goal is done. He tells his team to stay inside the safe barrier. Then, he calmly steps outside into the danger, saying he needs to get an item. Kang explains that a hidden reward is given to anyone who dodges the lasers 300 times in a row. His teammates just stare at him, unable to believe their ears. Meanwhile, Kang walks right into the deadly laser field like it is nothing. He claims it is easy as long as you follow the rhythm. He runs forward, easily dodging every single laser beam. Lee watches in absolute shock. Even the Samurai Guild cannot handle the trap, yet Kang dodges every attack with a smile on his face. At that moment, Lee remembers his old talk with Kim about trusting Kang completely. Back then, the fighting father told him that sometimes stepping aside is the smartest move. If you cannot defeat someone for sure, picking a different path is a smart plan. Now, seeing Kang move so perfectly, those words finally make total sense to him. Soon, our boy finishes the hidden mission and gets the burning flame as his reward. Meanwhile, the Samurai Guild takes heavy damage. Many members are badly hurt, and several have already died. The guild leader quickly orders everyone to count the dead. Just then, Kang walks over, acting like he feels bad for them. He apologizes and smoothly explains that his barrier could not hold enough people to save everyone. The guild leader flies into a rage. He demands to know if Kang knew about the trap ahead of time. Kang calmly agrees, making the guild leader grow even angrier. However, Kang refuses to take the blame. He reminds them that they were the ones who begged to join the raid because they bragged about having an expert who knew up to the 30th floor. The guild leader is still furious, but before he can shout anymore, his attention is shifted to something else. The remaining Samurai Guild members watch in pure terror as the giant fire-drinking snake rises up in front of them. At that very moment, another special rule is met. More than half of the raid team has died from the trap. Meanwhile, Kang stays completely calm. He is already ready for any argument they throw at him, but that will have to wait until the surviving Samurai Guild members find a way out of this room alive. The giant fire-drinking snake stands before them. Any physical attack does not work against it at all. Now even the guild leader feels completely helpless and full of despair. At that moment, Kang demands that the leader hand over the shield. He points out that the guild leader does not even know how to use the divine item properly. However, the guy refuses. He does not want to give away such a valuable item so easily. Since he has no other choice, Kang protects himself by using glacier formation, leaving the others to take care of themselves. With that, the snake breathes out molten lava, covering the entire tunnel in burning flames. Everyone panics since it is a one-way tunnel. There is no place to run or hide from the attack. The guild leader only cares about Yamamoto. Using the shield, he protects him from the lava, determined to make sure of his life no matter what. When the attack finally stops, every member of the Samurai Guild has been burned to ashes. Even the guild leader dies by trying to save Yamamoto. With everyone else gone, Kang calmly walks over and picks up the shield. At this point, Yamamoto wants to know Kang's true identity. Since Kang seems to know everything, our hero just mocks him, saying Yamamoto cannot even see the truth using the foresight skill he is so proud of. The truth hits Yamamoto right away. Kang already knows all about his abilities. Desperate for answers, he asks about Kang's relationship with the tower, since he cannot see a single future that includes Kang. Just then, the fire-drinking snake prepares to attack with lava again. Kang quickly uses glacier formation, creating a huge wall of ice that blocks the fire. He follows up with glacial prison, freezing the giant snake completely solid. Yamamoto watches in complete shock. With a proud smile, Kang introduces himself as an exiled god of the tower who used to rule the upper floors. Yamamoto is terrified. Suddenly, Kang's amazing powers make perfect sense to him. Filled with fear, Yamamoto bows his head and apologizes for not recognizing him sooner. However, he does not realize one simple truth. Kang is totally lying. If he were really a god, he would never have struggled this much or needed to climb the tower step by step. Even so, Kang decides to keep playing the part. He believes Yamamoto will be useful for conquering the upper floors in the future. The poor guy is now full of respect. Even when Kang offers him to work alongside him to conquer the tower, he immediately agrees. With that, Kang orders him to keep his identity a secret. If he tells anyone, he will be burned to ashes. He also gives Yamamoto some Mission S and asks him to work on them right away. Meanwhile, the physical barrier finally goes away. Lee thanks our hero for saving their lives, and also apologizes for being helpless. However, Kang has no time to talk. He knows that Medusa will arrive at any moment because her pet snake is dead. Realizing the danger, Lee orders everyone to get ready to fight immediately. Just then, Medusa appears. She grabs one of the players by the head and forces him to look into her eyes. Within seconds, the player turns to stone. Furious, Medusa screams at the intruders for entering her temple and killing her pet. Even before the battle starts, the players struggle because of the heavy, crushing mana coming from the boss monster. At that moment, Lee activates collective leadership. This increases the team's morale and resistance by 20%. The players charge forward to fight. However, Medusa easily hits them away with her giant tail, sending everyone flying through the air. One of the female team members keeps her eyes tightly shut, so she has no idea what is happening around her. Suddenly, Medusa appears right behind her, ready to strike. Just in time, Kang rushes in with the shield. He smashes the enemy with a powerful blow, sending her crashing into the ground. He orders everyone to stay back, determined to fight Medusa completely alone. The enemy is all confused. She wonders how our hero is completely fine after looking straight into her eyes. The truth is that Kang has activated the Eye of Gluttony, which stops him from turning into stone. He simply mocks the enemy for being weak. Medusa gets furious. She activates a new skill that makes her attack faster, though it slows her movement down a bit. A dark aura surrounds her as the snakes on her head start spitting acid fluid. But Kang uses the short Spearman King step to dodge all of it. Mocking her skill again, he rushes forward. This time, the evil woman attacks with her sharp claws, but just in time, Kang uses his shield to protect himself. This leaves her in total awe because her best skills are proving to be useless. Next, Kang's fingers start to glow. He places some marks on the enemy's head and back. By activating the sealing coffin, he traps Medusa inside a barrier. With that, he finishes the final task needed to become a barrier master. However, the enemy easily breaks through the barrier. Enraged, she starts attacking with her tail. Our hero runs to stay safe, and to buy time, he activates Giant Clutch. His hands fill with power as he breaks stones out of the wall and throws them at the enemy. Medusa keeps blocking them, but our hero throws one stone after another. Just then, she realizes something strange. Even though Kang is attacking her, there is no killing intent in his moves. To her surprise, a magic circle suddenly appears right beneath her. It is too late for her to react. Our hero had actually drawn runes on the stones using the ashes of the burned players. With that, the Master Barrier, Sealing Coffin activates. A powerful force chains the target, making her struggles. Despite trying hard, Medusa is unable to break through it. Kang walks away while she shouts and tries to escape. Therefore, he checks the system window. He has completed the third condition to advance his class. For other players, trapping a boss alive is very hard, so they usually pick low-rank monsters. But because our hero has trapped a high-rank boss monster, he advances past the regular class. Instead of a normal barrier master, he becomes a superior class, a rune interpreter. Now, he can release the essence of stone and create barriers that are twice as strong as regular ones. Kang gets very excited and happy to see that things went exactly as he expected. He realizes that the more effort he puts into the tasks, the better rewards he gets. So, he decides to work even harder for better rewards in the future. Then, he activates the Moon Imprint. An evil smile forms on his face. He is now planning to do something that will unlock many new possibilities. Medusa wonders if she is going to die. She starts shaking with fear when our hero suggests peeling off her skin to make decent armor. However, Kang is planning something completely different. He sees no use in killing Medusa. People usually do it for experience points and rewards, but taking her head out of the temple would make her lose her special skills. Making armor out of her would also cause too much trouble and affect him in bad ways. He wonders what else he can do with her. After thinking for a bit, he buys some items and mixes them together. Using the liquid, he draws a pattern on the floor. This creates a secret circuit connected through the magical library. Up in the library, Rick is completely confused. He wonders how Kang managed to find this secret contact information. Our hero calls it pure luck, claiming he was just mixing random things together. But Rick presses him for the truth, since even the deities do not know this contact information. To dodge the question, Kang shifts Rick's attention to Medusa. Seeing her alive and sane, Rick gets very excited. He loves collecting anything related to Greek mythology. Suddenly, our hero takes out his sword and claims he is going to kill Medusa right now, making the old man witness it all. However, Rick stops him just in time, calling her a precious specimen. He forgets all about how Kang found the contact information and gets ready to open a direct portal to the library so they can talk in person. An evil smile forms on the old man's face, making Kang start to doubt things. With that, a portal opens and our hero steps inside. To his surprise, he does not land in the library. Instead, he arrives at the 22nd floor of the Tower of Trials, the city of the ancient Egyptian gods, White Oasis. This is Kang's first time visiting this place and speaking with the deities before even reaching level 100. Since he was not expecting to be here, he wonders to Rick if he is on vacation. Rick explains that he is only there for business, as this realm is the official residence of the Egyptian gods. He also makes it clear that the gods have been waiting to meet Kang for a long time. By now, Kang is certain that Rick has discovered his previous lie, the one where he claimed to have the protection of an Egyptian god. Nearby, the floor's creatures notice the human there and begin whispering among themselves. After walking for a while, they reach a massive crater. This is the exact spot where the Phoenix originally resided. The crater was formed when Kang's lies were exposed, revealing that he had swindled people by using the name of Lord Anubis. However, our hero remains completely calm and unbothered. His total lack of fear prompts the old man to wonder if he does not fear the great powers that rule the upper floors of the tower. But Kang simply denies having any fear, calmly stating that he is not even on the 5th floor. Rick bursts out laughing when he hears this. Soon after, they meet Osiris, the god of resurrection, and Anubis, the god of death. Anubis is already furious at our hero for showing up before him after making so many false statements. Rick loses his respectful demeanor, while Kang openly blames the old man for his presence there in the first place. This blame makes Anubis even angrier. He is ready to crush Kang on the spot, but Rick quickly reminds him that he is a guest. According to the laws of the tower, Anubis cannot do anything to him. Anubis holds himself back, while both gods notice that our hero already seems to know the tower's rules perfectly. Wanting to play fair without breaking the rules, Anubis decides to summon a warrior to kill Kang instead. This particular warrior is meant to face players on the 6th floor. With his current abilities, our hero looks completely outmatched. Right away, a bet is formed. If Kang manages to last just 5 seconds against the warrior, he can choose anything from the temple's treasure vault. Kang confidently accepts. First, he purchases an item called Royal Blood. Using his skills, he transforms it into Holy Royal Blood, and then initiates the duel by activating the Sword Demon King's step. He throws the bottle of blood straight at the warrior. The extreme clash between the opposing attributes triggers a fatal reaction, causing an insane amount of damage. In an instant, the warrior is burnt to ashes. Both gods stare in absolute shock, unable to believe a 6th floor warrior has been defeated so easily. With the fight over, Kang straightforwardly asks for his treasure. Anubis tries to make excuses to back out, but a voice speaks up. It is Horus, the god of the sun, who reminds him of his promise and tells him he cannot back out. Completely frustrated, Anubis takes his leave. Meanwhile, Horus apologizes to Kang and personally leads him to the treasure vault. Once they arrive, Horus makes an unexpected suggestion. Believing that Kang will climb all the way to the top floors one day, he offers him a shortcut. Kang can choose the support of one of the gods instead of a regular treasure. This divine blessing can only be granted to a human once. To Rick's surprise, our hero is actually being given the chance to receive a god's direct protection. However, our boy completely refuses the offer, leaving them both stunned. He plans to go much higher than this floor, so he simply asks for a different reward instead. Later, when they are alone, Horus sighs and remarks that Anubis's bad temper always gets him into trouble. When asked about the reward, Horus reveals that what our hero has taken is actually the black egg of the Asian. Horus is not sure if Kang truly understands the egg's nature, but he warns that however the egg is used, it may bring calamity to humanity. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Alice sits in front of the egg. She notes that it is extremely dangerous if it hatches the wrong way. As she is speaking, Kang suddenly pushes her into a portal again, making her furious. Eventually, Kang sits alone in front of the egg. Blue mana swirls around his body, and his eyes glow a bright, piercing blue. Now, it is time for him to start taking things seriously. Kang has very little information about the ancients, which comes from the tower's eccentric adventure, Thesis, about the solution of mana. With that, he starts working on the egg by activating the element of fire along with glacier formation. He keeps using his skills one after another as the egg begins to absorb the mana in the air. Suddenly, the egg starts to glow brightly. The lights around it shake as a small baby dragon appears from inside. The dragon is already hungry and looks around for mana. Our hero decides to gather all his remaining mana and give it a physical form. He transforms all of it into a small bead and offers it to the baby dragon. The baby dragon finds it delicious, making Kang the first being in history to tame an ancient. Because of this new achievement, all the powerful beings of the tower start paying attention to him. The system also informs him that by giving the dragon a name, its loyalty toward our hero will increase. With that, Kang decides to name the little creature Goguma. However, a real problem now appears. If he keeps feeding this little dragon, he will not have enough mana left for himself. At that very moment, he also gets a notification that Rick has subscribed to his channel, which leaves him a bit confused. The very next day, Kang meets the SWD station manager, Kang Byung-chan. The manager desperately wants him to show up and participate in a simple interview, expecting the show to hit a massive 40% viewer rating. The manager is certain that if our hero gets involved and talks about his quick rise to fame, the public will love it. However, Kang remembers that among all the channel's programs, the show about climbing the Tower of Trials was the only one staying afloat. But to Kang's surprise, the manager is unable to recognize him in person, prompting Kang to wonder if the man has some memory problems. Brushing it all aside, Kang gets straight to the topic of payment. He demands magic stones as his fee. The manager agrees with ease since many players take their payments that way these days. He even offers an even better deal. He confesses that there is a third person who really wants to appear alongside Kang. If our hero agrees to it, he can collect an unlimited amount of magic stones from their station. Kang immediately accepts and straight up asks about this third person. That person is actually Director Hong Daeokpyo from the Black Cloud Guild. He steps out of his car as the media surrounds him with questions, asking if his relationship with Kang has improved. Just then, someone else arrives as well. It is Ten Chao from the Zhonghua Guild, along with Xuehua. The media is excited to see all these stars together, expecting record-breaking ratings. Finally, our hero arrives as well. He walks straight toward Hong and asks about his well-being. The man confesses that he has been busy repairing his public image after the humiliation he suffered before. The two other guests are actually there because Hong invited them to target Kang together. The attention shifts once again as a new star arrives. It is Teresa, along with Korea's strongest martial artist, Yoo Cheon-young. Everyone is surprised to see them, when suddenly, Cheon, known as the Sword Saint, makes his public appearance too. He is immediately questioned about why he rejects every recruitment offer from the top guilds, yet shows up today because of Kang. Some people misunderstand him as Kang's teammate, but he immediately clears up the rumor by declaring that he is simply the one who will defeat our hero someday. Meanwhile, Hong and his two companions are surprised to see Cheon-young alive, along with the other stars on our hero's side. Seeing them, Xuehua and her teammates immediately leave, claiming they have fulfilled their objective. Hong attempts to stop them, but only ends up getting mocked by Kang for not even having proper connections. All the interviewers and the media crowd around to interview our hero, leaving Hong behind, completely ignored. Soon after, inside the station, they all sit together. Cheon starts wondering if our boy is going to reveal Hong's despair. However, Kang brushes it aside, calling it a private matter. That only makes Cheon even more furious, and he mentions his house that was destroyed because of Kang. The protagonist tries to dodge the topic by playing dumb, but Cheon makes it clear that he already knows Kang is the mysterious player known as Unknown. Eventually, as they settle down, Cheon is asked about the demonic human association member who appeared at his house. He makes it clear to Kang that Gawain was indeed very strong. However, he admits that he did not struggle fighting him as much as he did while fighting Kang. Meanwhile, sitting behind them, Teresa is asked by the martial artist about her relationship with Kang. She simply describes it as a trustworthy comrade. Soon afterward, the recording begins as the reporter starts the newest episode of Beyond the Tower of Trials. Kang is the special guest of this episode. When asked how he manages to clear the dangerous floors so quickly, he simply smiles and encourages everyone to keep trying until they get it right. The reporter keeps asking questions, but our hero gives bizarre answers to all of them. When asked about the strategy for the third floor, he simply says that players just need to dodge everything. This strange interview turns out to be completely useless, and according to the managers, it is impossible to broadcast. The manager blames Kang for wasting their time and money by ruining the recording, even accusing him of showing up only to collect his payment. But Kang calmly reminds him of the contract, which only states that he has to answer the questions. When the manager claims this is unfair, it triggers our hero's anger. Kang grabs the manager by the collar and brings up the name Lee Jong-soo, the CEO of Streamer Entertainment, whom the manager used to treat like a brother. Back then, the business managers plotted a malicious scheme with Lee Jong-soo to trap streamers with unfair contracts. There was a time when all the exploited streamers showed up at this very office to protest, and our hero was one of them. However, the manager does not actually remember him. They made everyone suffer by illegally drafting those contracts, scamming the players by claiming everything was perfectly legal. To Kang, this current situation is no different, so he confronts the manager for calling his actions unfair. Once the argument settles, the manager takes him to the station's magic stone storage room. Countless magic stones are stacked inside, and Kang is free to use an unlimited number of them. However, a strict time limit is set to 2 hours. To pull another fast one, the manager sneaks this rule into the contract by writing the time limit in tiny letters in a hidden corner. Our hero agrees to the terms anyway. There is also another catch to these stones. An anti-theft spell is cast on them, meaning they cannot be stored inside subspace inventories. According to the manager's logic, the only thing our hero can do is absorb the energy from the magic stones directly. He has already calculated everything. Since absorbing a single low-grade magic stone takes about 5 minutes, our hero will not be able to finish many within 2 hours. To ensure everything goes according to plan, the event manager assigns 2 female staff members to watch our hero. One of them records the entire session to make sure Kang does not try to steal the stones by force. Kang acts as if he notices nothing and simply agrees to use as many as he can during his time. With a satisfied smile, the manager leaves the room, instructing his staff to treat our hero well. Once the door closes, Kang turns to the staff members and asks if they want to see something interesting. Meanwhile, inside the director's office, the manager picks up an old photograph taken with Lee Jong-soo. Even though Lee Jong-soo is already dead, the manager remains furious at him, throwing the photo into the trash out of frustration that a dead man is still causing him trouble. After 2 hours pass, the manager walks down the corridor, plotting his next move against Kang. At first, he considers using journalists to spark a public controversy around the player, but decides to figure out the details after dealing with the immediate situation. He opens the storage room door, only to freeze in absolute shock. Every single magic stone inside the vault is completely gone. Instead of a tense scene, the 2 female staff members are happily playing with our hero's baby dragon, who has already eaten all the magic stones. The manager falls into complete despair. According to Kang, the man deserves all of this after tricking so many innocent people, and our hero even decides to exploit this corrupt manager for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, a new rule applies to Goguma. Whenever the dragon fights, it consumes his owner's mana. Once a battle ends, both Goguma and Owner receive separate experience points. The little dragon is incredibly powerful, but because our hero currently possesses only 80 mana, he can only sustain a fight for barely 5 minutes. Having no other choice, Kang decides to grow stronger, much faster than he originally intended. Elsewhere, Xuehua and her comrades are on call with someone. They discuss our hero and his unexpected rapid rise to fame. Eventually, they assume that Cheon is also on Kang's side, since he immediately answered his call earlier. Now, all of our hero's allies are added to the enemy list of these people, officially classified as enemies of Zhonghua. Meanwhile, on the 16th floor of the Tower of Trials, the Elven Forest, our hero stands alongside Cheon, whom he promised to teach methods for becoming stronger. Kang activates the boundary-winding mirror as they prepare to head to the 10th floor. Cheon is confused about why he was even asked to come along, believing that our hero could easily handle everything by himself. Kang simply makes an excuse, saying he wants him to grow stronger so that they can face each other in a real battle. With that, the two head straight to the 10th floor, known as the Warrior's Heaven. Standing before them are 21 Guardian Warriors protecting the area boss. Looking at the field, Cheon is confident that he can defeat all the warriors by himself, as long as the actual boss, the Immortal Stone Giant, does not wake up. Convinced, Kang makes a deal with him. He promises Cheon a serious, all-out duel if he manages to clear all 21 warriors and survive for just 1 minute against the boss. Immediately accepting the challenge, Cheon rushes forward at incredible speed, drawing his sword and preparing to slash through the enemy. Teresa arrives at the hair item specialty shop, where some of the other customers immediately recognize her. Song, the raid captain, is also there for treatment. Teresa uses her newly acquired hair restoration ticket, and in an instant, her hair grows back to its original long length. Along with her, Song, who has been completely bald, gets his hair back as well. However, due to a persistent curse on his body, all of his new hair immediately falls out again, leaving him in absolute despair. Teresa tries her best to comfort him, but Song believes this curse is a rightful punishment for his past misdeeds. He confesses that during his time as the raid captain on the first floor, he was consumed by greed, and his selfish actions caused many people to get hurt. In fact, he feels that simply losing his hair is not even a harsh enough punishment for what he did. Despite his guilt, Teresa steps in to encourage him and lift his spirits. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor of the tower, Cheon fights with everything he has, ruthlessly smashing through the enemy lines. After successfully defeating all 21 minion warriors, his final task is to hold his ground for just 1 minute against the area boss. He is utterly determined to survive for the promise of a serious duel against Kang. To earn that match, he is willing to risk his life. Holding his sword tightly, Cheon charges directly at the boss. Suddenly, the enemy's eyes flash a dangerous crimson. Cheon wakes up startled in a hospital bed. Park Hana is right by his side. As it turns out, Cheon was left in terrible condition after the battle. It's when on Kang's command, Yuri rushed him to the hospital for medical treatment. She hands over a piece of stone that Kang left behind for him, which instantly triggers Cheon's memory of what actually happened on the battlefield. During the raid, Cheon was completely helpless against the 10th floor boss. Even his elemental power sword broke, and none of his attacks could damage the enemy. Cheon barely lasted for 21 seconds before collapsing. Seeing him fall, Kang stepped up to fight as unknown, dodging every single incoming attack with effortless ease and insane speed. At one point, the boss shifted the gravity of the entire field, increasing it by 500%. In that suffocating moment, Cheon genuinely believed that even Kang would not be able to handle the pressure. However, Kang was waiting for that exact moment. He calmly activated his first star barrier, which inverted the spell effects of the field and formed a massive magical circle directly underneath the enemy. The immortal boss struggled and roared in pain. Its defensive skills negated the damage multiple times, but Kang's barrier was too overwhelming. In the end, the giant entity was completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind but rock of its existence. That was the final sight Cheon witnessed before passing out, Kang entirely neutralizing the boss. With the 10th floor cleared, the system announces that the next floor will open in 98 days. Furthermore, because our hero successfully subdued the opponent, the condition to copy the powerful skill, Immortal Stone Strength, is finally complete. Back in the present, Cheon sits silently on his hospital bed, clutching the stone. He feels deeply humiliated by Kang once again. At the same time, Kang is wandering through the 6th floor Elven Forest. He has managed to acquire 2 giant staffs, and the system logs his achievement into the Hall of Fame for 2 days under the pseudonym Unknown. After a long break, Kang has finally recorded a video as Unknown, allowing him to replenish the system points he previously lost during his battle against Anubis. In truth, Kang was only able to deploy the massive mana required for the first star barrier because Cheon had cleared out all the minion warriors for him, saving his energy. Suddenly, Alice interrupts his thoughts, warning him about a guy that has been tailing them. Kang is already fully aware of the stalkers, but he refuses to waste his precious energy on them. He is heading toward a dangerous area that will serve as an immediate threat to anyone. On the other hand, the spy quickly relays a message to their superiors, confirming that Kang is heading deeper into the 6th floor elven forest. Meanwhile, in Beijing, Li Keqiang faces severe punishment for his failures. His master is furious that Kang was allowed to conquer the 5th floor first, and has now completed the 10th floor as well. In a fit of rage, the master cuts off Chang's ear. Finding his subordinate completely useless, the guild leader, Nangong Tian, decides to step onto the battlefield and handle Kang by himself. A nearby healer quickly begins treating Chang's wound. All angry, Tian vows to kill him next time if he fails again. He is fully aware that our hero is currently on the 6th floor. He declares that they are going to team up with Xuehua and Tenchao to burn the entire forest down, planning to eliminate Kang along with every other player inside. Meanwhile, out in the elven forest, Tian's minions are keeping a close watch on their target when an elf suddenly sneaks up from behind and captures one of them. The 6th floor of the Tower of Trials, known as the Elven Forest, is famous for being one of the best leisure zones in the tower. Since the summon season automatically opens after 90 days, players looking for a peaceful getaway usually visit this place for recreation. Nearby, a group of players are enjoying a meal when one of them spots a cute rabbit. He is about to chase after it when a female teammate quickly stops him. She warns him that the direction he is heading is actually strict elven territory. The elves absolutely hate outsiders and will immediately kill anyone who enters their lands without explicit permission. Meanwhile, the elf who just captured the spy starts watching Kang. She wonders why anyone is targeting him, especially since he does not seem to have any hidden motives. Soon, she notices something strange. Our hero is figuring out his directions simply by smelling the air. This advanced technique is usually mastered only by those who have spent a massive amount of time living in the forest. However, her suspicions settle when she watches an illusion barrier approach our hero. This specific barrier creates a powerful illusion, forcing the target to march in place until they collapse from complete exhaustion. Satisfied, the elf decides to let our hero fall unconscious so she can easily carry him out of the forest. On the other hand, Kang completely mocks the barrier, calling it too passive. He points out that a passive setup usually cuts a barrier's overall effectiveness in half, openly insulting whoever designed it. The female elf watching him is the exact person who created it, and she becomes thoroughly frustrated by his comments. The truth is, Kang is already fully aware of her presence. Right now, he is just playing along to execute his own plan. Pretending to be hungry, he activates his outworldly restaurant skill and begins preparing a delicious meal. As he chops vegetables and cooks, the mouth-watering aroma immediately attracts the elf. But just then, she senses something taboo. She jumps down from the tree and draws her arrows, ready to kill our hero for cooking animal meat in the sacred woods. She stands there furious, until Kang reveals that what she mistakes for meat is actually soy meat made entirely from soybeans. The elf remains hostile and ready to strike until she smells the dish closely, realizing that Kang is telling the truth. As it turns out, the elves of this tower tribe have a deep passion for cooking and music, but they consider animal meat a strict taboo. This is exactly why Kang planned ahead, preparing a dish that perfectly mimics the taste of meat without actually using it. He offers the elf a plate. Lured by the wonderful smell and driven by curiosity, the elf decides to trust our hero, who is acting like a professional chef, and takes a bite. She is instantly amazed by how delicious the food tastes. After finishing the entire plate, she finally introduces herself as Sylvia, a ranger of the Elven Forest. She immediately apologizes for the misunderstanding, now viewing Kang as an honored guest who has introduced a wonderful new dish to her people. She asks what she can do to make up for her mistake, and our hero simply asks her to take him to the elf village. Soon after, inside the village hall, our hero meets Penheim, the patriarch of the Elven Forest, and introduces himself. However, despite the initial greeting, Kang is suddenly surrounded by elves pointing their arrows directly at him. One of the warriors, Teslon, is furious to see a human in their midst and threatens Kang for stepping into their sacred territory. Teslon possesses many skills, and the conditions to copy a skill from a person who is incredibly proud of their archery is to fire an arrow with greater accuracy than them at least once. Sensing Teslon's hostile energy, Kang realizes the warrior has not changed a bit. His arrogant nature is exactly the same as it was in the game. Kang formally informs the crowd that he was invited by Sylvia. In a flash, he draws his sword to cleanly block an incoming arrow. He openly accuses them of failing to welcome a guest properly, leaving Teslon completely stunned by the human's insane reaction speed as the warrior prepares to launch another attack. To protect Kang, Sylvia quickly steps in the way and informs the crowd that she brought him to the village as an apology. but Teslan is not ready to listen. He declares that he will punish her for bringing a human here as soon as he finishes killing our hero. Sylvia quickly explains that the only reason she brought Kang all the way here is because of his incredible cooking skills, noting that he can prepare dishes they have never tasted before. Both the Patriarch and Teslan are left in awe upon hearing this. Teslan is still about to knock another arrow, but the Patriarch stops him and agrees to give Kang a chance to prove himself. The main specialty of the Elven Forest is its unique fruits, which contain mana just like magic crystals. Anyone can increase their overall mana simply by consuming them. The specific day the elves harvest these fruits and thank the forest for their bounty is known as the Moonlight Festival. Meanwhile, back in the village, our hero activates his outworldly restaurant skill once again and begins cooking. The mouths of all the surrounding elves start watering from the sheer aroma of the food. Soon after, the food is served on plates, and the elves gather together to try the dish. Even though our hero confirms that it contains absolutely no meat and is made entirely from soybeans, everyone eats and is immediately surprised by how delicious it is. Teslan also tries to grab a bite, but Kang swiftly snatches the plate away from him because he pointed an arrow at him earlier. Everyone else thoroughly enjoys the meal, while Teslan stands there silently in the background. Even the Patriarch is highly impressed by the food, declaring that this year's Moonlight Festival will surely be amazing. With the feast complete, they finally begin the Moonlight Festival by offering their thanks to the Mother Forest. The music starts playing, and every elf is granted a fruit. Meanwhile, outside the territory, a group of players sense that something big is happening inside the forest. They deeply regret that they cannot witness it because of how arrogant the elves usually are. A blonde man among them tries to explain the situation, feeling grateful just to be near the area. He mentions how being in their current area also feels good. But when he turns his attention around, he sees that countless marksmen have approached and silently killed all of his teammates. Before he can ask any questions or say a single word, the men kill him as well. These attackers are actually Zhonghua's people, and they are executing every single witness. Meanwhile, back in the forest, the young elven children are practicing their bowmanship, while the Patriarch, our hero, and the others watch them. It is incredibly rare for any outsider to participate in the Moonlight Festival because of the fig fruit. If too many people find out about the event, the Elven Forest might face serious trouble, which is exactly why they isolate themselves from the outside world. However, according to the Patriarch, elves are a species who love food and music more than anyone else. They simply want peace. Sitting there, Kang secretly finds their way of life quite impressive. Suddenly, Teslan steps in again, acting completely arrogant. This prompts Kang to openly question whether the warrior is behaving this way just because he didn't get to eat any of the food earlier. The two begin to argue while the Patriarch watches the scene awkwardly. To settle the dispute once and for all, Kang proposes an archery match, declaring that whoever loses must leave the area. Confident in his superior elven archery, Teslan immediately accepts. The elves quickly set up a target. As soon as the rest of the village hears about the contest, they excitedly gather around to watch. They all cheer loudly for Teslan, making Kang feel completely left out. To counter this, our boy summons his little dragon to cheer for him, which Teslan finds to be an incredibly unique-looking summon. Brushing the cute moment aside, Teslan challenges our hero to hit a target placed on a distant tree. Without wasting any time, Kang takes aim and fires his arrow. However, his shot only manages to graze the outermost edge of the target. Laughing out loud at the poor attempt, Teslan steps up and prepares to take his turn. But just as he is about to shoot, the baby dragon appears and activates its fear skill. Overwhelmed by sudden terror, Teslan loses his grip and ends up shooting the bare ground instead. All the other elves, along with Teslan himself, stand in absolute disbelief at what just happened. Meanwhile, our hero silently declares that he will do absolutely anything just to win. With the match decided, the condition to successfully copy Teslan's skill is finally fulfilled. Kang starts scolding Goguma for his behavior, but the little dragon just sits there happily eating. Teslan grows furious, accusing Kang of using cowardly tricks and to cheat his way to a win. Kang does not care about the accusation at all, nor the honor. His only focus is the result. He has finally obtained the perfect marksmanship skill. Still deeply unsatisfied, Teslan refuses to let our hero claim victory. Understanding the warrior's pride, Kang calmly agrees to let him try one more time. Teslan takes his position, determined not to let our hero play any tricks this time. He activates his signature skill, Perfect Shot. With immense power, the arrow speeds forward and drives into the exact center of the target, scoring a flawless shot. All the surrounding elves burst into praise for Teslan. Sylvia watches the situation unfold and asks our boy to accept the reality of Teslan's skill and simply ask for forgiveness. Since Teslan is the greatest ranger in the entire forest, it is not easy to defeat him. But Kang is not about to back down. First, he activates glacier formation right beneath the tree, causing a block of ice to erupt and launch the target high into the air. Teslan fumes with rage, but Kang stands confidently, claiming that he is merely adjusting the difficulty of the match to suit him. He then combines Blood Demon IQ with his newly copied perfect marksmanship, creating a glowing red magic bullet. With this combination, his concentration and accuracy shoot up by 100% for a brief 2 seconds. Teslan can instantly sense the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Kang draws his bow and releases a shot that cuts the target cleanly in half. The elves stare in absolute awe at the shattered target. The wood is harvested from sacred fig trees and is not supposed to break easily. Amazingly, even Teslan's original arrow, which was lodged in the bullseye, is sliced cleanly in two. Teslan is left entirely speechless. Clutching onto what little honor he has left, he immediately vows to keep his word, leave the village, and never return. The forest elves become deeply upset by his sudden departure, but Kang stops him just in time. After all, the Moonlight Festival will be completely ruined if a prominent figure like Teslan leaves, so Kang decides to alter the terms of the loss instead. Soon after, Teslan is seen forced into a bunny dress with decorative wings on his back. Kang thoroughly enjoys the ridiculous view, while Teslan stands there dying of embarrassment. Just then, Teslan catches someone laughing at him and immediately rushes forward to start a fight. The Patriarch stands nearby, admitting to Kang that he never expected Teslan to actually accept such a humiliating condition. Kang starts to wonder if he went a bit too far, since the proud warrior is now the laughingstock of the village. However, the Patriarch reassures him, believing that Teslan desperately needed to experience failure. Teslan's obsession with protecting the Mother Forest had completely consumed him, blinding his judgment. Because of this, the Patriarch is incredibly grateful to have met Kang, and the two plan to use this opportunity to eventually teach Teslan a proper lesson. Suddenly, an unarmed elven guard from the village outskirts runs up to the Patriarch in a panic. Everyone becomes deeply alarmed as the guard reports a sudden invasion. Ruthless attackers have breached the forest boundaries and are slashing through everything in sight. Because these invaders possess overwhelming strength, none of the border guards could withstand them. The entire frontline defense has been wiped out, including the high-ranking rangers. Hearing that his people have been slaughtered, the Patriarch grows furious and commands everyone to prepare for war. The weapon storage is thrown open, and the elves arm themselves, ready to protect the Mother Forest even if it costs them their lives. Teslan also prepares for battle and takes command of the remaining high-ranking rangers. Witnessing the destruction caused by the invaders, Kang gets angry as well. Deep inside the forest, a few players who manage to escape keep running for their lives until the invaders finally catch up to them. The marksmen kill them all, determined not to let a single witness escape alive. Since the attackers want complete control over the forest, they mercilessly cut down whoever crosses their path. This continues until the Patriarch finally arrives with the main force and quickly kills a few invaders with his arrows. He looks down at a fallen elven guard, who died a terrible death. Filled with regret, the Patriarch apologizes to the dead for not being able to save them in time. Teslan, along with the rest of the warriors, is genuinely hurt and upset as well. He immediately commands everyone to execute any invader on sight. He also orders the evacuation of the villagers, moving them to the center of the village where they can be protected by their strongest allies. While Teslan is completely ready to take his revenge, our hero soon shows up with a great plan. Meanwhile, further out in the forest, the masked Xuehua receives a notification that 2 of their scouting connections have suddenly been lost. This is enough for her to realize that the elves have started to fight back. She immediately orders every single unit to stay focused on their primary target, killing Kang. To ensure success, the invaders have already set up a communication blocking barrier around the entire forest, so Kang cannot call anyone for backup. Xuehua then commands all forces to surround the enemies and launch a coordinated attack on the center of the village. Their strategy is to trap the entire forest by splitting into 3 separate teams. The first team to locate Kang will buy time, allowing the other 2 teams to arrive and provide overwhelming support. They firmly believe that no matter how powerful Kang is, he will never be able to handle 3 S-rank fighters at the same time. Xuehua is fully convinced that Kang will die this time, but right at that moment, a powerful strike catches the team off guard. Kang finally materializes, facing the people behind all this chaos. He instantly recognizes them as members of the Zhonghua Guild. Though seeing him in front of her, Xuehua finds it to be the perfect opportunity and calls out for the other 2 teams to gather. However, before the informed guild members can do anything, a devastating strike hits them from behind. It is Teslan, arriving with his elite squad of rangers. Elsewhere, our hero fights the surrounding enemies with absolute ease. He activates Grace of the Sword alongside the Demon King's step, seamlessly slicing through the enemy ranks one after another. Xuehua shouts for her teammates to spread out, but Kang remains completely unfazed. He activates Glacier Formation, sending sharp shards of ice piercing through the attackers and killing many of them instantly. At this point, Xuehua hides behind a tree, deeply concerned that her entire squad will die before the other teams can arrive. To buy some time, she tries to spark a random conversation with our hero, confidently claiming that he has only come to the forest to steal something for himself. Kang immediately brushes off the talk, challenging her to stop hiding and fight. Xuehua then reveals that the other invaders are currently destroying everything in their path and closing in on his position. Furthermore, the center of the village is under heavy attack, meaning the entire elven settlement will soon perish. Kang stands there in silence, prompting Xuehua to believe that he definitely needs something from the village and will rush back to protect it. She assumes this distraction will give her enough time to regroup with her allies, but to her absolute surprise, Kang just chuckles. He is fully aware of the psychological trick she is trying to play and simply finds it amusing. Meanwhile, back in the elf village, the invading forces led by Chiang are shocked to encounter a powerful ally, Alice. She is absolutely furious at the invaders for disrupting her contract with Kang. She activates her Blood Spear skill, fully prepared to slaughter them all. Using a precise finger skill, she triggers a massive explosion. Back in the woods, Xuehua tries to contact the village squad, but is surprised to find that the call can no longer go through. In his final moments, Chiang, the leader of the defeated enemy team, manages to give a message to his remaining teammates to reinforce the center of the village. Meanwhile, Alice flies in the sky on her wings. She finds the entire battle completely boring, so she turns toward the panicked villagers and casually asks them for alcohol. Back in the dense forest, Xuehua becomes absolutely terrified upon discovering that the strongest fighter among them is already dead. She panics, wondering what Kang has even done. Desperate to turn the tide, she orders her surviving troops to cast the Blood Demon Circle. At the same time, she activates her support skills, granting all of her minions a complete resistance to fear. With that, the soldiers rush forward to launch a reckless attack on our hero, but Kang defeats them all with effortless ease. One of them attempts a surprise attack from behind, but Kang dodges and slices right through the enemy. He keeps generating sharp glaciers to suppress the crowd while using his sword to cut down anyone who gets too close. Watching the battle unfold, Xuehua grows deeply concerned, wondering where Ten Chao is. Elsewhere in the forest, Tezlon dominates the battlefield by utilizing his perfect marksmanship. Right beside him, Sylvia activates her forest restraint skill, summoning thick, magical vines that tightly wrap around Ten Chao and leave him struggling to move. Seeing the opening, Tezlon lunges forward with his spear. However, the opponent activates his self-defense skill, causing the arrows to shatter completely. Just then, Ten Chao receives an urgent message from Xuehua, begging him to hurry to her position. Hearing this, he unleashes his immense power to break free from the trapping vines. Activating abandoned sword IQ, he charges straight toward Sylvia with lethal intent. Fortunately, Tezlon notices the danger just in time to protect her. Ten Chao's eyes begin to glow a menacing crimson as he's about to kill the elves. On the other side of the battlefield, Kang successfully slaughters every remaining enemy in his area. Realizing she has nowhere left to hide, Xuehua finally steps forward to face him in direct combat. Kang immediately activates the Eye of Gluttony to scan her capabilities. The system informs him that the condition required to copy her skill is to completely overpower her while being directly exposed to her poison. Our hero admits to himself that this is going to be a tricky task. While Xuehua has no intention of holding back, she rushes forward and unleashes her lethal Heaven's Poison skill. She hurls waves of toxic liquid directly at our hero, but Kang dodges them with ease. A nearby tree caught in it instantly melts down, proving how deadly the substance is. Kang continues to evade the toxins, trying to figure out a safe approach since he desperately wants to acquire at least one poison-based skill. Suddenly, Kang grabs the attacker instantly. Even though Xuehua activates self-defense IQ, his raw physical strength manages to damage her. Despite that, Xuehua refuses to back down. Her sole mission now is to stall Kang until Ten Chao arrives to back her up. She charges forward again, only to be effortlessly thrown away by Kang's force. However, Xuehua manages to prick his finger with a small toothpick coated in concentrated toxin. The venom instantly starts damaging his mana pathways. The lethal poison flows rapidly through our hero's mana pathways, actively destroying his internal organs. Xuehua makes it clear to him that there is absolutely no antidote to this venom, feeling deeply satisfied that he will now face a slow, agonizing death. On the other hand, Kang's hand turns completely blue, prompting him to quickly activate the true Heavenly Flower cultivation technique, which increases his mana recovery rate by 38%. Wearing an evil smile, Kang makes it clear that he does not need an antidote at all, as he has already suppressed the poison entirely by using his raw mana. Seeing her master plan fail, Xuehua rushes forward with a dagger, no longer certain if she will even make it out of the forest alive. She charges ahead only to receive a powerful, crushing punch from Kang. He then wounds her using sharp pieces of glacier before drawing his sword with ease, fully prepared to execute the enemy. At the same time, Ten Chao runs toward the battlefield to save his comrade. He leaps high into the sky and activates his skill, fully prepared to ambush Kang from behind. A massive explosion takes place on impact. As the smoke clears, it reveals that Ten Chao has successfully managed to pull his comrade away, but our hero stands there completely unharmed. Looking at him, Kang wonders if that man has already lost his mind, while simultaneously reading the system conditions required to copy his unique ability. The system states that the condition to copy Ten Chao's skill is to subdue him without taking any injuries. Since Ten Chao deeply loves Xuehua, he is clearly preparing to commit a desperate suicide attack. Kang does not necessarily need any of his skills, but he wonders whether the ability Evil Eradication will prove useful to him later. Amid all of this, a strange realization hits him. He wonders how the system is constantly aware of his every single thought. Just then, something bizarre happens. His vision starts to flicker, and our hero begins to act strangely. Taking advantage of this sudden distraction, Ten Chao prepares and informs Xuehua that only the two of them remain alive. However, at this point, Xuehua is certain that no matter how many of them are left, they cannot defeat our hero. She knows that if they return to the guild without completing their mission, they will be executed anyway. With that grim reality in mind, she declares that they will continue the mission until the very end as she kisses Ten Chao. On the other hand, Kang finds their tragic romance completely disgusting. By now, Ten Chao has gained a total resistance to fear due to the effects of the psychosis poison. With that, he rushes forward to fight our hero. Kang's vision quickly stabilizes and he gets fully prepared to fight, activating the Grave of Swords. Both enemies charge forward together, activating their skills one after another, determined to kill Kang or die with honor. Our hero is prepared as well, wielding his twin swords. A dark aura surrounds his body as he activates the soul-chasing sword dance, 8th technique. Soon after the clash, the communication dispersion barrier starts to dissolve, signaling that both enemies have died. They lie on the ground, badly wounded and lifeless, as a system notification confirms that Kang has successfully copied both of their skills. With 1000 Poison, he can now deploy 1000 different types of venom, and with Evil Eradication, he can target anyone within a 100-kilometer radius, causing the target's exact location to appear on his map. With the battle won, he decides to take his leave while his two enemies lie dead. A large portion of the sacred forest has burned down, and many elves have lost their lives in the chaos. Teslan has also suffered severe injuries, but is safe because Sylvia worked hard to help them through. As Teslan is taken away for medical treatment, he thanks Kang for fighting alongside their tribe, but our hero simply asks him to focus on his own recovery. However, the patriarch is deeply traumatized by the event, realizing he only gave orders and never actually stepped out of his house. Meanwhile, Alice becomes the brand new idols of the young elven children. Since the battle, drinking alcohol has weirdly become a trend among them. As for our hero, he creates a powerful, permanent barrier around the entire forest boundary so that no members of the Zhonghua Guild can ever sneak in again. Meanwhile, at the Zhonghua Guild headquarters, the Vice Guildmaster, an S-rank ranker named Liao Wei, is deeply concerned that an elite team of 150 people, along with 3 S-rank fighters, was completely wiped out by a single man. A serious meeting is held where they discuss how all the S-rankers who died possessed slightly over 10,000 mana. To calm the panic in the room, a woman makes it clear that the system is still not fully developed, meaning they should not take Kang as an S-ranker. Another member suggests sending an elite assassin with more than 200,000 mana, but a teammate quickly disagrees, arguing that deploying a high-level assassin into another country just to execute someone could easily trigger an international war. They continue to argue back and forth while Liao Wei is secretly terrified of Nangong Tian, who must be extremely furious about the failure. Interrupting his anxious thoughts, the 21st floor Murim resident, Moyong family's patriarch Moyong Su, shows up. The old man firmly believes they lost the fight simply because they underestimated what their target was truly capable of doing. Liao Wei immediately apologizes for their mistakes, but Moyong Su declares that they will now take charge of killing Kang. Liao Wei tries to interrupt, but the old man quickly shuts him up. Of course, Kang is not someone they can deal with lightly. This old man clearly remembers the advanced sword art technique, the soul-chasing sword dance, that Kang utilized during the climax of the battle. That specific technique is extremely rare even for Murim, which is why the elder cannot comprehend how an outsider has managed to master it all up to the legendary 8th technique. After a very long time, the patriarch of the elven forest finally steps out of his house, and all the elves gather together the moment they see him. The patriarch steps onto the stage, deeply saddened that his people have suffered so many devastating losses because of the recent attack. So many of them have died, but he reminds everyone that it is now time to move on. He declares that they will rebuild the Mother Forest so that the children of the woods can once again prosper. With that, the Moonlight Festival continues in the honor of those who died. The wine is poured, and the crowd starts cheering to celebrate the lives of those they lost. Kang cooks meals for all of them. The elves now consider him a great hero, while he simply focuses on serving his delicious food to the guests. However, not many of them are eating properly yet due to the lingering shock of the battle. Just then, the crowd's attention shifts to Teslan, who appears once again wearing that embarrassing bunny dress with the decorated wings. Kang immediately starts teasing him that he must like wearing the outfit, but Teslan completely denies the accusation. He confesses that he always hated outsiders because he believed they would eventually come to steal the elves' fruits. But to his surprise, the invaders tried to destroy the entire forest instead, and the disaster was stopped not by his own archery, but by Kang. Because of that realization, Teslan has decided to keep wearing this weird dress as a sincere tribute to our hero. However, Kang does not find it enjoyable anymore since Teslan is now wearing it by his own choice. Just then, a loud laughter erupts. Alice bursts into laughter upon seeing Teslan in the outfit and starts mocking him. The elves, who had all been trapped in sadness until now, also begin laughing along with the others, and even Teslan himself joins in. Amid all this joy, the Patriarch approaches Kang. Soon after, inside the Patriarch's house, the two walk up to the ornate doors of the equipment storage where the village's deepest treasures are kept. Kang is quite excited since he was not expecting to explore their secret treasure vault. Surprisingly, the Patriarch simply picks up a musical instrument and hands it over to Kang as their official thanks for saving their lives. Being greedy, Kang instead asks for the legendary Patriarch's mural and the Kani. These specific artifacts have been passed down strictly through the bloodline of the elves and were originally received from a deity during ancient times. However, the Patriarch explains that even he does not have the authority to give them away, since, according to an ancient prophecy, these items will eventually find their rightful owner on their own with time. Accepting the reality, Kang simply takes the musical instrument. Inside his mind, he silently confesses that he was completely unaware such legendary items were even hidden there in the first place. Soon after, out in the forest, everyone enjoys drinks together. Alice vows that she will not kill a single soul if she ever manages to take over this realm. Meanwhile, our hero secretly mixes a sleeping potion into the wine. After finishing the mixture, he makes strange eye contact with the Patriarch. He decides to slip away from the forest after taking what he truly came for. With his plan in motion, he heads straight back to the Patriarch's house, which is supposed to be protected by a powerful 2-star barrier. But to his absolute surprise, when he touches the entrance, he finds that there is no active barrier. On the other side of the woods, after drinking the spiked wine, all the villagers safely fall fast asleep. With the entire village unconscious, Kang easily manages to steal Mural and the Kani. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, an urgent assembly takes place inside the Church of Hatred. The cult members discuss how they are completely unable to enter the newly cleared 10th floor without the explicit permission of the unknown. Because of this restriction, they will not be able to harvest the rare items that are only available during the 10-day window after a floor opens. They are deeply concerned about the interference of both Kang and Unknown at the same time, completely failing to realize that they are the exact same person. Among the crowd, a woman named Melina stands up and quietly begins leaving the meeting. She is the only person alive who is fully aware that Unknown is none other than Kang. As she walks through the hall, she suddenly notices 2 mysterious figures trying to get into the assembly room. She immediately draws her dagger and demands to know their true identities. Melina, along with 2 of her guards, is severely injured by the newcomers. One of the invaders casually licks the fresh blood off his blade while the 2 continue chatting about humans and the unique taste of their blood. Because of their incredible speed, Melina is easily wounded as they walk toward her, openly discussing how they want to taste her blood next. Just then, Hosenfeld, widely known as Lancelot, appears in the Grand Hall and immediately bows to apologize to the newcomers. It turns out that one of them is an aristocrat from the Noble Knight faction. Spotting Hosenfeld, the invaders declare that they are finally pleased to see someone with actual intelligence. 90 days after the chaotic battle at the Elven Forest, the 6th floor of the tower is successfully unlocked, quickly followed by the 7th floor, and the global preparations for the next difficult stage begin. Among all the active players, Yuri is quietly daydreaming about her upcoming graduation. Just then, she receives an urgent notification about an upcoming meeting on the Rental Corporation shareholders. The assembly is scheduled to be held on the 1st floor at Moon Lake. The system also explicitly confirms that if any employee arrives late, it will be permanently recorded on their profile. Hearing this, Yuri shouts out loud, aggressively cursing Kang for treating her like a servant. Soon after, on the 1st floor of Moon Lake, everyone arrives exactly on time. Yuri and Jongwoo immediately start complaining about staying awake all night to make chess horses and demand some immediate rest. Kang makes it clear that they are perfectly free to walk out if they want. He takes out a dagger, claiming they will have to pay compensation in case of death. Hearing that threat, both of them immediately become energetic again, bowing and thanking Kang for graciously employing them. With that issue quickly settled, Kang officially starts the meeting with a short introduction, alongside a detailed report on everything that has happened. One by one, the core members step forward to introduce themselves. Kim Hui reports that Jang Yoon-deok from the Dangun Guild's 2nd Attack Squad has officially entered the 7th floor in search of a legendary feather. The 7th floor of the Tower of Trials is the Tundra, and to clear it, a player simply has to travel from the starting point to the exit. However, the floor is infamous for taking an exceptionally long time to clear due to the freezing environment and the extensive preparations required just to survive. Kang immediately recognizes the target items as rare phoenix feathers. After that, Park Hana reports that Cheon has finally been discharged from the hospital and is all prepared to kill Kang. Along with them, Yamamoto steps forward respectfully and hands over a specific item Kang wanted from the Temple of Medusa. Since Yamamoto secretly stole it, he is absolutely certain that the temple must be in complete chaos right now because its national treasure has vanished. The item is the Heaven's Fountain Salt. However, it is now useless to Kang, so he decides to save it to trade. Next, Andera confirms the layout and organization of the 5th floor, reporting that she is working hard on strengthening its defensive forces. Kang introduces Andera as the ultimate boss of the 5th floor. This revelation leaves everyone else in complete shock. They all panic upon seeing the boss and begin to run away in fear. Meanwhile, Kang simply notices how much Andera has grown and calmly commands everyone to get back together. He then introduces Melina from the Demonic Human Association, who shares intelligence about a powerful organization from the higher floors that is currently approaching them. She explains how she encountered 2 specific people, the direct blood relatives of the Decasis family, who worship the entity Amulum. They are willing to give the Demonic Human Association whatever it desires in exchange for help in hunting down a prisoner who recently escaped from the 1st floor of the tower. Decasis' family is ready to hand over the apostate bracelet from the 11th floor, which is the exact item the association desperately wants. Hearing this name, Alice begins reacting strangely from inside Kang's ring. After the shareholder meeting ends, our hero privately summons Alice, who is absolutely furious with the Decasis family because they are the very people who betrayed her in the past. She vows to kill every last one of them to satisfy her rage. According to Kang's previous promise, Alice is delighted that he will help her achieve her revenge. However, Kang does not refuse the request, but he makes it clear that they must be extremely careful for now, since he does not yet possess enough mana to fully utilize Alice's true power. Therefore, revealing their presence to those high-level enemies right now would be incredibly unwise, and insists that Alice must refrain from leaving the ring for the time being. She tries to argue, but eventually understands the situation. Still, Kang is preparing himself for every possible outcome. Meanwhile, up on the freezing 7th floor of the tundra, a team is heavily struggling because the eastern passage has become completely blocked by ice. The temperature is extremely low, leaving them unable to even start a simple campfire. On top of that, the critical supply route back to the gate has become entirely invisible due to a snowstorm. The squad captain, Jang, tries his best to keep everyone motivated, firmly believing that they will clear the 7th floor no matter what. Just then, he is called out of the tent by a teammate. Out there, to his absolute surprise, Jang finds Kang standing calmly right in front of him. Kang is there to clear the floor, but now understands exactly why Dangun Guild is facing so many problems. However, Jang makes it clear that he does not really need any help. However, Kang has no intention of joining them anyway. He is there for Phoenix Feather, and Dangun Guild is simply a stone in his way. Jang, on the other hand, calls the place his exclusive route, and if Kang interfere, it'll be a direct invasion of their territory. In response, our hero mocks him for acting as if the entire 7th floor is his own personal property. He sees it as a fair competition and takes his leave. All furious and helpless, Yang eventually gives up and gets back into his tent. On the other side of the snowy landscape, a group of 2 guards is enjoying a campfire when Kang suddenly shows up. However, they turn out to be Kang's biggest fans and advise Kang against going into the forest. But our hero simply walks right past them. The guards can only watch in awe as Kang easily walks on the deep snow without showing a single sign of struggle. Eventually, the guards report it all to Jang. They're immediately ordered to follow Kang because he is also searching for the Phoenix Feather. By following him, they will figure out the exact method of obtaining the feather. Meanwhile, deep inside the freezing forest, Kang finds a broken dagger and immediately recognizes that it belongs to the Dangun Guild. However, he finds no dead bodies nearby. Along with the weapon, he notices a large stone covered in strange symbols, which leaves him on edge. Just then, he also notices the guards still tracking him. They are already buried halfway in the deep snow as they struggle to keep walking. When Kang questions them, they simply make up a quick excuse, claiming that they are only there to guide him safely through the dangerous forest. Kang easily understands their real intention, but says nothing to expose them. Soon after, he creates a sturdy igloo using his glacier formation skill and activates the element of fire inside. All 3 of them sit closely by the fire. The guards take full advantage of this rare opportunity to stay beside an S-ranker, while Kang looks over their status windows, finding their statistics rather boring. Eventually, he tells them flat out that he already knows they are following him just to learn the method of obtaining the Phoenix Feathers. However, Kang does not scold them for the deception. Instead, he warns them about a much greater, looming danger. The huge stone with strange symbols they saw before is actually the territory mark of an ice troll. These creatures are known to be the strongest intermediate rank monsters on the 7th floor. Furthermore, there was a mark on the stone that belongs to the Frostblade tribe, which is the strongest tribe among the ice trolls. To Kang, the bear symbol being at their current location is the most troubling part, since the ice troll's territory is usually located in the far western region. It is clear to him that the ice trolls are actively trying to obtain the phoenix feathers themselves, since this specific route is the only path leading directly to the ice lands where the feathers are found. Just then, they are suddenly attacked by a rapid barrage of arrows. Reacting in time, Kang activates Glacier Formation to protect the group. The guards rush outside, only to find themselves completely unable to determine where the ranged attacks are coming from. On the other hand, showing absolutely no fear, Kang walks right out into the open. He has already figured out the exact location of the attackers and dodges the incoming arrows with ease. The attacker is the aristocrat, accompanied by her comrade, Leorda Birchin, a powerful fighter who possesses numerous high-level skills. His level is well over 100, which requires an enormous amount of mana just to view his statistics using the Eye of Gluttony. Along with that, all of his skills have extremely difficult penalties. Looking at the severity of the situation, Kang asks one of the guards, Guokdaeho, to head back with the others immediately and call for reinforcements. He assures him that he'll be fine alone and promises to have a drink together once they successfully make it out of this situation alive. Having no other choice, Guokdaeho is dragged away by his teammates while Kang steps forward, drawing his dagger. To copy the skills, one needs to say death flag things and survive 4 of them. However, the system also notes that every sentence will temporarily lock one of the powerful skills Kang already possesses. The ice trolls, along with those 2 mysterious enemies, rush forward to attack, but they are immediately cut down by Kang. He fights the entire group effortlessly. Eventually, the enemies order the remaining trolls to stop and introduce themselves. The woman's name is Ophelia, and both of them are high-ranking members associated with the Decasis family. By this point, Kang has already figured out that these 2 are the masterminds behind both the ice troll incident and the sudden human kidnappings. Ophelia openly admits to the crimes and explains that the entire setup was a trap designed to find a player skilled enough to notice the unnatural events occurring in the tundra. Ophelia reveals that she has gathered detailed information on everyone who managed to clear the Hall of the Depraved on the first floor. The list of targets includes Teresa, Cheon, an unknown man, and someone who acted foolish but turned out to be highly skilled, Kang. Because of his hidden strength, she is certain that one of these individuals helped Alice escape. However, the bad news is that Kang cannot call for backup from outside the forest, as the demonic humans have already completely surrounded the area and are already on the way to the camp. Getting straight to the point, Ophelia questions him about Alice's whereabouts, but our hero simply prepares for battle, acting all clueless. With that, Leorda readies his weapon and charges forward at incredible speed. Activating his dark fighting spirit skill, he aims a direct strike at Kang. Our hero blocks the dark aura surrounding his own body. From a distance, Ophelia reminds her partner that they need to capture Kang alive. But to Leorda's surprise, Kang proves to be far stronger than he initially expected. Realizing this, he activates Blood Red, causing a thick crimson liquid to surround Kang's eyes and completely block his vision for 30 seconds. Kang briefly struggles as the enemy follows up with Blood Throne, causing countless sharp droplets of blood to form in the air. Before the enemy can land a decisive blow, Kang easily burns away the blood covering his eyes by activating the element of fire. Worry begins to appear on Ophelia's face as she starts to suspect that Kang is undoubtedly the person who helped Alice escape. Even Leorda is impressed by our hero, who calmly reveals that he had already expected these exact enemies to come after him. This revelation leaves the enemies completely speechless. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the region, Melina rides a wolf through the terrain thinking about the places from where she can gather information. On the other hand, Jang notices the enemy forces approaching the perimeter and immediately orders his team to take defensive positions. Just then, 3 cloaked figures arrive on the scene. They are none other than our hero's trusted comrades, Teresa, Taemin, and Yeonhwa, who have arrived on the floor to provide support and join the battle. At the same time, the demonic humans riding wolves close the distance. Thanks to Cheon, who stands his ground. Without even drawing his sword, he unleashes a massive, destructive tornado that wipes out a large number of the attackers all at once. Sensing the sudden shift in the wind, both Ophelia and her comrade realize that the situation on the battlefield has completely changed. Kang, who had already anticipated the arrival of his allies, is fully prepared to finish the fight. Taemin fights using his advanced machines. By activating his skill, a massive blast erupts, killing many of the enemies instantly. Along with that, Yeonhwa leaps high into the sky with the help of flying robots. Activating the Angel of Wind skill, she blows away a large number of the attackers with a powerful gust. Meanwhile, from a distance, Hosenfeld witnesses the entire battle. Teresa grants all the allied fighters a divine effect, which is extremely harmful to the demonic humans. The enemy forces begin to fall apart under the holy pressure. Having no other choice, they are forced to retreat. The divine power spreads across a large portion of the forest, and even Ophelia can feel the energy from a distance, finding it extremely irritating. Even her comrade, who is currently fighting Kang, can sense the shift in power. By activating Blood Pool once again, he traps Kang as a wave of blood surrounds and completely swallows him. By this time, the enemy's original plans are ruined because of divine intervention, leaving them with no choice but to alter their strategy. Meanwhile, Kang easily breaks free from the blood trap once again, but the enemies are already preparing to leave the area. Liorda remains certain that he will kill Kang during their next encounter. Suddenly, something unexpected happens. Kang activates daylight. A powerful beam of light bursts forward, heading straight toward the fleeing targets. As it strikes, the entire area caught in the blast radius is left completely devastated. Kang wonders whether both of them were actually hit by the attack, until a system notification pops up. So far, he has successfully fulfilled 2 death flags. As a result of this action, even his element of fire skill has now been temporarily locked by the system. He stands there, still unsure whether he managed to completely defeat the two, when Alice once again starts acting strangely inside his artifact. Therefore, our hero calmly reassures her. Meanwhile, back at the Dangan Guild camp, everyone bows and sincerely thanks Teresa for her crucial support and assistance. At the same time, Captain Zhang notices the symbol of the demonic human association left behind. Just then, Teresa suggests that they should retreat from the tower for now, since the camp has been heavily damaged and the demonic humans may launch a secondary attack. She and Kang will be taking the responsibility for defending everyone on the way back to safety. Just then, Kang finally arrives at the camp as his comrades happily greets him. He apologizes for asking them to come to the floor on such short notice, but none of them mind the sudden request. However, Yang is surprised to see Cheon there, as he never expected him to appear for this mission. Everyone is confused about why the demonic humans attacked out of nowhere. Kang explains that the high vampires from the upper floors are working together with the demonic humans, and are plotting a massive conspiracy in the tundra. After carefully analyzing the situation, Kang concludes that the enemy is trying to trigger a massive outbreak. The ice trolls were guarding the specific location containing the phoenix feathers, which are famous for providing ice resistance. That detail alone is highly strange because the ice trolls already possess a natural resistance to ice. However, if a phoenix feather is combined with the right catalyst, it can open a portal. After discovering that many members of the Dangun Guild have been kidnapped, Kang believes the enemies are planning to sacrifice the humans along with the phoenix feathers to open a direct portal into the real world. Teresa begins trembling upon hearing this terrifying realization, but Cheon is certain that Kang already has a plan to deal with the situation. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark cave, Ophelia and her companion stand before a powerful vampire. The vampire is deeply disappointed in them for failing to even bring back a prey caught in the trap. The two enemies sincerely apologize for their failure, explaining how Kang was not surprised by their ambush at all. They also report that he was able to easily counter all of their unique abilities. However, one thing remains certain. While watching Kang fight, Ophelia was able to sense Alice's energy. This revelation brings immediate relief to the monstrous vampire, who is now fully convinced that they will soon locate Alice soon. Satisfied with this new lead, the vampire continues drinking the blood of the humans who had been kidnapped earlier. The team has already started working on their plan. Taemin's drone searches the forest to attract the demonic humans' attention, while he remains near the forest boundary with Manhwa. Along with them, Teresa and Cheon separate from the main group to carry out their own specific tasks. However, Cheon is never satisfied with the task Kang assigned him, but in the end, he has to listen to Kang as he leaves the area with Teresa. Along with it all, the Dangan Guild receives instructions to pack up their camp and completely retreat from the tower. However, the guild captain Zhang refuses to go back. Everything is settled except for the fact that, despite being given the permission to stay, Zhang has now started following Kang instead. He argues that this area belongs to the Dangun Guild, meaning he is ultimately in charge. Eventually, he demands to know where they are heading. Kang reveals that their next destination is Freshwater Lake, the place where mana is the most concentrated on this entire floor. Whenever the Frostblade tribe faced any crisis, its chief would come to this specific location to fully restore his mana. Kang, along with Captain Zhang, walks straight through the territory of the trolls. However, despite seeing the intruders, none of the trolls launch an attack. The Captain Zhang is carrying a large white flag, exactly as Kang instructed him to do. When he asks why the trolls are holding back, Kang explains that these creatures value honor above everything else, and place the safety of their family before anything. The white flag is the sole reason they are refraining from attacking. After walking for a while, they finally meet the chief of the Frostblade tribe, Kalakal. The chief is much larger and more powerful than the other trolls. He is already fully aware of Kang because his tribe members were recently defeated by our hero with nothing but his bare hands. The chief asks why Kang has come to surrender despite possessing such immense physical strength. Kang is already tired of this misunderstanding. He grabs the white flag from Zhang's hand and throws it onto the ground, making it clear that he is not there to surrender. The only reason he carried the flag was to reach the chief's location without having to fight every single troll along the way. Kalakal becomes furious after realizing that Kang deceived the guards by lying. He accuses Kang of standing before him with such confidence despite acting dishonorably. Our boy simply mocks him for the comment, causing the chief to stand up and grab his massive hammer. Following their ancient tribe tradition, Kalakal officially challenges him to a duel. At that point, even Jiang refuses to interfere anymore, resigning as the person in charge. Kang asks him to simply stand back and watch the match. Meanwhile, at Zhonghua Guild headquarters, Tian is absolutely furious after learning that all of his comrades died miserable deaths in the Elven Forest. He asks for one final change from Moyong, who is still not convinced that Tian has what it takes to defeat Kang. The elder strictly orders him not to interfere in this matter any further. Furious, Tian begins shouting and cursing Kang's name. On the other hand, Cheon walks through the crowded city streets. He vows that he will personally execute our hero with his own hands. Back on the battlefield, the duel has already begun. When the chief's heavy hammer attack is blocked by Kang, the monster activates Chief Cry. An intense roar erupts from his mouth, but because of Kang's distortion barrier, the physical direction of the sound wave attack is completely altered. Even while fighting with ease, Kang quietly admits to himself that this chief is exceptionally strong for an ice troll. He finally activates Glacier Formation. Massive spikes of sharp ice shoot toward the chief, knocking the giant directly to the ground. Finally, by activating Wave of Sword, Kang rushes forward and delivers a powerful slash, cutting right through the giant. Covered in deep wounds, the giant finally admits defeat and asks for an honorable death. Kang refuses the request. Instead, he reminds the chief of the strict ice troll tradition, which demands absolute lifelong obedience to the winner of a duel. Since Kang believes the chief is strong enough to stand against both the demonic humans and the Decasis family, he asks what keeps him obedient to them. The chief explains that it was never Ophelia or her companions whom he truly feared. He reveals that he had already been defeated by someone far stronger than either of them, which is the exact reason he was forced to obey their orders in the first place. That powerful individual is the very vampire, Michael, a high-class kin of the Decasis family. He is the one the chief fears the most, because even if he fought together with his entire tribe, they still would not be able to defeat him. The chief has already accepted defeat, while Kang simply stands there, thinking about Michael. He refuses the giant's request for an honorable death, and instead offers to team up with him. Kang promises to restore the future of the tribe if the chief agrees to obey him. With that settled, he leaves all the ice trolls under Jiang's supervision as collateral. Elsewhere in the forest, the demonic humans are already destroying the drones. However, Hosenfeld finds it strange, since drones sent for scouting are being spotted so easily, making the entire purpose of scouting meaningless. Meanwhile, Michael, also present there, orders Ophelia to head toward Freshwater Lake. Michael has already begun to suspect that Kang is trying to ally himself with the ice trolls, as they have received no message from their side. Realizing that the drones were only meant to distract them, Ophelia receives orders to kill everyone in the tribe if anything appears suspicious. Along with that, he gives another specific order to Liorda before stepping forward himself to destroy the remaining drones. Activating climate deformation, he causes the weather to become even more severe, destroying every drone in an instant. Seeing all the drones being shot down, Taemin and Manhwa immediately become alert, realizing that their plan has been discovered. At the same time, Hosenfeld activates his skills and prepares to attack with all of his minions. Meanwhile, Ophelia heads toward Freshwater Lake, believing that Kang is planning to seize the phoenix feathers with the help of the ice trolls. However, upon arriving, she finds the trolls peacefully gathered with Kang. Finally, the reason they established their headquarters at Freshwater Lake comes in use. It was only because it would be much easier to wipe out the enemy there. Dark clouds gather overhead as thunder crashes across the sky, illuminating everything in its path. Ophelia believes she has already killed everyone. Meanwhile, far away, Yeonhwa hears the sound of an explosion coming from the lake. Taemin also starts to worry about Kang, but our hero suddenly appears right behind him, startling him completely. Both of them are shocked to see Kang there, wondering what exactly happened at the lake. On the other hand, the realization hits to Ophelia. What she just witnessed was nothing more than an illusion, which starts to flicker after the attack. Just then, from behind, Teresa appears and activates the Blessing of the Stars. Before the battle begins, she asks Ophelia to surrender. Meanwhile, far away, Yeonhwa charges alone toward the demonic human army with complete confidence. The enemies prepare to attack without holding anything back. Activating Dark Protective Body, they unleash a barrage of attacks. Yeonhwa effortlessly dodges every single attack and rushes straight toward them. From behind, Taemin provides support as Hosenfeld watches everything in complete disbelief. A massive explosion erupts as Yeonhwa activates Mana Shield. When the smoke clears, she leaps high into the sky and charges directly toward the enemy. At the same time, Teresa fights Ophelia with ease, empowering herself with divine power. From a distance, the Ice Troll tribe, along with their chief and Yang, watches everything as they are heading away. The battle has truly begun, and there is no turning back anymore. Teresa attacks with her sword and violently throws the enemy into a nearby stone. Ophelia gets up, completely annoyed with her. While they are fighting here, the demonic people are after our team. Ophelia tries to make Teresa nervous by dispatching her, but she believes in her team well enough as she continues to fight with ease. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, Manhwa fights with demonic humans, killing them one after another. With ease, she fights them all. Even Hosenfeld is amazed to see her fight and calls her a monster, since she is alone fighting a good number of people. However, he is certain that without Teresa being here, they can win. With that, the enemies surround Manhwa, who actually starts to struggle now without Teresa and her buff magic. She calls out for Taemin for support as countless robots and machines show up flying into the sky. At the same time, he activates anti-tank landmines they've prepared. A burst of energy erupts from the flying machines, killing the enemies instantly. With that, Manhwa charges to look for her next plan. The enemy misunderstands the situation, thinking that she is running away, and they start chasing after her. Seeing it all unfold, Michael immediately realizes it is a trap. The team is ordered to stop, as now our team's plan is getting affected since they were supposed to chase Manhwa and get trapped by the landmines. Seeing the situation close, Kang shouts for them to retreat to the ridge as the enemies start to activate the dark gravity bomb. A massive explosion takes place, even destroying the robots they had prepared. Our team tries to run away, but they are spotted by the enemies instantly, who start chasing them while riding wolves. Taemin and Manhwa struggle to run through the thick snow, as enemies almost closes the distance. As they reach them, they find Cheon standing there, but wearing the mask of Unknown, so they mistake him for Unknown. Actually, before coming here, as they had planned, Cheon reached the Zhonghua Gate building. He kills the guard on the gate and tries to get in. The security is instantly alarmed, but it is too late. A blast erupts as he breaks into the main office wearing Unknown's mask. Tien is immediately surprised to see him. Meanwhile, Cheon just starts reading the dialogues written on a page. First, he insults the whole guild as weaklings and good for nothing. He keeps cutting Tien off whenever he tries to talk. In the end, he asks him to show up on the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials if he wants to fight. He also makes it clear that Kang will be there as well, and that they will destroy the whole guild. Tien gets filled with anger while Cheon, pretending to be Unknown, leaves the office. Back in the present, Tien actually reaches the floor along with his team. Hosenfeld is completely shocked to see Unknown and mistakes the team for his allies. On the other hand, Kang challenges Tien again. He claims that Hosenfeld's army is actually his people who have come to support him. On the other hand, Cheon is furious at Kang for making him read such foolish words, as they decide to first get over the situation. With that, they start attacking the army. Kang goes for Tien and his team, while Cheon goes for the demonic human. As the fight begins, the little misunderstanding takes place, and both teams start fighting each other. Both teams started to fight without even fully understanding the situation. Meanwhile, slipping out of the chaos, our hero sees it all unfolding, having fun. Soon after, they all reach the Unmelting Valley, a secret place that only Kang is aware of. They are planning to stay there and look for what they can do next. The chief, along with everyone else, is already there waiting for Kang. Our team gets terrified upon seeing the trolls there, but Kang makes it clear that they were doing whatever they did because they were being controlled by the vampires, and now they are on their side. Standing nearby, Cheon claims that our boy must have scared them all. They then notice the captain, Zhang, sitting there in the corner. Teresa also apologizes to Kang since she couldn't capture Ophelia alive, but Kang praises her anyway since it was a hard task. With that settled, they start planning their next move. Now, they are planning to head toward the Iceland as they're in advantage because from their location, it's not so far. They have to get there before the enemies, as they will also head to the Iceland with the Phoenix Feather to get out of the tower. However, they have to prepare a lot of things before they get there. With that, Kang calls out all the other remaining players on their team. Soon after, the chief hands a precious item to our hero, for which they had been risking their camp near the lake. It is actually the essence of soul they were collecting to defeat Michael. It allows the user to use the mana collected in the essence for 2 hours. Usually this happens when you subjugate other tribes, but this time it is different. The giant gets all emotional, trusting Kang, as he misunderstood that our boy was fighting for them. With that, he picks up his hammer, ready to fight for the tribe and himself so they don't have to live a life of slavery. With that determination, they all get ready. Soon after, Kang simply makes a big circle on the snow to expose his location. Soon after, Michael approaches. He is already aware of how Kang managed to make the demonic humans fight with the other team, and even team up with the chief. However, the act of exposing his location seems foolish to Michael. Not wasting any time at all, Kang immediately uses the Essence of Soul, which increases his mana. Even after that, Kang doesn't get to see the enemy's stats when he activates the Eye of Gluttony. However, Kang confesses that he is already aware of Michael's plan to escape the tower. Seeing this, now the evil vampire is certain that Alice is with our boy only. Kang tries to play dumb, but Michael simply asks him for Alice's location and offers to let him live in return. Our protagonist brushes off the question and asks the reason they are trying to get out of the tower. Before they can talk any further, suddenly, the enemy creates a complete barrier around them. Michael finally reveals his secret plan. He first informs them about the blood wayport, a technique to create creatures by sacrificing human blood. However, back then, it was easy for them to create these creatures named ghostlers because humans came to the tower by themselves. But now their real plan is to get the phoenix feathers and send all these creatures into the real world to gather more blood so they can create a perfect army to conquer the towers. Kang is completely unaware of this pattern, wondering if the presence of humans outside the tower will vanish in this phase. Just then, Michael orders his minions to get the phoenix feather. As the creatures rush forward, they are immediately stopped by Kang's other teammates in the forest. Michael wonders what is happening. As our hero immediately activates the daylight, a beam of light shoots straight at the enemy. However, despite the attack, Michael stands there unscratched, ready to give Kang a miserable death. In the forest, Kim Hoi and Yuri fight together against ghostlers, who keep coming one after another. At this point, they are struggling so much because of their overwhelming numbers. She then contacts Jongwoo to check on him. The old guy is fighting with ease, feeling young again as he blasts the enemies with his skills. Park Hana, along with him, makes it clear that Jongwoo's skills are very successful against the ghostlers. However, it will still take them at least 20 minutes to finish them all. On the other hand, Yuri just gets furious at Kim Hoi for taking so much time. However, he is still giving his best, drawing all the monsters with his footsteps. All furious and annoyed, Yuri shouts, believing she always gets the hardest job. Elsewhere, Teresa stands with her sword, cutting through the monsters. She is fighting countless enemies all alone. Just then, one of the monsters manages to bite her on the shoulder, which only makes her even more furious as she activates the sacred explosion. A strong beam of light erupts as a massive explosion takes place, killing all the enemies instantly. But just then, many more monsters rush forward. Teresa keeps fighting hard alongside all of her teammates in different places. Now if they fail, it will cause them an outbreak that they cannot afford. Meanwhile, Kang keeps fighting Michael, who controls the blood in his hand, activating Fist of Blood. Many Blood Fist emerges, aiming for Kang, but he dodges every attack cleanly. As he leaps high into the sky, suddenly the Blood Fist captures him completely. But then, activating the Blessing of the Stars, a golden light emerges instantly as Kang breaks through them with his power. Now Michael is surprised that his opponent can use a divine skill as he prepares himself for Kang's next attack. Our hero rushes forward with his dagger, but Michael dodges with ease. However, he notices something strange. Kang seems to be satisfied even though his attack did not work. Just then, Ophelia and her companion show up after finishing some procedures, and they are instantly ordered to take out their swords and join the battle. Without thinking any further, both enemies get ready to fight, but Kang is still not afraid at all. He even appears happy about facing 3 enemies alone. And so, Michael gives him one last chance to reveal Alice's location if he wants to continue living. But just like before, Kang refuses, claiming that he knows nothing about it. Without wasting any time, Michael's blood first tries to attack Kang from behind, but our hero cuts through it cleanly. To make it worse, the other enemy steps in with his sword to attack, demanding Alice's location. But Kang is still not ready to admit that he knows anything about it. At the same time, Ophelia tries to attack from behind. Trying to fight all of them at once, Kang unfortunately ends up getting hit by the fist, but he immediately steadies himself. Michael is already furious, so he keeps beating Kang, who is not ready to tell them about Alice. Fighting all of the enemies at once, Kang ends up getting deeply wounded with multiple cuts. On the other hand, Park Hana and Yeonhwa successfully managed to complete something they have been working on for a long time. It is the 4-star barrier, representing strength, which surrounds the area where the enemies are attacking our hero. They are still amazed at how Kang managed to buy enough time to create such a large barrier. Finally, he brings out the ring and starts injecting mana into it. A light emerges from the ring. Now Alice is facing the enemies all by herself. A dark aura surrounds her as the tower's chains have been weakened. Her strength has increased. She roars out loud, frustrated at the people who betrayed her. Her aura and power erupt, completely shocking the enemies that she still possesses so much power after being inside the ruins for so long. Furthermore, she finds all of them responsible for her loss and for her exile into the endless darkness. Deep in the forest with the trolls, Jang receives a video call from Kang. He first mocks the captain but then asks for his help anyway. Since Yang is supervising the whole trial, he is asked to find the magic crystal that serves as the root of the magical procedures with the Calicals. They have no time to lose, and the team will not be able to hold for much longer. Just then, Calical notices something from afar. He rushes forward at high speed as ghostlers appear. He activates white mist as his hammer starts to glow with immense power. He manages to kill many of the monsters in a single blow. As he fights them, he is certain that these types of common monsters would not be the ones guarding the magic crystal, so he expects to encounter something else. He heads further forward to check it out. However, Jang is completely annoyed, as he does not like working with the troll boss, while the chief vows to protect him no matter what. Although he only coordinates because Jang is the only one who can communicate directly with Kang. A massive horde of flying monsters emerges as Alice flies in the sky. Seeing their overwhelming numbers, she activates the blood spear. As a magical circle forms in the sky, summons a giant spear that aims straight through the monsters. A massive explosion takes place, and its shockwaves are felt throughout the entire forest in the form of powerful winds. Taemin barely manages to stand against the sheer force of the wind. Along with him, even the other teammates struggle to stay upright. Teresa is also affected by the powerful winds, and she cannot help but think that the shockwaves are coming directly from Kang's direction, making her concerned about what is going on. Back in the actual fight, Michael is already impressed. Alice managed to kill half of the enemy troops with a single attack, leaving a massive void in the terrain. Meanwhile, Kang, standing right beside her, decides to face Ophelia and her comrades while leaving Michael to her, since they seem to be proper opponents for one another. However, Alice misunderstands the gesture. She assumes that he means she cannot handle fighting the three of them at once. But our hero only cares about her risking her life, since they are teammates. As they prepare for the fight, Kang tries to say something but immediately stops, claiming they will talk once the battle is over. By then, the third line of the death flag line has been completed, and Kang's another skill is locked. With great speed, he rushes forward to challenge the enemies, while Michael flies straight toward Alice. Seeing her after such a long time, he asks about her well-being. That casual question only makes her furious as she rushes forward to attack. A massive explosion takes place once again. When the smoke clears, Michael has completely shielded himself with a blood shield as he accuses Alice of leaving her prison. Now she possesses no great power because of the tower's restrictions. There was a time when she used to be the strongest in the world, yet today she seems very weak in this battle. Even so, she is not ready to hold back. She is determined that she can win this battle. As Alice activates her next skill, Blood Explosion, the attack heads straight toward Michael, but he appears completely unharmed. He keeps mocking her for leaving the tower for something so foolish. He points out that even after having the power to reach much higher places, she decided to risk it all for balance and peace. When the smoke finally clears, Michael appears in a completely different, powered-up form and prepares to launch an attack. He starts showing off his growth, which only makes Alice even more serious. On the other hand, Kang gets ready to fight Ophelia and Leorta. Both of the Ducasus people are now ready to go all out and kill Kang, since they have finally located Alice, and there is no longer any need for our protagonist. Seeing their confidence, Kang also decides to go all out. As with that, all the 4 lines of Death Flag are countered, and the Mana Blood's second skill is successfully copied. This new ability allows the user to steal a part of the opponent's mana whenever an attack is successful. Now that Kang has obtained the skill he really wanted, he is determined to kill them both. He combines that skill with a divine skill and creates a brand new one called Soul Blood-Sucking. Now Kang can get a hidden statistic called Spirit. His repetitive attacks will continue increasing this stat. After sensing the energy coming from the mana, both of the vampire enemies are in awe since this is a skill only vampires are supposed to possess. Next, empowered by divine power and wasting no time at all, Kang rushes forward and lands his first attack on Leorta. He gains 0.1 spirit immediately after the strike connects. Spirit gathers with all the stats and fills his body with immense vitality. This unique stat was discovered by Kang after testing countless different combinations. It is a state that grows infinitely, and now Kang can become ultimately strong. The weapons clash as Kang fights the enemies with insane speed. With each hit, his spirit level increases. He enjoys the fight with an evil smile on his face, while the enemy's mana also starts to decrease since it is being stolen with every hit, one after another. Eventually, finally finding an opening, Ophelia rushes forward to attack, activating her bloodthirst. But to Kang, these tricks are completely useless. He easily dodges the attack and suddenly realizes that Alice must be struggling, fighting Michael all alone in her current state. He decides to stop grinding for stats and finish the battle quickly. He gives both vampires one last chance to reveal Michael's actual plans, promising to spare their lives. He activates the Grave of Sword, causing both Ophelia and Leorta to suffer under the intense mana pressure. Leorta is about to refuse the deal, but before he can speak, Kang rushes forward and kills him. He knows that leaving just one person alive is enough to get the information he needs. On the other hand, Ophelia is left completely terrified by the sudden execution. On the other side of the battlefield, Michael attacks Alice, who struggles to fight back. She is thrown away, completely running out of mana. Meanwhile, the enemy is ready to crush her. Activating Blood Thrust with all of his power, Michael smashes his fist into the ground, causing a massive explosion. Elsewhere in the forest, Calical is fighting the Ghostlers, and he has finally located the magic stone. Countless monsters are guarding it, but the chief believes that he can create an opening and throw Jang toward the crystal to destroy it. But Jang hesitates, afraid to jump into a swarm of countless monsters and to destroy the giant stone. So far, he has lived only for fame and attention. The chief continues motivating him as countless monsters cling to Calical's body as he fights them all off. He tells Jang that life is not a complicated game. It is simply about doing what you can in the present moment. With that declaration, the chief throws a powerful punch, sending many enemies flying away and finally creating an opening for Jang. As he rushes forward with his sword, he remembers the exact moment he became the second captain of the Dangun Guild and received that weapon. Remembering the chief's words about doing what you can in the present moment, he rushes forward, drives his sword deep into the stone, and successfully shatters it into pieces. With that strike, the mana source of the Blood Mana Wayport is completely destroyed. Along with it, the magic circle created by Michael also begins to disappear. Kang notices the circle vanishing as he continues dipping Ophelia in freezing water to make her reveal their true plans. After suffering intense torture, she finally reveals that they are aiming for the 29th floor. That is the floor where the Empire forces reside, and Michael plans to steal Balmung from them. It is actually the ultimate Dragon Slayer sword, and Michael's true plan must be to kill the dragon on the 48th floor using it. Kang finds all the clues he needs, and then activates the Brand of Tribulation, asking Ophelia a simple question, whether she wants to die or continue living. Ophelia cries as she admits that she does not want to die. With that response, our hero finally gains her consent, and the Brand of Tribulation begins melting into her body. Kang then takes his leave, promising that he looks forward to working with her in the future. On the other hand, Alice is struggling as a giant blood fist clinches her head. Michael brings out a magical necklace, ready to send her straight back to the prison. But just then, Kang arrives on time, cutting clean through the blood fist. Even Michael is stunned, as not even Alice's direct attacks could damage his Vistia earlier. With that swift intervention, Kang successfully rescues Alice and gets ready to fight Michael on his own. Michael rushes forward to attack, but this time, Kang is able to cut clean through his attacks, one after another. With every successful slash, he gains more spirit. Even Alice is surprised to see the sudden difference in his power, already deeply impressed by how strong he has grown in such a short period of time. At this point, even Michael is completely annoyed by our hero's resilience. With that irritation, he attacks with all his power. A massive explosion takes place as the ground erupts violently, but suddenly a dark aura surrounds the blood fist. Leaving the enemy in complete awe, Kang breaks through the technique with sheer power. However, because of the scale mana barrier used by Michael, he fails to land any actual damage on his body. That remains the real problem, since their base mana difference is on a completely different level, and Kang cannot overcome that massive gap anytime soon. Meanwhile, Zhang fight the surrounding monsters one after another. When one of the creatures tries to ambush Manhwa arrived just in time to save him. Cheon is there too, already complaining about working under Kang's stressful orders, when he suddenly notices Zhang, who has been fighting hard with a broken sword for so long. He silently admits to himself that Zhang is far more tenacious than he thought. However, Calical ends up deeply wounded during the chaos, and Zhang loudly shouts for help since the chief has been protecting his life for so long. Teresa immediately rushes forward and begins the emergency healing process. Soon after, they successfully manage to pull the chief out of danger. But by this point, Teresa is completely exhausted from overusing herself and falls unconscious onto the ground. Currently, they remain at the location that Kang had decided for all of them. At this point, Cheon wants our hero to end the entire battle quickly, since the rest of the team members are already at their absolute physical limits. Back in the main battle, Kang finally manages to activate the Eye of Gluttony on Michael. However, there is still no detailed information available about him, except for a list of his active skills and the conditions required to copy them. Michael is a powerful vampire of the Decassus family, and simply surviving against this powerful enemy, who normally resides on the much higher floors of the tower, will allow Kang to copy his skills. Among all this, the enemy prepares his next move, activating moon-hiding nails, sharp claws formed from his controlled blood rush straight toward Kang. But with perfect focus, Kang manages to cut through them cleanly. Suddenly, Michael launches another counterattack, but Kang saves himself just in time. The enemy's entire plan is to slowly exhaust our boy to his very limit. However, our hero suddenly takes out his bow and arrows, aiming directly at the enemy, and successfully knocks him back. Nothing much happens to the vampire except for a small, superficial wound. The vampire becomes completely furious, calling Kang's skills and low-level tricks, and activates Hellfire. Alice immediately recognizes the catastrophic skill and becomes highly concerned for Kang. She loudly tells him to step away, but our hero has completely different plans. He is already planning to get directly hit by the attack. Alice shouts at him in panic, but he simply throws a shield, asking her to protect herself. With that, the enemy roars as hot lava erupts from the ground and the hellfire rushes straight toward Kang. Alice protects herself with a magic shield, still deeply worried about his comrade's survival. After the massive explosion, thick lava covers the ground as the vampire stands there completely exhausted, having used up all of his remaining mana for the spell. He is just about to resume his fight with Alice when his gaze suddenly shifts upward in shock as Kang charges straight down toward him. The thing is, he had activated Invincible to protect himself from taking fatal damage from the attack. Now that Michael's mana has already been entirely drained, Kang aims directly for his neck. The vampire's mana barrier shatters instantly as a massive blast erupts from the decisive strike. Michael receives attacks one after another, still wondering how Kang managed to survive his hellfire and remain perfectly fine. This time he finally grabs the archer Kang was attacking with. He gets ready to continue the fight, as he cannot afford to lose against a human. He delivers a powerful kick. Despite blocking the blow, Kang is thrown backward. Mid-air, Michael flies toward him, ready to punch him down. But just in time, Alice steps in and stops the attack. She curses Michael, fully ready to fight back, and throws him away. The vampire stands there, furious at her, while she checks on Kang, who has almost run out of mana, but is otherwise completely fine. He is simply trying to protect Alice while waiting for the essence of soul to regenerate after 10 minutes. Once it does, Michael will no longer be able to win the battle. Meanwhile, on the 39th floor of the Tower of Trials, a few people sit around a table, watching Kang fight bravely through a magical globe. They are already worried that Michael will lose the battle. Some of the cloaked figures discuss whether they should go down and help, since they cannot let Alice escape again. Others believe it would be too dangerous, while some suggest that, because of the enormous amount of resources they have invested on the 7th floor, they will still be able to manage the situation. When they ask their leader, Exension Nim, he simply orders them to let it be, since Michael has not lost yet. Meanwhile, back in the battle, the evil vampire is deeply hurt seeing Alice, someone of his own kind, taking the side of a mere human, and calls it a total betrayal. But she grabs him tightly by the collar. She refuses to accept that she ever betrayed them. Instead, she says that she was the one who was originally betrayed, making it clear that she is simply on her contractor's side. With that, Kang finally rejoins the battle, kicking Michael hard in the face and sending him flying away. They then decide to use the blood spear, as Kang assures Alice that he can handle the mana consumption now. With that assurance, she summons a sharp spear. Flying high into the sky, she aims directly at the enemy and throws it. The spear pierces straight through Michael's chest. At this point, Alice is fully aware that the people on the 39th floor are watching the fight through Michael's eyes, and she makes it clear to them that she will surely have her revenge. However, the enemy is still not injured enough to stay down. He slowly pulls the spear out of his chest, claiming that Alice is too weak to finish him. Just then, attacking from behind, Kang rushes forward with his shield and slams it hard into the enemy's chest. As a result of this final strike, a hole forms in the enemy's chest as he falls down. Our boy successfully survives the battle against Michael and manages to copy the skill Moon Hiding Nails. A complex system screen appears, acknowledging Kang for his level ups. With that victory, the effect of the Essence of Soul also comes to an end. Completely exhausted and at his absolute physical limit, Kang falls unconscious on the ground. However, Alice takes care of him, thanking him for helping her take revenge. Until now, she had never been completely certain that Kang would truly help her, but from this moment onward, she vows to place all of her trust in him. Back on the 39th floor, the assembly members are completely shocked that one of their strongest vampires has lost to a mere human. The Mana Wayport has been completely destroyed, and now they will face many problems while trying to build an army to attack the Empire. The leader, on the other hand, is not really affected. He believes that learning Alice's location was enough of a victory, as he decides to keep an eye on Kang. Soon after, our boy finally wakes up to find all of his teammates standing around him. Teresa informs them that they brought him to the camp only because he had fallen unconscious, and notes that they found no one except the dead body of the vampire in the area where they had been fighting. Kang remains silent for a moment, sensing a different, more powerful energy coming from Alice. He then thanks all of his comrades and praises everyone for their hard work. After that, the team decides to go and eat a well-deserved meal together. Meanwhile, the two teams are still busy fighting each other when Tien finally stops everyone, asking the opposing team their actual reason for fighting. As Hosenfeld makes it clear that they were also after Kang and wanted to wipe them all out just to chase him, the realization hits both sides. They realize they have been completely tricked by Kang and immediately call a halt to the battle. Meanwhile, from behind a tree, Ophelia watches it all unfold, calling the demonic humans stupid. However, she still feels lucky to have survived the ordeal. But the glowing mark on the back of her neck keeps her deeply worried, since it burns intensely every time she even thinks about Kang. Just then, Melina shows up. Ophelia recognizes her right away as the person she met at the gate, but Melina only mocks her for acting so arrogant from the very beginning, pointing out that she still ended up getting branded as a slave. Ophelia immediately grows furious and prepares to fight, but just then, a system warning message pops up, stating that fighting between slaves is strictly forbidden. As their brand of tribulation starts to burn violently, both of them shout in agony. Meanwhile, back at the tribe camp, Kang stands with the phoenix feathers he has already obtained, which will now allow them to clear the floor with ease. All of his teammates are thoroughly enjoying the delicious food he has cooked for them. Just then, Calical shows up. He sincerely thanks Kang for helping to protect his entire tribe. At that exact moment, the system screen appears. Our hero has received official recognition from the Forest Tribe, and that the specific condition to copy the skill White Beast has been fulfilled. However, Kang makes it clear to the chief that he did not provide his help for free. He immediately demands a payment of 500 magic crystals every single month. Calical is left completely shocked by the heavy demand. Cheon starts cursing Kang again, calling him devilish. In response, our boy only mocks him for throwing insults while still greedily eating the food he cooked. Cheon tries to make a quick excuse, but Kang immediately offers him a bet in exchange for the meal. The bet is that they will compete to see who can hunt the best fish. Whoever catches the biggest one will get to call the other master, and the embarrassing video result will be uploaded to the internet for an entire week. Without wasting any time, Cheon immediately dives deep into the ocean with his sword. Down there, he finds countless monstrous fish. All the teammates watch the scene unfold, calling Kang pure evil for making him do something like that. Meanwhile, Manhwa suddenly hands an item over to Kang. It is actually the magical necklace Michael was going to use to seal Alice away. Kang decides to look into the item's properties, and then asks about Yang, who has been missing from the camp for quite some time. However, absolutely no one knows where he went. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dangun's guild leader is completely furious to see that Kang's team has successfully cleared the 7th floor, despite the guild investing so heavily in Zhang's team. Zhang simply stands there with a quiet smile on his face, while the angry leader keeps scolding him for breaking his sword and coming back empty-handed. Meanwhile, at the Awakened Association, the department head, Kim Tae-chun, receives information that Kang has successfully cleared the 7th floor. He is also fully aware of the massive outbreak the upper floors were planning alongside the demonic humans, and how Kang and his team managed to defeat them all. He discusses the urgent matter with the president, wondering whether they should actively approach our boy right now. But the president makes it clear that they should not reveal their intentions this early in the game. He firmly believes Kang will always fight to protect humanity, and repeats that they should simply leave things as they are for now. Meanwhile, inside a luxury shopping mall, the security guards immediately shout to prepare for a VVVIP guest. They quickly roll out a long red carpet and begin decorating the entire main area. As Alice arrives, they all bow deeply to her, wishing her a highly pleasant shopping experience. Without wasting any time, she brings out countless gold coins and precious treasures, making it clear to the staff that she wants absolutely no interference while she shops. All the mall employees are left in total awe at the massive amount of treasure, while Alice simply enjoys her shopping spree. Watching everything from a distance, Kang is highly satisfied to see that she has recovered so well. However, the only major question remaining on his mind is about the mysterious locket, since Michael tried to seal Alice inside it instead of just killing her. He wonders if there is a dark secret hidden behind the item. Just then, a message from Rick arrives. It is an official invitation to attend a grand masquerade ball being held on the very first floor of the Tower of Trials. A masquerade ball is one of the unique event-type quests that activates once a player successfully reaches the 25th floor. When the Tower of Trials was still in its beta phase, our hero attended this exact event once before. However, back then, the game was not popular at all, and he was the absolute only guest in attendance. Because of that, he simply enjoyed the party alone and burned down everything in the end. But this time, things are completely different, as countless high-ranking players have received invitations. Kang calls out to Alice so they can leave for the event together. Soon after, they arrive on the first floor, inside the nameless city. Alice is still upset because she did not get to finish her luxury shopping trip. Shortly after their arrival, they reach a shop where Kang plans to buy a proper suit for the masquerade ball. As soon as they enter the establishment, they find that Cheon is already there getting his measurements taken. Seeing Kang, he immediately grows furious about the outcome of their last bet, since he alone dived into the water. As his temper flares, the intense mana overflowing from Cheon's body causes all the nearby assistant goblins to faint from the pressure. Kang tries to make quick excuses and change the subject, but Cheon firmly refuses to let the matter go. To pacify him, our hero promises to give him a powerful new sword. Cheon finds the offer ridiculous at first, but he becomes convinced when Kang reminds him that he was the one who helped remove attributes from his previous weapon. If that specific sword had not broken while Cheon was fighting the Stone Gate, he could have used it for a much longer time. With that reminder, Kang promises to hand over a rare sword, and they agree to meet again at the ball. Trusting Kang one last time, Cheon takes his leave. On his way out, he wonders about Alice's identity, but quickly brushes the concern aside, believing she is not their enemy. Afterward, Kang sincerely apologizes to the goblin tailor for the chaos. The tailor suggests that Kang wear an all-black outfit for the ball, but our boy already has his own theory about the shopkeeper. He first points out the smell of snowflake flowers scattered around the shop, an item only to be found on the frozen peaks of the 16th floor. It makes no sense for a simple tailor on the first floor to possess it. Along with that clue, when Cheon became angry and filled the room with pressure, the two assistant goblins fainted instantly, while this main tailor remained completely unaffected. Furthermore, the goblin reacted differently the moment he saw Alice, which clearly means he recognized her true identity right away. With these pieces of evidence, Kang realizes that this tailor is actually a higher-up, an intermediate rank manager just like Rick. No longer pretending, the goblin readily admits the truth. However, he reveals he is actually a higher-up manager and Rick works under him. Kang is left completely stunned by the admission. He immediately tries to activate the Eye of Gluttony, but the skill fails instantly because of the level difference between them. The Goblin Tailor then formally introduces himself as Hasting, a high-ranking manager of the Tower of Trials. In his previous life, Kang never had the rare opportunity to meet any of the high-ranking managers who actually created the tower's rules, but this time, he has already crossed paths with one. However, Hastings is told by Rick that there is a player who is so explicitly aware of the manager's existence. As Kang was able to recognize his true identity, Hastings decides to prepare an amazing tailored suit for him as a reward. Taking advantage of the situation, Kang instead asks for an extra event invitation for Alice as well. Soon after, as they sit together beside a city fountain, Alice becomes deeply worried. She wonders whether Kang even fears Hastings, as he casually asked for an extra entry. She is aware that high-ranking managers are dangerous entities. Kang openly admits that he is afraid too. However, he also knows exactly how useful these managers can be if a player understands how to impress them. Soon after, once their dresses are stitched, they head straight toward the venue. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the ball, players chat excitedly among themselves. Some expect Maria and Teresa to attend, while others talk about the unknown receiving an invitation. Just then, elite members of the Samurai Guild arrive on the scene. One of them is the Guildmaster, Hoshikawa Yoshio, while the other is Tsutomu. Looking over the crowd, Yoshio calls them all parasites who have zero desire to become stronger. He deeply despises them and expresses a desire to wipe them all out. However, Tsutomu knows that he is in fury because their gold treasure was recently stolen. He calmly reminds Yoshio that killing random people will not bring it back. Along with that advice, he informs the master that the Zhonghua Guild has also been invited to the event. He also mentions an invitation they sent for alliance since none is aware of the chaos that takes place in the venue. As they walk through the crowd, Tsutomu suddenly bumps into someone and immediately grows furious. It is actually Alice, who instantly smashes the rude player straight into the ground without warning. The Guildmaster loudly shouts, while Alice stands there confidently right beside Kang. Alice accuses Tsutomu as she activates Overwhelming Authority, a skill that crushes opponents weaker than the user with sheer mana. Yoshio is absolutely amazed to see a top ranker of the Samurai Guild being brought down so easily by a young girl. He starts wondering about the identities of Kang and Alice as they both are wearing masks. Our hero stops her just in time, since he does not want to attract extra attention and make anyone wonder who she really is. Alice pulls back and composes herself. By then, Yoshio is glad that she was stopped, yet he is already quite disappointed by the disrespect. He says that there was no need to make such a massive fuss, and adds that he gladly would have apologized if it had actually been their fault. However, Kang simply brings out his hammer and, activating Glacier Formation, strikes the fallen top ranker heavily. Even the mask Tsutomu was wearing shatters into pieces. Yoshio is completely stunned to see it all happen right in front of him. However, Kang makes it clear that he was not merely stopping Alice, but that he wanted to step into the fight himself. He then confidently calls the Guildmaster directly by his name. Yoshio is left completely stunned, while Kang simply checks the master's stats, only to discover that the copy condition required for his skills is extremely complex. On the other hand, Yoshio has had completely enough of everything. He starts cursing Kang for behaving so dishonorably despite knowing exactly who Yoshio is. He also informs him that he is closely allied with the Zhonghua Guild, an entity he could never hope to handle. However, all of his arrogance disappears the exact moment Kang removes his mask. Yoshio recognizes him immediately, while everyone else in the crowd also begins wondering about Alice being Kang's partner. To avoid the noise, Kang simply forms a massive glacier wall all around them. He walks slowly toward the Guildmaster, certain that Yoshio already knows who he is and his power. Closing the distance, Kang sternly warns Yoshio never to get in his way again. With that final threat, he leaves the area with Alice, leaving Yoshio absolutely furious. Soon after, they finally arrive at the main event area. Alice notices how everything has been perfectly prepared despite the entire event being held on only one floor of the tower. Meanwhile, our boy starts to feel awkward seeing so many people. Looking around the event, he notices Teresa standing casually alongside Maria. Cheon is already there waiting as well. Kang then notices two more people judging everyone around them by their physical appearance. The woman is the unaffiliated S-Class player Casey, while the man standing directly behind her is the unaffiliated S-Class player Judalo. They are notorious European players whom everyone else deliberately avoids. The two are actually twins who purposely pick fights and then kill people just for fun. However, to Kang, they are simply a good source of valuable new skills. Standing right behind him, Alice can already tell by his expression that Kang is planning something. Meanwhile, elsewhere at the event, Yoshio shares the mess up with the Zhonghua Guild's vice master, the S-Class Liao Wei. He explains how his companion is not even able to attend the function, making him highly worried about the impending system penalty. Liao Wei is already furious at Kang after the embarrassing events of the Elven Forest and the Tundra. However, he remains completely helpless since he has been strictly ordered not to get involved with him anymore. Just then, a small man arrives, deciding to handle the entire matter himself. The man has a distinct horn growing on his head, causing everyone in the room to wonder whether he is actually a monster. The little man walks straight toward Kang and formally introduces himself as the lower floor manager, Carmen. He immediately pushes our hero, claiming that he has injured one of the guests invited by the manager. Our hero simply excuses himself, casually saying that the man merely fell down after accidentally bumping into his companion. As Kang taunts Send Flowers, the dismissive remark makes Carmen furious. Dark black veins erupts, lifting him high into the air. He explicitly threatens to kill Kang on the spot. Therefore, our boy calls the party a complete mess, but he is not afraid of being killed at all. The direct provocation only makes Carmen reveal that even the absolute higher-ups of the tower are watching everything unfold, and since no one is stepping in to stop him, he can do whatever he wants to do. Alice tries to step into the fight to defend him, but Kang quickly stops her. Just then, Hastings shows up and roars loudly at Carmen. In reality, our hero had messaged the high-ranking manager beforehand, with the quick excuse that one of his suit shirt buttons was loose, and that he would be in big trouble if it fell off during the party. Curious about the mistake in his work, Hastings arrived on the scene immediately. Hastings kicks Carmen slightly. He grows furious at him for misbehaving with his customer, while everyone around them cannot believe that a small goblin is actually a higher floor manager. Hastings was already aware that some of the managers had lately been misusing their powers. However, he is not ready to let this matter slide this time, since a guest invited by him was dishonored. Carmen apologizes immediately for his behavior, but Hastings tells him to apologize directly to the one he was about to harm. Kang immediately starts recording the event on his device as he asks Carmen to apologize to him. Having no other choice, Carmen bows and apologizes, but Kang asks him to do it again, much louder. Carmen grows furious, but a single cold stare from the higher-ranking manager is enough to silence him. He bows once again, loudly apologizing for his behavior. Meanwhile, another higher-up watches everything unfold is already deeply impressed by Kang for controlling a manager so easily. He begins thinking about bringing Kang over to his side so that he can help end the ongoing conflict with Moyong. Soon after, Rick takes charge of the ball in place of the lower floor manager. Finally, the true reason everyone was invited is revealed. The ball only invites promising players, and during this event, they must decide which faction they will choose as they continue climbing the tower. With that, the main event begins, and everyone is asked to prove their worth. They have to choose one of the dungeons or historical sites between the 10th and 30th floors to challenge. The players with the highest accomplishments will earn the ultimate right to choose the site. A large machine appears on the stage. All they need to do is press the red button on it, and they will be instantly teleported to the location they choose. With that final explanation, Rick takes his leave, wishing everyone good luck. All the players become incredibly nervous, as none of them were aware of this rule beforehand. To encourage everyone, Maria steps forward, ready to face the unexpected situation together with the crowd. Kang is impressed to see how Maria has stepped up and prepared for the challenge, while Cheon approaches Teresa so they can work together as always. However, the other players become angry that Maria is willing to be chosen by the tower residents, despite them being the natural enemies of humanity. Their heated argument continues until Kang steps forward and presses the button himself, immediately gaining everyone's attention. He chooses the 25th floor, Good King's Valley. Everyone is left completely stunned by the reckless choice, and Cheon also becomes curious about his intentions. With that selection made, all of the players are automatically teleported to the chosen location. Soon after, they all arrive in the desolate Good King's Valley. The only way to escape this massive labyrinth is either to complete it or to be chosen by a resident power. Liuwi is angry to have been teleported without any prior preparation. He gets ready for a fierce competition until Maria calms him down, reminding him that they are completely unfamiliar with this place. She then turns toward Kang, expecting him to have a plan, but Kang is already missing, leaving everyone confused. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the ruins, our hero searches a stone wall and presses a brick. The hidden path leading directly to the Good King's grave opens up. A system message appears, forcing the player to choose an elemental gate within 60 seconds. However, Kang already knows this trick from his past knowledge. If he chooses any of the elemental doors manually, the path will open, but powerful guardian spirits will also be summoned to guard the grave and kill him. Instead, Kang simply stands still and lets the timer run out completely. Once the time expires, all of the gates open on their own. From the first gate, a small dragon-like salamander emerges. But in an instant, the guardian salamander transforms into a powerful, towering figure, immediately threatening Kang for invading the noble king's grave. To face the salamander, Kang summons his own pet dragon, Guguma, who instantly activates his unique skill. As a result of the dominant draconic skill of Guguma, the salamander shrinks right back into a small, harmless monster once again. All the players stand together when, suddenly, intense energy bursts out from one of the corridors, throwing them all backward. Meanwhile, Teresa tries to ask Alice if she knows where Kang is, but she remains silent. However, John doubts the situation and suspects that Kang is inside the corridor from which the intense energy came, believing that he is behind the entire disturbance. To clear up his misunderstanding, Alice simply picks up a stone and throws it into the corridor. Instantly, a massive trap of fire and sharp thorns is revealed. Teresa is deeply impressed that Alice was already aware of such a trap beforehand. At the exact same time, however, she can feel a creepy, unsettling energy coming from her, making her wonder if they have met before. On the other hand, from the deep caves, the wind spirits, earth spirits, and many others emerge after sensing the massive explosion. Some wonder what the salamander has been doing, while others are simply furious because of the disturbance. To their absolute surprise, they find the mighty salamander deeply bowing and asking them to do the same, frantically informing them about the presence of a devil. However, as soon as they actually see Goguma, the fear washes over their faces. Meanwhile, witnessing everything from afar, Moyang is in complete awe upon seeing an ancient dragon standing right alongside Kang. With the spirits gathered, our hero activates the brand of revolution and successfully subjugates all 5 of the spirits, instantly gaining 5,000 accomplishment points. He now ranks at the very top of the event's achievement leaderboard. Seeing this, all the major guilds begin sending him invitations to work with them, and even the third force becomes highly interested in recruiting him. Kang now plans to make the situation even more complicated for everyone. He accepts a direct communication invitation from Murim. During the video call, Moyang introduces himself and bluntly tells Kang to come to Murim if he wants to stay alive. Hearing the arrogant threat, Kang immediately ends the call in annoyance. He then turns to the spirits and orders every single one of them to immediately begin practicing the techniques they have been told, warning that if they fail, they will be eaten alive by Goguma. The next invitation he decides to accept is from the Empire. The exact same higher-up who wanted Kang to join them appears on screen and introduces himself as Penheimer from the Caladium Kingdom, a prominent part of the Empire. Kang introduces himself, already fully aware of their strategic interest in him. Therefore, Penheimer gets straight to the point and asks Kang to work with them. In return, he promises that the Empire will fully support him while he climbs the upper floors of the tower. Kang appears convinced by the offer, but he asks for one specific condition to be met first. Meanwhile, all the other players are struggling just to get past the initial deadly traps. Maria firmly believes that Kang and his group will once again finish at the absolute top. Just then, a system notification appears before everyone, stating that any player who dies to the traps or monsters will immediately be safely transported back to the main ballroom. The message also specifically mentions that this saving authority has been activated directly by Kang. Some players refuse to believe the notification until one of them deliberately kills themselves in a trap and is instantly teleported away. Maria is deeply impressed by Kang this time. She believes he teleported them there only because he already knew everything about it, and she seriously thinks about an interaction. However, Liao Wei shouts angrily at everyone. He calls the whole setup a trap orchestrated by Kang, claiming that once they teleport themselves by dying, all of their hard-earned accomplishment points will disappear. Maria immediately calls him ungrateful, stating that what Kang did was the right decision because the labyrinth is extremely dangerous. As a result of her call-out, Liao Wei is left standing all alone as the others abandon his view. Just then, Moyang contacts him using the secret whispering technique. Now Moyang is fully determined to kill Kang, and he wants to do it together with Liao Wei's help. On the other hand, Penheimer successfully manages to fulfill Kang's requested condition by negotiating directly with a middle manager of the tower. With the terms met, our hero assures him that he will keep his end of the promise. This time, Kang orders all 5 spirits to protect him at any cost, repeating that if they fail, they will be eaten by Goguma. The 5 spirits immediately begin carrying out his orders in terror. Just then, our hero notices something dark on the ground. It is the dead body of a player. However, the player has still not been transported back to the ballroom. This can only mean the player was killed directly by another player. The killers are actually those 2 twisted twins, who are once again murdering people just for fun. These twins, Casey and Judilo, previously witnessed the horrific murder of their own parents by a psychopathic killer. Even in that terrifying situation, they managed to take their direct revenge and kill the psychopath on the spot. However, after that traumatic incident, they became the broken, twisted people they are today. In order to copy their rare skills, Kang needs to find a way to satisfy their highly unusual desires. The twins rush forward with their massive weapons as Kang also gets ready to fight. He blocks both of their incoming weapons with his bare hands. However, he can immediately feel the raw power of the seamless combination attack coming from these skilled twins. With a countermaneuver, he strikes both of them hard, and the realization finally hits the twins that Kang is actually far stronger than they anticipated. They rush forward once again. By combining 2 specific pieces of equipment, they activate Twins, a skill that perfectly copies the weapon of any opponent whose proficiency level is exceptionally high. Both of them prepare to launch another assault, while, on the other hand, Kang is not feeling very energetic, but gets ready to engage them anyway. Meanwhile, Penheimer is being heavily praised by all of his subordinates for successfully convincing Kang to join their cause. Even if he only managed to secure a verbal promise, it will still serve as a monumental help in the middle floors of the tower. Witnessing everything unfold from afar, Moyang begins to deeply regret his previous harsh behavior, mainly because of the shocking presence of the ancient dragon. Despite his regrets, Moyang has also called together the elite ghostly blood leader. He is secretly planning to completely wipe out every single one of our hero's companions, since they are the ones who always provide Kang with reliable support. However, the ghostly blood master demands a fulfilling fee, since whatever he is being ordered to do actually is against the rules of the tower. As with that, their conversation ends. However, the old man can't let the empires get Kang's support because in that case, Moyang will be dead even if he returns. That is why he decides to eliminate our hero on his own and brings out a mysterious small box. Meanwhile, back in the fight, Kang dodges the twins' fast attacks with absolute ease, activating his Sword Demon Gang step. He then activates blood-sucking, rapidly consuming mana directly through his enemies. Both of the twins suddenly notice something strange happening to their psyche. Instead of feeling fear, they are actually enjoying the intense battle. With that bizarre realization, Kang becomes worried about how he will successfully extract the all-sharing skill from these unusual individuals. The twins get back up once again as Kang readies his daggers. He cannot afford to waste any more time in this labyrinth, so he decides to kill them both on the spot. But just as he prepares to strike, something completely unexpected happens. Both of them suddenly kneel down on the ground, openly admitting that they cannot defeat Kang. They make a strange request to become a part of our boy's family. Seizing the opportunity, Kang activates the brand of tribulation on them. Now that the condition to copy their unique skill has been fulfilled, he successfully acquires the all-sharing skill. This ability allows the user to temporarily utilize the skills of any opponent with whom they have formed a personal acquaintance. The twins appear absolutely delighted by the bond and loudly claim that they will stay together until death. On the other hand, Alice, along with Cheon and Teresa, is actively searching the labyrinth for Kang. Alice is still hesitant to say anything to the others, but after sensing our hero's intense mana radiating, she is certain that they will find Kang's exact location very soon. Before anything more can be said or done, a group suddenly approaches them from behind. It is Yom Ho, the ghostly blood leader of the Murim unorthodox sect. He arrives on the scene alongside his subordinates, fully prepared to slaughter our hero's companions. Cheon and Teresa immediately draw their weapons to fight, while Alice is left completely frustrated because she currently has 0 mana left due to being too far away from Kang's presence. On the other hand, Kang is with his 2 new companions, Casey and Judalo, who are chatting enthusiastically about all the people they have successfully killed so far. Already running completely out of social stamina, Kang simply asks them both to stop killing random people from now on. The 2 firmly refuse, assuring him that they will never get arrested for their actions. To properly balance the situation, Kang makes a new rule. He will personally choose the bad people, and the 2 of them can kill only those targets without any problem. Just then, Kang senses trouble nearby. Activating his Sword Demon King step, he rushes forward at full speed. On the other hand, Teresa is fighting the incoming enemies with ease while also protecting Alice by shielding her from danger. Cheon draws his sword, smoothly cutting through every single enemy that comes his way. Suddenly, the enemy leader steps forward, clearly overpowering him with superior force. The leader demands to know his true identity after seeing him use authentic sword chi, despite being an outsider. In response, Cheon simply throws him away with brute strength. Activating Song of Sword, he prepares to fight the leader as an intense aura completely surrounds his body. With that, he rushes forward, using the ultimate skill he had been saving specifically for Kang against the powerful enemy standing directly before him. He cuts through the crowd of enemies in the blink of an eye, even deeply impressing Teresa with his strength. Just then, the leader attacks him as he barely manages to block the heavy strike. The leader admits that Cheon is indeed powerful, but he continues pressing the offensive until Cheon is finally knocked hard to the ground. The leader then prepares to kill him on the spot, but Teresa interrupts the lethal blow just in time by activating Sign of the Cross. Yomho's attention immediately shifts over to Teresa. He angrily accuses her of coming to such a dangerous place while possessing divine powers. He then targets Alice, mistakenly believing that she has absolutely no specialization in physical combat. Before anything more can happen to her, Kang arrives on the scene, instantly killing the enemies surrounding Alice. One after another, he cuts them down with absolute ease, leaving even the leader completely stunned, as his eyes cannot keep up with Kang's rapid movements. Seeing Cheon left helpless, Kang begins mocking him openly, but Teresa clarifies the enemy's strength. Kang simply points a finger at the remaining sect members, calling them the bad people. At once, the twins rush forward to fight. They raise their massive weapons and charge straight at the leader's terrified subordinates. The leader watches his followers panic and quickly decides to retreat from the battlefield. But just as he turns, a powerful blow strikes him squarely in the stomach, leaving him completely confused. Kang openly accuses him of acting arrogantly despite being only a middle-ranked higher-up in the demonic cult. A massive weapon pierces straight through the leader's chest, while all of his remaining subordinates stare in absolute shock. Meanwhile, Casey and Judalo are easily taking care of the rest of the enemies. On the other hand, Cheon watches the entire scene unfold in complete disbelief. He cannot believe that Kang managed to kill such a formidable enemy with a single casual attack, whereas even his own ultimate technique had failed miserably against him. Watching Kang's overwhelming power, he cannot help but wonder exactly how much stronger he must become to finally catch up to his rival. Kang thanks both of the twins for helping him and asks them to leave for now. Watching them depart, Teresa recognizes the two immediately and grows concerned until our hero makes it clear that the twins are officially their companions now. On the other hand, Cheon is only staring silently at the dead leader, wondering what Kang will possibly do next, since the labyrinth normally takes 20 days to complete. However, Kang is not really worried at all, casually noting that only inexperienced newbies take that much time to clear it. He then starts asking Teresa what is going on Cheon as they quickly brush the entire matter aside. With that settled, he brings out the summoned spirit, who will help them open the hidden path directly to the king's grave. Kang explains that once they receive the worthy item hidden inside, they can easily clear the entire floor within a single hour. Meanwhile, Alice and Teresa stare at the spirit group, finding them all cute. With everything in place, Kang orders the spirit to finally open the path. Meanwhile, among all the dead enemies left behind on the battlefield, a single warrior lies perfectly still, remaining conscious. On the other hand, inside the Manhwa Guild building, a higher-up E-rank administrator named Xiao Ting is carefully going through some paperwork. It has almost been a full day since her companions, Liao Wei and Tian, went to the labyrinth. She begins to wonder when they will finally return while looking outside the window. Watching ordinary citizens living normal lives, she wonders what those civilians would do in extreme situations where even the high rankers fail. She focuses on preparing the emergency outbreak protocols for the players, as she has firmly decided not to cause panic among any civilians. Meanwhile, back in the labyrinth ruins, the 5 spirits try their hardest, and they finally succeed in opening the hidden doors leading to the king's grave. A giant stone gate swings open, and the group walks inside, finding an overwhelming amount of treasure stacked everywhere. However, Kang sternly warns everyone not to touch a single thing yet. They are allowed to pick only one treasure each. If they try to take anything more than that, they will suffer from the king's curse. Our hero points directly at a specific treasure and asks Cheon to ring it so that the path out of the labyrinth can finally open. While keeping Cheon busy with that task, Kang quietly searches for something else entirely. Just then, the still conscious enemy from earlier, who is actually Liao Wei, suddenly shows up in the treasury. Cheon immediately draws his sword, fully ready to kill him on the spot. But before he can strike, Liao Wei quickly brings out a scroll called Early Spring. As the automatic tactical translation triggers, the scroll begins to shatter into light, opening a massive portal. Mo Yang, along with a large army of other skilled martial artists, emerges from the gates. However, Mo Yang is deeply disappointed when informed that the Ghost Blood leader, along with the entire team, has already died. Even so, he admits he was fully expecting it to happen anyway. He praises Liao Wei for doing his job successfully. Kang, on the other hand, is simply surprised that a priceless divine artifact was used just to track him down, and he calmly reminds Mo Yang that the floor manager will not be happy with this illegal intrusion. However, the old man is well aware that the manager cannot actually look inside the sealed labyrinth. He brings out a small box and swallows a special pill kept inside it. With that action, his body becomes dramatically more powerful, and all of his combat stats increase exponentially for the next hour. Cheon can immediately feel the intense mana radiating from him, while Alice gets ready to fight. Before she can move, she is brought back into her articraft again, as it will create a problem if she is openly seen being involved in the battle. Eventually, Mo Yang's minions rush forward to attack our team. Teresa starts to worry, seeing their overwhelming numerical advantage, but Kang is not worried at all. He simply summons all 5 ancient spirits to help them. The spirits instantly take on their true battle forms, turning into all-powerful, towering figures as they rush forward to slaughter the incoming enemies. Teresa stands there, incredibly worried about the escalating situation. On the other hand, Mo Yang, taking full advantage of the chaotic battlefield, rushes directly toward Kang, trying to attack him from behind. Before the lethal blow can land, Kang dodges it with absolute ease. The enemy tries to attack again and again with rapid strikes, but Kang casually dodges every single movement. While doing all of this, he finally finds the exact hidden treasure he was searching for. It is a unique horn that even Mo Yang recognizes immediately as the most disturbing divine artifact on the 25th floor, the horn that brings despair. The artifact adds a highly dangerous, catastrophic event to the area each time a player blows it. However, the system legend dictates that when it is blown for the 4th consecutive time, an ultimate fortune will follow. Even so, Mo Yang is not worried at all. He only laughs out loud at the foolish fact that Kang thinks he can personally survive multiple apocalyptic disasters in such a small, enclosed space. Before he can even finish mocking him, Kang openly blows the horn. Moyang is left completely frozen in absolute awe as, in no time at all, the first wave of despair begins to arrive. A massive, monstrous black scorpion emerges from the shadows. The monstrous scorpion attacks immediately. With a single devastating blow, countless martial artists are thrown backward. Terrified by the chaos, Teresa is only worried about Alice, completely unable to find her. Cheon calls out, telling her to focus entirely on saving her own life first as he activates battlefield selection. On the other hand, Moyang appears both furious and deeply afraid. He angrily accuses Kang of being reckless enough to use such a forbidden object, wondering if he is planning to commit suicide just to kill everyone else along with him. Ignoring the shouting, Kang rushes forward and leaps high into the air, with Moyang following close behind him. But before the old man can close the distance, Kang deliberately blows the horn for a second time, and the second wave of despair is instantly unleashed. The second phase disaster arrives, predators within the mud. Moyang comes incredibly close to getting engulfed by the giant shifting monster, but through sheer reflex he saves himself just in time. He begins fiercely fighting off the vessels that emerge from the newcomer. All around him, his remaining minions struggle desperately as the mud monsters start grabbing them and engulfing them alive. On the other hand, Liao Wei is completely exhausted from the ongoing battle when Moyang calls out to him across the field. He demands his immediate support so that they can rip the horn away from our hero. Liao Wei appears confused by the sudden command until Moyang makes it clear that the artifact is the sole source behind all of these apocalyptic disasters. To make things easy, Moyang offers a legendary great sword to Liao Wei, demanding the horn in return. Meanwhile, all 5 of the ancient spirits are busy fighting off the giant scorpions and the rising mud monsters. Seizing an opening, Moyang charges straight for Kang once again, but our hero easily dodges every single blade strike coming from the old man. At this point, the old man realizes that maintaining his patience is the only path to victory. He knows Kang fully intends to keep blowing the horn until he reaches the 4th required blast, which the legend says will bring a massive fortune to the user. Therefore, Moyang becomes determined to make sure that he is the one who claims that final fortune for himself. But unlike Kang, the old martial artist is completely unaware of the artifact's true hidden mechanics. It does not actually work in a straightforward way. What the horn ultimately brings depends entirely on an individual's unique perspective. The final outcome can bring a great fortune to one, yet manifest as an absolute disaster to another. Finally reaching a higher stone platform out of reach, Kang blows the horn for the 3rd time. Instantly, an intense, suffocating energy surrounds the entire labyrinth, and a colossal, towering figure approaches, radiating an overwhelming aura. The 3rd disaster manifests Body of Thought. The entity's massive hands burn everything and everyone that comes into direct contact with them, turning elite martial artists into ash. To survive the heat, Kang quickly protects himself with his defensive shield. With that, he finally decides to drop the horn onto the ground intentionally for his next calculated plan. Liao Wei spots the dropped artifact and finally picks up the horn. Seeing this, Moyang gets incredibly excited, loudly demanding that Liao Wei hand the horn over to him immediately. But looking at the artifact, Liao Wei suddenly changes his mind. After hearing earlier that the 4th consecutive blow will bring something incredible, a deep greed takes hold of him. He decides to blow the horn himself to claim the ultimate fortune. Seeing the situation changed, Kang grows deeply worried. As Liao Wei finally blows the 4th note, a massive system message rings out, making it clear that luck has officially arrived and the king's grave has finally found eternal peace again. Meanwhile, in the real world outside the tower, the sky suddenly changes color. Because the labyrinth has found peace by purging its contents, all of the apocalyptic monsters are instantly teleported directly into the real world. Teresa, in a completely different place with Cheon after he activated battlefield selection. She is deeply concerned about Kang, while Cheon calmly asks her to preserve her remaining power. He explains that there are only 2 ways left to escape the enclosed space, either by defeating him or simply waiting for the stage's countdown timer to run out, which will take around 5 minutes. Teresa is completely consumed by worry for Kang's safety. Cheon, however, simply brings out a recovery potion and drinks it, entirely at ease because he knows Kang's true capabilities so well. He confidently assures Teresa that nothing bad will happen to him, as almost every situation is under our hero's control. Furthermore, Kang always meticulously plans his moves well in advance. He then hands her a potion as well, gently asking her to just relax, rest, and recover her energy. Finally, when the countdown timer hits 0, the active battlefield selection is automatically undone by the system. With that, they are teleported back to the grave, finding absolutely no disasters or monsters left inside the ruins. Meanwhile, Liao Wei sits on the ground in complete hollow despair alongside a silent Kang, as they both witness a system screen projecting what is happening outside the tower. The global catastrophe is the ultimate punishment for causing chaos and disruption within the noble king's grave. Just then, a massive spatial portal opens, creating a direct path to the exact coordinates in the real world where the three disasters have materialized. Lewy desperately tries to scramble toward the gate to go back and save his home, but he is held back by Moyang. The old martial artist coldly points out that nothing can really be done to change the outcome, even if he goes back right now. With that reality established, Moyang reopens his artifact scroll and orders all of his injured subordinates to immediately retreat through the portal that has appeared. Surveying the aftermath, Moyang secretly wonders if he had been the one to blow the horn. All the disaster would have teleported to Murim. With that, he also steps through the portal, regretting his inability to kill Kang, but still feeling immensely certain that he was lucky not to have blown that horn himself. On the other hand, the real world has been thrown into complete, unmitigated chaos. All three of the apocalyptic disasters are actively destroying everything in their sight, leveling cities and slaughtering civilians. Watching the projection of the horrific carnage, Kang becomes completely furious. He makes the firm decision to step through the portal and head directly to the front lines where the disasters are raging. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the entire massive headquarters of the Zhonghua Guild has been completely destroyed. Ting is barely able to hold back the Black Scorpion on her own, and in the middle of the intense clash, she takes a brutal hit from the monster's tail. She loudly commands everyone else to assist her in fighting the beast as she forces herself back onto her feet. She is fully prepared to hold the line until Tien can make it back to the scene. Ting remains fiercely determined to fight, even if it means buying only a single second for the survivors. Just as she is about to be struck by a blow from the Scorpions, our hero's elite team suddenly materializes, intercepting the strike and saving her just in time. Kang quickly assesses the monster and asks Cheon if he can successfully hold off and fight the Scorpion for at least 10 minutes. But Cheon rejects the timeline. Instead, he is determined to kill the Scorpion. Activating his skill, Battlefield Selection, the massive black scorpion is transported away to the location chosen by him. On the other hand, Ting watches the scene from the ruins, deeply stunned by Kang's sudden presence. Meanwhile, across the city, innocent people are being ruthlessly slaughtered by the other manifestations, until Teresa rushes forward to save them. She directly engages in the third disaster, noticing that thousands of terrified civilians are currently attempting to evacuate the area. She decides to buy enough time for them to save as many people as possible. To keep the crowd safe, she deliberately shifts the towering disaster's attention toward herself. In response, the entity unleashes a powerful, devastating wave of energy. Teresa barely manages to protect herself using her shield. Tragically, some of the fleeing civilians nearby are still caught in the attack. As the dark mana spreads from the body of Thought, a horrific secondary effect triggers. The people who were harmed by the energy begin to reanimate into zombies, turning around to attack Teresa. Completely terrified by the unfolding parish, she stands amid the chaos. Cheon fights the giant scorpion inside his special isolated battlefield. He activates his skill, one-on-one, which immediately bumps his own stats up by 10%. Along with it, the monster's stats drop by 10%. He remembers the stressed look on Kang's face when he asked for help with the monster. He finally realizes that even someone as strong as Kang is not perfect. With this in mind, Cheon activates the Song of Sword. His blade cuts cleanly through the creature, finally allowing him to completely overpower it. Back in the real world, Kang stands on top of a building, watching the chaos below. Suddenly, a system message pops up with a hidden quest. Kill the 3 disasters to get a reward. Seeing how bad things are, Alice offers to help. However, Kang points out that they cannot do that here because there are too many witnesses. His actual plan was to trap the monsters in the Murim world so he could steal their valuable martial arts texts and the reverting pill. But because Liao Wei got greedy and blew the horn, the entire plan fell apart completely. Watching innocent people die in the streets makes Kang furious. He pulls out his bow and fires a shot that creates a 2-star restrict barrier tightly around the second disaster, the mud monster. With the target trapped, he draws his sword, activates Mandala, and charges straight into the barrier to slice through the creature. From now onwards, he decides to be much more careful and precise with his calculations. On the other hand, Teresa tries to use sacred healing on the civilians who turned into zombies, but she quickly sees that if they get too close, they will get hurt by her defense. She decides to take down the main enemy, the giant body of Thought, first. She activates Airfall, causing a blast of bright divine power to explode right under the giant. Charging forward at top speed, she drives her weapon straight through the monster's chest. The enemy shoves her back, but she quickly gets her balance. The attack worked. She has wounded the giant and proved her divine power can hurt it. Now she focuses entirely on the body of Thought instead of the possessed people. Suddenly, the monster uses a second attack. A strange force shoots out from its hand, grabbing a group of civilians. Seeing this makes Teresa remember her past. She remembers her father telling her that a member of the Laurentia family must always save people in danger, even if it means risking their own life. Remembering those words while watching people die such awful deaths breaks her spirit. She gives up and asks the enemy to just kill her instead. A system warning flashes. Teresa's mind is showing signs of corruption. Before the monster can strike her, Kang hurls the heavy mud monster straight into the body of Thought. He lands right in front of Teresa and angrily asks what she thinks she is doing, making it clear he will not let her die here. Right away, he summons the ancient dragon, Goguma. The dragon appears from a portal in a massive, terrifying form. The act causes Kang's internal mana load to shoot up by 50%. On the other hand, Goguma activates overwhelming authority, forming a giant circle of energy in his jaw. Without losing a second, Kang places a protective shield around Teresa to keep her safe, then orders Goguma to destroy the enemy. A massive beam of light shoots down from Goguma's jaw. In an instant, the giant body of Thought turns completely to ashes. Goguma shrinks back down into his harmless baby monster form and quickly checks on Teresa, who has passed out. Meanwhile, Kang looks at her status window because the system warned him about her mental corruption. Alice inside the artifact wonders if the Saintess has been permanently corrupted. However, she's safe for now, but if a Saintess ever truly becomes corrupted, everyone will have to be very careful around her in the future. Just then, the spatial walls of the battlefield selection shatter. The giant scorpion has finally been killed by Cheon, who is badly hurt, and his sword is completely broken. However, the massive victory allows him to level up. As Kang walks over to him, Cheon admits that he still has a long way to go to become better. However, he says that this tough fight finally showed him the exact path he needs to take to get stronger. At that moment, Kang approaches and hands the legendary Heaven's Fountain sword over to him. After praising the young swordsman, Kang walks away. Soon after, a system message arrives, telling all the players to return to the ballroom room. The floor manager, Hastings, is standing there. By now, he knows exactly how the Murim forces illegally messed with the lower floors. He deeply apologizes to everyone for the mess as he creates a giant magic portal above his head. Stating that he hopes they never forgive the Murim faction for this crime, Hastings uses his power to take away every single coin the Murim forces own. Yoshio is completely devastated as he watches it all. He had been working with Moyang this whole time, and now his entire team is totally broke. He looks around the room for Liao Wei, but suddenly bumps right into Cheon. Yoshio's eyes go wide when he sees the Heaven's Fountain sword in Cheon's hands. Furious to see their stolen artifact, Yoshio loses his temper and grabs him by the collar. Enraged by the disrespect, Cheon steps in and hits Yoshio, sending him flying hard into the wall before calmly walking away. Meanwhile, Kang smiles to himself. He has officially met the hidden condition needed to copy Yoshio's special skill, which was to create a situation where someone else defeats him. A notification pops up, confirming Kang has successfully copied the sword drawing skill. Just then, Hastings interrupts his thoughts and asks Kang to finally choose a side in the war, just like everyone else. He apologizes again for the chaos. As they talk openly, Hastings praises Kang for defeating so many powerful enemies and asks about his next plan, offering to help him in any way he can as a manager. Kang asks him for exactly 2 favors. Shortly after, Hastings steps forward to make a grand announcement to the crowded room. He reveals that Kang is not choosing any existing side. Instead, he is creating his own brand new independent force. The crowd is stunned, wondering if doing such a thing is even allowed. Hastings quickly clears up the confusion. Kang actually completed a hidden quest by earning more than 1 million points, which gives him the special right to start his own faction. Even Hastings admits to himself that he has no idea how Kang found out about this hidden rule. Suddenly, Penheimer steps out of a portal, absolutely furious and refusing to accept this. Now, according to the major rule in the tower, if any existing faction rejects the creation of a new force, the request is automatically blocked for a full year. The representative of the Empire, Penheimer, is angry at Kang for breaking his promise to join their side. However, our boy calmly reminds him that he never actually promised that. He had only mentioned a positive future with the Empire. Penheimer angrily reminds Kang of how much effort and resources the Empire spent behind the scenes to fulfill his condition. All the members of the different factions watch silently as the tension rises. If Kang backs down or loses this argument, his plan will fail and he won't be able to form his new force. Faced with the pressure, our hero decides to use his trump card. Activating his all-sharing skill, he shares Alice's skill, Blood Road. A terrifying, heavy red aura explodes around him. With this power, Kang can now physically control the blood of every living being within a certain distance. The other players stand completely shocked by the overwhelming power on display. Penheimer can feel his own blood boiling. Struggling, he silently admits to himself that he was a fool to think he could ever convince someone like Kang to join them. Around 10 hours pass, and the suffocating pressure of Kang's power continues to weigh heavily on the room. He asks the faction representative one final time if he truly wants to reject his wish of forming his own independent force. Struggling under the pressure, the representatives finally take back his words. Watching the scene unfold, Hastings suddenly remembers the words of Rick, who had told him to keep a close eye on Kang because he would always provide incredible entertainment. A smile forms on Hastings' face as he realizes Rick was absolutely right. He turns to Kang and asks him to choose an official name for his new faction. With that, the independent force is officially registered under the name Veteran Company. Seeing that he has completely lost this battle of wills, Penheimer silently takes his leave. From that day on, he never tries to threaten or force Kang into anything again. Meanwhile, back in Beijing, the city begins to rebuild everything that was destroyed during the disaster. Along with it, workers build a massive monument to honor the innocent people who lost their lives during the outbreak. Standing before the press, Ting makes a shocking public announcement. The Zhonghua Guild, long known as the largest and most powerful guild in China, is officially disbanding. She explains that the guild can no longer function after the sudden disappearance of their guildmaster and many other high-ranking executives. She also confesses how during the horrific outbreak, absolutely no one came to help them, neither the government nor any of the other major guilds. The only person who stepped up to save the city was Kang. If he had not shown up, many more thousands of people would have died. Nearby, Kang stands quietly near the new monument, watching citizens cry for their lost loved ones. Feeling the heavy weight of guilt, he quickly activates his cold heart skill to maintain his composure. After placing a flower at the base of the monument, he slips away into the crowd. Alice wakes up in her bed. She softly confesses that she never expected Kang would go as far as creating his very own independent force. Our hero wastes no time. He spends almost all of his accumulated coins to upgrade the Veteran Company, expanding the force's maximum capacity to 23 members. Meanwhile, ever since Ting's recent interview, his personal broadcasting channel has been growing rapidly and pulling in massive views. Kang decides to use all of his new streaming profits in good terms. With the faction infrastructure ready, Kang begins sending out official system invitations to join the Veteran Company. The very first person to accept it was Cheon. One after another, the rest of his core allies accept the invite as well, except for Teresa. Kang is not very disappointed by her rejection. He accepts that there is nothing he can do to force her. He assumes that because she is a holy paladin, she must have chosen to align herself with the Empire instead. With one spot left, he sends his final invitation to Andra, who immediately accepts. Thanks to this powerful lineup, Kang now has a direct pipeline to secure resources from the lower floors of the tower. Next, he pulls out the legendary reward he received for slaying the body of Thought, the copy-free pass. This incredibly rare item allows him to instantly copy any opponent's skill without needing to fulfill their specific hidden conditions. Without hesitation, he uses the pass to copy Osiris's powerful skill, Sun-Scarred Ground. Afterwards, he strategically distributes his earned stat points to optimize his build. Having finished all his preparation, Kang begins planning his next major move. Watching him from across the room, Alice sees his evil smile. Suddenly, a strange realization hits her. She begins to notice a pattern of impossible things Kang has done, alongside his sharing of the advanced Blood Road skill, knowledge that a mere human from outside the tower should never be able to know. Determined to get answers, she walks toward him to confront him directly. But suddenly her vision blurs and flickers violently, a subtle systemic force wiping her train of thought. When her eyes clear, she completely forgets the question she wanted to ask. Instead, she simply asks him what their next move will be. Kang calmly confirms that their next destination is the 18th floor, but only after he takes care of a few loose ends first. As it turns out, Kang's second favor from Hastings was to deliver a trade offer directly to Yang Haoming within the Murim world. Now, down on the 5th floor, Yang, the fierce leader of the Black Wind Society, has arrived along with his entire elite force. Seeing them, Kang pulls out a book, ready to proceed with the high-stakes trade. One of the main forces on the middle floors of the Tower of Trials is a world where all the master martial artists live. The Heavenly Demon is known to be the strongest among them, and the Heavenly Demonic Cult is an organization that worships him. Within this cult, Yang is someone who is looked down upon, despite his high level of skill. However, after the downfall of the Murim world, Yang's desire to become successful has grown once again. He is currently at level 65, and the condition to copy his skills is to give him genuine hope of success. He snatches a book from Kang's hand. Because our boy is handing over something so valuable for free, Yang wonders what his true motive is. Kang simply replies that he has already gotten what he wanted, which makes Yang cautious. Still, Yang is not afraid, because the allies of the Black Wind Society are with him. Aside from his suspicion, Yang is very happy to receive the book. It is supposedly the secret swordsmanship manual of a true swordmaster, and holding it makes him certain that he will become successful. At that exact moment, the system condition is fulfilled, and Kang successfully copies Yang's skill. However, when Yang looks closer, the book turns out to be filled with nothing but foolish drawings. Yang grows furious at the sight, but Kang simply calls it a book written by the Swordmaster when he was just a kid. Rage fills Yang because he spent so much money just to meet him. Kang then reveals his true intentions, especially since the remaining Murim forces are living in complete despair. Kang reveals that he is the disciple of the Dark Emperor, the Dragon of Heavenly Authority. Yang is absolutely shocked to hear the name of the Dark Emperor, who is the Heavenly Demon's right-hand man and a legendary figure sharing the same roots as the Black Wind Society. He wonders why Kang, a complete outsider, is mentioning that sacred name. Yang stops his minions from taking another step. Growing furious at our boy for casually using the name of the master he once served, Yang decides to fight him alone. In an instant, he teleports right behind Kang, ready to strike him with his Dark Heaven art. But to his absolute surprise, his attack is blocked with ease. Our hero throws him away and deliberately combines the Grave of Sword technique with the Dark Heaven art. When skills create a true combination, they always evolve into a much better version. This new form is called the Demon's Emperor art. Yang is completely shocked to see an art that was used by the Dark Emperor himself. As an intense aura surrounds our hero's hand, Kang rushes forward, causing a massive explosion. As a result, the cave splits wide open. Seeing this incredible power, Yang is entirely convinced that Kang is the Dark Emperor's true disciple, remembering that the master once mentioned he was leaving the tower to teach his skills to people on the outside. With that realization, Yang bows respectfully before Kang along with all his minions. He cries tears of happiness, believing he has finally gotten the chance to live a better, more successful life. On the other hand, by using the legendary master's name to win Yang's loyalty, Kang plans to hand over all the tedious tasks he doesn't want to deal with on the 8th floor directly to him. The 8th floor of the Tower of Trials is a maze of incredible size, with a linear distance of 10,000 kilometers, making it as large as the Earth's circumference, and it even boasts its own ecosystem. This maze is completely safe and calm. The only real problem is its massive scale. To clear the floor, a player needs to find power crystals hidden somewhere deep within the labyrinth. Melina, known as the hidden trump card of the Demonic Human Association within the Human Association, is currently on the 8th floor to inspect the area. She is standing at one of the hundreds of entrances leading into the maze, which is filled with busy market stands. Having worked hard all this time for Kang, she plans to finally take a quick break. Suddenly, she senses Kang standing right behind her and tries to run away, but stops when our hero calls out to her. Actually, Hosenfeld told her that the 8th floor is becoming active much earlier than expected. Therefore, Melina is here to investigate the double impact, which is a phenomenon that occurs when several floors of the tower begin moving on a massive scale. As she stands there talking, she suddenly senses a presence nearby and throws her dagger into the darkness. Her blade is blocked by a mysterious shadow, who happens to be Kang's newest companion. The shadow steps forward and takes its true human form, Wol Yoing of the Black Wind Society.